Chapter 1. Little Rongrong's brother has come to marry you. At the border of the Tiando Empire, amidst the chaos of the battlefield. Warriors, do not falter. Today, let us fight valiantly, even if it means being wrapped in the hides of our steeds. The deafening shouts resounded across this blood-soaked expanse of war. In the thick of the enemy ranks stood a towering figure clad in dark armor, wielding a gleaming spear with fierce determination. This man, seasoned by countless battles, bore scars all over his body, each mark a testament to his illustrious achievements in combat. His once impenetrable armor had become tattered and battered, each dent a reminder of the life-and-death struggles he had endured. Yet, even with grievous wounds, he remained an unstoppable force. With a fierce grip on his spear, he swung it with tremendous force, unleashing a powerful wave that swept through like a tempest. In an instant, those enemies daring to charge were sent sprawling, collapsing to the ground. However, undeterred, they rallied once more, brandishing their spears and thrusting towards the shattered armor on the man's chest. With a thunderous bellow, he declared, "Third soul skill, body of the candle, dragon impenetrable armor." Immediately, he stomped the ground, producing a resounding thud. Simultaneously, a thick layer of dark armor appeared as if summoned from the void, swiftly enveloping his torso, shielding his bloodied form. Dozens of spears struck against the heavy armor, but no matter how fiercely the soldiers attacked, they could not breach even a fraction of it. "Is this all the skill you possess?" Just as the man mocked the soldiers, a searing flame erupted behind them. Mo Chen, do not be arrogant. 6 soul skill. Inferno explosion. As the 6th soul ring glowed beneath the feet of the assailant, a ring of fire encircled Mo Chen, ensnaring him within. Inside the blazing circle, Mo Chen felt the intense heat, and the fireballs raining down from above were effortlessly deflected by his overwhelming strength. Perhaps the relentless barrage of fireballs had stirred a growing irritation within him. At this moment, the colossal black dragon phantom hovering behind him seemed agitated as well. With a steely gaze, Mo Chen intoned, 5th soul skill, Candle Dragon's fury blazing storm. Instantly, a powerful surge of energy erupted from him. At the heart of the roaring fire circle, Mo Chen spun like lightning, and a violent tornado took shape. This flaming vortex was suffused with a deep black-purple hue, entwined with flames that clung to it like a malignant growth. In the blink of an eye, this terrifying fire tornado swept outward with overwhelming force, devouring the intense heat surrounding Mo Chen, leaving no trace behind. Then, like a ferocious fire dragon, the vortex lunged toward the enemies, its gaping maw wide open. Caught completely off guard, they had no chance to react before being engulfed in the inferno. The battlefield echoed with the heart-wrenching wails of despair, a cacophony of anguish that could not alter the impending doom. These voices, filled with terror and hopelessness, ultimately transformed into a mournful requiem, fading into the void. As tranquility descended, Mo Chen gradually released his martial spirit form. He looked pale as a ghost, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, clearly exhausted from the immense effort exerted in that last blow. Struggling against the waves of fatigue that threatened to overwhelm him, he trembled as he planted the spear into the ground to steady his wavering body. "Ha ha ha! Mo Chen, have you exhausted your soul power?" Just as Mo Chen was attempting to regain control of his erratic breathing, a figure emerged from the rear of the enemy ranks, unable to contain his excitement any longer. This man was remarkably robust, resembling a small mountain, standing there. His bare, broad torso was rippling with muscles, radiating explosive strength. Most notable was the ghastly scar across his chest, resembling a grotesque centipede coiling upon him, a sight both shocking and repulsive. Xiong Ba extended a powerful hand to gently trace the scar, and as his fingers moved, the skin around the wound quivered slightly, as if still haunted by the pain of past injuries. Suddenly, Xiong Ba raised his head, eyes wide, and bellowed with all his might toward Mo Chen. "Mo Chen, 3 years ago, you dealt me that blow. Today, I shall make you repay this blood debt tenfold." Xiong Ba, the wielder of the earth-shattering savage bear martial spirit, had attained a formidable level of 76 soul sage, and he commanded a vast army. 50,000 ambushed 20,000. Though the price is steep, you are far too young. At merely 20 years old, reaching level 80, there is no one on this continent more gifted than you. Xiong Ba's expression darkened like stormy waters as he glared menacingly at Mo Chen, gritting his teeth. "Today marks your demise." As his words fell, 7 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black rapidly materialized beneath his feet. 7th soul, skill martial spirit true form. 3rd soul, skill titanic strength. 5th soul, skill titanic state. 6 Soul, Skill Demonic Bear's Claw. With the augmentation of these 3 enhancement skills, this claw strike was the very limit of Xiong Ba's power. At this moment, even a fully energized soul Douluo would hesitate to withstand such an attack, let alone the severely depleted Mo Chen. Sweat poured from Mo Chen's forehead like a string of pearls broken loose. The excessive depletion of his soul power sent every nerve in his body crying out in agony, his entire being trembling under the immense pressure, a stinging pain coursing through him. Just as despair enveloped him and he prepared to close his eyes and await the embrace of death, a vivid memory from his childhood flashed before him. Brother Mo Chen, wait for Rongrong. When I grow up, I will marry brother Mo Chen. Ning Rongrong's youthful voice, filled with hope and innocence, echoed in his mind. In that moment, Mo Chen seemed to see the young Ning Rongrong standing before him, her delicate features alight with a radiant smile, her large, glistening eyes filled with purity and affection. Memories surged like a tidal wave, and a spark of fighting spirit ignited within Mo Chen's eyes, which had once surrendered to despair. Faced with Xiong Ba's earth-shattering strike, he drew upon an unknown wellspring of strength, extending his hands to firmly meet the blow. The sudden turn of events left Xiong Ba in utter shock, just as he intended to exert more force. He heard Mo Chen's voice tinged with joy. Yes, when I return, brother Mo Chen can be with you. At that instant, a blinding light erupted from Mo Chen's hands, which had been shrouded in armor. This unexpected occurrence plunged Xiong Ba into a state of sheer panic. He stared wide-eyed at Mo Chen, his face a mask of terror, involuntarily exclaiming, "You bastard! You actually possess a soul bone." Xiong Ba, now utterly flustered, exerted every effort to distance himself from Mo Chen, yet the latter's ironclad grip held him fast, rendering his struggles futile. Candle Dragon's left arm, soul bone, skill phantom soul capture. As the words left his lips, a torrent of purple energy surged forth, enveloping Xiong Ba entirely within moments. As the purple energy enveloped him, Xiong Ba felt an immense pull emanating from Mo Chen's hands, his soul power being relentlessly siphoned away. This sensation filled him with dread. He thrashed wildly, desperate to escape Mo Chen's grasp, but all was in vain. "Let go, you bastard!" Xiong Ba roared in despair and defiance. However, Mo Chen remained unfazed by his cries. Candle Dragon's right arm soul bone skill. Simultaneously, a brilliant blaze erupted from his right hand, radiating unparalleled heat, as though seeking to incinerate the very air around him. "Flame of the heavens!" Mo Chen shouted furiously. A tremendous explosion echoed, deafening and earth-shattering, as if the very heavens trembled. The roaring flames instantly engulfed Xiong Ba's figure, billowing smoke soaring into the sky. "The enemy general is dead. Those who surrender shall not be harmed." Gailong arrived just in time to support the faltering Mo Chen. Though a sliver of awareness remained, Mo Chen was not concerned with the outcome of the battle. He yearned to fulfill a childhood promise. "Little Rongrong, brother Mo Chen has come to marry you." Chapter 2. The sky has fallen. Gailong and Mo Chen, along with their entourage, hastened back to the Tiando imperial city, foregoing any respite as they made their way directly to the royal palace. At this moment, the Tiando imperial palace stood with an air of solemn grandeur, where the venerable Emperor Shui, while past the age of 70, was seated upon the dragon throne, a symbol of supreme power and authority. Though his hair was as white as snow and his visage bore the marks of time, his gaze remained sharp as that of a hawk, exuding an aura of dignity that had not diminished despite the years of hardship he had endured. "Speak if there is business, depart if there is none." Emperor Shui's voice, slightly weakened, resonated through the hall. Nevertheless, the imposing presence of this sovereign commanded the attention of all the civil and military officials present, causing them to tremble in reverence and refrain from any hint of negligence. In that moment of suffocating silence, a figure suddenly emerged from the rear, trembling slightly as he approached. "Your Majesty, I report that General Gailong and Commander Mo have returned." This announcement fell like a boulder into a placid lake, instantly stirring a tempest of excitement. The previously tranquil court erupted into a cacophony of gasps and discussions, a chorus of voices rising and falling in a fervor. Even the emperor, who had long kept his eyes shut, abruptly opened them, a flicker of surprise flashing across his features. "Excellent!" Emperor Shui exclaimed, unable to contain his delight. "The return of these two esteemed ministers will surely bolster our national prestige." With a sweeping gesture, the emperor issued an urgent decree: "Summon them at once. I wish to see them immediately." Accompanied by the heavy sound of doors creaking open, Two figures strode forth, resembling war deities emerging from the shadows, their steps measured and powerful as they entered the hallowed court. Both were clad in ebony armor, exuding an aura of cold, metallic brilliance that commanded respect. Typically, appearing before the monarch in full armor was strictly forbidden. However, these two were granted an exception by Emperor Shui himself. Garuda, now in the twilight of his years, bore the lines of age etched deeply upon his face, yet his eyes sparkled with an undeniable authority. Having fought in countless battles throughout his life, Garuda's unparalleled military acumen and indomitable spirit had earned him numerous accolades. At present, he was on the cusp of breaking through the threshold of level 80 in soul power, a testament to his rightful status as the Empire's marshal. In stark contrast stood Mo Chen, just 20 years of age, yet already possessing soul power at level 80, with a hint of imminent advancement. While Mo Chen had also distinguished himself through notable achievements in repelling foreign threats and quelling soul beast uprisings, he preferred the thrill of frontline combat over the strategic oversight from the rear. At this moment, the gaze of all present in the court was riveted upon these two legendary figures. Although they had donned fresh armor before entering the palace, the scars and the unmistakable air of battle-worn experience remained evident, impossible to conceal. I, Garuda, pay my respects to your majesty. I, Mo Chen, pay my respects to your majesty. The two proclaimed in unison, their voices resonant as bells, filling the entire court. However, unlike other officials, they merely bent slightly at the waist in salute, refraining from the customary kneeling and bowing, for this privilege was another special grace bestowed upon them by Emperor Shui. After a lengthy exchange of formalities and accolades, Garuda opted to return to the borders to safeguard the realm, while Mo Chen chose to remain in the imperial city. In Garuda's words, Mo Chen was still too young to devote his entire life to the ravages of war. As Mo Chen stepped wearily into his residence, a wave of familiarity and comfort washed over him. Upon entering the bath, he skillfully unfastened the heavy ebony armor, the pieces clattering together with a crisp sound as they fell to the ground. Standing before a grand copper mirror, Mo Chen gazed at his reflection. The sight was jarring. His body was marred with a multitude of wounds, both large and small, crisscrossing across his skin. Some of these injuries were grotesque, as if clawed by a ferocious beast, while others were more subtle, yet equally testaments to the brutality of war. It would not be an exaggeration to say that scarcely a patch of unblemished skin remained on his form. Gently, Mo Chen traced his fingers across his face, feeling the warmth of his skin. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a faint smile as he murmured, "At least this face has come to no harm otherwise. Xiong Rongrong would surely hold me accountable." His words betrayed a deep affection and concern for certain someone. After a brief pause, Mo Chen turned and stepped into the bath, submerging himself completely in the warm water. The gentle flow caressed his scarred skin, washing away blood and grime. He closed his eyes, quietly savoring this rare moment of tranquility. Moments later, Mo Chen opened his eyes, rose from the bath, and dried himself with a clean towel, wiping away the remnants of water clinging to his skin. Dressed meticulously, Mo Chen approached the door and called out into the outside world, "Prepare the horses." No sooner had his voice faded than a steady and resonant reply echoed from beyond the threshold. "Yes, my lord." Following this, a flurry of hurried footsteps retreated into the distance, undoubtedly the servants hastening to ready the steeds. Simultaneously, within the bustling streets of Tiando Imperial City, throngs of people came and went, while carriages traversed the thoroughfare. Amidst this vibrant clamor, a striking figure stood out remarkably. At that moment, Ning Rongrong was fervently clutching the arm of a silver-haired gentleman, darting between one clothing store after another. "Xiao, could you possibly move a bit faster?" Ning Rongrong exclaimed. Her pace brisk, soon leaving Oscar trailing several paces behind. She then halted, pivoted, and with her hands placed defiantly on her slender waist, she playfully scolded Oscar. Oscar, at that moment, was laden with an array of shopping bags of various sizes and colors, resembling a fruit-laden tree bowing under the weight of its harvest. Yet, in response to Ning Rongrong's urgings, he could only manage a rueful smile and quicken his steps to keep up. "We must report to the Tiando Royal Academy tomorrow, so I need to seize this opportunity to complete my wardrobe." As Oscar finally caught up, Ning Rongrong winked mischievously and extended her delicate hand, offering to alleviate some of the burden he bore. With her assistance, Oscar felt a slight reprieve, allowing him to free one hand. However, before he could catch his breath, Ning Rongrong seized his recently liberated hand without hesitation and, like a gust of wind, propelled him toward another boutique. "Ah, Rongrong, slow down, slow down," Oscar gasped, striving to keep pace with her. "My lord, I have inquired thoroughly. Miss Ning is currently in Tiando Imperial City," the butler reported, though his tone hinted at a reluctance to divulge more. At that moment, Mo Chen was inspecting a warhorse, his fingers gliding over its scales and the dark mane at its nape. Speak plainly, he commanded. The butler took a deep breath and revealed all he knew. A year ago, Miss Ning went to a place called Shrek Academy, where she fell in love with an auxiliary soul master named Oscar. This revelation struck like thunder in the air. Mo Chen's hand, which had been gently caressing the horse's sleek coat, froze mid-motion as if ensnared by an invisible spell. He stood frozen, as if time itself had come to a standstill at that very moment. After what felt like an eternity, he slowly turned his head, awakening from his stupor. His face a portrait of shock as he gazed at the butler standing nearby. His lips parted slightly, and with a voice tinged with tremor, he inquired, What? Miss Ning, she has found someone new? The butler, bowing his head, cautiously reiterated the words. Each syllable struck Mo Chen's heart like a heavy hammer. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted from within him, as if a ferocious beast had broken free from its confines, sweeping outward with an unstoppable force. A thunderous roar resonated, and the surrounding air appeared to tear apart, creating visible ripples. At that moment, Mo Chen's aura surged dramatically, shattering the confines of level 80 and successfully ascending to level 81. The butler, utterly terrified, turned pale, trembling uncontrollably, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. It is worth noting that Mo Chen was a formidable force on the battlefield, a figure that instilled fear in the hearts of his enemies. His ruthless and merciless demeanor in battle was enough to silence the cries of even the youngest foes. In an instant, Mo Chen's figure flickered as he swiftly mounted his magnificent steed. The towering, powerful warhorse sensed its rider's fury and urgency, letting out a piercing neigh as it reared up, charging forth like an arrow released from its bow. In the blink of an eye, they had soared over the high walls, racing towards the bustling streets of Tiando City. The thunderous sound of hooves echoed through the air, drawing the curious gazes of passers-by. Yet Mo Chen paid them no heed. His mind was consumed by a singular thought. Perhaps feeling that the pace of his steed was insufficiently swift, he leapt from the horse's back. 8 gray soul rings spiraled around him, and in the state of martial spirit manifestation, his speed escalated to a terrifying level. Indeed, it was gray, due to the very hue. No one could discern the configuration of his soul rings. The citizens of Tiando City beheld a colossal black dragon soaring across the sky. Yet none felt fear in its presence. With violet dragon eyes scanning below, Mo Chen incessantly whispered a name within his heart. However, when his gaze fell upon a CAF, the scene before him evoked an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity. There stood Ning Rongrong, radiating happiness as she clung to a man's arm. The abundance of shopping bags burdening the man prompted her to tenderly offer her coffee to his lips. Releasing the martial spirit manifestation, Mo Chen stood outside, quietly observing the tableau before him. His fists clenched tightly, the nails embedding into his palms, utterly oblivious to the pain. He longed to rush into the CAF and confront Ning Rongrong, yet his feet felt as though they were rooted to the ground, rendering him immobile. At that moment, Ning Rongrong seemed to sense the unusual gaze and turned to look out the window. The instant she laid eyes on Mo Chen, her smile vanished, replaced by an expression of shock. Oscar, noticing the shift in Ning Rongrong's demeanor, followed her gaze but saw nothing amiss. What is it, Rongrong? Oscar inquired with genuine concern, prompting a wave of panic to swell within Ning Rongrong. She hastily rose to her feet, her eyes darting nervously, unable to meet Oscar's gaze. Xiao, please wait for me here. I shall return shortly, she said in a flurry, before turning and dashing out like a startled doe, racing in the direction Mo Chen had just departed. Mo Chen, stop right there. Ning Rongrong called out as she ran, her voice echoing through the air. Her petite form weaved gracefully through the crowd, drawing the attention of passers-by. After a fervent pursuit, she finally arrived breathlessly at a secluded alleyway, where Mo Chen stood quietly, his back to her, as if he had anticipated her arrival. Mo Chen, brother Mo Chen, Ning Rongrong halted, taking a moment to steady her breath before softly calling out. However, as she attempted to utter the word brother, an inexplicable hesitation overcame her, and she ultimately refrained from voicing it. When did you come back? Father and the others often speak of you, saying that when you return, they must share a few drinks with you. Ning Rongrong endeavored to force a smile, seeking to divert the conversation and prevent Mo Chen from recalling the earlier scene with Oscar. Mo Chen slowly turned to face her, his gaze deep and gentle as it met Ning Rongrong's. He was about to mention the promise they made in their childhood, but Ning Rongrong's expression suddenly turned exceedingly grave. Mo Chen, you must understand that those childhood jokes were never meant to be taken seriously, she asserted, biting her lip with conviction. Indeed, it was merely a jest. How could it be regarded as anything more? Yet, who could have anticipated that this seemingly casual remark would foreshadow a pivotal turn of fate? Mo Chen had been away for a full 2 years, enduring countless life and death trials, all the while cherishing thoughts of her in his heart. However, upon his return, he discovered that everything had irrevocably changed. The innocent girl who once followed him, sweetly calling him brother, was now a stranger. Her eyes no longer sparkled with clarity. Her smile bore traces of sophistication and indifference, and even her tone had become distant and polite. The mere passage of 2 years had wrought such profound transformations, leaving Mo Chen utterly incredulous. Was this unfamiliar woman truly the once pure and delightful Ning Rongrong he remembered? The fading silhouette of Ning Rongrong in his mind brought him a sharp pang of sorrow. With the confirmation of that painful truth, Mo Chen realized that he had no lingering attachments to this place. He slowly turned away, his steps heavy as if burdened by an immense weight. Ning Rongrong parted her lips, seemingly wishing to utter a plea for him to stay. Yet, the words lingered at the brink of her tongue, akin to a thorn lodged in her throat, rendering them impossible to express. In the end, she could only watch helplessly as Mo Chen receded into the distance, until he vanished into the boundless darkness. Meanwhile, Mo Chen departed without a backward glance, leaving this place behind. He quietly placed the items he had brought back from the border on the ground, as if relinquishing a lingering obsession from the past. With his departure, these belongings gradually became engulfed by the encroaching night. Ning Rongrong gazed at the wooden box left behind, which bore engravings of their childhood likenesses. Chapter 3. The Annulment of Engagement. Mo Chen silently made his way back to the mansion, and before he even crossed the threshold, he caught sight of the battle steed that had already returned, grazing peacefully. He cast a fleeting glance, a thought momentarily flitting through his mind, and without hesitation, turned to stride towards the palace. He prepared to return to the border to continue his watch, for his current thoughts had long since dissipated. However, just as Mo Chen had taken a few steps, intent on embarking on the path to the palace, a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed behind him. Soon after, the butler's somewhat anxious voice reached his ears. "My lord, the crown prince has arrived." Upon hearing this, Mo Chen halted abruptly, a flicker of surprise crossing his countenance. "The crown prince?" he murmured, his mind involuntarily pondering the implications. Ordinarily, the crown prince's visit at this moment was entirely unexpected. "Where's the crown prince now?" Mo Chen steadied himself and turned to the butler inquiringly. The butler, with a slight bow, respectfully replied, "My lord, the crown prince is currently in the residence." Hearing this, Mo Chen's brow furrowed tightly. He did not pursue the inquiry into the exact arrival time of the crown prince. Instead, he took a deep breath, pushed open the tightly shut door before him, and stepped inside. As the door swung open, Mo Chen's gaze was instantly captivated by a figure seated elegantly within the hall. A man clad in luxurious attire, with golden hair and an air of refined grace, held a teacup delicately, sipping the tea. His face was as beautiful as jade, and every gesture exuded an innate nobility. Upon noticing someone entering, Xiong Ba swiftly set down his teacup and rose to greet Mo Chen. "General Mo has returned triumphantly. I have long awaited your arrival, yet I did not expect you to come to the East Palace. It is truly a pity for the fine wine and dishes I prepared in advance," Xiong Ba remarked with a warm smile and gentle tone. "Your Highness." Mo Chen slightly bowed his head, clasping his fists in salute. At that moment, Xiong Ba kindly placed his hands on Mo Chen's arms, saying, "There is no need for such formalities, General Mo. If it were not for your timely assistance back then, I fear I would have perished at the jaws of that soul beast. This debt of gratitude has remained etched in my heart." With those heartfelt words, Xiong Ba's gaze lingered on Mo Chen, filled with appreciation. Recalling the past, he remembered venturing to obtain his third soul ring, only to unexpectedly encounter a 5,000-year-old one-eyed titan. The colossal beast loomed like a small mountain, exuding an overwhelming pressure. More troublesome was the fact that the one-eyed titan was a pack animal. Although it was merely 5,000 years old, even the dark demon tiger of the forest dared not provoke its kind. At that time, the strongest member of the guard accompanying Xiong Ba was merely a six-ringed soul emperor. Despite their formidable strength, they found it challenging to protect Xiong Ba against a horde of one-eyed titans, each with a minimum age of 5,000 years. It was then that Mo Chen, seeking his seventh soul ring, fortuitously encountered the attack on the crown prince and offered his aid. Utilizing the suppression of his Zhu Long martial spirit against beast martial spirits, Mo Chen easily drove away the one-eyed titans. Xiong Ba gazed intently into Mo Chen's eyes, as if seeking to uncover the secrets hidden deep within. Though Mo Chen had forged an unyielding spirit through the harsh life of the military, a fleeting hint of sadness in his eyes did not escape Xiong Ba's acute perception. "General Mo, do you harbor concerns?" Xiong Ba inquired gently, filled with concern. "Your Highness," however, before he could finish, Xiong Ba waved his hand lightly. Smiling as he shook his head, "There is no need for such formalities. From now on, simply call me Xiong Ba." Hearing this, Mo Chen was momentarily taken aback. Then, following Xiong Ba's lead, he replied, "I have decided to return to the border." These words struck Xiong Ba like a thunderclap, causing the warm and friendly smile on his face to freeze, leaving him momentarily stunned. After a considerable pause, he stepped forward, grasping Mo Chen's arm tightly, his expression serious as he pressed. "Is it because of Ning Rongrong from the Seven Treasures glazed tile school?" 8 years prior, Ning Fengji had recognized Mo Chen's talent, while Ning Rongrong incessantly clamored to marry him, leading to a betrothal between the two. However, this agreement from 8 years ago had become a shackle binding them. "I have conducted a thorough investigation on that individual. His name is Oscar, and his martial spirit is the sausage. He is the first innate full soul power food-type soul master in the continent, truly a remarkable talent," Xiong Ba recounted calmly, as if discussing a trivial matter. Upon hearing this, Mo Chen furrowed his brow slightly, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Xiong Ba continued, "If you wish to deal with him, I can certainly arrange for someone to eliminate him. You know, I can maintain my position as crown prince because I have people willing to handle the dirty work for me. With that, Xueqing had cast a piercing gaze at Mo Chen, revealing a glimmer of expectation. After all, their relationship had always been amicable. Otherwise, how could Xueqing so easily expose his cards? However, in response to Xueqing's proposal, Mo Chen shook his head resolutely, responding earnestly, I apologize, Your Highness. But I shall not engage in any factional disputes, even though our personal relationship is deep. I have no desire to involve myself in matters concerning the future of the court. Seeing the resolute expression on Mo Chen's face, Xueqing was momentarily taken aback. And then he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, General Mo, do not misunderstand me. I did not come today to discuss such official matters. Once his laughter subsided, Xueqing elaborated, the truth is, I have made the acquaintance of a young lady named Xiao Shui, who is in urgent need of her 7th soul ring. Thus, out of desperation, I had to shamelessly request your assistance. With that, Xueqing smiled broadly at Mo Chen, awaiting his response. Assisting is not an issue, after all. The friends of the Crown Prince are indeed friends of mine, and I am more than willing to help. However, despite Mo Chen's willingness, Xueqing still wished for him to call him Qinghe. This indifference stirred a ripple of emotions within Xueqing as he came to understand Mo Chen's aloofness. It must be noted that Mo Chen was merely a soldier. Aside from leading troops in battle, he was utterly ignorant of the intricacies of court politics and human relationships, often remaining oblivious to such matters. Since that is the case, it works perfectly. Tomorrow morning, I shall send Xiao Shui to your residence for a visit. I hope General Mo will seize this opportunity. Xueqing playfully poked Mo Chen's broad shoulder with his finger before rising to leave. Once he confirmed that Xueqing had indeed walked far away, the steward, who had been lingering in the shadows, finally stepped out cautiously, asking, My lord, should we still proceed to the palace? Mo Chen shook his head slightly, letting out a soft sigh. No need. Today's matters are concluded. Just as Mo Chen stretched and prepared to enter the room for some well-deserved rest, a crisp and melodious female voice suddenly sounded from outside. Looking up, he saw Ning Rongrong being led into the estate by a servant, while Oscar stood anxiously outside, waiting. Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes, like autumn waters, swiftly scanned the surroundings. Mo Chen? Her gaze was captured by a robust warhorse leisurely grazing in the courtyard. Ning Rongrong softly called, her graceful steps hastening towards the horse. Upon closer inspection, her face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, Chasing wind? It truly is you. As she spoke, she extended her delicate hand, gently caressing the glossy, ebony mane of the steed named Chasing Wind. This horse was not merely a mount cherished by Mo Chen. It was also a close companion with whom Mo Chen had galloped across battlefields, fighting valiantly side by side. Over the years, they had endured countless trials of life and death, forging a profound emotional bond between them. Chasing Wind, I wonder if your master is at home now, Ning Rongrong said, her smile radiant and tender as she whispered to the horse. As if understanding her words, Chasing Wind raised its head and let out a long whinny, then lifted its front hoof, pointing steadily towards the hall not far away. Ning Rongrong's heart leapt with joy at this sight, and she gently stroked the soft mane of Chasing Wind a few more times before turning gracefully towards the hall. Pushing open the door, a familiar figure came into view. For reasons unknown, the words of apology that Ning Rongrong had rehearsed countless times in her mind now felt as though they had been bound by an enchantment. Despite her best efforts, not a single word could escape her throat. What do you want? Mo Chen's voice shattered the suffocating silence. Upon their reunion, ripples of emotion stirred within his heart, yet tranquility swiftly reclaimed its dominion. After all, he had long resolved to let go of this relationship, steadfast in his determination. Ning Rongrong bit her lip slightly, hesitating before reaching for the storage belt at her waist. With her movement, a faint yellow light flickered, and soon, a piece of yellowed parchment appeared in her hand. Taking a deep breath, Ning Rongrong forcefully placed the parchment on the table before her, then lifted her gaze to meet Mo Chen's eyes, enunciating each word with clarity. Mo Chen, this is the betrothal agreement we made in our childhood. I have carried it with me all these years. But today, let us bring this to a definitive close. As her words faded, Ning Rongrong exhaled a breath laden with relief, a heavy weight lifting from her heart. Mo Chen silently gazed at the parchment on the table, making no immediate response. Time ticked by, leaving only the two of them with their labored breaths filling the room. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of silence, Mo Chen slowly raised his hand and took hold of the parchment, which bore the weight of their once-shared promise. His gaze slowly traversed each line of text on the paper. Memories of bygone days surged forth like a tidal wave. Ultimately, he merely exhaled a soft sigh, returning the cherished recollection to the table, and spoke in a subdued tone, Very well, as you wish. With a firm grip on the parchment, he ignited a dark purple flame in his hand, causing the document that bore their marriage contract to disintegrate into the ether. Ning Rongrong, from this moment forth, we shall have no further ties. You are no longer my fiancée, and your affairs are no concern of mine. His expression was as serene as still water, devoid of any ripples, even though a tempest raged within. Yet, to his surprise, Ning Rongrong's countenance did not reflect the anticipated joy upon hearing his words. Instead, she felt a profound emptiness within, as if a vital piece of her existence had been abruptly severed, leaving her breathless with loss. Nevertheless, her inherent stubbornness and the poise of a noble lady compelled her to turn away without hesitation. Each step she took was laden with difficulty, as if the ground had transformed into a quagmire, threatening to ensnare her with the slightest misstep. Just as she was about to cross the threshold of the parlor, a commotion erupted in the courtyard. "Miss, please halt. This is the general's residence. Unauthorized persons must not intrude." The urgent and stern reprimands of the servants echoed throughout the courtyard. Following the sound, they beheld a tall, graceful woman standing serenely in the center of the yard. Her skin, as pure and luminous as snow, radiated an enchanting glow, while her long, golden hair cascaded like a waterfall, dancing gently in the breeze, reminiscent of a celestial being descending to earth. Although her face was partially obscured by a delicate veil, the hints of her features suggested an unparalleled beauty. Most striking were her eyes, concealed behind the veil, sparkling like the brightest stars in the night sky. Clad in a flowing gown of pale gold, the fabric elegantly accentuated her slender waist and long, straight legs. Such perfect proportions evoked envy even among the many women present. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened. The woman before her possessed a beauty that rivaled her own, particularly with her icy demeanor and dismissive gaze, highlighting the vast chasm between them. "I seek Mo Chen." Chapter 4. Qian Renxue. "I am a dragon knight. What is your connection to Mo Chen?" Ning Rongrong, who had previously appeared somewhat listless, suddenly seemed invigorated, her spirit rekindled. She stared intently at the striking stranger, who exuded an extraordinary presence. The woman inquired directly about Mo Chen's whereabouts, prompting Ning Rongrong to grow wary and take the matter seriously. Although she had severed her engagement with Mo Chen, he remained in her heart as the older brother who had once showered her with affection. Such feelings could not be easily extinguished. "Young lady, my search for Mo Chen is likely of no concern to you." The woman's eyes narrowed slightly, her gaze piercing as it locked onto Ning Rongrong's. The calmness and indifference within those eyes sent a jolt through Ning Rongrong, causing a bead of cold sweat to trickle down her brow. In that singular exchange of glances, she felt an almost imperceptible yet overwhelming pressure bearing down upon her. Instinctively, she took a small step back, startled and vaguely unsettled. At that moment, a familiar, resonant male voice echoed from within the house. "Come in." Upon hearing the call, the corners of the woman's mouth subtly lifted, forming a smile that was both enigmatic and elusive. As she gracefully glided past Ning Rongrong, she remarked, as the young lady of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, "Some decisions you make must be borne by you alone." With that, she disregarded Ning Rongrong's reaction and proceeded into the parlor, leaving the latter standing in stunned bewilderment, unable to regain her composure. Just as Ning Rongrong intended to follow the enigmatic figure, the ever-quiet butler extended his hand, blocking her path. He lowered his head slightly and spoke softly, "Miss Ning, please remain here. The master has specifically instructed me to escort you out." As he spoke, his seemingly ordinary yet astute eyes scrutinized Ning Rongrong with a subtle coldness that had crept into his previously gentle tone. Clearly taken aback by this sudden obstruction, Ning Rongrong widened her beautiful eyes and anxiously attempted to explain, but yet before she could finish her sentence, the butler interrupted her firmly. "Miss Ning, the master has commanded that I escort you out." His expression remained impassive as he reiterated his previous statement, but unlike before, he now stood upright, directly meeting Ning Rongrong's gaze with a near-icy scrutiny. Meanwhile, in the parlor, Mo Chen sat calmly in the main seat, his tranquil blue eyes fixed on the woman before him. "You say your name is Qian Renxue?" Mo Chen inquired, his voice deep and resonant, as if it could penetrate the very soul of the woman. Qian Renxue smiled gently, the corners of her lips forming a graceful arc as her slender fingers delicately grasped the edge of her veil. With a subtle motion, the gossamer veil fluttered as if kissed by the wind, revealing her breathtaking visage. Her skin was as fair as snow, her brows arched like a crescent moon, and her bright, large eyes resembled deep, tranquil lakes. Below her elegantly sculpted nose, her soft pink lips curved upwards, exuding an air of subtle chill and allure. This angelic face appeared as if meticulously crafted by divine hands, radiating an ethereal beauty that seemed to transcend the mortal realm. Upon witnessing Qian Renxue's true appearance, Mo Chen could not help but momentarily be taken aback. He widened his eyes, his gaze fixated on Qian Renxue, momentarily lost in a daze. However, Mo Chen, being a seasoned warrior who had weathered countless storms, had long since forged a resilient heart and a composed demeanor through years of arduous training in the military. Despite the breathtaking beauty of the woman before him, which stirred a sense of awe within him, he quickly regained his composure and adeptly concealed the turmoil within his heart. At that moment, Qian Renxue gracefully took a step forward, slightly bowing to Mo Chen as she softly spoke. "Xiao Xue pays her respects to General Mo." Her voice was clear and melodious, reminiscent of a yellow oriole emerging from the valley, enchanting and harmonious. Upon witnessing this, Mo Chen promptly rose, a gentle smile illuminating his face as he replied, "There is no need for such formalities. The prince's friends are naturally my friends as well. Since his highness has spoken, rest assured that I shall take care of matters regarding your seventh soul ring, Miss Xiao Xue." With that, he nodded respectfully towards her. Grateful, Qian Renxue expressed her thanks once more to General Mo. A smile blossomed on her lips, radiant as spring flowers. A smile that seemed capable of melting the iciest of hearts, captivating all who beheld it. By the way, I am yet to learn about the attributes of your martial soul, Miss Xiaoxue. Mo Chen gazed at Qian Renxue with warmth in his eyes. Qian Renxue pondered for a moment, as if organizing her thoughts, before her ruby lips parted to reveal, my martial soul possesses both sacred and light attributes. Thus, it suffices to find a soul beast that bears either of these qualities. Upon hearing this, Mo Chen instinctively rubbed his chin, his brow furrowed in contemplation. He whispered softly, sacred and radiant. Observing Mo Chen's demeanor, Qian Renxue couldn't help but ponder whether it was the rarity of soul beasts with these two attributes that rendered him so troubled. At that moment, Mo Chen suddenly lifted his head, his gaze unwavering and fervent as it locked onto Qian Renxue's eyes. With solemnity in every word, he declared, I know of a certain place, but I cannot ascertain whether you possess the courage to join me. Qian Renxue was momentarily taken aback by Mo Chen's unexpected proclamation. A myriad of speculations surging within her. Though the nature of the place remained a mystery, the seriousness in his demeanor suggested it was fraught with peril. What place? She inquired. The land of gale winds, the valley of the divine eagles. The following morning, at dawn, before the first rays of sunlight penetrated the thick clouds, Mo Chen opened his eyes. Although he was no longer required to engage in battle, years of military life had ingrained the habit of rising early within him. Even in the absence of the battlefield, he swiftly donned his attire and exited his chamber while the sky still bore a veil of mist. Ascending to the rooftop, he seated himself cross-legged. As his breathing gradually steadied and deepened, an ethereal glow enveloped him, as if he were melding with the surrounding environment. After a brief period of cultivation, Mo Chen's keen senses suddenly detected an unusual presence, prompting him to open his eyes and gaze into the distance. There, he beheld a graceful figure approaching with light footsteps. In a flash, Mo Chen leapt from the rooftop, landing gracefully on the ground below. He stepped forward and gently asked Qian Renxue, are you ready? The destination we must travel to lies within the Star Luo Empire, and it seems we may not return in the near future. As he spoke, his expression was grave, his gaze fixed intently upon Qian Renxue. However, to Mo Chen's surprise, Qian Renxue exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. She merely nodded slightly, indicating her thorough preparation. Furthermore, she gazed into Mo Chen's eyes with a clarity akin to water. Responding in a tone imbued with unwavering determination and trust, I firmly believe that General Mo will not harm me. Upon hearing this, Mo Chen couldn't help but furrow his brow. As a close friend of the prince, it was unexpected that the prince was absent at such a crucial moment. Allowing Miss Qian to accompany him without reservation. Contemplating this, Mo Chen finally asked, oh, by the way, Miss Qian, do you know where His Highness the Prince currently is? After a brief pause, Qian Renxue replied, I heard His Highness say that the current emperor has tasked him with understanding the people's sentiments. He is unlikely to return before the next Continental Senior Soul Master Academy tournament. The Continental Senior Soul Master Academy tournament is a significant event that occurs only once every 5 years, and there is merely a year left until the next one. Mo Chen nodded gently, his eyes resolutely gazing into the distance. With a sudden surge of strength in his legs, he launched himself into the sky like an arrow released from a bow. In an instant, his figure halted in the air, as if time itself had frozen. Meanwhile, tendrils of profound purple energy began to converge from all directions, gradually enveloping Mo Chen's form. Suddenly, a deafening dragon roar pierced the heavens, echoing like thunder on flat ground, startling the surrounding birds into flight. The sound carried an overwhelming majesty and power that instilled fear in the hearts of many. As the purple mist surrounding Mo Chen gradually dissipated, an enormous, serpentine purple-black dragon appeared before them. Its sinuous body resembled a towering mountain, exuding an oppressive pressure. Its sharp claws glimmered ominously, seemingly capable of tearing the very fabric of space, and its enormous eyes radiated a captivating light, as if they could perceive all that existed in the world. Do not be afraid, Miss Qian. This is my martial soul, the Candle Dragon. Given our pace in the carriage, it would take at least a month for a round trip, but if we choose to fly, we shall reach our destination much faster. Mo Chen's voice was steady and powerful, resonating softly in Qian Renxue's ears. At this moment, he had begun to lower the dragon's altitude, its massive form gradually descending toward the ground. For sturdy claws firmly settled on the solid earth, and Mo Chen lowered his head slightly, casting a gentle glance at Qian Renxue, inviting her to ascend. Standing nearby, Qian Renxue, as if awakening from a dream, emerged from the awe-inspiring spectacle. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the majestic dragon before her, her heart filled with wonder and curiosity. However, upon hearing Mo Chen's call, she steadied herself and cautiously approached the magnificent beast. Once she had securely grasped hold, the dragon let out a thunderous roar and soared into the sky, streaking away like a bolt of lightning. At that moment, Qian Renxue's delicate hands clutched tightly onto the sturdy dragon's horns, fearful of being thrown off. The biting cold wind howled around her beautiful face, making it nearly impossible for her to keep her eyes open. As if sensing her precarious situation, a faint purple glow suddenly illuminated, rapidly spreading to form a solid purple barrier that enveloped the dragon's massive form, with the barrier shielding her from the raging winds. Qian Renxue felt an immediate reduction in pressure, no longer in such a disheveled state. now securely seated atop the dragon's head. She gently extended her hand to stroke the dragon beneath her. Mo Chen had once soared through the skies with Ning Rongrong in a similar manner. At that time, Ning Rongrong held tightly to Mo Chen's dragon whiskers, riding as if upon a magnificent steed, reveling in the freedom of the open air. Mo Chen had successfully reached level 81 at the age of 20, an astonishing talent that rivaled even his own innate gift of level 20 soul power. However, what Qian Renxue found even more difficult to accept was that despite their similar ages, their soul powers differed by a whole 10 levels. Although her own lack of training due to mission obligations played a part, the significant disparity in soul power instilled a sense of urgency within Qian Renxue. Thus, at this moment, she was filled with an insatiable curiosity towards Mo Chen, since the massive dragon form was, in fact, Mo Chen himself. When Qian Renxue gently caressed the dragon's head, Mo Chen felt as though he were being petted. Despite his inner resistance to such a sensation, he chose not to voice a reminder. Simultaneously, Qian Renxue indeed had other intentions. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she parted her lips, softly inquiring, "General Mo, what is your opinion of the spirit hall?" Upon hearing her question, Mo Chen was momentarily taken aback, seemingly caught off guard by her inquiry. However, he quickly regained his composure and began to ponder how best to respond. After a moment of contemplation, he finally organized his thoughts and spoke slowly. If viewed purely from the perspective of the common people, I must admit that the spirit hall has indeed provided them with numerous benefits and rights. For instance, they offer financial assistance to soul masters and awaken martial souls for ordinary civilians free of charge. Moreover, the personnel stationed in various spirit hall branches often guide soul masters in acquiring suitable spirit rings. In these respects, I personally hold a favorable view of the spirit hall's contributions. Pausing briefly, Mo Chen then shifted his tone, continuing, however. My identity is that of a general of the Tiando Empire. Behind me stand countless citizens of the Tiando Empire. Therefore, I must resolutely stand by the Tiando Empire. Even if war were to erupt with the spirit hall in the future, I would take up arms and fight to the end. Mo Chen held such convictions. Yet others possessed differing views. In the Tiando Palace, the emperor remarked, "Your Majesty, Mo Chen has indeed become a figure of great influence, commanding an army of 400,000. Should he harbor any treacherous intentions, the Tiando Empire may very well change hands." Chapter 5, The Guide on the Borders of the Douluo Empire. A figure sped through the sky like a bolt of lightning. A dragon was soaring rapidly, traversing the air. In just one afternoon, they had reached the frontier of the Douluo Empire. The massive black dragon circled once before its enormous form transformed instantaneously into a swirl of purple-black mist, gradually dissipating into the sky. Upon landing, a distant inn came into view. Mo Chen pointed towards a nearby inn and spoke softly, "Let us rest here for a while. Beyond this point, we shall be entering the outskirts of the Divine Eagle Valley." Upon hearing the words, Qian Renxue merely nodded in a somewhat dazed manner, then silently followed Mo Chen towards the inn. As they stepped through the entrance, an overpowering and acrid odor assailed their senses. Upon closer inspection, the scene before them was indeed astonishing. The entire hall was in disarray, with a dozen or so inebriated men sprawled across the tables, their snoring resounding like a thunderous symphony. The floor was littered with scattered empty bottles, as if a fierce battle had just unfolded. Additionally, the cacophony of noise was incessant, with raucous laughter, loud conversations, and the crisp clinking of glasses creating a tumultuous chorus. Qian Renxue paused for a moment, her exquisite brows furrowing in distaste, clearly feeling a sense of aversion and repulsion towards the filthy and chaotic tavern. Mo Chen, perceptively sensing her change in demeanor, lowered his voice slightly and inquired softly, "My dear Qian Shui, do you know where one might acquire information most swiftly?" Qian Renxue shook her head. Mo Chen gradually withdrew his gaze from her figure, redirecting it towards the currently disordered interior of the tavern. His gaze swept across the scene, where individuals were ensconced in a world of inebriation, some vociferously engaging in raucous revelry, while others bowed their heads in deep contemplation over their drinks. Do not be deceived by their apparent obsession with alcohol. These individuals, having resided here for an extended duration, possess an astute awareness of their surroundings, with a clarity akin to that of a polished mirror. As he softly murmured to himself, Mo Chen strolled leisurely towards the tavern's bar. Upon reaching the counter, he ordered 2 bottles of liquor, with the bottles in hand. He confidently turned and made his way toward a table where a lively conversation was unfolding. "Gentlemen, come, let us share a drink," Mo Chen exclaimed with a beaming smile, eagerly approaching the group, and gently placing an unopened bottle on the somewhat disheveled table before them. However, at that moment, the inebriated assembly was engulfed in a state of exuberance, utterly oblivious to the presence of an additional figure among them. Just then, the man seated at the head of the table abruptly leapt to his feet, dramatically lifting one foot to firmly plant it atop the table in front of him. He swayed unsteadily, his eyes clouded with inebriation, yet he still bellowed loudly, "Brothers, just go out and inquire a bit, in our territory. Who doesn't know the name of local tyrant Wang Ergu?" The others around him eagerly echoed his sentiment, clamoring, "Indeed, our brother Ergu is renowned here, known by all and sundry." At that moment, the faces of these individuals were flushed crimson by alcohol, leaning haphazardly against tables and chairs, with some even sprawled across the table, soundly asleep. However, Mo Chen remained alert, discreetly pouring drinks into the cups of these intoxicated souls. Once everything was prepared, Mo Chen casually initiated a conversation, subtly probing them with questions. Endeavoring to extract the information he sought. The inebriated individuals, stripped of all defenses, appeared remarkably candid, sharing everything they knew with unreserved openness. They unreservedly divulged all that they knew, much like beans spilling from a bamboo tube, sharing every detail with Mo Chen. Wang Ergu raised an eyebrow with a gaze tinged with confusion, then broke into a grin and ambiguously remarked to Mo Chen, "Brother, you actually wish to enter the Valley of the Divine Eagle? Huh. Let me tell you, that place is quite sinister, without a dedicated guide. No one can hope to enter." After speaking, Wang Ergu unsteadily rose from his seat, waved at Mo Chen, and then plopped back down heavily. After a brief pause, he seemed to remember something significant. "However, I do know where to find a guide." At this point, Wang Ergu lifted his cup and downed its contents in one gulp, a satisfying gurgle escaping his throat. Suddenly, enlivened, he straightened up, his eyes fixed intently on Mo Chen, lowering his voice to say, "Are you aware that there is an underground black market here? At the very back of the market, there lies an underground boxing ring, where a fellow named Danyu resides. He is currently the only guide that can be found." Based on the information Wang Ergu provided, Mo Chen had already brought Qian Renxue to the underground black market. As they stepped into this realm, the scenes before them crashed upon Qian Renxue's previously innocent and steadfast understanding like tumultuous waves. They beheld living humans cruelly imprisoned in cold iron cages, each adorned with a clear price tag. Many soul beasts, with hollow stares and trembling bodies, huddled in the corners of their cages, unable to move. Once perhaps free spirits roaming the vastness, they had now been reduced to mere commodities for trade. Qian Renxue bit her lip, her fist clenched tightly. Her heart surged with tumultuous waves, the realities before her repeatedly colliding with her established notions of the world, challenging her moral compass. In stark contrast, Mo Chen appeared unfazed by such sights, his austere countenance revealing little in terms of emotion or expression, as if this were merely an ordinary scene. Perhaps sensing the fear and unease deep within Qian Renxue, Mo Chen sighed softly and stepped closer to her pale visage, lowering his gaze to meet her eyes. Filled with anger and sorrow, he spoke gently, "Is it difficult to accept? Yet, this world has always been complex and multifaceted. Wherever there exists a beautiful light, there is bound to be hidden ugliness lurking in the shadows. What we witness now is merely a small fragment of this vast world's darker side." He lightly patted her shoulder and continued to lead her forward. As they traversed the passage to its end, they pushed open a heavy door and entered the basement. A cacophony of sounds surged forth like a tide, jarring Qian Renxue from her daze. She furrowed her brow, striving to acclimate to the surrounding chaos. Before her lay a bustling underground arena, packed to capacity, with voices mingling in hushed whispers or rising in exuberant cheers, creating an electric atmosphere. At the center of it all stood a massive iron cage, where two individuals engaged in a deadly duel. Avoiding the throng, the two found a relatively open space and settled down. Their gazes instinctively turned towards the iron cage, fixated on the fierce battle unfolding within. "Danyu, today marks your demise." With that furious cry, Wang Gang surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, wielding a glistening meteor hammer that sliced through the air, aimed directly at the still meditative Danyu. Observing this spectacle, Mo Chen muttered under his breath, "This Danyu possesses some intrigue." Mo Chen's martial spirit was the Candle Dragon, a power whose true magnitude was known only to him. Yet, in that moment, he unexpectedly sensed a fleeting dragon aura emanating from Danyu, though faint and perhaps flawed. His acute perception of dragon-type martial spirits assured him that Danyu's spirit belonged to the dragon lineage. Meanwhile, Wang Gang unleashed a ferocious assault with his meteor hammer, striking down with relentless force. Danyu, however, stood unmoving, as if he were an indomitable mountain. In an instant, a thunderous crash echoed as the entire cage trembled from the impact. To the spectators' astonishment, Danyu's form dissolved into water upon receiving the blow, the scattered droplets swiftly converging and reassembling into his original shape before their very eyes. "Futile. If you continue, it will only be you who perishes," Danyu remarked, his tone devoid of emotion, as if the fierce battle bore no significance to him. "Enough of your prattle," Wang Gang shouted in fury, evidently provoked by Danyu's indifference. After his initial strike failed, he did not hesitate to swing his heavy hammer once more, the air whistling as it descended upon Danyu, who remained steadfast and composed, unperturbed by the onslaught. As time elapsed, Wang Gang's movements grew sluggish from fatigue, yet Danyu, having remained silent, suddenly focused, seizing the fleeting opportunity. The flowing water in his hands, as if summoned by some mystical force, rapidly coalesced into a gleaming spear. With a swift motion, he hurled the water spear like lightning towards Wang Gang, piercing through his body with ease. In an instant, blood spattered, staining the ground as Wang Gang's eyes widened in disbelief. He lowered his head, gazing blankly at the column of water that pierced his body, seemingly unable to comprehend how such a seemingly weak and delicate element could possess such terrifying lethality. "I warned you, if this continues, it will be your demise." Danyu's voice echoed once more, as calm and unperturbed as ever, even after successfully claiming Wang Gang's life. He remained reluctant to cast even a glance of pity in the direction of his fallen opponent. Gradually, he withdrew his hand, and the long spear formed of water dissipated into nothingness as if it had never existed. Upon exiting the confines of the cage and collecting the heavy golden soul coins, he chose to depart without a backward glance. Qian Renxue gently patted Mo Chen's shoulder, then slightly leaned closer to his ear, lowering her voice to inquire, "Is this person the Xiong we have been seeking?" Mo Chen silently nodded in response, swiftly rising to his feet, his gaze firmly fixed on the receding figure ahead, gesturing for Qian Renxue to follow his lead. Based on their brief encounter, it was evident that his martial spirit was akin to a dragon. Moreover, through my observations and perceptions, I could ascertain that this dragon belonged to the water element, Mo Chen explained softly as he walked briskly. "Oh, so that is how it is," Qian Renxue nodded thoughtfully, indicating her understanding of Mo Chen's implication. "However, if it comes to a confrontation, the situation may become perilous. Given the strength Xiong has displayed, his soul power level must have reached at least level 79, merely a step away from becoming a soul Douluo. Therefore, should a battle ensue, I may not be able to divert my attention to safeguard you. Find a safe place to hide," Mo Chen said earnestly, turning to look at Qian Renxue with a serious expression. A sense of urgency gripped Qian Renxue's heart, yet she resolutely nodded in agreement, assuring, "Rest assured, I want to be a burden to you." Thus, they stealthily followed Xiong, traversing the bustling underbelly of the black market streets, winding through several narrow alleys, until they arrived at a serene and dense grove outside the city. Xiong's steps abruptly halted here. He slowly turned to face the empty road behind him, letting out a deep sigh. "Since you have followed me for so long, why not reveal yourselves and have a proper conversation?" With the element of surprise lost, Mo Chen chose to no longer conceal his presence. Meanwhile, Danyu, standing at a distance, narrowed her eyes slightly, her gaze piercing toward Mo Chen's direction, and inquired, "What is it that you seek from me?" Her voice was melodious yet subtly laced with an air of vigilance. Mo Chen responded directly, "You are the guide, aren't you? Name your price. We wish to venture to the Divine Eagle Valley." As he spoke, he fixed his gaze intently on Danyu's eyes. At that moment, a startling transformation occurred. Danyu's previously calm eyes suddenly glimmered with a brilliant blue light, and two slight protrusions above her forehead began to emit a soft glow. As time passed, the radiance intensified, enveloping the protrusions entirely. Ultimately, amidst a dazzling display of light, those protrusions transfigured into two crystalline dragon horns, radiating a water-blue luminescence, proudly adorning Danyu's forehead. Chapter 6. Two Dragons Dance, Two Dragons Playing with Pearls, a Water Dragon Martial Spirit? Quite intriguing. Mo Chen crossed his arms, observing the dragon transform Danyu with a detached curiosity. Danyu was now enveloped in a layer of blue scales, her form magnified and formidable, with a dragon tail of water thrashing behind her, exuding a disquieting aura. Nevertheless, her indifferent gaze remained fixated on Mo Chen as she spoke slowly. "I do not wish to incite conflict." Though her voice was soft, it carried a clarity that resonated. "I have no desire to return to the Divine Eagle Valley. No one has ever emerged alive after entering with such a multitude. The dangers there are far beyond what one can easily fathom, especially with a girl accompanying you," Danyu remarked, casting a wary glance toward Qian Renxue, who was perched on a distant branch. Mo Chen's lips curled into a subtle smile, a hint of intrigue illuminating his face as he examined Danyu's draconic features, exclaiming, "I never expected a healing-oriented water dragon martial spirit could be wielded with such offensive prowess. I must commend your remarkable talent. My interest in you is growing ever deeper." Just then, a soft lavender aura enveloped Mo Chen, enchanting and ethereal. Simultaneously, his deep blue-violet eyes began to shimmer, emanating an overwhelming pressure that surged toward Danyu like a tidal wave. It is well known that among all martial spirits, dragon-type spirits place the highest emphasis on bloodline strength. Faced with the formidable presence of the Candle Dragon, an ancient divine beast, even Danyu, who typically maintained her composure regardless of circumstance, felt a bead of cold sweat form on her forehead. "Such pure dragon lineage," Danyu exclaimed, her eyes wide with incredulity. Though confident in the power of her water dragon martial spirit, she could not help but feel inferior in comparison to the individual before her. This disparity stirred a sense of trepidation within her, and the suppression of bloodline strength would undoubtedly manifest as an advantage in battle. "Listen closely, kid. I don't have the luxury of time to waste with you. Either you obediently guide us to the Divine Eagle Valley, or I will compel you to do so." Mo Chen's expression darkened, his voice low and commanding. His words reverberated through the night sky like thunder, sending chills down the spine. In that moment, a colossal roar erupted, and a brilliant flash of lightning cleaved the inky darkness, illuminating the world as if it were day. Almost instantly, the previously tranquil sky began to drizzle, with raindrops cascading down, each impact on the ground producing a crisp sound. Yet, amidst the tumult of wind and rain, a magnificent water dragon surged skyward, its elongated, serpentine form resembling a towering mountain against the horizon. This ethereal creature was entirely composed of crystal-clear water, each scale shimmering with a radiant glow, akin to the finest masterpiece of nature. As it spiraled and danced through the air, the water dragon exuded an enchanting fluidity, appearing vividly alive. Moreover, with the gentle rain falling, the air was thick with humidity, This moisture continuously coalesced around the water dragon, causing its form to solidify, rendering it seemingly as indestructible as a physical entity. Must we resort to violence? Mo Chen lamented, and before his words faded, he vanished in a flash, akin to an arrow released from its bow, leaping into the air. In an instant, his figure expanded and distorted at an observable speed, transforming into a magnificent, colossal black dragon. This dark dragon, immense in size and entirely obsidian, emanated a palpable aura of dread. Compared to the earlier water dragon, it appeared even more formidable. Not only longer but also significantly bulkier, resembling a monumental peak suspended in the sky. At that moment, the two dragons faced each other from afar, the atmosphere thick with tension. Just as the air grew heavy, the water dragon initiated the assault. With a resounding roar, it opened its gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of spiraling water, akin to a furious water serpent, hurtling towards the black dragon with unparalleled force. However, the black dragon remained unfazed, opening its own mouth as a deep purple radiance began to coalesce rapidly within. As time progressed, the glow intensified, ultimately forming a formidable purple energy shockwave. In the blink of an eye, as the spiraling water column approached the black dragon, the purple shockwave erupted from its jaws with tremendous might. The two colossal forces collided, altering the very fabric of the heavens, stirring the winds and clouds. Initially, the confrontation seemed evenly matched, but soon the scales tipped. As the black dragon amplified its power, the water dragon's assault faltered, and cracks began to mar the once indomitable water column, spreading rapidly. Ultimately, with a resounding shatter, the water dragon's attack disintegrated into countless droplets scattered in the air. The purple breath of the black dragon surged forward, carrying a cataclysmic force towards the massive form of the water dragon. In a heartbeat, the water dragon deftly tilted aside, narrowly evading the lethal attack as the deadly breath whizzed past, grazing its body. The impact struck the ground, leaving a vast crater in the once open terrain. Yet, before the water dragon could fully recover from the harrowing dodge, a shadow emerged behind it. The black dragon swung its powerful tail with ferocity, akin to a steel whip, striking the water dragon with a thunderous crash that reverberated through the space. Unable to withstand such a tremendous blow, the water dragon was sent hurtling through the air, spiraling out of control. It tumbled, twisting endlessly, as if trapped in a relentless cycle. After what felt like an eternity, the water dragon, utilizing its indomitable will and exceptional aerial maneuverability, managed to regain its balance, albeit precariously hovering in midair. Though it appeared somewhat disheveled, it refused to succumb. With a thunderous roar that echoed through the heavens, the water dragon summoned its strength. Meanwhile, the black dragon showed no signs of halting. It unleashed a dense wave of darkness from its maw, and numerous purple-black fireballs swiftly materialized beside it, each radiating scorching heat and terrifying energy. With its crimson eyes fixated on the water dragon, the black dragon commanded the fireballs with a mere flick of its claw. Instantly, the fireballs streaked across the sky like meteors, hurtling towards the water dragon with astonishing velocity. Undeterred by the overwhelming assault, the water dragon responded with a thunderous roar, channeling its energy to gather a massive sphere of water vapor, enveloping itself within. The next moment, the fireballs collided with the water sphere, resulting in an explosive clash that reverberated throughout the realm. Flames and water intertwined, creating a dazzling yet perilous spectacle. As the fireballs penetrated the water sphere, a violent reaction ensued, sending plumes of steam billowing into the air, shrouding the surroundings in a dense, acrid fog. Witnessing its fierce onslaught effortlessly thwarted, a flicker of rage ignited within the black dragon's large eyes. It opened its maw, unleashing a deep, thunderous roar. Then, like a bolt of black lightning, it dove towards the water sphere. In the blink of an eye, its razor-sharp claws raked across the surface of the water sphere, producing a soft, slicing sound as the seemingly invulnerable sphere was cleaved apart with ease. Simultaneously, the black dragon's talon left a horrific, deep gouge upon the water dragon's massive form, a gruesome mark visible to the bone. Due to the significant disparity in their physiques, the water dragon found itself in a position of utter disadvantage. At this moment, its massive form was firmly ensnared within the iron claws of the black dragon, rendering it completely immobile. In a desperate attempt to break free from the black dragon's grasp, the water dragon exerted every ounce of its strength, unleashing a series of icy breaths of azure hue that surged towards the black dragon. However, the black dragon regarded such feeble assaults with indifference. The azure breaths merely sparked harmlessly against its iron-hard scales, inflicting no tangible damage whatsoever. The black dragon, showing utter disdain for the water dragon's futile struggles, swiftly ascended into the sky. Before long, they transcended the heavy layers of clouds, reaching great heights. Suddenly, the black dragon halted its ascent, adjusting its posture to plummet headfirst towards the ground with breathtaking speed. At that moment, the velocity of the black dragon's descent exceeded all conceivable limits, far surpassing the speed of sound, accompanied by the shrill howls produced by its fierce friction with the air. The figures of the black and water dragons merged into a blurred black line against the sky, when they were merely 100 meters from the ground. The black dragon exerted tremendous force, violently hurling the water dragon downwards. In an instant, the water dragon's body plummeted like a powerful cannonball, crashing into the earth with cataclysmic force. The resulting thunderous boom seemed to shake the very foundations of the world. Under the impact of such overwhelming force, The water dragon emitted a heart-wrenching wail that echoed through the skies. The black dragon circled above, its eyes burning with a fierce black flame. Fixated on the water dragon below, exuding an aura of chilling dominance. The water dragon felt the oppressive weight of the black dragon's bloodline suppression and the insurmountable chasm separating their strengths. This overwhelming pressure rendered the water dragon nearly incapable of mounting any effective counterattack. At this juncture, the water dragon was battered and bruised, its scales shattered, blood seeping from its wounds. Nevertheless, it resolutely struggled to rise from the debris-laden ground. Each movement was accompanied by excruciating pain, yet the water dragon gritted its teeth, enduring the agony, unwilling to yield easily. With an indomitable spirit deep within, the water dragon summoned its strength once more to ascend into the sky. Though it appeared disheveled and scarred, the pride of the dragonkin compelled it to remain unbowed before its adversary. The water dragon tilted its head, releasing a deep and resonant roar that seemed to transcend time and space, reverberating throughout the realm. Simultaneously, its battered form began to emanate a soft blue luminescence. This azure glow enveloped the water dragon like gentle moonlight gracing the surface of water. As the blue light spread, the ghastly wounds on the water dragon's body visibly began to heal at an astonishing rate. The scattered droplets of water around it seemed to be summoned by some mysterious force, rushing towards the water dragon and merging with the soft blue radiance. These droplets intertwined with the blue light, continuously supplying the water dragon with the energy required for healing and restoration. The black dragon stood silently nearby, a formidable mountain of strength, exuding an aura that instilled fear. Although the water dragon was in the process of recovery, gradually regaining its strength, the black dragon was acutely aware that even if the water dragon returned to its peak state, it would still be akin to a moth flinging itself against the flame. Time passed quietly, and the water dragon's healing process approached its conclusion. Just as the black dragon pondered this, the water dragon, which should have ceased its movements, suddenly channeled its entire being into the gathering of soul power. A brilliant blue energy orb rapidly coalesced in its maw, shimmering with an aura that seemed to contain boundless might. The black dragon furrowed its brow, a flicker of anger flashing in its eyes at this unexpected resistance after granting the water dragon time to recover. It reared its head towards the heavens, opening its vast maw to unleash a thunderous roar that reverberated through the cosmos. This roar was akin to rolling thunder, shaking the very heavens and earth. Immediately thereafter, a deep purple breath surged forth like a bolt from a crossbow, shooting towards the cloud layers above. In an instant, the breath pierced the clouds, triggering a series of astonishing transformations. The incessant drizzle abruptly ceased, as if halted by an enigmatic force. Simultaneously, the dense, dark clouds rapidly transformed, adopting a profound purple hue, while bolts of purple lightning danced like silver serpents within the clouds, erupting in a cacophony of thunderous roars, a spectacle of immense terror. Candle Dragonstar, Sigh of the Dragon Galaxy. At that moment, the deep and resonant voice of the black dragon echoed through the air. Accompanying this voice, a dazzling purple lightning bolt streaked through the night sky like a meteor, carrying with it the force to obliterate the world, cleaving the swirling purple storm clouds in two and scattering them into countless fragments that dissipated into the ether. In that instant, the water dragon's eyes widened in disbelief as it beheld this scene, a tempest of emotion surging within. As a fellow dragon, how could there be such a vast chasm between them? It is but a water dragon, emphasizing its healing abilities, while its adversary, the Candle Dragon, radiates an aura of brutality and bloodshed. Despite being engulfed by trepidation and uncertainty, the situation has reached a critical point, akin to an arrow strung taut, leaving no choice but to release it. The water dragon, acutely aware of the inevitability of the impending assault, gritted its teeth and summoned all the soul power within, preparing to unleash its most formidable strike. Its massive form quivered slightly, as soul energy surged around it like a tempestuous tide, ultimately coalescing at its mouth. Gradually, a colossal sphere of energy, reminiscent of a mountain, began to take shape, emanating a heart-stirring radiance and pressure. Simultaneously, a resplendent beam of golden light materialized in the sky, hurtling towards the water dragon with breathtaking speed. The black dragon, which had been circling nearby, turned and soared toward the distant woods, cradling Qian Renxue in its embrace. A layer of pale dragon scales enveloping her form. Almost concurrently, a faint purple shimmer erupted from the black dragon and rapidly expanded, swiftly forming an impenetrable barrier of dragon scales, sealing the entire area tightly. A thunderous roar resounded as the golden beam collided fiercely with the energy sphere the water dragon had painstakingly formed. In an instant, a blinding radiance erupted at their point of contact, accompanied by a deafening explosion. The water dragon's painstakingly gathered strike was utterly shattered in a heartbeat, disintegrating into countless fragments that vanished into the air. Concurrently, a tempestuous gale swept outward in all directions, stirring up dust and debris. Fortunately, Mo Chen had anticipated this and had already secured the area. Otherwise, the sheer force of this powerful wind might have reduced the entire town to ruins in an instant. Nevertheless, this colossal mushroom cloud has become a harbinger of nightmare within a 100-mile radius. Mo Chen, now in human form, sensed the faint life force of Dan Yu and slowly shook his head. Alas, as one endowed with a dragon martial soul, Mo Chen understood well that unless one possessed absolute power to conquer or subdue the opponent, it was impossible to persuade someone with a dragon martial soul to heed one's commands. Chapter 7. the flaws of the dragon martial soul, entering the divine eagle valley. Mo Chen stood like an indomitable mountain, steadfastly shielding Qian Renxue behind him. His eyes, glimmering with a violet radiance, fixated intently on the swirling smoke. In an instant, Mo Chen keenly sensed an anomaly and, without hesitation, pulled Qian Renxue to the side. Simultaneously, an arrow formed from condensed water surged towards them, slicing through the air with a sharp, piercing sound. In the face of this unexpected assault, a glint of cold light flashed in Mo Chen's eyes as he swiftly pivoted, unleashing a powerful kick that struck the incoming arrow. A resounding boom echoed as the arrow was deflected from its trajectory by the force of the impact. Yet it remained intact. Immediately, Mo Chen extended his hand, deftly grasping the arrow's tail. Almost simultaneously, a longbow of deep purple-black materialized in his other hand, exuding an ancient and enigmatic aura. This bow resembled a legendary weapon, its string taut, as if it were poised to unleash cataclysmic power at any moment. Mo Chen swiftly knocked the arrow he had just seized onto the bowstring, channeling the immense soul energy within him into the projectile. In that fleeting moment, the originally transparent water arrow transformed, enveloped in a layer of roaring purple flames, resembling a ferocious fire dragon, its might formidable. With a sharp, whistling sound, the arrow, now imbued with violet flames, shot forth into the depths of the smoke like a meteor racing across the night sky. Soon after, a muffled cry of anguish resonated from within the haze, followed by a torrent of vapor surging forth. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the scene before them came into sharp focus. At that moment, Daniel was seen clutching a gruesome wound on his chest with one hand, blood seeping continuously through his fingers. He leaned feebly against a grand tree, his complexion as pale as parchment, his expression suffused with unending agony. You have triumphed, yet ultimately, you have succumbed to your own instincts, Daniel managed to utter through gritted teeth, enduring excruciating pain. With each word he spoke, a trickle of crimson flowed from the corner of his mouth, cascading to the ground and blossoming into shocking splatters of blood. Mo Chen let out a cold snort, and the longbow in his hand, emanating a chilling light, disintegrated like dust scattered by the wind, transforming into twinkling starlight that gradually faded into the air. At this moment, Mo Chen exuded a chilling aura, reminiscent of a demon from the depths of the underworld descending upon the world. His once profound eyes, akin to a serene pool, were now consumed by an insatiable brutality and bloodlust that instilled fear in those who dared to gaze upon him. The aura surrounding him was sharp and formidable, reminiscent of a sword drawn from its sheath, piercing the very hearts of onlookers. From a distance, he appeared as a deity of death emerging from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, exuding an overwhelming presence capable of annihilation. On the contrary, despite Daniel being gravely injured, to the point where standing was a challenge, a faint smile lingered at the corner of his lips. Daniel spoke slowly. Dragon-type martial souls invariably possess certain flaws. My water dragon martial soul and the partial dragon transformation of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus, along with your candle dragon's ferocity and bloodlust. As he spoke, Daniel raised a hand to indicate the subtly protruding dragon horns on his forehead for Mo Chen to see. While dragon transformation augments the user's strength, it also leads to significant deviations in their abilities. The emergence of dragon horns on Daniel's head fortified his mental prowess, yet rendered his physical defenses remarkably weak. Standing nearby, Qian Renxue sensed Mo Chen's transformation, a wave of concern surging within her. She reached out to grasp Mo Chen's clenched fist, which had tightened in a frenzy. In that instant when their hands met, Mo Chen, who had been in a state of extreme agitation, trembled violently as if struck by an electric current, his body becoming rigid. The overwhelming aura of brutality that had enveloped him dissipated in an instant, and the violet glow in his eyes gradually faded. As Daniel had articulated, whenever Mo Chen's martial soul manifested, an unparalleled force surged forth like a tidal wave, inevitably impacting his rationality to a certain extent. This influence, though subtle, lurked like a venomous serpent ready to deliver a fatal blow. Should Mo Chen's mind succumb to the overwhelming power of his martial soul, he would undergo a profound transformation. His typically gentle and humble demeanor would vanish, replaced by an insatiable rage and bloodlust. That frenzied essence seemed capable of incinerating all, evoking a chilling terror. In the chaos of battle, Mo Chen could somewhat temper this frenzy by drawing upon the blood of his adversaries. Yet, in this moment of tranquility, he found no outlet for his inner turmoil. The sole means to regain a semblance of composure lay in combat. After a brief yet intense exchange, Mo Chen gradually calmed the tumult within him. Simultaneously, Daniel, who had been on the brink of death, began to recuperate, aided by a momentary respite. Fortunately, in that critical juncture, Mo Chen had managed to restrain himself, sparing Daniel from a fatal blow. Had he acted in the throes of his near-manic state, Daniel would have surely perished, and his condition would have been far worse than merely hanging by a thread. Observing Daniel's gradual revival, a flicker of guilt crossed Mo Chen's face. He bowed his head slightly and spoke softly, I apologize. My martial soul indeed harbors some uncontrollable issues. The severe harm I have caused you is entirely my fault. However, please believe that I shall exert every effort to rectify my mistakes. With that, Mo Chen extended his right hand, gently brushing against the storage soul guide hanging at his waist. In an instant, a soft glow erupted from the soul guide, revealing a shimmering vertebra in his palm. This is a soul bone from an 80,000-year-old fire dragon lizard. I hope it serves as a small token of my compensation for you. With this soul bone, your defensive capabilities will surely be greatly enhanced. Mo Chen earnestly presented the soul bone before Dan Yu. Upon witnessing Mo Chen's sincere demeanor, Dan Yu let out a sigh. Once he was certain that his injuries had fully healed, he maintained a tone of indifference as he replied, I shall not accept the soul bone. But your condition is among the more manageable flaws of dragon-type martial souls. At this, Mo Chen, who had been looking downcast, immediately lifted his head. His eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Dan Yu, his mouth slightly agape, and his voice trembling with disbelief. What? The flaw in the martial soul can actually be resolved? Meanwhile, not far away, Qian Renxue felt a surge of urgency upon hearing this news. Without pausing to think, she hastily made her way over. As she approached, her beautiful and bright eyes revealed an unmistakable sincerity and eagerness as she fixated on Dan Yu, eagerly pressing. Is it really possible to resolve it? Can the flaw in the martial soul truly be addressed? Dan Yu nodded slightly in affirmation. He then spoke softly. Are you familiar with the withering flower and the Capricorn grass? Qian Renxue was momentarily taken aback, her mind racing to recall any information about these two herbs. After a brief moment, she nodded as if awakening from a dream, though a trace of confusion lingered on her face as she asked, I have indeed heard of them. But I recall that these two herbs are said to be exceedingly rare and highly toxic. Qian Renxue had learned about these herbs from a person named Douluo V, who had mentioned that the toxicity of the Capricorn grass and withering flower was comparable to that of the blood swan's kiss. In response to Qian Renxue's skepticism, Dan Yu explained, indeed, both of these herbs are venomous, yet they possess remarkable effects that are seldom recognized. When processed correctly, they can significantly enhance a person's foundational spiritual power limit. Although absorbing a head spirit bone can also elevate one's spiritual power, the effects of these two herbs are far more pronounced. However, only these two herbs can augment a person's spiritual power limit. At this point, Dan Yu paused briefly, scanning the expressions of Mo Chen and Qian Renxue as if to gauge their reactions to his words. As expected, Mo Chen, being a martial general, was utterly perplexed. Lost in the intricacies of alchemy and healing, he merely nodded in a daze, unable to offer any further response. In stark contrast, Qian Renxue appeared invigorated upon hearing this news, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. It was clear that if one were to liken a person to a vessel, each individual's capacity for spiritual power was limited. However, with the discovery of these two herbs, the withering flower and Capricorn grass, the upper limit could be elevated. Such astonishing efficacy was enough for Douluo to deem them as divine treasures. At this juncture, Dan Yu continued, however, the withering flower and Capricorn grass are merely part of the equation. To truly unlock their full medicinal potential, an additional crucial element is required. After a brief pause, he chose to elaborate. It is the blood from one's heart, and it must be refined using demonic fire. He then turned his gaze towards Mo Chen. If I am not mistaken, the black-purple flame emitted by your martial soul is indeed the legendary demonic fire, correct? Unfortunately, this heart's blood cannot be your own. Dan Yu's words struck Mo Chen like a heavy blow. The excitement he had felt at the prospect of resolving the flaw in his martial soul dissipated instantly, leaving him as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. After all, the loss of even a drop of heart's blood would drastically diminish one's cultivation talent and future potential. Therefore, if he could not utilize his own heart's blood, the long-awaited resolution to his martial soul's flaw would likely remain an elusive dream. Setting aside the matter of heart's blood for the moment, Dan Yu stated, the withering flower can indeed be found in the Eagle Valley. Since you have bested me, I shall lead you there as per the rules I have established. His expression remained stoic, his tone calm as water. It is worth noting that as a guide, each individual would create their own unique set of principles based on their character and experiences. Some guides pursue wealth, others seek status, while some are drawn to beauty. Dan Yu, however, pursued the thrill of exhilarating combat. You fought splendidly, and as a soul master renowned for your healing abilities, I must admit, I hold you in high regard. Mo Chen fixed his piercing gaze on Dan Yu's eyes and sincerely proposed, if you're interested, why not accompany me to the military camp? Surprised by this unexpected gesture, Dan Yu paused momentarily, clearly taken aback by the directness of the invitation. After a brief silence, he gathered himself and replied slowly, if you can safely emerge from the Eagle Valley, I shall then consider following you. This ambiguous response neither outright accepted nor definitively rejected the offer. Upon entering the territory of the Douluo Empire, guided by Dan Yu, they ventured into a dense fog that enveloped them. Each step was taken with utmost caution, fearing that a moment's lapse could lead them astray. After a challenging trek, they finally traversed the treacherous marshlands. Just then, Mo Chen and Qian Renxue felt a wave of dizziness wash over them, as if the entire world were spinning. When their vision cleared, they found themselves in a mysterious and magnificent valley, the Eagle Valley. This is the Eagle Valley, Dan Yu murmured, stepping aside to allow the two behind him a clearer view of the breathtaking scene before them. A towering valley loomed ahead, its steep cliffs appearing as if carved by a sharpened blade, instilling a sense of awe. Above the valley lay an endless expanse of clouds, pure white as snow, dreamlike and breathtakingly beautiful. In truth, the Eagle Valley bore a striking resemblance to the Douluo forest, similarly divided into an outer and a core region. After a moment of contemplation, as if having made a decisive resolution, Dan Yu began to reveal some secrets about the Eagle Valley. However, I am not aware of how you came to learn of its existence. But one thing must be emphasized. Within this Eagle Valley resides a soul beast that has lived for at least 600,000 years. As he spoke, Dan Yu's expression grew increasingly grave. If you seek the Withering Flower, you will undoubtedly encounter this apex soul beast. To Mo Chen's astonishment, he turned to Dan Yu. Eyes wide with disbelief as he asked, aren't you afraid? This is a soul beast with a cultivation of at least 600,000 years. Even I cannot claim certainty of surviving such a formidable presence. As he spoke, he scrutinized Dan Yu with a curious gaze. Dan Yu slowly shook his head, a wry smile gracing his lips as he replied, no, to be honest, I am quite fearful. Given my current strength, should I encounter it, I would likely face a dire fate. However, contrary to expectations that he would waver in fear, he continued, yet, as a guide, this is a rule we must adhere to. As long as you are alive, a guide will never abandon their charge. The resolute words of Dan Yu resonated in Mo Chen's ears, instantly dispelling his previous unease and igniting a fervor within him. He threw his head back and laughed heartily, exclaiming, ha ha ha, wonderful. You are truly becoming more intriguing by the day. Frankly, if we manage to retrieve the Withering Flower alive this time, even if it means breaking your legs in the process, I shall forcibly take you with me. With that, Mo Chen emphatically slapped Dan Yu on the shoulder. Upon hearing Mo Chen's rather audacious remarks, Dan Yu felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He shot Mo Chen a disapproving glance, inwardly muttering, what a reckless individual. At that moment, Qian Renxue, who had been silently observing, could no longer contain herself. Her delicate brows furrowed, and a look of concern crossed her face as she spoke. Let us not celebrate prematurely. Just the thought of that soul beast sends chills down my spine. You must understand. Even the Forest Emperor's Azure Bull Python in the Stardow Forest has a cultivation of merely around 200,000 years. Yet, here we are, confronted with one that has a minimum age of 600,000 years, which is indeed worrisome. While the trio engaged in their conversation, a massive shadow suddenly swept across the sky, resembling a dark cloud that swiftly obscured the sunlight. Mo Chen and Qian Renxue instinctively looked up, their eyes widening in astonishment. They beheld a gargantuan eagle soaring above, its wingspan exceeding a kilometer. Each powerful flap of its wings generated a fierce gust of wind, as if attempting to tear the very fabric of the atmosphere. It is the Frost Hawk. Dan Yu's gaze fixated on the imposing creature above. Indeed, it was a formidable presence. Mo Chen, too, was transfixed by the Frost Hawk, acutely aware of the terrifying aura emanating from it. He contemplated silently, assessing that its cultivation had likely surpassed 80,000 years. Qian Renxue, her expression grave, nodded in agreement with Mo Chen's assessment. At this juncture, Dan Yu turned to Qian Renxue and inquired, if I am not mistaken, your purpose for coming here is to secure the 7th soul ring for this lady, correct? Mo Chen nodded slightly and proceeded to inform Dan Yu of the specific attributes required for Qian Renxue's soul ring. After listening attentively, Dan Yu stroked his chin thoughtfully and remarked, so, you seek a soul beast of the holy and light attributes. Such creatures are indeed quite rare in the outside world. However, here in the Divine Eagle Valley, those possessing both attributes are abundant. As he spoke, he gestured toward a distant golden serpent, the holy armored spirit serpent, possessing the triple attributes of holy, light, and fire, yet it is merely 9,000 years old and would only be considered fodder in the Divine Eagle Valley. Chapter 8. Garuda. In fact, Garuda is not the golden-winged great ping. The name was given to him by those who feared him. With that, Dan Yu raised his hand and pointed gently toward a distant cliff, saying, look over there. Upon hearing this, Mo Chen and Qian Renxue hurriedly followed Dan Yu's. They beheld a robust goat standing proudly atop the towering, steep cliff, its golden form gleaming in the sunlight, with a pair of dazzling golden horns atop its head. Dan Yu continued his introduction, that is the stone-horned goat, approximately 4,000 years old, embodying both holy and light attributes. The two nodded in acknowledgement, and Mo Chen felt increasingly satisfied with this location. It seemed the legends surrounding the Divine Eagle Valley were indeed accurate. It truly was a haven for soul beasts of holy and light attributes. Mo Chen nodded slightly, expressing his agreement. At that moment, Dan Yu suddenly turned to Mo Chen, his gaze keen with curiosity. I am genuinely intrigued. How did you come to learn of the Divine Eagle Valley? He added, logically speaking, aside from us guides, no one else should be privy to this place. In response to Dan Yu's inquiry, Mo Chen hesitated not a moment and recounted the tale of how he discovered the Divine Eagle Valley. It was a matter of chance. A few years ago, I captured a prisoner who, in a bid for his life, revealed that he could lead me to a certain location, which turned out to be the Divine Eagle Valley. Upon hearing Mo Chen's account, Dan Yu was momentarily at a loss for words, black lines appearing on his forehead. Their brief exchange had nearly made him forget that Mo Chen was, without a doubt, a battle-hungry individual, capable of discovering the existence of the Divine Eagle Valley through such a straightforward method. The knowledge of this place indicated that Mo Chen was also a guide. Although they were peers, there lay differences among them. By the way, may I inquire about the age requirement for the soul ring this lady seeks? Dan Yu recalled the primary purpose of their journey. Qian Renxue, still lost in the previous topic, was momentarily taken aback by the sudden question directed at her. It was as if her thoughts had been abruptly interrupted, leaving her momentarily disoriented. After a considerable pause, she finally responded, 75,000 years. Dandu, upon hearing this, nodded in contemplation, saying, 75,000 years, indeed a modest requirement within the Divine Eagle Valley. It appears we need not venture into the core area for this. As he spoke, Dandu looked toward the valley ahead, continuing to elucidate, you must understand, the Divine Eagle Valley is not like other places, its terrain is exceedingly complex. And the environment is harsh beyond measure. For a newly born creature, survival here is akin to an insurmountable challenge. However, if one manages to endure, there is no doubt they will grow into an incredibly powerful entity. Before he could finish his words, Dandu took the lead and ventured deeper into the valley, prompting the other two to hastily follow suit. As they delved further into the valley, the temperature around them plummeted, and a piercing, bone-chilling wind howled from all directions like a wraith. Qian Renxue instinctively wrapped her arms tightly around herself, attempting to fend off the relentless chill that assailed her. Despite her efforts, she could still feel the cold seeping through the seams of her clothing, unrestrainedly invading her body, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Seeing Qian Renxue trembling under the icy gusts, Mo Chen unhesitatingly extended his right hand and rested it gently on her delicate shoulder. In that instant, a powerful yet soothing soul force surged forth from Mo Chen, enveloping Qian Renxue like an invisible cloak of warmth. This soul power not only effectively shielded her from the biting wind, but also continuously imparted warmth to her. Qian Renxue was momentarily taken aback, her gaze drawn to the hand resting on her shoulder. It was worth noting that the current crown prince, Xue Qinghe, was none other than her disguise. And although she did not genuinely require a third soul ring in the past years, the fact remained that Mo Chen had saved her. Growing up under strict tutelage without the love of her father, who had passed away, and a mother who was indifferent, she had only her grandfather to rely on. Thus, the sudden appearance of Mo Chen occupied a significant place in her heart, stirring emotions she could not ignore. It was as if a seed named affection had been sown in her heart, and after years of nurturing, it had blossomed into a towering tree. She could feel the warmth radiating from Mo Chen's palm, gradually filling her with an unprecedented sense of comfort, accompanied by unfamiliar yet stirring emotions that surged within her. Unbeknownst to her, a faint blush crept onto her porcelain face, reminiscent of peach blossoms blooming in spring. Observing this, Mo Chen smiled softly before striding forward to stand before Qian Renxue, using his tall frame to shield her from the relentless winds. As our guide, you must be quite familiar with this area, and surely you know what soul beast we seek? Dandu, who had been walking ahead, halted upon hearing Mo Chen's inquiry and turned to respond. Our target this time is a 75,000-year-old, crack-armored rhinoceros. Having said that, he resumed his pace deeper into the valley. However, as they continued their descent, a deafening and resounding roar emanated from the depths of the valley, reverberating like thunder, causing the very ground to tremble. Not good. Dandu's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed in alarm. In an instant, he dashed back to where Mo Chen and Qian Renxue were, grabbing their arms and urging them to take cover. Fortunately, there was a moderately sized crevice in the mountainside nearby, just large enough for the three of them to conceal themselves within. In that fleeting moment, an extraordinarily violent whirlwind erupted from the depths of the valley like a wild stallion. Dust and debris filled the air, obscuring the sky. As if the entire world were being swept into the tempest, the ferocious wind tore through everything in its path, even the most resilient stones crumbling and shattering under its relentless assault. What? Mo Chen exclaimed, panic-stricken, as he immediately shielded Qian Renxue beneath him. A radiant glow enveloped him, as an immense surge of soul power poured forth from his being, forming an indomitable shield in an attempt to withstand the sudden onslaught of the terrifying whirlwind. Yet, the tempest was akin to a ferocious beast, clawing its way toward them. The howling winds pressed and battered against Mo Chen's body, weighing heavily upon him. Despite his utmost efforts, the shield he conjured to repel the gale began to show signs of strain, a fine crack appearing and swiftly spreading as time passed. What on earth is happening? Mo Chen's forehead was lined with veins, beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks. He clenched his teeth, desperately maintaining the precarious shield, his heart brimming with doubt and astonishment. Beside him, Dandu's face was as pale as parchment, his voice trembling slightly as he uttered, Is it the soul beast that has existed for 600,000 years? Qian Renxue furrowed her delicate brows, a flicker of panic crossing her beautiful eyes as she hurriedly inquired. Dandu nodded slightly, affirming, Indeed, it is it. At this moment, it is in a state of extreme fury, expelling all unwelcome intruders from its territory. Truly, as the ruler of 600,000 years, it is unfathomable. As Mo Chen struggled against the onslaught of the tempest, he shouted loudly. At this moment, he sensed an unprecedented sense of crisis. Even having completed the first assault, slaying generals, breaching formations, and seizing flags, he felt a sense of fatigue. Fortunately, the tempest arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, lasting less than a fleeting moment, as if forcibly subdued by an invisible hand, gradually calming down. However, even this brief onslaught was enough to convey its astonishing destructive power. How terrifying! Qian Renxue exclaimed, her face filled with dread, her voice tinged with tremor. Deep fear radiated from her enchanting eyes, evidently shaken by the sudden tempest. Dandu, equally shaken, swiftly wiped the cold sweat from his brow, murmuring in awe, Truly, the absolute ruler of the divine Eagle Valley, the divine bird Garuda. At this moment, Mo Chen was half-crouched, leaning on his knees, gasping for breath, appearing utterly exhausted. The hasty confrontation with the Tempest had drained a substantial amount of his soul power in a short span, leaving him feeling as though his body had been emptied. On the verge of collapse. After regaining a slight breath, Mo Chen lifted his head, gazing at the sky that was gradually calming in the distance. His brow furrowed in contemplation as he remarked, "This creature is truly terrifying, having cultivated to a realm exceeding 600,000 years. I suspect it may possess a trace of the Phoenix's bloodline." Recalling the overwhelming pressure he had just experienced, even from a considerable distance, Mo Chen distinctly felt a resonance within his martial soul. This peculiar sensation surged through him like a current, quickening his heartbeat and boiling his blood, igniting a profound curiosity towards the legendary divine bird Garuda. The battle between soul beasts over 100,000 years of age is indeed captivating, Mo Chen mused. After a brief period of adjustment and recovery, he now burned with a fervent spirit, his inner resolve ignited. It is worth noting that significant disparities in strength were no novelty to Mo Chen. Reflecting on the past, every battle he had personally experienced was one of the weak confronting the strong. Yet, even when faced with such daunting circumstances, Mo Chen consistently carved a bloody path through sheer tenacity. However, just as he was poised to take action, Dan Yu, seemingly reading his thoughts, offered him no opportunity to speak. Without hesitation, Dan Yu turned and strode directly toward the opposite side of the valley. "Hurry up. Garuda is just ahead. We must take a detour," Dan Yu called out without looking back, quickening his pace as if unwilling to linger for even a moment longer. Mo Chen glanced back at the spot where Garuda had appeared. Despite the fervor of battle burning in his heart, reason prevailed, reminding him that charging forward recklessly would likely lead to becoming mere prey. Reluctantly, he buried this impulse deep within, vowing silently that when he grew stronger, he would ensure that Garuda became his ninth spirit ring. Their journey had led them through numerous soul beasts, yet regrettably, either these beasts were far too young to meet their needs, or their attributes were too extreme and unconventional to align with Qian Renxue's abilities. Among them, a 74,000-year-old patterned demon cat caught the group's attention. It possessed both sacred and light attributes. However, upon careful observation and analysis, it became evident that despite the attribute compatibility, its foundational attributes were ill-suited for Qian Renxue. Although the patterned demon cat boasted impressive strength and attribute alignment, absorbing it would only enhance Qian Renxue's speed, yielding no further benefits. After a long and arduous search, as they turned a corner, Dan Yu suddenly halted. He slowly crouched down, extending his hand to caress the enormous footprint on the ground. Drawing upon years of accumulated experience, Dan Yu instantly deduced, indeed, this was the imprint left by a rhinoceros. With that, he excitedly rose to his feet, his gaze fixated on the direction in which the footprint extended, proceeding without hesitation. During their pursuit of the rhinoceros's trail, they unexpectedly stumbled upon several rare and exquisite herbs. For instance, there was a miraculous herb known as soul-reviving grass, reputed to possess the power to bring the deceased back to life, and another fruit called spirit gem, which, when consumed, could even catalyze a second evolution of one's martial spirit. As these wondrous treasures were all unclaimed, Mo Chen naturally seized this splendid opportunity. He swiftly retrieved the portable storage soul guide he always carried with him, meticulously storing each precious herb and fruit within. However, he could not locate the elusive withering flower. After all, given its name, it surely thrived amidst the remains of the deceased or in desolate, chilling locales. Chapter 9. The Past of Dan Yu. The three of them gradually ventured deeper along the tracks of the armored rhinoceros. As they proceeded, the surrounding scenery grew increasingly profound, and unwittingly, they stepped into the heart of the valley. At that moment, Dan Yu suddenly halted, crouched down to examine the footprints closely, then swiftly stood up. His gaze piercingly fixed ahead. He turned to Mo Chen and Qian Renxue, who were closely following, and remarked, "Look, the traces of these footprints have become remarkably fresher. I surmise we are quite near our target, likely not far from here." With that, he hastened his pace and surged forward. Mo Chen lowered his head, scrutinizing the footprints on the ground, deep in thought. Indeed, as Dan Yu had indicated, it was evident that these prints had been made not long ago. However, he found himself puzzled by the presence of a layer of smaller footprints alongside the large ones. Just as he pondered this, Qian Renxue gently tapped his shoulder, signaling him to catch up with Dan Yu. Thus, the two quickened their pace without delay. As they ventured further, the silhouettes of soul beasts became increasingly numerous within the valley. Moreover, these soul beasts were not only of diverse varieties but also exuded a powerful aura, indicating their growing strength. Clearly, the age of these soul beasts surpassed those in the outer regions significantly. In such a place, soul beasts must rely on the strength of their kin to survive. For those that wander alone, no matter how ancient, they can only linger around the periphery of the valley and never encroach upon the core. While continuing on their path, Dan Yu explained to the others without glancing back. As his words faded, they turned a bend and were suddenly met with a breathtaking sight. A crystal-clear river lay before them, and beside it, a colossal golden rhinoceros was quietly sprawled. This magnificent creature towered at around 10 zhang, resembling a small mountain, emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Indeed, It was the armored rhinoceros. Danyu pointed at the enormous beast, which stood like a mountain. Mo Chen furrowed his brow slightly, casting a glance at Danyu. Throughout their journey, he had witnessed Danyu transform from a taciturn individual into one who was remarkably lively and talkative. The current Danyu seemed like an entirely different person. However, their foremost task at that moment was not to explore the reasons behind Danyu's transformation, but rather to devise a strategy for confronting the resplendent golden rhinoceros before them. Danyu leaned against the stone wall of the valley and softly stated, "This armored rhinoceros is approximately 72,000 years old, making it quite suitable for this young lady." Hearing this, Qian Renxue displayed a hint of surprise, turning to Danyu with a puzzled expression. "How can you be so certain that this soul beast is suitable for me, when you are not even aware of what my martial soul is?" At this question from Qian Renxue, Mo Chen was abruptly reminded. Indeed, despite their days of companionship, he had never inquired about the nature of Qian Renxue's martial soul. Just as he was about to pose the question, Danyu interjected, explaining, "A rare martial soul such as the six-winged angel, while not universally known, is certainly familiar to quite a number of people, isn't it?" At the precise moment Danyu accurately identified Qian Renxue's martial soul, her beautiful brows furrowed tightly. Throughout these days, she had never revealed her martial soul to Danyu, nor had Mo Chen ever witnessed it. "Who are you? And how do you know so many secrets about me?" Qian Renxue's voice was low and filled with inquiry as she scrutinized Danyu, seeking any clues from his serene countenance. Yet, at that moment, Danyu seemed to revert to the silent man he had once been. He slightly raised his head, his gaze transcending the towering presence of Qian Renxue, and spoke slowly. 16 years ago, I had the fortune of encountering you. At that time, you were but a mere child, yet you left an indelible mark on my memory. For your grandfather, Qian Douluo, is a figure renowned across the continent, celebrated as one of the two peaks of the Soul Master realm, and you, my dear, are his only granddaughter, Qian Renxue." Before he could finish his sentence, a brilliant golden light suddenly flickered in Qian Renxue's hand, and a resplendent golden longsword materialized out of thin air, its tip menacingly directed toward Danyu. The blade gleamed ominously in the sunlight, as if poised to strike and claim a life at any moment. In the face of Qian Renxue's threat, Danyu's eyes remained as tranquil as a still lake, undisturbed by the turmoil around him. He continued, his tone measured, "As for your lineage and origins, I confess I hold little interest. However, I must acknowledge that your grandfather, Qian Douluo, once saved my life 16 years ago. This debt of gratitude I have always cherished." Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue's sword hesitated momentarily, yet she did not lower it. However, Mo Chen interjected, redirecting Qian Renxue's focus. "Since our paths first crossed, your transformation has been remarkable. Compared to the person I first encountered, you seem utterly transformed. Were it not for your constant presence at my side, I might question whether you are indeed the same individual. Therefore, might I implore you to share what transpired during this interval?" Mo Chen, drawing forth a long spear from an unknown source, meticulously began to polish it. Danyu remained silent for a considerable time, as if time itself had come to a standstill in that moment. Finally, he sighed deeply, the sound resonating like the tolling of a heavy bell in the still air. And then he spoke softly, his voice tinged with gravity. "Miss Qian Renxue, do you recall the evil Soul Master stronghold your grandfather eradicated 16 years ago?" At these words, Qian Renxue momentarily froze, a flicker of confusion crossing her features, but she quickly regained her composure. With a slightly dazed nod, she replied softly, "Yes, I remember. At that time, grandfather was taking me to acquire my third spirit ring." Danyu acknowledged her words with a nod of agreement. He then took a deep breath and began to recount the long-buried memories. "In truth, I was one of the experimental subjects of that evil Soul Master. Due to the extreme rarity of dragon-type martial souls, they sought to artificially create an individual with twin martial souls through nefarious means." As he spoke, a mixture of anguish and rage etched across his face. "My sister and I were tragically chosen as the subjects for their sinister experiment." His voice trembled slightly, for even after all these years, the recollections of that time still haunted him. Meanwhile, Mo Chen, who had been listening quietly, felt his expression grow increasingly grave. His once relaxed hands unconsciously clenched into fists, the joints appearing slightly pale from the exertion. It was evident that the inhumane actions of the evil spirit masters had ignited a profound anger within him. However, Danny paused momentarily, struggling to continue. Ultimately, his sister could not endure the torment and departed from this world forever. Yet, unexpectedly, her martial spirit successfully fused with mine. Perhaps due to the fact that my sister's age was forever fixed at 6, part of her consciousness became sealed within the martial spirit during the fusion. Which explains why I sometimes exhibit a cheerful demeanor, only to suddenly fall into silence. After expressing these thoughts, Danny seemed to exhaust all his strength, his body swaying slightly. As his words settled, Qian Renxue's trembling pupils gradually calmed. Mo Chen stood quietly, his gaze deep, fixed on the distant rhinoceros, yet he did not utter a word, simply offering a gentle pat on Danny's shoulder. He then turned and strode directly towards the massive rhinoceros. The rhinoceros, peacefully drinking by the river, sensed someone approaching and abruptly halted its actions. It swiftly turned, its golden-like eyes locking onto the steadily advancing Mo Chen. Particularly, the formidable 3-meter-long horn on its head glimmered ominously. Its skin, shining like metal, was incredibly tough, undoubtedly serving as the rhinoceros's most resilient natural shield. The armored rhinoceros typically resides in groups, and we must act swiftly, Mo Chen stated gravely. Before he finished speaking, he swiftly turned and delivered a powerful kick to the handle of the spear in his hand. In an instant, the spear, which had been lying quietly on the ground, shot forth like a bullet, propelled by an impressive momentum and astonishing speed toward the rhinoceros. Unfazed by such a rapid assault, the rhinoceros raised its two stout front legs, akin to stone pillars. With a tremendous thud, its hooves crashed down onto the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently, kicking up a cloud of dust. Even Qian Renxue, watching nearby, nearly lost her footing from the sudden and intense vibration. At that moment, Mo Chen's figure flickered, instantly accelerating forward. Simultaneously, 8 dark soul rings began to rise around him, each radiating powerful soul energy. With a low shout, he declared, "Fourth soul skill, voice of the candle dragon, intimidation." An invisible yet terrifying dragon's roar emanated from him, rippling outward. As the roar echoed, the rhinoceros's unstoppable charge was abruptly halted. Mo Chen bellowed, "Fifth soul skill, wrath of the candle dragon, fiery storm." Before his words concluded, he swiftly clasped his hands together, and the previously cool air by the lake seemed to ignite, rising abruptly in temperature. 2 sudden fire whirlwinds materialized out of thin air, howling around the rhinoceros. These fire whirlwinds not only carried blazing black-purple flames but also possessed a violent tearing force, akin to a ferocious beast mercilessly launching a continuous assault on the rhinoceros. However, the rhinoceros's extraordinarily tough skin proved to be far more resilient than Mo Chen anticipated. Even such a formidable fiery storm, capable of easily slaying a soul emperor, nearly left shallow burn marks across its massive body. Perhaps irritated and enraged by the unrelenting fire whirlwinds, the rhinoceros suddenly raised its head and let out a deafening roar. Soon after, a brilliant golden energy began to coalesce at the tip of its sharp horn. As this golden energy intensified, it transformed into a swift and fierce beam of golden light, shooting toward Mo Chen. Faced with this imminent deadly strike, Mo Chen did not dare to hesitate. Third soul skill, body of the candle dragon, sturdy armor. Instantly, a dense layer of black dragon scales surged forth from his body, quickly enveloping him. In the blink of an eye, Mo Chen appeared clad in an indestructible black armor, exuding a chillingly powerful aura. The dazzling golden beam struck Mo Chen's body like a bolt of lightning. The immense power imbued with a sacred attribute erupted instantly. This divine power's unique melting characteristic felt like countless sharp needles mercilessly piercing into Mo Chen's body, causing him to furrow his brow. Although the melting characteristic was somewhat uncomfortable, the invigorating sensation from his formidable soul energy compensating for the attack allowed Mo Chen to breathe a sigh of relief. Self-created soul skill, Morning of the Candle Dragon, Claw of the Dragon God. His once long and powerful hands visibly shriveled at an alarming rate, the muscles and skin appearing as though life had been drained from them until they completely vanished, leaving only bare, pale bones exposed. However, this was not the end. A layer of pitch-black dragon scales quietly emerged, rapidly covering the bones, ultimately forming a pair of fearsome black dragon claws radiating endless majesty. In the next moment, they appeared beside the massive rhinoceros without warning. Harnessing the terrifying characteristic of the dragon's claw that disregards defense, Mo Chen unhesitatingly swung his claws, cutting through the air with 2 fierce arcs. In an instant, the rhinoceros's incredibly tough skin was torn apart as if made of paper, blood gushing forth. The severely injured rhinoceros let out a heart-wrenching cry of agony, glaring at the human who dared to harm it. It then lowered its head sharply, its razor-sharp horn glinting ominously as it charged toward Mo Chen with overwhelming force. Yet, unfazed by the impending assault, Mo Chen calmly extended his right hand, firmly grasping the approaching horn. Concurrently, a searing heat rapidly gathered in his right hand. His arm bulged with veins, muscles taut, clearly channeling an immense force. Candle Dragon right arm soul bone skill, Inferno grip. As Mo Chen shouted once more, the scorching heat erupted violently, forming a massive whirlpool of flames that engulfed the rhinoceros entirely. The blazing inferno instantly consumed the rhinoceros's body, its agonized cries echoing across the vast expanse, lingering in the air. Chapter 10, Garuda? No, it is the 3-legged golden crow. What? Qian Renxue's beautiful eyes fixated on the purple flames, her brows furrowed, contemplating. Even from such a distance, she could still feel the intense heat. It's not over, Mo Chen replied calmly, shaking his head gently. His gaze remained fixed upon the area engulfed in flames. At that moment, a thunderous roar reverberated through the forest as a rhinoceros, ablaze with fierce flames, charged forth from the underbrush. Its once resplendent skin, now scorched and crimson, resembled a ripe apple. The rhinoceros's already formidable horn, illuminated by the firelight, glimmered a blood-red hue, exuding a chilling aura. Madness flickered in its eyes, akin to a demon from the depths of hell. It locked its gaze onto Mo Chen, unhesitatingly launching an attack. The sharp horn, like a lance, surged towards Mo Chen with relentless force. Yet, in the face of such ferocity, Mo Chen displayed no trace of fear. 10,000-year 8th spirit ring, 2nd spirit skill, Candle Dragon's tail, stellar river swirl. As his words fell, a dense purple mist enveloped his form. A deep, resonant dragon's roar echoed from the mist, deafening in its intensity. In the next instant, a colossal, pitch-black dragon erupted from the fog. Its luminous tail lashed out like a whip, striking the rhinoceros with a resounding crack. The rhinoceros's massive frame flew backward as if severed from its tether, tracing an arc through the air before crashing heavily against the valley wall. The impact created a thunderous noise that reverberated throughout the valley. While the rhinoceros's anguished cries echoed through the mountains, the black dragon, majestic and formidable, circled above, resembling a looming storm cloud. Its cold, gleaming eyes fixated on the now incapacitated rhinoceros lying helplessly below. Now, deliver the final blow. The black dragon opened its cavernous maw, unleashing a torrent of searing air. From its jaws fell a razor-sharp dagger, clattering as it struck the ground. Qian Renxue swiftly approached, bending to retrieve the dagger. Upon examining the weapon, she was momentarily taken aback. The dagger, entirely black as ink, shimmered with a chilling light, adorned with mysterious purple patterns that resembled flowing lightnings, emanating an eerie yet powerful aura. Gripping such a lethal instrument quickened her heartbeat, leaving her mind unsettled. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she approached the fallen rhinoceros. Its breaths were shallow, life ebbing away, yet she could still feel its faint gasps and tremors of agony, without a hint of compassion. Her gaze turned icy as ancient ice, and she raised the dagger, plunging it with all her might into the rhinoceros's neck. The sound of the dagger piercing flesh was muffled, and instinctively, the rhinoceros struggled, kicking up a cloud of dust. Yet soon, its movement subsided, and it ultimately succumbed to death. Simultaneously, a dense black spirit ring began to rise from the rhinoceros's corpse, hovering in the air, radiating powerful fluctuations of spirit energy. Not daring to delay, Qian Renxue promptly sat cross-legged, closed her eyes, regulated her breathing, and began absorbing the spirit ring. Just as she concentrated on guiding the ring into her body, a piercing cry echoed from the depths of the valley. The sound struck like a thunderclap, startling the birds to flight and causing the beasts to tremble in fear. This is bad. That creature has emerged. Then you felt a tightening in his chest? His expression turning grave. Instinctively, he clenched his fists as a torrent of water surged around him, enveloping him in a translucent shield. In an instant, the water began to twist violently, and amidst a brilliant flash, a water dragon emerged. The water dragon coiled through the air, juxtaposed against the black dragon. Who approaches? The black dragon's deep, authoritative voice boomed, akin to thunder splitting the sky, sending tremors through the air. The water dragon's brow furrowed, its gaze like arrows fixed upon the approaching shadow, intently declaring, the absolute sovereign of Xining Valley, the divine bird Garuda. As the distance closed, the immense pressure of Garuda's spirit energy intensified, causing the surrounding air to tremble under its weight. Sensing the overwhelming pressure, the black dragon exhaled a heated breath, turning to the water dragon with resolute determination. Protect Xiu. She is absorbing the spirit ring and must not be disturbed. Without a moment's hesitation, the black dragon charged forward, propelled by a fierce wind towards Garuda. The water dragon spiraled for a moment, seemingly torn, but after brief contemplation, it resolved to descend slowly, stirring the air into a mini whirlwind. When it finally landed, its colossal form shielded Qian Renxue within. With the water dragon's protection, she could focus on absorbing the spirit ring. Meanwhile, the black dragon surged towards Garuda with astonishing speed, its silhouette a blur, surpassing sound itself. In an instant, the black dragon collided violently with Garuda. A deafening crash echoed, as if the very fabric of space were tearing apart, followed by a powerful recoil that sent the black dragon hurtling backward, like a kite severed from its string. It struggled to regain control, but the force was overwhelming, posing a formidable challenge. After a fierce battle against the backlash, the black dragon finally steadied itself, its gaze now locked on Garuda before it. At last, the black dragon perceived Garuda in its entirety. Garuda's wings unfolded, stretching over a kilometer, a sight to behold. Its razor-sharp claws glistened ominously, and the golden feathers covering its body shone brilliantly. Its crimson eyes emanated boundless authority and dominance. But what captivated the most was the flames that perpetually enveloped it. Those flames radiated a dazzling golden light, intertwining with the purple flames of the black dragon, hinting at a suppressive force. Gazing upon the formidable Garuda, the black dragon murmured, "This is no mere Garuda. This is undeniably a three-legged golden crow. Unrelated to myths, this is merely an ordinary 10,000-year soul beast, which can be understood as a common soul beast adorned with the name of the three-legged golden crow." As the words fell, the golden crow abruptly flapped its wings. Instantly, an intense wave of scorching heat, accompanied by a violent whirlwind, surged outward in all directions. Wherever it passed, the air ignited, transforming into a blazing sea of flames. Even the water dragon, who was protecting Qian Renxue, was enveloped in rising white smoke due to the searing temperatures. Dragons are inherently proud beings, and in the face of such blatant provocation, even the black dragon could not suppress its rising anger. Although there existed a vast disparity in strength between the two, the black dragon's haughty nature forbade any thought of retreat. It opened its massive jaws, beginning to gather a terrifying ball of dark purple energy that surged forth relentlessly. As time passed, this orb of energy grew larger and more dazzling, seemingly containing the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. "You foolish rooster. You have thoroughly enraged me today." The black dragon roared with fury. Before the words could fully escape its lips, the colossal energy, now fully condensed, shot towards the golden crow like a bolt of lightning. Upon witnessing the rapidly approaching purple beam, A flicker of disdain flashed in the eyes of the golden crow. Reacting with remarkable speed, it swiftly folded its grand, resplendent wings, encasing its entire form into an impenetrable spherical shape. A tremendous crash resounded as the powerful purple beam collided fiercely against the golden crow's wings. In that instant, the purple and golden flames, each distinct yet equally fierce, intertwined in a violent clash, akin to two ferocious beasts savagely devouring one another, with no clear victor in sight. However, when a glimmer of mockery appeared in the golden crow's gaze, the black dragon's resistance was swiftly shattered. The golden breath enveloped the area where the black dragon was located. Just then, a shadow swiftly materialized behind the golden crow. Seizing the opportunity while the golden crow defended against the frontal assault, the black dragon stealthily maneuvered behind it, unleashing a tremendous force with its robust tail against the golden crow. Yet unexpectedly, this strike, capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones, nearly caused the golden crow to sway slightly, inflicting no substantial harm or impact. It appeared that this seemingly invincible blow was utterly trivial against the golden crow's formidable defenses. What? The black dragon exclaimed in astonishment, but before it could fully recover from the shock, the golden crow had already begun to gather a blinding, sun-like energy in its mouth. Not good. The distance is too close to evade. The black dragon's expression shifted dramatically, realizing the peril it was in. As the terrifying energy surged towards it at an astonishing speed, threatening to engulf it whole, the black dragon's body erupted in a dazzling purple light, akin to the most brilliant star streaking across the night sky. Accompanied by the radiant purple glow, the black dragon bellowed, Sixth soul skill, Heart of the Candle Dragon, Rebirth. In an instant, the surging energy, like a flood breaching a dam, violently engulfed the black dragon. Within this maelstrom, the black dragon felt an overwhelming pressure and tumultuous force tearing at its body. A cacophony of crackling sounds erupted as the black dragon's incredibly hard black scales began to shed like raindrops, falling in a disarray. Soon after, horrifying wounds rapidly emerged across its body, blood gushing forth and staining the surrounding air crimson. Seconds ticked by, and when the energy finally dissipated, the sight before them revealed a battered black dragon, a pitiful and harrowing sight indeed. His entire body was marred by wounds of various sizes, each deep enough to expose bone, and blood flowed freely. Even the corners of his mouth bore remnants of blood that had yet to dry. Despite enduring such grievous injuries, the black dragon persevered through the excruciating pain, fixating his defiant gaze upon the golden crow. Concurrently, as the rebirth ability activated, the horrifying wounds on the black dragon's body began to visibly heal at an astonishing rate. A spirit beast that had existed for 700,000 years? You were nothing more than this. Even though the black dragon had just emerged from the brink of death, he still harbored no intention of bowing to the spirit beast before him. Human, for tens of thousands of years, you are the first to withstand 3 moves from me. Suddenly, a mature female voice emanated from the golden crow, catching the black dragon off guard. After all, such a powerful entity would typically scorn any form of communication with humans. Your talent is remarkable, reaching level 81 at the age of 21. I find myself immensely curious about you, the golden crow continued. My time is drawing near, and in my current state, I must not only guard against the assaults of other spirit beasts from the divine Eagle Valley, but also protect my offspring and confront the impending tribulation. Shaking his head, the black dragon could even perceive a hint of sorrow in the golden crow's eyes. What do you wish for me to do? I can spare your life, and I can also spare your other 2 companions. What I require is for you to vow with your martial soul that you will protect my children, regardless of whether you ascend to divinity in the future. Upon hearing the golden crow's words, the black dragon found himself utterly bewildered by the current circumstances. In my present condition, I cannot survive the next tribulation. If I perish, my offspring will undoubtedly fail to reach maturity. Therefore, I wish to sacrifice myself to you, becoming your second martial soul. Chapter 11. The second martial soul, the Fusong Golden Crow. Why have you chosen me? Do not spirit beasts harbor hatred towards humanity? The black dragon's eyes widened, exhaling waves of scorching heat, as if his fiery breath could melt steel. His massive form trembled slightly, clearly filled with doubt and unease. Those eyes, resembling burning black flames, remained locked onto the golden crow ahead, not daring to relax for a moment. The golden crow, equally unyielding, glared back at the black dragon, her eyes flashing with resolve and reluctance. If it were not for my impending demise, and your talent being the most extraordinary of the past 1,000,000 years, not even that angel over there compares to you. Do you think I would deign to notice you? Do not be so presumptuous. After this declaration, the golden crow paused briefly before continuing in a tone that bordered on threatening. Now, you have 2 choices, either willingly accept my sacrifice or await your annihilation here. Make your decision quickly, for I possess little patience to waste on you. As her words echoed, the golden crow's tone sharpened, and the impatience within her became unmistakably directed at the black dragon. To gain a powerful second martial soul without effort is an opportunity not to be missed. Very well, I accept. The black dragon responded, taking a deep breath. Upon hearing his answer, the golden crow seemed to exhale a long-held breath of relief. Immediately, flames surged around her, illuminating the sky with an inferno. Simultaneously, a colossal barrier of golden red light erupted from all directions, enveloping the area completely. Your talent is indeed exceptional, but your soul power level still requires enhancement. However, Since I have decided to lend you my aid, I shall not be stingy with this power. Henceforth, I will replenish the 9 levels of soul power you lack. But the process will be excruciating. I hope you can endure it. Should you falter midway, I am afraid I can only transform into your 9th soul ring. As the golden crow spoke, she began to summon the immense soul power within her being. Suddenly, her colossal form erupted like fireworks, transforming into countless dazzling golden feathers. These feathers surged into the black dragon's body like a torrential flood. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, the black dragon's body convulsed violently. The sudden agony pierced through him like 1,000 arrows, rendering him nearly unable to withstand it. In that instant, his seemingly indomitable form collapsed like an ignited powder keg, dissipating into nothingness. At that moment, the hidden entity within the black dragon, Mo Chen, revealed itself. Now, Mo Chen's entire being had transformed into a shocking crimson hue. As if engulfed in roaring flames, his veins were prominently protruding from his body, clearly visible as if they were on the verge of bursting. From the orifices of his face, fresh, crimson blood flowed continuously, forming small rivulets that cascaded down his cheeks. Yet, before they could reach the ground, they evaporated under the searing heat. Mo Chen's throat emitted a series of agonizing howls, a sound that was deafening and echoed through the heavens, instilling fear in all who heard it. In this fleeting moment, the pain he endured was beyond description, surpassing all the injuries he had suffered on the battlefield multiplied several times over. The merciless flames ruthlessly scorched Mo Chen's body, every inch of skin and muscle subjected to the torment of extreme heat. However, astonishingly, amidst this fiery crucible, the numerous scars that crisscrossed Mo Chen's body began to heal gradually. Those once grotesque wounds vanished in the glow of the flames, replaced by skin as smooth as new. Simultaneously, the clothes he wore rapidly melted away in the blaze, dissipating into wisps of smoke. In an instant, Mo Chen found himself naked amidst this inferno, his body feeling as if it were immersed in boiling lava, tormented as though he were in the depths of hell. As time passed, Qian Renxue, having successfully absorbed the energy of the 7th ring, stood outside, her gaze fixed anxiously on Mo Chen, who was being engulfed by endless pain within. Her beautiful eyes reflected concern as she watched him, trembling uncontrollably from her overwhelming worry. Mr. Danyu. Qian Renxue's lips parted slightly, her voice quivering, as if she had a multitude of words to say, yet faltered at the brink of expression. Before she could finish, a crystal-clear golden tear slipped uncontrollably down her fair cheek, like a shooting star disappearing into the void. Meanwhile, Danyu remained silent, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the scene inside. After a long pause, he finally spoke softly. There is no need for excessive alarm, Mr. Mo Chen may have reached some accord with Garuda. At this moment, he is likely undergoing a sacrificial process from Garuda. We only need to wait patiently, trusting that Mr. Mo Chen will emerge unscathed. Time passed excruciatingly slowly for those present, each second stretching into eternity. No one knew how long had truly elapsed, feeling as though they had endured a century. At last, the golden-red barrier enveloping Mo Chen began to dissipate, akin to morning mist fading under sunlight. When the last vestige of the barrier vanished, Mo Chen, once suspended in midair, lost his support and plummeted like a kite with its string cut. Yet, at that critical moment, a torrent of rushing water suddenly surged beneath him. However, the speed of the water was woefully sluggish compared to Qian Renxue. In an instant, 3 pairs of resplendent golden wings unfurled behind her magnificent silhouette. These wings radiated dazzling light, as brilliant and scorching as the sun, possessing the 6-winged angel martial soul. Qian Renxue's speed was beyond imagination. In the blink of an eye, she reached Mo Chen, enveloping his body, flushed like a ripe apple, in her embrace. Gazing at the flushed man before her, Qian Renxue was filled with worry and concern, just as she opened her mouth to inquire about his condition. Her eyes fell upon Mo Chen's naked form, causing a delicate blush to creep across her alabaster features. Together, they slowly descended to the ground. Qian Renxue lowered her head slightly, appearing somewhat bashful and awkward. She gently extended her delicate hand, retrieving a thick coat from her storage soul guide. As for Mo Chen, the once ghastly wounds on his body had miraculously vanished without a trace. Furthermore, his short black hair, after merging with the golden crow, had transformed entirely into a golden hue. Particularly, the golden crow mark adorning his forehead served as the finishing touch, endowing him with an ethereal, divine aura. Seeing this, Danyu swiftly approached, placing his hand upon Mo Chen's pulse. However, the moment he made contact, his brow furrowed tightly, a grave and perplexed expression crossing his face. Witnessing Danyu's demeanor, Qian Renxue's heart leapt into her throat, and she anxiously inquired, Mr. Danyu, how's Mo Chen? It is truly incredible, Danyu exclaimed, his brow still knitted in astonishment. The sacrificial offering from Garuda has yielded astounding results, not only aiding Mr. Mo Chen in ascending to the rank of title Douluo but also bestowing upon him a second martial soul. Qian Renxue's face mirrored the shock. For possessing a second martial soul in the later stages of life was nearly inconceivable. Moreover, Mr. Mo Chen's soul power had astonishingly broken through to level 95. Danyu took a deep breath, gently pulling back a corner of his coat and placing his palm against Mo Chen's chest. Instantly, he felt an intense heat emanating from within Mo Chen, as if a raging flame was wreaking havoc inside him. Simultaneously, Mo Chen, who had been in a comatose state, seemed to sense his transformation. He first moved his fingers slightly, then gradually opened his eyes, sitting up in bewilderment. Golden Crow? Mo Chen murmured. Golden Crow? Daniel asked. Puzzled. What is the Golden Crow? At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in Mo Chen's ears. His previously vacant mind was suddenly jolted awake as if struck by a bolt of lightning. The Golden Crow? It is what you often refer to as Garuda. Mo Chen instinctively replied, a hint of astonishment evident in his voice. Almost immediately, he seemed to come to a realization, his gaze swiftly scanning his bare body. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the coat beside him and deftly draped it over himself. Remarkably, despite this being his first encounter with the garment, it fit him as though it had been tailored exclusively for him. Clad in the coat, Mo Chen gradually closed his eyes, focusing intently on the surging, formidable power within him, akin to a mighty river in full flow. The sacrifice of the Golden Crow had not only elevated his soul power by a staggering 14 levels but had also bestowed upon him a second martial soul. However, this newly emerged martial soul possessed a unique characteristic. Its soul rings were shared with the first martial soul. Contemplating this, Mo Chen inhaled deeply and opened his eyes, proclaiming, "Let us proceed. We must hasten to the core area. I promised the Golden Crow I would look after its child." As soon as the words left his lips, Mo Chen's once short golden hair began to grow wildly, cascading down to his waist in an instant. Simultaneously, the mysterious mark on his forehead, symbolizing the power of the Golden Crow, erupted in a dazzling radiance, resembling a resplendent golden sun suspended in the sky. At that moment, the formidable aura emanating from Mo Chen was nearly indistinguishable from that of the recently departed Golden Crow. He appeared as if an ethereal being had stepped out of a painting, exuding an extraordinary and otherworldly charm. "Child?" Qian Renxue inquired, her face a mask of confusion. "Is it true that the Golden Crow sacrificed itself for its own offspring?" Mo Chen nodded slightly in affirmation, then waved his sleeve gently, leading Qian Renxue and Dan Yu toward the core area. Along the way, they occasionally encountered powerful soul beasts of considerable age. However, these typically fearsome creatures, upon sensing the unparalleled pressure radiating from Mo Chen, unhesitatingly chose to retreat, not daring to confront him directly. Thus, the three traversed unhindered, swiftly reaching the core area. Before them stood a colossal golden tree, its lush branches and leaves resembling a golden cloud that obscured a vast expanse of sky. "The Fusang tree," Dan Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Approaching the tree, Mo Chen immediately spotted a nest perched at its apex. There, a fledgling, roughly the size of an adult, chirped anxiously, seemingly calling for its mother to return. Mo Chen slowly approached the young bird, extending his right hand to gently touch its forehead. In an instant, the previously restless fledgling fell silent, as if enveloped in a warm, reassuring energy. A flicker of sorrow appeared in the fledgling's eyes. Yet it remained obedient as Mo Chen stroked its feathers. "What should we do? Should we take it with us or leave it here? Taking it away might incite panic." Qian Renxue pondered, her brow furrowed as she gazed at the now motherless fledgling, a sense of sympathy stirring within her. Mo Chen turned his gaze to Dan Yu. "Leave its care to me," Dan Yu replied. "I've given it much thought, and accompanying you to the military camp may not be a bad choice." Chapter 12. Homeward Bound. "Farewell, Ning Rongrong, have you made your decision? Once you enter the military camp, life will no longer be so leisurely," Mo Chen remarked, gradually releasing the Golden Crow martial soul's possession. His once resplendent golden hair swiftly transformed back into dark, tousled locks as the mysterious glow of the Golden Crow mark on his forehead dimmed until it vanished completely. Dan Yu nodded gently, indicating that he was mentally prepared for what lay ahead. "Aside from not finding the withering flower, this journey has been quite satisfactory," Mo Chen said, rubbing his slightly swollen head, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Thus, the three departed from the Divine Eagle Valley. As they neared the borders of the Tiando Empire, Dan Yu turned with the fledgling and headed toward the military camp. At that moment, only Mo Chen and Qian Renxue remained in the carriage. Qian Renxue sat in silence, her pale, delicate hands tightly gripping the fabric of her clothing, her fingers whitening from the pressure. Her expression revealed a tumult of anxiety and unease. Mo Chen noticed her distress. After a brief silence, he inhaled deeply, striving to soften his tone. "You need not be so tense. Whether you hail from the Spirit Hall or the Tiando Empire, to me, you are simply my friend, little Shui. So please, relax." His words seemed to penetrate the depths of Qian Renxue's worries, offering her solace. "Do you not resent me for deceiving you?" Qian Renxue bit her lip. Her beautiful eyes filled with trepidation as she cautiously asked, her voice trembling ever so slightly. Upon hearing this, Mo Chen tilted his head in confusion, his deep, luminous gaze turning to her. "Why would I blame you? Everyone has their secrets," he gently countered. Qian Renxue sighed, as if a great weight had been lifted from her heart. Her golden eyes locked onto Mo Chen's, and she solemnly declared, "It's different. I am of the Spirit Hall, and I am to become its next leader. You, as a general of the Tiando Empire, are inherently my enemy. Do you not wish to take this opportunity to eliminate me?" As soon as she spoke, Qian Renxue scrutinized Mo Chen's eyes, searching for any subtle shifts in expression, eager to uncover his true intentions hidden beneath his calm facade. Yet, regardless of her scrutiny, Mo Chen's gaze remained unwavering, tranquil like still water, shrouded in an elusive calmness. Mo Chen leaned against the carriage window, one hand casually supporting his chin while the other rested lightly on the window frame. His gaze inadvertently drifted towards the window, observing the fleeting landscapes outside, and he gradually spoke. As for me, I am unfamiliar with the so-called young master of the spirit hall, Qian Renxue. In my eyes, there is only a little snow who urgently requires the seventh soul ring. After a brief pause, Mo Chen continued, as for your relationship with that prince, it is of no concern to me. I am merely a martial man, versed only in the art of combat and the chaos of battle. The question of who shall ultimately govern this world, or who will be the future monarch of Tiando, is irrelevant to my interests. Having said this, he cast his gaze back out the window. Qian Renxue pressed her lips together, yet there was no trace of inquiry in his words. After surveying the surroundings, Mo Chen finally discovered a relatively secluded and tranquil corner, where he removed his coat. Once everything was in order, he approached Qian Renxue, cradling the neatly folded coat in his hands. A faint smile graced his face as he spoke. Thank you for the coat. Without it, I would surely be too embarrassed to face anyone. His tone was lighthearted and humorous, akin to sharing a trivial jest. However, Qian Renxue, at that moment, did not reciprocate with a smile. Her beautiful visage was marred by a furrowed brow, suggesting that she was troubled by some deep-seated concern. Nevertheless, she extended her hand to accept the coat offered by Mo Chen and promptly stowed it away in her soul guide. Observing her persistent frown and heavy heart, Mo Chen hesitated repeatedly before summoning the courage to gently ruffle Qian Renxue's hair. It was the first time he had ever taken such an intimate action towards another, rendering the gesture somewhat awkward and stiff. Oh, why do you always wear such a gloomy expression? We still do not know if that cracked horned rhino's soul ring is suitable for you. Mo Chen attempted to convey this in a casual, carefree manner, yet it came out rather clumsily. Just then, Qian Renxue, who had remained silent, suddenly felt a gentle touch on her head, akin to the warmest rays of sunlight in spring, inviting her to lean in and bask in its warmth. Consequently, she instinctively tilted her head slightly, affectionately rubbing against Mo Chen's palm. This small gesture sent a rush of warmth to Mo Chen's cheeks. It is worth noting that prior to this, he had never exhibited such familiarity with any girl other than Ning Rongrong. In that moment, his heart raced and his breath quickened. Just as Qian Renxue parted her lips to speak, a sharp, piercing voice cut through the air, capturing the attention of both individuals present. Mo Chen, where on earth have you been? With that furious exclamation, Ning Rongrong approached, hands on her hips, exuding an air of indignation. Her delicate, charming face flushed crimson with anger, and her rosy lips were pursed in discontent, resembling an irate kitten. Despite her anger, one could not deny that Ning Rongrong remained stunningly beautiful. Yet, in that moment, Mo Chen's gaze was steadfastly averted from her. I waited outside your door for 15 days, but that butler refused to let me in. You must have been dismissed upon our return, or I shall never speak to you again. But where have you been all this time? Ning Rongrong's brows were knit tightly as she loudly interrogated Mo Chen, her eyes brimming with reproach, clearly irked by his recent disappearance. In response to her barrage of questions, Mo Chen remained unresponsive, not even casting a glance in her direction, and gently withdrawing his hand from Qian Renxue's head. Such indifference only fueled Ning Rongrong's ire further. As she turned her head sharply, her piercing gaze fell upon Qian Renxue, who stood nearby. Observing the woman before her, Ning Rongrong's expression darkened gradually. Throughout her life, she had been accustomed to receiving compliments on her beauty, yet standing in contrast to Qian Renxue made her feel a sudden sense of inadequacy. Qian Renxue possessed an elegant grace, akin to a snow lotus blooming atop a lofty mountain, both cool and captivating. Her breathtaking visage was nothing short of astonishing. Her skin was as smooth as fine jade, her face resembled a peach blossom, and her eyes were like deep, mesmerizing lakes, drawing one in irresistibly. Furthermore, the noble aura that emanated from Qian Renxue's every movement was something Ning Rongrong could never hope to match. In that instant, she felt an unprecedented sense of defeat. A heavy psychological blow struck against Ning Rongrong's fragile spirit, leaving her mind blank and her body teetering on the brink of collapse. At that moment, Mo Chen's gaze toward Qian Renxue was soft and affectionate, as if it could melt one into oblivion. Once, such a gaze filled with deep emotion and affection had belonged solely to her. Yet now, it had completely shifted to another woman. A reality Ning Rongrong found impossible to bear. Who are you? What is your purpose in getting close to Mo Chen? I am the young lady of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Do you not consider if you are worthy of competing with me for his affection? Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow tightly, her face contorted with anger as she questioned Qian Renxue. Her voice trembled slightly with rage, and her hands clenched into fists unconsciously. However, in response to Ning Rongrong's accusations, Mo Chen's brow knitted tightly, his face betraying a clear expression of disdain. He simply could not comprehend how the once gentle, charming, and understanding Ning Rongrong could have transformed into such a brazen and unreasonable individual. At that moment, as Qian Renxue, who had intended to explain herself, had yet to utter a word, Mo Chen unexpectedly reached out and grasped her small hand, turning without hesitation to stride away. This sudden gesture caused Qian Renxue's face to flush with embarrassment, her heart racing as if it were a frightened fawn. Yet, for reasons unknown, she did not pull her hand away from Mo Chen's grip. Instead, she followed him like a docile and obedient little kitten, allowing him to lead her away. Watching Mo Chen depart with Qian Renxue, his back turned and not a single word exchanged, Ning Rongrong felt as though her heart had been torn into countless fragments. each piece piercing her with agony. Ultimately, after holding back her tears for so long, she could no longer contain her emotions. Tears streamed down her cheeks like a torrent breaking through a dam. Was it truly a crime to pursue her own happiness simply because she had called off their engagement? In that moment, Ning Rongrong trembled, fragile like a flower swaying in the wind. Her face contorted with rage, her previously fair skin now flushed crimson. And even the veins on her forehead were visibly throbbing. Particularly her sapphire-like eyes, now bloodshot, evoked a sense of pity and trepidation. Yet, in the face of such an emotional outburst from Ning Rongrong, Mo Chen remained cold and unyielding. He did not pause for even a moment. Striding purposefully alongside Qian Renxue towards the mansion. As she gazed at the two figures gradually receding until they vanished from sight, Ning Rongrong's expression, once tightly furrowed with anger, transformed into an ominous and terrifying demeanor, reminiscent of the oppressive sky before a tempest. Mo Chen, do not forget that without the unwavering support of our 7-treasure glazed tile school, do you truly believe you could secure the position of general solely on your own merits? Unable to contain the surging tide of fury and resentment within, Ning Rongrong shouted hoarsely at the already distant pair. Yet, regardless of her desperate cries and roars, the only response was the hollow, deserted streets and the chilling whispers of the wind. Once Mo Chen and Qian Renxue's silhouettes had completely faded from view, Ning Rongrong felt as if all her strength had been siphoned away, and she collapsed heavily onto the cold, hard ground. Slowly, she raised her arms and embraced her curled-up legs, burying her head deeply between her knees, and began to weep uncontrollably. Crystal-clear tears cascaded from her beautiful face like a flood, soaking her splendid gown and the earth beneath her. In that moment, Ning Rongrong cried with a heart-wrenching anguish. As though the entire world had abandoned her, she merely sought to pursue her own true love and happiness, yet how had it come to this? She had never wished to truly lose Mo Chen. Beautiful memories flooded her mind, Mo Chen's attentive care, his indulgent smiles during her playful antics, and the countless joyful moments they shared together. Each of these reminiscences struck her shattered heart like a dagger. Yes, I still have my father. A glimmer of hope suddenly flickered in Ning Rongrong's tear-filled eyes, as if she had grasped a lifeline in the darkness. She ceased her weeping, gradually rose to her feet, and gently brushed off the dust clinging to her clothes with trembling hands, before running homeward. Meanwhile, on the bustling streets of Tiando City, Mo Chen continued to hold Qian Renxue's delicate hand tightly. Qian Renxue offered no resistance, quietly following Mo Chen's lead, relishing this fleeting yet profoundly warm moment together. Along the way, they exchanged no words, yet an unspoken understanding lingered between them. At last, they entered the general's mansion, passing through numerous courtyards and corridors. They arrived at the solemn meeting hall within. Mo Chen slowly released Qian Renxue's hand, a hint of apology crossing his face as he scratched his head awkwardly, saying, "I'm sorry, I just got carried away." With that, he lowered his head like a child caught misbehaving. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue, who had remained silent, lifted her gaze to meet the slightly bashful young man before her. Mo Chen's handsome face was tinged with a hint of red, and his deep-set eyes revealed sincerity and unease. For reasons unknown, seeing him in such a state stirred a warm current within Qian Renxue, prompting her to let out a soft laugh. Her laughter rang out like a clear bell, shattering the silence that had enveloped the hall. Chapter 13. A conspiracy? Yet, just as this seemingly tranquil moment unfolded, a hurried footfall shattered the stillness within the room. The butler rushed in, his expression frantic, hastening through the doorway. His somewhat disheveled gait and anxious expression inevitably aroused suspicion. "Master!" the butler exclaimed, breathless. Upon hearing the call, Mo Chen lifted his gaze, directing it towards the butler. Noticing the butler's hesitant demeanor, he furrowed his brow slightly and then waved his hand dismissively, speaking in a calm tone. "Speak plainly. There is no need for such hesitation." Upon hearing Mo Chen's words, the butler hesitated for a moment before quickly glancing at Qian Renxue, who stood nearby. When his gaze fell upon her exquisite visage, he could not help but inwardly marvel. However, he soon regained his composure, lowering his head and murmuring softly, "Master, His Majesty has just sent someone with an edict, commanding you to enter the palace at once to meet him." Upon hearing this, Mo Chen's brow furrowed tightly. He never anticipated that the Emperor of the Snowy Night would summon him at such a moment, and a multitude of questions surged within him. "I understand," Mo Chen said after a moment of contemplation, then turned to his companion, Qian Renxue, his eyes revealing a hint of regret. "This esteemed guest of mine must be well entertained." The steward quickly nodded in agreement. Subsequently, he turned to briefly explain the situation to Qian Renxue. After completing these tasks, Mo Chen stepped out of the room, mounted his horse, raised his whip, and galloped toward the imperial palace. As the sound of hooves faded into the distance, tranquility returned to the courtyard. At this moment, Qian Renxue, who had maintained a smile, gradually let her expression shift to one of contemplation. "Ning Rongrong." She softly murmured the name, her voice barely audible to herself. The instant he entered the palace, his gaze was immediately drawn to the numerous guards present. Each guard stood tall and solemn, clad in resplendent armor and wielding sharp weapons, forming an impregnable line along the path. However, despite the grandeur of the scene, Mo Chen paid little heed, for he had more pressing matters at hand. Thus, he merely cast a fleeting glance at the guards before hastening deeper into the palace. Unbeknownst to him, as he departed, all the soldiers turned their gazes to the spot where he had just stood. Approaching the court, two guards suddenly extended their hands, halting his advance. "General Mo, please remove your armor," one guard said expressionlessly. Mo Chen furrowed his brow at the remark. Yet after a brief hesitation, he decided to comply with the guard's request, slowly unfastening his heavy armor and sword, placing them neatly aside. As Mo Chen stepped into the court once more, an unusual atmosphere enveloped him instantly. With the keen instincts honed over years on the battlefield, he sensed the hidden figures lurking in the shadows. Fixing his gaze, he saw the Emperor of the Snowy Night seated at the head of the assembly, adorned in a brilliant yellow dragon robe and a purple gold crown, emanating an aura of authority. Flanking him were Prince Xuexing, Douluo V, and the civil and military officials. Additionally, a diminutive eunuch bowed his head, seemingly too timid to meet Mo Chen's gaze. Observing this scene, Mo Chen inclined his head slightly and said, "I pay my respects to your majesty." Upon hearing his greeting, the emperor cleared his throat and spoke in a tone that was both slightly inflated yet filled with gravitas. "Ahem, Minister Mo. I believe you are now 21 years of age, am I correct?" "Your majesty may speak plainly," Mo Chen replied, his voice calm and resolute, devoid of any timidity or deference. However, his unyielding demeanor caused the emperor to furrow his brow slightly, stirring a sense of discontent within him. Leaning forward, the emperor fixed his piercing gaze upon Mo Chen and slowly said, "Minister Mo, you are now of age to establish a family. Have you considered the matter of marriage? To be frank, I have a beloved daughter named Xueku, who is in the prime of her youth, just 16 this year." As he spoke, the emperor narrowed his eyes, focusing intently on Mo Chen, seemingly attempting to discern the true thoughts hidden behind his composed exterior. Upon hearing this, Mo Chen's heart jolted, plunging him into deep contemplation. A torrent of thoughts flooded his mind, leaving him perplexed about the emperor's intentions in broaching this subject at this moment. After a moment of silence, Mo Chen took a deep breath, steadied himself, and clasped his hands in salute, saying, "Your Majesty, I am merely a martial servant. Since my return from the borders, I have devoted myself solely to serving the nation and have never considered the trivial matters of marriage and offspring. Furthermore, the prospective partner would be your Majesty's cherished daughter, the princess of the empire." However, Mo Chen's response ignited the emperor's fury as he slammed his palm on the table, rising abruptly to shout, "Impudence! Are you implying that my precious jewel is unworthy of you?" With this thunderous outburst, the court fell into a profound silence, all eyes converging on Mo Chen, and the atmosphere turned palpably tense. Faced with the emperor's wrath, Mo Chen instinctively lowered his head to apologize and defend himself. Yet, just as he was about to speak, he caught sight of the hostile expressions on the faces of the surrounding ministers, clearly filled with animosity towards him. This realization caused the words he had prepared to die on his lips. Straightening his posture, Mo Chen's demeanor transformed, his piercing gaze sweeping over each individual present, finally resting on the emperor. With a grave expression, he said, "Your Majesty, if you have something to convey, please do so directly, without the need for circumlocution." At that moment, a minister clad in splendid court attire stepped forward from the crowd. With a commanding presence, he pointed at Mo Chen and proclaimed loudly, "General Mo, you find yourself within the imperial city, yet you still command an army of 400,000. If you continue to delay your return to the borders, we, your ministers, cannot find peace of mind." Hearing this, Mo Chen frowned slightly, his gaze shifting to the outspoken minister. Meanwhile, the emperor remained seated, silent. Yet his expression suggested tacit approval of the minister's accusations against Mo Chen. As the tension in the court escalated, voices of dissent erupted. "General Mo, swiftly surrender the talisman. Do not prolong this any further." The clamor of accusations reverberated throughout the grand hall, rising in intensity. Yet, amidst the onslaught of criticism, Mo Chen stood resolute, akin to an indomitable mountain, maintaining his silence. As time passed, the ministers, perhaps exhausted from their fervent oration, gradually quieted down. It was only then that Mo Chen lifted his head once more, redirecting his gaze toward the exalted emperor of the Snowy Night. After taking a deep breath, he spoke in a low and powerful voice, "Your Majesty, what are your true intentions? If you wish to reclaim the tiger talisman, a simple imperial decree would suffice. Why go through such elaborate measures? 25 soul kings, 10 soul emperors, 7 soul saints, 2 soul Douluos, and 1 title Douluo." In just a moment, Mo Chen's gaze had quietly swept across every corner of the grand hall. Within that brief span, he had comprehended the layout, the positioning of individuals, and the potential hidden mechanisms and traps. It was evident that the assembly before him was not merely for discourse. The expressions of those present were stern and grave, each exuding an unsettling aura. Particularly, the Snow Star Prince, standing in a position of authority, wore a face of malevolence, idly toying with his slender fingers while casting a menacing glare at Mo Chen. Suddenly, the Snow Star Prince coldly remarked, "Mo Chen, you are still too young and naive. The intricacies of court affairs are convoluted. The struggles for power and intrigue are beyond the grasp of an inexperienced youth such as yourself." Upon hearing these words, Mo Chen felt a weight in his heart, yet his face betrayed no fear. He met the Snow Star Prince's fierce gaze unflinchingly and calmly retorted, "What? Do you mean to say that you have come here today to take my life?" At the same time, he discreetly summoned the immense soul power within him. A powerful energy wave began to circulate around him. At that moment, A small eunuch standing beside the Snow Knight Emperor caught sight of this, and a glint of cunning flashed in his eyes. He then raised his voice, shouting, "Rebellious traitor Mo Chen dares to openly conspire against us. All soldiers, seize this rogue at once." As this shout echoed, the officials present in the hall, seemingly anticipating this development, swiftly retreated to the sides of the grand hall, clearing a wide passage in the center. Soon after, a synchronized and heavy sound of footsteps approached, as a group of heavily armored soldiers wielding sharp spears marched in menacingly from one side of the hall. "Mo Chen, surrender at once. Today shall be your last." The leader thundered, his eyes wide with fury. This man was named Carnasang, a formidable soul Douluo with the martial spirit of the Xiaming tortoise. It is known that those who reach the soul Douluo level are typically untouched by the lofty royal lineage, although Douluo preferred to keep his distance from others. He nonetheless had some connections within the soul master community. Faced with the encirclement, Mo Chen could not help but let a bitter smile grace his lips as he shook his head helplessly and said, "It seems you are truly determined to take my life." Before he could finish, an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted from him. In an instant, a pressure as heavy as a mountain cascaded through the hall, akin to a surging tsunami, suppressing all present to the extent that even breathing became a strenuous endeavor. Level 95. Douluo, observing from the sidelines, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. He widened his eyes, his face a portrait of disbelief, as if he had witnessed the most astonishing event in the world. Nearly half a month ago, Mo Chen was but an 81st level soul Douluo. Yet now, in such a brief span of time, he had ascended an astounding 14 levels, an extraordinary rate of advancement that defied all imagination. As these words were spoken, the once aggressive individuals who had encircled him, bristling with menace, suddenly wilted like eggplants touched by frost, their fervor dissipating in an instant. They exchanged glances, their eyes betraying profound fear and trepidation. After all, the power possessed by a rank 95 title Douluo was sufficient to effortlessly obliterate an army of 100,000. How could mere minions like them contend with such might? At this moment, Emperor Xiue felt a chilling sensation coursing up his spine, causing him to involuntarily shudder. To be frank, he had never truly intended to eliminate Mo Chen. After all, Mo Chen had reached the rank of Soul Douluo by the tender age of 20. With such astonishing talent and strength, his ascension to title Douluo in the future was practically a foregone conclusion. This incident was merely meant to serve as a minor lesson for the impetuous young genius. However, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, an astonishing transformation unfolded within Mo Chen. His formerly lustrous black hair rapidly lengthened and changed color before their very eyes, transforming into a magnificent cascade of golden locks that danced in the wind. Simultaneously, the enigmatic golden crow mark that had long remained hidden on his forehead re-emerged, radiating a blinding brilliance. "Since you are so resolutely bent on my demise, I shall hold nothing back today. Let me demonstrate the true power of my second martial soul," Mo Chen declared coldly. As his words fell, an intensely scorching aura erupted from him, as if the very air itself were about to ignite. In an instant, the temperature within the vast hall surged dramatically, enveloping all present in an inferno. "Protect His Majesty." Observing the alarming change, Xuexing's expression shifted drastically. Without hesitation, he waved his hand decisively and urged Emperor Xiue to flee towards the exit. Third soul skill, Sunlit Golden Sands. Soul power surged forth wildly. The once unyielding ground, as solid as steel, began to tremble slightly, as though a mysterious and formidable force was awakening from beneath. In the blink of an eye, the tremors intensified, and the ground began to flow before their eyes. Within moments, the entire floor of the hall vanished, replaced by a seething sea of scorching golden sands. The sands sparkled with a dazzling light, reminiscent of golden rays cast by the sun. Even more astonishing was the fact that this seemingly ordinary sand carried attributes of deceleration, impairment, and weakening. Anyone who dared to step into the sea of sand would immediately feel their movement slow to a crawl, as if held back by an invisible hand, while their own strength would be severely suppressed and diminished, unable to reach its full potential. As the crowd remained awestruck by this terrifying third soul skill, Mo Chen showed no signs of pausing. First soul skill, Sunfire Feather. No sooner had he spoken than a clear, melodious phoenix cry resonated through the air, followed by a brilliant burst of flame erupting from behind him. From this fiery radiance, a pair of magnificent, golden wings unfurled. These wings blazed like flames, each feather shimmering with fierce fire, exuding an aura of infinite majesty and heat. As Mo Chen gently waved those grand wings, countless golden feathers fell like raindrops, tracing elegant arcs through the air, reminiscent of dancing fairies, beautiful yet lethal. At that moment, those unfortunate souls trapped within the searing sands struggled desperately to escape. However, their legs were ensnared, and the myriad negative effects of the sand rendered them incapable of any effective movement. They could only watch helplessly as the cascading golden feathers hurtled towards them with alarming speed. These drifting golden feathers pierced their bodies with the ferocity of bullets, and in an instant, blood spattered and cries of agony echoed throughout. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The feathers that fell to the ground did not cease their onslaught. Upon touching the earth, they erupted with a series of earth-shattering explosions. Each feather transformed into a powerful bomb, detonating with a thunderous roar. In an instant, flames soared to the heavens and smoke engulfed the scene, turning the entire imperial palace into a realm of chaos, with ruins and debris strewn about as if the apocalypse had arrived. Chapter 14. Mo Chen's past the Biphosphorus Serpent Emperor's shield. As the entire palace was engulfed by endless golden sands, transforming into a vast sea of sand, the falling golden feathers rained down mercilessly, claiming the feeble lives of those below. Douluo finally resolved to take action, and a brilliant green light flashed as a colossal, emerald serpent surged forth from the void. The Biphosphorus Serpent Emperor opened its cavernous jaws and unleashed a deafening roar, coiling its massive body around all present, forming an indomitable shield to withstand the torrential onslaught of golden feathers. The sound of piercing impacts filled the air as the razor-sharp golden feathers collided violently against the Serpent Emperor's impenetrable scales, igniting a series of explosive detonations and jarring slicing sounds. Sparks flew, smoke billowed, and the entire scene was shrouded in an atmosphere of terror befitting the end of days. From his elevated vantage point, Mo Chen observed the struggling Biphosphorus Serpent Emperor with an expression devoid of emotion. He narrowed his eyes slightly, a barely perceptible cold smile gracing his lips. Second soul skill, Fusang Golden Crow. As the words left Mo Chen's lips, the already sweltering air transformed into an unbearable heat, as if even breathing could sear the throat. In the midst of the sandy sea below, a formidable wave of thermal energy erupted unexpectedly. In the blink of an eye, a towering golden Fusang tree ascended from the ground, breaking through the swirling sand and standing proudly amidst the dunes. Its crown was lush and cloud-like, with branches swaying in the breeze, radiating resplendent golden light. More astonishingly, countless delicate golden birds alighted upon the branches of the Fusang tree, chirping incessantly, appearing charming and harmless. However, upon receiving Mo Chen's command, these birds revealed a fierce aspect. They took flight in an orderly manner, akin to well-trained drones, surging towards the direction of the Biling Snake Emperor. Thousands of golden birds converged into a tumultuous wave, the scale of which was utterly staggering. They filled the sky, resembling a swarm of locusts blocking out the sun, sweeping through with a force that stirred violent winds and towering waves, an awe-inspiring spectacle. Moreover, these seemingly beautiful golden birds were akin to powerful explosives. As the golden birds collided violently with the massive form of the Biling Snake Emperor, a series of deafening explosions erupted like thunder within the palace. The entire palace was instantly engulfed by this sudden cacophony, smoke billowing and flames leaping skyward. Simultaneously, Douluo felt his martial soul subjected to an unprecedentedly intense assault. An irresistible force surged towards him like a tidal wave, causing a sharp pain in his chest. And with a sudden sweetness in his throat, he could not help but spurt out a mouthful of blood. Faced with Mo Chen's relentless onslaught, Douluo and his companions found themselves completely ensnared in a passive state of defense. They scarcely had the opportunity to mount any effective resistance before being overwhelmed by the formidable power of Mo Chen, leaving them gasping for breath. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. As the painting of the Fuso tree transformed into shimmering golden specks that gradually faded, a magnificent bough, radiating a brilliant golden light, silently materialized in Mo Chen's hands. This exquisite bough emanated an aura that was both breathtaking and unsettling. Mo Chen grasped the bough firmly, drawing back the string, which resonated with a low, ominous hum. In an instant, a colossal, majestic three-legged golden crow appeared atop the arrow held by Mo Chen. This magnificent creature was engulfed in flames, radiating an unbearable heat, its terrifying presence sending chills down the spine. Just as Mo Chen prepared to release the string and unleash this cataclysmic power, a sudden, melodious female voice unexpectedly reached his ears. "Big brother." The call, reminiscent of a golden oriole song, was both clear and enchanting, yet it caused Mo Chen's taut nerves to tremble violently, momentarily halting the arrow poised for flight. A glance to the side revealed Shueku, her face etched with fear and anxiety as she gazed in his direction. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with terror and helplessness, resembling a startled fawn. "Father has realized his mistakes. Please, big brother, spare them," Shueku implored, her voice trembling with worry, evoking a profound sense of compassion. As the daughter of an emperor, in this pivotal moment, Shueku found herself reluctantly thrust forward as a shield by the royal family to confront the crisis. Despite being filled with dread, she bravely suppressed her fear, striving to plead for mercy. As the Biphosphor Snake Monarch gradually dissipated into nothingness, the pallid visage of Douluo emerged, resembling parchment. His lips were devoid of color, as if all vitality had been siphoned away, rendering him particularly haggard. A glance at his entire body revealed numerous marks of explosive injuries. His clothing was tattered and in disarray. To think that a mere child was summoned to quell the unrest, truly, the Empire of Heaven's Duel has rotted to its core from top to bottom. As Mo Chen spoke, he gradually sheathed his bow and arrows, the glinting arrowheads fading from sight. Resuming his usual demeanor, Mo Chen casually surveyed the crowd below. The palace, which had transformed into a sea of sand, now regained its former resplendent grandeur. Yet, the areas ravaged by the force of the explosion could never be restored to their original state. However, just as Douluo lifted his head once more to ascertain Mo Chen's location, he was astonished to find that the figure who had been steadfastly hovering in midair had mysteriously vanished without a trace, as though he had never existed. Meanwhile, within Mo Chen's magnificent and elegant residence, sunlight filtered through the lush foliage, casting dappled shadows. Having just returned from his arduous journey, Mo Chen immediately spotted Qian Renxue standing gracefully in the courtyard. He strode forward with purpose, directly stating, Now that you have successfully acquired your 7th spirit ring, let us part ways. Xiong harbored a singular desire to take my life, though I harbored no fear of him. Remaining here could lead to future troubles and unrest. With that, Mo Chen waved to the steward in the distance, the elderly man who had served him for 7 years hurriedly approaching. Calmly, Mo Chen instructed. You have worked hard over the years. Now that I am departing, dismiss all the servants. As for their wages, convert everything sellable in this estate into funds to distribute among them. Upon finishing his words, Mo Chen turned away without a trace of longing, as if fully prepared to leave at any moment. Just then, however, Qian Renxue swiftly reached out, gripping Mo Chen's sleeve tightly. Mo Chen, puzzled, slowly turned to gaze at the enchanting figure before him. In her beautiful eyes sparkled in unprecedented determination when she looked at Mo Chen. Her bright gaze seemed to flow with an extraordinary light. Come with me. Qian Renxue's lips parted, her voice sweet yet undeniably commanding. If grandfather knew you were here, he would be overjoyed. Mo Chen followed closely behind her as they headed towards the spirit hall. At the Tiando Imperial Palace, a trembling minister knelt. Your Majesty. The one who reported General Mo Chen's arms has come. The Emperor Xiong leaned back in his chair, one hand against his forehead, his authoritative gaze sweeping over everyone present, instilling dread in their hearts. You claimed General Mo conspired against us, and now not only has he been granted the title of Douluo, but he has indeed rebelled. Do you realize the immense losses your speculation has brought to the Tiando Empire? Furious, Emperor Xiong flung the bamboo slips in front of him, striking the man. Bring him out and execute him. Moreover, at any cost, seek General Mo Chen's forgiveness and denounce it to the world. Grasping his chest, the emperor, overcome with rage, spat out a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, within a stronghold of the Xingluo Empire, a cloaked figure hurried forward, delivering a bamboo slip to a man in splendid attire. The man received the slip, scrutinizing its contents. Xiong is truly foolish, growing increasingly fearful of threats to his power. He smirked derisively before casting the slip into the fire. Go, issue a bounty for Mo Chen in the name of Tiando, and ensure it clearly states that Tiando is seeking a title Douluo. His actions were aimed at irrevocably alienating Tiando from Mo Chen. At that moment, Mo Chen and Qian Renxue drew the attention of many as they walked. Whispers circulating among those who recognized Mo Chen as the wanted criminal. The crowd murmured, discussing the bounty that labeled him a 95th level Super Douluo. A terrifying power that instilled fear in all present, none daring to approach. After all, it was unprecedented for a 95th level Super Douluo to be pursued in the entire Douluo continent, with only the Tiando Empire taking such action. Soon, the duo entered the Pope's hall. Qian Renxue, who had maintained an amiable demeanor before, suddenly fell silent. Though Mo Chen felt a twinge of confusion, he refrained from inquiring, quietly following her. Upon finally encountering Pope Bibi Dong, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Bibi Dong had previously ordered the hall to be cleared, ensuring no interruptions. She languidly reclined on the Pope's throne, clad in a silver gown that elegantly accentuated her graceful figure, her long, fair legs alluringly displayed, exuding an enchanting charm. One delicate hand held the Pope's staff, symbolizing supreme authority, while the other rested casually on the armrest, her deep, autumn-like eyes glinting with intrigue as she observed the approaching Qian Renxue and Mo Chen. Mo Chen, 21 years old, spirit, candle dragon. Discovered by a farming couple in the Seven Treasure Mountain at the age of 3, Bibi Dong casually recounted his background. You awakened your spirit at 6, reached level 30 at 7, and partnered with Ning Rongrong from the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile School at 8. At 12, you entered the military at level 50. And by 16, you were separated during the Battle of Wangwei Mountain. When you reappeared at 17, you were already a level 70 spirit saint. After that, your spirit power stagnated until you broke through to level 80 at 20. Bibi Dong gracefully rose, each subtle movement radiating an invisible pressure. I am correct, am I not? General Mo Chen? As her words resonated, Bibi Dong stepped forward, closing the distance to less than 5 meters from Mo Chen. This proximity allowed him to distinctly perceive the powerful, icy aura emanating from her, along with a faint, alluring fragrance. Mo Chen met her playful gaze without flinching. Yet in that moment of connection, he felt an inexplicable sense of relaxation. The Pope's intelligence was indeed remarkable. Yet, even if you know my past, what does it matter? My parents have long departed, the engagement has been annulled, and I am now utterly alone. Mo Chen's expression darkened, a hint of resoluteness flashing in his eyes. Before he could finish speaking, a surge of spirit power erupted from him. In an instant, their formidable powers collided, creating ripples of energy. Both possessed twin spirits. Yet Bibi Dong held 5 more spirit rings than Mo Chen. Despite the numerical disadvantage, Mo Chen showed no signs of trepidation, his aura matched hers in intensity. Your Majesty, why not test whether your spider's venom is more potent than my flames? Mo Chen declared, each word deliberate. They exchanged a silent gaze. The tension in the vast hall palpable, as if time itself had frozen. They found themselves locked in a stalemate, neither willing to yield an inch. And this confrontation endured for an eternity, so long that one could almost forget the passage of time. At that moment, a thunderous voice, imbued with unparalleled authority, suddenly reverberated from beyond the grand hall. Bibi Dong, he is the one I venerate. This roar, akin to a thunderclap, echoed throughout the entire space, compelling everyone to turn their gaze. Upon hearing this voice, Bibi Dong's previously soaring and formidable aura deflated like a punctured balloon, swiftly dissipating into an air of despondence. Her countenance darkened, her brows knitted tightly, revealing her profound apprehension towards the newcomer. Subsequently, she forcefully waved her hand, let out a cold huff, and turned towards the throne that symbolized the supreme power of the Pope. As she walked, her steps were noticeably heavy, clearly reflecting her foul mood. Throughout this entire exchange, Bibi Dong never cast a glance at Qian Renxue, as if she did not exist. Likewise, Qian Renshue's gaze never lingered on Bibi Dong, her expression remaining as tranquil as still water, unperturbed. Upon entering the veneration hall, as she pushed open the heavy doors, the sight before her compelled a sharp intake of breath. Inside, 7 figures sat in solemnity, each emanating an aura as imposing as mountains, suffocating in its intensity. At the forefront stood the unparalleled 99th level angel Douluo, Qian Douluo, draped in a flowing platinum robe, 3 pairs of enormous golden wings shimmering with resplendent light, exuding an air of divine majesty. Beside him were the 98th level golden crocodile Douluo, the 97th level azure phoenix Douluo, the 97th level lion Douluo, Qianjun Douluo, along with the other 97th level light feather Douluo and the 96th level demon subduing Douluo. Each of these individuals was a formidable master whose mere stomp could send ripples throughout the entire spirit master world. The congregation of such 7 extraordinarily powerful beings was indeed awe-inspiring. Grandfather. Upon catching sight of Qian Douluo, Qian Renxue rushed towards him with excitement. In stark contrast to the warmth and harmony here, on the side of the Tiando Empire, Shui was infuriated upon learning that someone had issued a bounty on Mo Chen in the name of Tiando, causing him to spit out another mouthful of old blood. The bounty notice bore the royal seal of Tiando, clearly the doing of someone close to him, intended to ensure he would irrevocably offend Mo Chen. As a cunning old fox who had governed Tiando for many years, Shui quickly deduced that it was the work of spies from the Xinglua Empire. Despite his awareness, he could not afford to take any action. The bounty had been issued in the name of the Tiando royal family. Retracting it now would likely render him a laughingstock. Ultimately, Shui chose to preserve his own dignity. In Chapter 15, as Qian Douluo prepared to engage with the veneration, he affectionately ruffled Qian Renshue's hair. His tender gaze towards her filled with warmth. This scene left Mo Chen with a profound and initial impression of the legendary angel Douluo. Just then, the previously silent golden crocodile Douluo stepped forward. Towering and robust, he resembled an immovable mountain. His golden brown eyes sparkled with a sharp light, locking onto Mo Chen with the intensity of a hawk. The golden crocodile Douluo spoke slowly, his voice deep and resonant. You are the once-renowned youngest general of the Tiando Empire, achieving the status of a 95th level title Douluo at the tender age of 21. Such talent is truly exceptional among the extraordinary. He paused briefly, then his tone grew serious. However, this is a sanctuary, and with your current strength of merely level 95, you are not qualified to enter here. In the face of the golden crocodile Douluo's undisguised show of authority, Mo Chen remained unperturbed, displaying no signs of fear. He stood tall, his gaze unwavering as he met the other's eyes, responding with poise. Whether I am qualified to enter here is not merely a matter of words. Only those with formidable strength possess the right to establish the rules. Upon hearing this, Qianjun Douluo and Xiong Ba Douluo exchanged a knowing glance, both revealing a significant smile. In their gazes, there was a hint of admiration towards Mo Chen. Clearly, his assertive and confident words had left a positive impression on them. Meanwhile, the Qian Douluo let out a cold snort, his indifferent gaze sweeping over Mo Chen's handsome yet resolute face like a chilling wind, before he softly remarked, "Humph, rather interesting." Qian Daolia's eyes, filled with affection, remained fixed on Qian Renxue, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding events below. Grandfather, Mo Chen's talent is truly remarkable, Qian Renxue eagerly stated. However, at that moment, Qian Douluo interrupted her unfinished sentence with a leisurely tone, "Little Shui. Whether he qualifies to enter our worship hall cannot be easily determined by just a few words. Moreover, this Mo Chen is a general of the Heavendo Empire." As soon as Qian Daolia's words fell, Qian Renxue, who had been about to extol Mo Chen's virtues, was momentarily taken aback. Simultaneously, Mo Chen, who had been quietly listening to their conversation, furrowed his brow slightly, revealing a hint of surprise on his face. He then retorted without hesitation, "Wait. If I may be blunt, I don't believe I ever mentioned wanting to join any worship hall." His statement was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring up waves. In an instant, the entire scene fell into a dead silence, so profound it was almost palpable. The 6 individuals widened their eyes and gaped, unable to believe that he had spoken so directly. In the face of their astonished gazes, Mo Chen appeared remarkably calm and composed. He shrugged lightly and said, "I am merely here to escort Miss Shui safely home. Once my task is complete, I shall take my leave." After uttering this with a straight face, he turned without hesitation, preparing to depart. However, just as he made a move, the previously silent Xiong Mo Douluo suddenly bellowed, "Kid, don't get cocky. Did I say you could leave?" Upon hearing the menacing tone of Xiong Mo Douluo, Mo Chen did not halt his steps. Rather, he continued to stride forward, responding nonchalantly, "My feet are my own. If I wish to leave, no one can stop me." This blatant disregard for authority clearly enraged Xiong Mo Douluo. His eyes widened with fury, Hands clenched tightly, and with a roar, a dazzling golden dragon staff appeared in his grasp. At that moment, the aura of Jiang Mo Douluo erupted ferociously. His terrifying 96th level pressure crashing towards Mo Chen like a surging tide. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Mo Douluo vanished from sight, reappearing directly behind Mo Chen. He raised the dragon staff high and brought it crashing down upon Mo Chen. The force behind this strike was astounding, as if the very air was being torn apart. Emitting a sharp, piercing whistle, Mo Chen, reacting with impressive speed, swiftly wielded a spear that had materialized in his right hand. Almost simultaneously, he thrust the spear backward, meeting the descending dragon staff head-on. A thunderous clash reverberated through the air as the two weapons collided, sending forth countless sparks and generating a powerful shockwave that radiated outward from the two combatants. Not bad, you react quickly, Jiang Mo Douluo exclaimed in astonishment. Tightening his grip on the dragon staff, his muscles tensed as he intensified his force. Mo Chen, too, furrowed his brow, inhaling deeply as he began to gradually augment his own power output. As moments passed, unexpectedly, despite being at a lower level than Jiang Mo Douluo, the battle seemed to be shifting in Mo Chen's favor. Suddenly, with a resounding boom, Mo Chen exerted his strength once more. A torrent of power surging towards Jiang Mo Douluo. Caught off guard, Jiang Mo Douluo was sent reeling backward, like a kite severed from its string. He tumbled several times in midair before barely managing to stabilize himself. As his feet touched the ground, he involuntarily staggered back a dozen steps, leaving deep footprints in his wake. At that moment, admiration filled Jiang Mo Douluo's gaze as he looked at Mo Chen. Yet, this expression was fleeting. Quickly masked by his composure, he swiftly regained his stance, twirling the dragon staff in a display of skill. Suddenly, his third soul ring illuminated brightly. Third soul skill. Demon suppression. With a furious shout, he turned and swung the dragon staff with all his might. Instantly, the air shimmered as over a dozen identical phantoms of Jiang Mo Douluo emerged, each brandishing a staff, charging fiercely towards Mo Chen. On Mo Chen's side, however, he found himself somewhat at a disadvantage, as most of his soul skills were supportive in nature, enhancing his attributes rather than providing substantial offensive power. Faced with the overwhelming onslaught of Jiang Mo Douluo's phantoms, Mo Chen found himself in a passive position. Thus, to effectively compensate for his lack of offensive capabilities, he devised a series of original soul skills. Void Body. In an instant, indistinct phantoms appeared beside Mo Chen, their dragon staff swinging fiercely towards him. However, astonishingly, when the staff struck Mo Chen's form, it passed through as if it was merely meeting the ethereal air, encountering no resistance whatsoever. Then, Mo Chen softly murmured once more. Void Dream. At that moment, Jiang Mo Douluo, who was initially positioned several meters away, suddenly changed countenance, his expression grave. He was astounded to discover that the phantoms he had created had altered their attack direction, now simultaneously charging towards him with their dragon staffs, like a tempest. The onslaught was relentless and overwhelming, leaving him no avenue for escape. Faced with this sudden and fierce offensive, Jiang Mo Douluo could only hurriedly defend himself. Meanwhile, the spear that Mo Chen had been gripping had mysteriously transformed into a long bow of deep purple hue. As Mo Chen drew the bowstring with force, a resonant and powerful hum echoed, shaking the very fabric of space around him. More terrifyingly, a cataclysmic energy began to coalesce in the arrow he held, its overwhelming pressure distorting the surrounding air. Zhulong Jixing, Dragon's Galaxy Sigh. The overwhelming fluctuation of soul power was truly terrifying. The golden crocodile Douluo's expression grew grave as he furrowed his brow and murmured softly. At that moment, Mo Chen abruptly unleashed his offensive, a formidable force surging forth in an instant. Almost simultaneously, a shadowy figure, like a wraith, suddenly appeared beside Mo Chen. It was the Qingwan Douluo who swung his arms, wielding twin blades that flashed like lightning, striking towards Mo Chen with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, a dazzling cold light erupted, and the sound of the blades howled through the air as he executed a flurry of strikes. Yet, in the face of such a rapid onslaught, Mo Chen remained remarkably composed. He swiftly dodged the initial flurry of strikes. In the blink of an eye, the bow and arrow he once held transformed into two extraordinarily sharp blades. Without hesitation, Mo Chen engaged fiercely with the attack from the Blue Phoenix Douluo. The four weapons clashed violently in the air, producing a series of crisp, resonant sounds. Sparks flew, dazzling and brilliant, reminiscent of vibrant fireworks lighting up the night sky. For a moment, the entire shrine was enveloped in a mesmerizing dance of blades and swords. Both combatants exchanged blows, neither yielding an inch, with each encounter brimming with immense power. Occasionally, fierce sword energy shot forth from the fray, ruthlessly cleaving into the shrine's architecture, leaving deep marks in its wake. Though they had only exchanged blows for a brief moment, I could clearly sense that Old Seven was likely no match for you. As the Blue Phoenix Douluo wielded his dual blades, he spoke solemnly. Seizing the fleeting opportunity to suppress Mo Chen, he took a deep breath. 8th Soul Skill, Azure Sky Cloud Sea Sound of Oblivion. With the invocation of the Blue Phoenix Douluo's 8th Soul Skill, Mo Chen, standing not far away, was suddenly confronted by an overwhelming force that left him momentarily stunned. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he felt as if an invisible hand had seized him, pulling him rapidly towards the boundless void. In the blink of an eye, Mo Chen found himself ensnared as if trapped in a quagmire, utterly losing control of his movements. At this moment, the blue phoenix Douluo ceased his attacks, fixating his gaze on the swirling void above, a flicker of subtle triumph glimmering in his eyes. Beside him, the golden crocodile Douluo nodded slightly, acknowledging, even a level 97 title Douluo would struggle to escape the blue phoenix's 8th soul skill in a short time. However, just as they believed they had successfully restrained Mo Chen, a deep voice suddenly resonated from the depths of the void. Candle Dragon Domain, Eternal Purgatory. As the voice echoed, the once resplendent hall was instantaneously shrouded in a heavy shadow, becoming dark and oppressive. Simultaneously, the air around them seemed to solidify, inducing a sense of suffocation. In that moment, both the blue phoenix Douluo and the golden crocodile Douluo were horrified to find themselves trapped in a barren, savage world. Countless chains erupted from the void, binding their limbs tightly, rendering them immobile. Moreover, a plethora of debilitating conditions, sluggishness, burning, weakness, purification, chaos, dissolution, and drowning descended upon them. The innate domain. Qian Daolu felt a jolt of shock, the calm demeanor that had once exuded confidence vanishing in an instant. Qian Renxue's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the chains that bound her. She exerted herself to struggle, only to discover the chains were exceptionally robust, leaving her utterly helpless. As time passed within this domain, she acutely felt her soul power draining at an alarming rate. Just then, a sharp sound of shattering resonated through the void. The crowd turned to see Mo Chen, once ensnared, had broken free from his shackles. An aura of chilling power radiated from him, and though chains still coiled around him, they lay submissively in his grasp, as if tamed. As the creator of this domain, Mo Chen possessed the ability to control these chains, capable of siphoning the soul power of those bound. As it became evident that Mo Chen was poised to strike once more, the situation grew increasingly dire. However, at that critical juncture, a dazzling beam of light erupted from a nearby angelic statue. This radiance, akin to the dawn breaking, illuminated the entire space. Simultaneously, the sacred light of the angel surged forth like a tidal wave, dispelling the domain conjured by Mo Chen and causing the chains that ensnared them to vanish without a trace. Qian Daolu regarded Mo Chen with unabashed admiration in his eyes. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "Such a prodigy will undoubtedly achieve divine greatness in the future." Just moments ago, Qian Daolu could even sense the presence of the angel god. It was not he who dispelled the domain of Mo Chen, but rather the angel god who intervened. This signifies that Mo Chen's talent has already garnered the angel god's recognition. It is a pity, however, that he does not possess the angel martial soul. Chapter 16. Qian Daolu. I shall betroth my granddaughter to you, yet you dare to insult me as an old fool. Mo Chen, I now present you with a choice. Either join our esteemed hall of worship or remain here. Qian Daolu gazed at Mo Chen with a grave expression. He could never have anticipated that the soul power, merely at the 95th level, unleashed by Mo Chen, could not even be subdued by title Douluos of the 96th or 97th levels. Mo Chen's remarkable combat prowess, his rare innate domain, along with the talent favored and acknowledged by the angel god, all showcased his extraordinary nature. At this very moment, even Qian Daolu, a peerless Douluo at the 99th level, could not help but regard Mo Chen with newfound respect. Mo Chen casually scratched his ear, seemingly indifferent to Qian Daolu's presence. Despite the latter's status as a formidable force that struck fear across the realm, there was not a trace of deference upon Mo Chen's face. Do you wish to fight? Not a problem. As his words fell, the soul power that Mo Chen had previously restrained surged forth once again, akin to a tumultuous tide, enveloping the surroundings with an overwhelming aura that caused the very air to shimmer with ripples. Witnessing Mo Chen's reaction, Qian Daolu could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He had not anticipated that Mo Chen would be a character akin to a powder keg, with such a fiery and intense disposition. However, this could be advantageous. Those with a temper often possess genuine abilities. I shall not resort to violence. If you are willing to join the Hall of Offerings, I can fulfill all your desires, be it wealth, status, or soul bones, Qian Daolu declared, as he gradually extended his arms, and a brilliant, divine radiance erupted behind him. The dazzling light was so resplendent that even Mo Chen found himself squinting. What you propose can be obtained even without joining the Hall of Spirits, Mo Chen retorted. Upon hearing this, Qian Daolu chuckled softly, shaking his head slowly, seemingly unconvinced by Mo Chen's perspective. That is not quite the case, Qian Daolu replied in a low, magnetic tone. Since Bibi Dong came to power, the Papal Hall has been completely severed from the Hall of Offerings, becoming two independent entities. Moreover, we in the Hall of Offerings hold the authority to determine the succession of the Pope's position and can directly intervene in the management of numerous affairs within the Papal Hall. As Qian Daolu spoke, he observed the shifts in Mo Chen's expression, hoping to catch a hint of interest. Yet, to his surprise, Mo Chen displayed no inclination towards the matters he had just mentioned. Mo Chen merely furrowed his brow and waved his hand dismissively, stating, I am but a mere warrior. The identity of the Pope bears no significance to me. As for where to develop, it is an inconsequential matter. My sole concern lies in expanding territories, charging into battle, and engaging in fierce combat. At this point, Mo Chen clenched his fist tightly, and deep within his gaze, a blazing flame seemed to flicker, emanating a pulse that was both thrilling and alarming. Observing that he could not persuade this stubborn young man, Qian Daolu could not help but let out a silent sigh. He instinctively turned his gaze towards his granddaughter, Qian Renxue, who stood nearby, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. The two were of similar age. And from the very beginning, Qian Renxue had been incessantly speaking highly of Mo Chen, clearly harboring extraordinary affection for him. After a silent contemplation, Qian Douluo finally resolved to voice his ultimate decision. Mo Chen, would you be willing to call me grandfather? Qian Douluo smiled at the impetuous youth before him. Yet before he could finish his sentence, he was rudely interrupted by Mo Chen. With his brows furrowed and eyes ablaze with fury, Mo Chen retorted sharply, "Old man, you are being rather excessive. Considering your status as a senior, I initially intended to treat you with respect and engage in a cordial conversation. However, if you truly believe I am so easily bullied, then come and test just how hard my fists are." As he spoke, he clenched his fists tightly, the joints cracking audibly. It was evident that Qian Douluo's previous remarks had thoroughly provoked Mo Chen. Seeing the situation escalate, Qian Renxue hurriedly stepped forward to mediate. However, just as she was about to approach Mo Chen, she was stopped by a swift hand from Qian Douluo. Her face was etched with worry, her beautiful eyes reflecting her concern. While she was acutely aware of Mo Chen's formidable strength, the four-level disparity in soul power was an undeniable chasm. Mo Chen, undaunted, fixed his unwavering gaze upon Qian Douluo, articulating each word with conviction. "Miss Renxue, this matter lies between your grandfather and me. While I may not be a match for him, should he attempt to forcibly detain me within this worship hall, it would not be an easy task." Throughout, Mo Chen's brow remained tightly knit, revealing a stubborn defiance against anyone. Upon hearing Mo Chen's resolute response, Qian Douluo narrowed his eyes and cautioned, "Young man, do not let your youthful exuberance cloud your judgment." Yet Mo Chen, undeterred, countered, "If I do not exhibit passion, how can I be deemed young?" As his words hung in the air, a palpable tension enveloped the worship hall, hinting at an imminent clash. Qian Douluo, his expression grave, maintained his steely gaze on Mo Chen, his brows slightly furrowing. However, before long, the tension in his brow relaxed, and a faint smile returned to his face. With a swift motion of his arm, a radiant token soared towards Mo Chen. Quick to react, Mo Chen extended his right hand, catching the token with ease. Upon inspection, he noticed an intricately carved angel emblem on it, emanating a soft glow. "What does this signify?" Mo Chen inquired, perplexed by Qian Douluo's intentions. Could it be that the renowned angel Douluo is one to act irrationally? At that moment, Qian Douluo astonished everyone present with the declaration, "I have decided to betroth my granddaughter to you." The instant his words fell, Mo Chen, who had been prepared to retort, found himself momentarily speechless, his mouth agape in disbelief. Meanwhile, Qian Renxue, upon hearing her grandfather's proclamation, felt as if struck by lightning, her cheeks flushing crimson like a ripe apple. Instinctively glancing at Mo Chen and finding him gazing back, a wave of panic surged within her, prompting her to quickly avert her eyes, her entire being trembling with embarrassment. Qian Douluo appeared unfazed by their reactions, continuing, "This is the Law Enforcement Elder's token. As for the Judgment Elder's token, we shall discuss that once you successfully reclaim authority over the Law Enforcement Hall." With that, he turned, kneeling before the angel statue, entering a state of solemn meditation. "Old man, when did I agree to such a thing?" Mo Chen exclaimed, eyes wide, fixating on Qian Douluo, who seemed oblivious to his protests. Witnessing this, the anger that had just begun to simmer within Mo Chen reignited with a vengeance. "Hey, old man, are you deaf? Can't you hear me?" Mo Chen shouted, his voice echoing as if to shake the very foundations of the worship hall. In that moment, he bore no semblance of his usual calm demeanor. Hearing such disrespectful remarks, Qian Douluo, who had sought to maintain an air of mystery and superiority, felt a mix of resignation and exasperation. After all, it had been ages since anyone had dared to speak to him in such a manner. However, mindful of the presence of the golden crocodile Douluo and others, he chose to suppress his rising ire, opting for temporary restraint. On the other side, Qian Renxue, having finally quelled her emotions, turned to find Mo Chen still hurling insults at her grandfather. Unable to bear it any longer, she rushed forward, grasping Mo Chen's sleeve, attempting to lead him away from the impending turmoil. "Don't pull me. This old man is utterly unreasonable," Mo Chen protested, struggling against Qian Renxue's grip. Yet, her strength proved formidable, compelling him towards the exit of the worship hall. In truth, it was impossible for Qian Renxue to physically drag Mo Chen, but her determination propelled them forward. Thus, amidst their tugging and pulling, they arrived at the threshold of Qian Renxue's chamber. Once inside, she slammed the door shut, while Mo Chen, realizing that further outbursts might be unwise, finally ceased his tirade against Qian Douluo. As they entered Qian Renxue's room, Mo Chen's gaze swept through every corner. Unlike the lavishly adorned chambers typical of high-born young ladies, this space was notably austere. The first thing that caught his eye was a simple vanity adorned with a few essential cosmetics and accessories. Adjacent to it lay a neatly made bed, the linens arranged methodically, exuding cleanliness. Further inside, a large mirror stood against the wall, reflecting their figures distinctly. Aside from this, there were no superfluous decorations, rendering the room exceptionally spacious. At this moment, Qian Renxue endeavored to calm her racing heart, though traces of crimson still lingered on her cheeks. Taking a deep breath, she began, "Mo Chen, my grandfather is not as you perceive him. Clearly, she sought to clarify that Qian Daolia's actions were not born of malice. However, Mo Chen gently waved his hand, interrupting her. I understand. While that old man may be unreasonable, his strength is undeniably formidable. If it comes to a confrontation, I fear I would not stand a chance. As he spoke, he scratched his head, a wry smile creeping onto his face. Then, almost as if conversing with himself, he muttered, however, I never anticipated he would bestow the law enforcement elder's token upon me. After enduring the tribulations of the Tiando Empire, I had hoped for a respite. Merely seeking a minor elder position within the Wuhuan Temple, living off a modest salary, yet that old man directly handed me the enforcement token. Mo Chen slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping across the exquisite visage of Qian Renxue, revealing a hint of intricate emotion in his eyes. He let out a faint sigh, as if all the persistence and struggles within him crumbled in that very moment, and then, resigned to fate. He put away the law enforcement badge he had been tightly grasping. Observing Mo Chen's actions, Qian Renxue couldn't help but chuckle, her laughter ringing like clear, melodious silver bells. Clearly, this version of Mo Chen, who had shed his pretentious aloofness and appeared somewhat disheveled, captivated her gaze. Perhaps for Qian Renxue, the Mo Chen who previously embodied grace and sophistication was indeed charming, yet it was this unfiltered, occasionally foul-mouthed Mo Chen that resonated more deeply with her heart. Mo Chen, the truth is, I have feelings for you, Qian Renxue declared, her lips parting slightly, her tone firm and sincere. Ever since the moment you rescued me from the one-eyed behemoth, As she spoke, Qian Renxue's beautiful eyes were fixed intently on Mo Chen, her expression brimming with utmost seriousness. However, upon hearing her confession, Mo Chen was struck as if by lightning, standing frozen in place. He widened his eyes in disbelief, shaking his head as he murmured, No, it cannot be. The person I saved was clearly the crown prince of the Heaven Do Empire, Xue Qinghe. How could it possibly be the young master of the Spirit Hall, Qian Renxue? As he spoke, Mo Chen frantically waved his hands, attempting to negate the reality before him. At that moment, his mind seemed to have completely lost its ability to think, akin to a machine that had suddenly crashed, mechanically repeating those illogical phrases. Just as Mo Chen was engulfed in utter confusion, he noticed a subtle smile curling at the corners of Qian Renxue's lips, a mischievous grin taking shape. Then, an extraordinarily dazzling light radiated from her, rendering it impossible to gaze directly at her. When the intense glow gradually faded, Qian Renxue had vanished, replaced by the elegantly attired and noble Xue Qinghe. Her gaze was resolute yet complex, as if she had made a significant decision. In the ensuing moments, Qian Renxue recounted in detail her entire plan of infiltrating the Heaven Do Empire. From her initial approach to Xue Qinghe to the meticulous plotting that led to her successful impersonation, every detail flowed from her lips. Furthermore, she candidly disclosed the methods she employed to poison the second and third princes. Finally, after unveiling all her schemes, she let out a soft sigh and inquired, So, do you believe me now? As her words lingered in the air, her form shimmered with light, instantly reverting to her original beautiful self. Yet at that moment, Qian Renxue felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. She lowered her gaze, avoiding Mo Chen's eyes, and quietly murmured, Do you think me cruel and heartless? Her voice dwindled, as if she feared the heartbreaking answer that might escape his lips. However, to her surprise, Mo Chen paused for a moment before responding. When it comes to enemies, one need not hold back. However, the methods you employed were rather reckless. His tone was calm and serious, devoid of reproach or approval for Qian Renxue's actions. While poisoning is indeed an effective tactic, it is easily traceable, should Shui Yi order a thorough investigation. It would not be difficult to uncover your involvement. If it were me, I would choose to act when they are acquiring their spirit rings. Chapter 17. Shui Yi. Eradicate the 9 clans at that time. You were still young, and all eyes were upon you. Resolving your competitors through poison was indeed commendable. Mo Chen continued, gently stroking his chin. Upon hearing this, a flicker of light began to emerge in Qian Renxue's previously dull and lifeless eyes. Mo Chen then paused briefly before continuing, since the Xue Qinghe of that time was portrayed by you. You must be well aware of my attitude towards the Heaven Do Empire. I care not who sits upon the throne. My service to the Heaven Do is merely a means to repay the kindness bestowed upon me by my adoptive parents. At this juncture, his tone sharpened, however. Now that old wretch Shui Yi dares to plot my demise, how could I possibly leave myself without a safeguard? Qian Renxue momentarily froze, her previously despondent expression dissolving in an instant. Replacing it was a faint smile that danced upon her exquisite features, reminiscent of ripples on a lake stirred by a gentle breeze. Of course, I must return to the military camp first. My personal guard remains there. I could leave at once, but they would inevitably face repercussions from the Heaven Do. Mo Chen nodded seriously, having just returned from the front lines. I had hoped to take a break, yet events keep unfolding one after another. He grumbled, fatigue etched upon his face as he reclined in his chair, appearing to shed the weight of the world. Not far from him, Qian Renxue stood quietly, a faint smile lingering on her lips. Her gaze soft and tender as it rested upon Mo Chen. I ask, do I have something unsightly on my face? Or have I become smeared with something dirty? Mo Chen suddenly became aware of Qian Renxue's unwavering gaze, pointing to his face with a look of suspicion. Qian Renxue gently shook her head, her beautiful eyes resembling deep lakes as they locked onto his, and she replied softly, I am simply waiting for your response. Response? Mo Chen was taken aback. Unable to immediately grasp what Qian Renxue meant, his brow furrowing as he pondered. At that moment, Qian Renxue took a deep breath, as if resolutely making a decision, and solemnly declared, I like you. This is my heart's intent. Now, I wish to understand your feelings. Yet, after hearing this confession, Mo Chen fell into silence. Having just returned from the battlefield, physically and emotionally drained, and having recently endured the debacle with Ning Rongrong, he found himself utterly disinterested in matters of the heart. I apologize, but I am unable to provide you with a clear answer at this moment. All I desire is a moment of tranquility. I simply lack the energy to contemplate these intricate emotional dilemmas, Mo Chen replied softly, a hint of regret in his voice before closing his eyes. Seemingly unwilling to say more. Unexpectedly, Qian Renxue did not exhibit the anticipated disappointment or sorrow. Instead, she appeared to release a burden from her heart. Letting out a soft sigh as she turned her gaze toward Mo Chen. With her lips parting slightly, she spoke with unwavering determination. You are the first person who has compelled me to pursue actively. That Ning Rongrong, who fails to recognize your worth, does not deserve you. But it matters not. She does not want you. I do. I will ensure that Ning Rongrong comprehends the foolishness of her choice to forsake you. As she spoke, the pride and competitive spirit shone unabashedly on her beautiful face. Observing Qian Renxue's tenacity and determination, Mo Chen could not help but feel a mix of exasperation and amusement. Rendered momentarily speechless by her spirited resolve, he truly found himself at a loss on how to deal with this uniquely spirited woman. Once Mo Chen stepped out of Qian Renxue's chamber, the faint smile that had adorned his face swiftly vanished, replaced by a grave and solemn expression. He murmured softly, Heaven-Do Empire, are you prepared to receive the gift I shall bestow upon you? As soon as the words left his lips, a mysterious smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Then, with a sudden surge of energy, Mo Chen propelled himself upward like an arrow released from its bow. In the blink of an eye, he soared into the sky. His body began to flicker with an eerie black light, growing ever more radiant until he was completely enveloped. Transforming back into a black dragon, Mo Chen circled the skies before letting out a thunderous roar and darting away at an astonishing speed. Vanishing into the horizon in an instant, the black dragon moved like a streak of lightning, its swiftness leaving onlookers in awe. At this pace, he would reach the military camp long before nightfall. At that moment, Qian Renxue gently pushed open the door, stepping outside with a lightness in her stride. Her beautiful eyes gazed into the distance, fixated on the black dragon racing away. Just as she was entranced by the sight, Qian Dalu appeared silently at her side. His gaze also directed toward the receding figure of the dragon. Xiaxue, have you truly thought this through? He inquired. Concern and worry evident in his eyes as he turned to look at his granddaughter. Without hesitation, Qian Renxue nodded firmly, her tone resolute. Grandfather, I have made up my mind. In this life, I shall marry no one but Mo Chen. Her exquisite visage radiated a sense of unwavering determination. Upon hearing her declaration, Qian Dalu sighed deeply and shook his head gently. The reason he had publicly announced her betrothal to Mo Chen was due to prior knowledge conveyed to him by Qian Renxue. Though he acknowledged Mo Chen's exceptional talent, which rivaled even that of Qian Renxue, Qian Dalu understood that her future was destined to ascend the path of divinity. Xiaxue, while he possesses remarkable gifts, there remains a gap between him and the divine stature you are destined to achieve, Qian Dalu said earnestly. However, before he could finish, he turned and slowly departed, leaving behind a somewhat lonely silhouette. Qian Renxue remained lost in thought, her gaze lingering on the diminishing shadow of the black dragon, momentarily entranced. Her mind seemed to drift away with the dragon, soaring into the vastness beyond. Time passed, minute by minute, until the black dragon completely vanished from sight. Only then did Qian Renxue slowly regain her senses, reluctantly withdrawing her gaze. As the sun set on the borders of the Heaven-Do Empire, a dark figure sped forth, akin to a streak of black lightning cleaving through the sky, ultimately landing steadily within the military camp. This sudden arrival captured the attention of all present. Akin to the brightest star in the night sky, General Mo has returned. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, prompting a chorus of cheers and murmurs to rise in unison. Wonderful. It is General Mo. When shall we depart for battle? The soldiers' excited calls echoed throughout the camp, each face alight with joy and anticipation. Clearly, those stationed in the camp were oblivious to the significant events that had recently transpired in the Heaven-Do Empire. Mo Chen stood still, silently absorbing the soldiers' chatter. A slight furrow formed on his brow as he contemplated for a moment before speaking. Fetch Haji Dan and the others to see me. Although his tone was calm, it carried an undeniable authority. Indeed, shortly after his command, a messenger rushed out like the wind, swiftly executing the order to summon Haji Dan and the others. Mo Chen slowly entered the spacious and familiar tent of the military. As he found himself once again in this place where he had commanded countless operations and strategized, a surge of indescribable emotions welled within him. Surrounded by the old yet neatly arranged tables, maps, and various military tools, he was flooded with memories of the days spent fighting alongside his comrades. Yet, in this moment, Mo Chen knew he was no longer a part of the Heaven-Do Empire. Despite the lack of news from that side, he held steadfast to his principles and moral obligations, unable to bring himself to act against those with whom he had once shared life and death. This internal conflict weighed heavily on him. After a considerable time, the sound of heavy, synchronized footsteps approached. 3 individuals clad in dark black armor entered the tent, their armor gleaming with a cold light, seemingly impervious to all forms of attack. Their strides were firm and powerful, each step exuding an invisible pressure. Upon seeing Mo Chen, Haji Dan's face lit up with surprise, and he rushed forward. "Boss, how did you return so soon?" However, Mo Chen merely nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from speech. Noticing this, Haji Dan scratched his head and continued, "Did you not say you would be hosting a wedding with your wife upon your return? Has the date been postponed?" Hearing this, Mo Chen remained silent, his cold visage now resembling one shrouded in frost. Standing quietly beside him, Dan Yu had kept his silence since joining the military. Having been assigned to Mo Chen's personal guard, faced with the situation, he felt puzzled but refrained from asking questions. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, even the typically loquacious Haji Dan sensed something was amiss. After a moment's hesitation, he cautiously spoke again. "Boss, you haven't had a falling out with your wife, have you?" After all, the deep bond between you and Ning Rongrong was apparent to everyone. This speculation sent a wave of anxiety through all present. At that moment, Ning Rongrong, who had been polishing his sword, could no longer hold back and interjected. "Boss, please stop being cryptic. Since you've gathered us here, it must pertain to something significant. Please tell us the truth." Taking a deep breath, Mo Chen exhaled slowly, his expression grave as he opened his lips and enunciated clearly, "Shui intends to kill me." However, before Mo Chen could finish his statement, a resounding crash erupted. Haji Dan, furious, slammed his hand forcefully onto the sturdy table before him. Instantly, what splintered, and what had been a perfectly intact surface shattered into a multitude of tiny fragments. Haji Dan's face flushed with rage as he widened his eyes, shouting, "What? That reckless old fool Shui dares to plot against our boss?" He roared in fury, his body trembling with rage. At that moment, Ning Rongrong furrowed his brow slightly, shaking his head gently as he sheathed the sword he held. After completing this action, he raised his gaze, his eyes ablaze with concern as he fixed his stare on Mo Chen and inquired, "What on earth has transpired, my leader?" Throughout history, the execution of loyal ministers and valiant generals, particularly military commanders, has been a rare act, even among emperors who command vast territories. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's question, Mo Chen let out a cold snort, a hint of disdain and mockery crossing his features as he responded with a chilling smile. The notion of a minister's achievements overshadowing their sovereign is far from novel in history. It is utterly despicable. That old fool Shui has truly lost his sight. Our leader has fought valiantly for Tiando, reclaiming vast territories and compelling neighboring nations to submit. Yet now, that old fool seeks to dismantle the very bridge that brought him across, to slaughter the donkey after the grinding is done. Does he truly believe us to be easy prey? Despite the passage of time, Haji Dan's fury remained undiminished as he continued to curse vehemently. "What do you propose we do, leader? Shall we rise in rebellion, or what?" Haji Dan declared, thumping his chest. His thoughts were simple: follow the leader's commands without question. And if anyone dared to harm the leader, he would be the first to charge forth in battle. Seeing that Dan Yu remained silent, Haji Dan stepped forward and urged, "Old four, speak up too. Don't just remain mute." Haji Dan's dismissive references to Shui Yu revealed his complete lack of respect for the once mighty emperor. Dan Yu slowly opened his eyes, glancing at the silent Ning Rongrong, the contemplative Mo Chen, and Haji Dan, who was fervently wielding 2 massive axes, ready to rebel. "I am not familiar with the Shui Yu you speak of. I shall heed the leader's arrangements," Dan Yu finally responded, ultimately choosing to refer to Mo Chen as the leader. Chapter 18. Mo Chen, my title is Douluo V, and you wish for me to study? How many of us remain? Mo Chen's brow furrowed as he fixed his penetrating gaze on the others, his tone grave. Ning Rongrong, standing nearby, was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting such a question from Mo Chen. However, he quickly regained composure and replied, "We still have 30,000 brothers, each loyal to you, leader, having been personally trained by you." Mo Chen nodded thoughtfully at this, then turned to Haji Dan and said slowly after a brief pause, "If memory serves, you have been stuck at level 70 for quite some time, have you not?" Haji Dan, upon being called out, was momentarily taken aback before he chuckled ruefully, "Indeed, leader. We have been stuck at level 70 for nearly half a year. Though our talents may not match others, we have been either training or battling. Yet our soul power remains stagnant. If this continues, not only will we struggle to improve, but even self-preservation may become a challenge." A hint of disappointment and helplessness crossed Haji Dan's face. "Even Old 4 has reached level 79 while I remain at 70. I might as well concede my position to Old 4, he lamented, shaking his head in despair. At this moment, Ning Rongrong could not help but interject, "Humph. Who told you to spend all your time drinking and reveling without a shred of diligence in your training?" Ning Rongrong's blunt remark struck Haji Dan like a heavy blow, causing his face to flush crimson with shame, wishing he could vanish into thin air. "Old 3, how can you say that? Even if I have erred, I am still your second brother. Can you show me some respect?" Haji Dan retorted, eyes wide with indignation. "Show you respect? If I were to indulge you, I fear you would remain stagnant for another year," Ning Rongrong shot back mercilessly. Haji Dan was momentarily rendered speechless, casting a pitiful glance at Mo Chen, who sat at the head of the table. All right, Ning Rongrong, perhaps you should ease up a bit. Mo Chen said, understanding Haji Dan's silent plea. Those of you who are willing to follow me, join me. Those who wish to stay, I will not compel. Mo Chen rose slowly, his steps resolute as he moved toward the door. As he paused by the window, he gazed intently outside at the soldiers fervently training. Haji Dan, witnessing this, quickly masked his earlier displeasure. Despite his usual carefree demeanor, he was entirely serious when matters of importance arose. At this juncture, Mo Chen turned to Ning Rongrong, earnestly advising, Ning Rongrong, your utmost priority should be to break through to level 80 as swiftly as possible. Set aside all other matters. Do not risk losing much for the sake of the trivial. Ning Rongrong nodded solemnly in acknowledgement. After elucidating all necessary instructions, Mo Chen led the group towards the encampment of the 30,000 soldiers. The atmosphere was somber and tense as they journeyed in silence. Upon reaching their destination, standing high above, they beheld countless figures below, brothers who had fought alongside them through thick and thin. Mo Chen inhaled deeply, striving to quell the tumultuous emotions within. Then raised his voice, declaring, Brothers, I am acutely aware that many of you harbor numerous concerns at this moment. This Tiando city is your shared homeland, home to your kin and cherished ties. However, he paused, surveying the gathered crowd before continuing, the current situation is dire, and we must make a choice. Should the Emperor of Tiando seek my life, you, as my loyal guards, would inevitably face retribution. I cannot bear to witness you become mere prey on the chopping block. A pack of wolves without a leader is akin to a tiger without its claws. Mo Chen's words flowed forth, resonating deeply with the soldiers below, who had trained under his guidance since their inception into the army. He had transformed them from mere individuals into formidable warriors capable of facing overwhelming odds. Thus, Mo Chen held a significant place in their hearts. Those who wish to accompany me, stand to the right. Those who wish to remain, stay where you are. Mo Chen's voice rang with authority, echoing throughout the training ground. This parting may lead us to become adversaries when next we meet. As the words hung in the air, a portion of the crowd, initially glancing about with bewildered expressions and uncertainty, appeared utterly lost as to what decision they ought to make. Time trickled by. And while hesitation lingered at first, it wasn't long before individuals began to shift their feet, gradually stepping out of the throng and positioning themselves to the right. It is often said that beginnings are fraught with difficulty, yet once the first person takes that decisive step, an increasing number inevitably follow suit. Gradually, figures emerged one after another from the gathering, converging toward the right. At last, when the final person firmly established themselves on the right, Haji Dan, who had been silently standing beside Mo Chen, erupted into laughter without warning. His booming laughter resonated, seemingly aiming to pierce the heavens. Ah ha ha ha. I have always maintained that my judgment is infallible. My ability to discern character is unparalleled. After his laughter subsided, he abruptly turned to face the crowd, raising his voice to call out, Brothers, time is of the essence. We must act immediately. Quickly return home, gather your loved ones, and evacuate the city of Tiando. We must seize the moment before that old scoundrel's orders are formally issued. The majority of the individuals before him were merely common folk, with very few fortunate enough to reside in the opulence of Tiando Imperial City. After all, they belonged to the most vulnerable stratum of society, having endured myriad hardships and oppression. It is no exaggeration to assert that should they choose to part ways with Mo Chen, the prospect of any fruitful opportunities or a promising future would become a mere fantasy, an impossible dream. Consequently, they had placed all their hopes for the future squarely upon Mo Chen. As dusk fell upon a village within Tiando, Haji Dan reported with a grave expression, Brother, we currently have 8,000 comrades assembled, yet 22,000 remain unaccounted for. Upon hearing this, Mo Chen furrowed his brow slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. He had truly not anticipated that, within such a brief span of time, an astonishing multitude of individuals would converge. What could possibly account for this? How could so many people arrive in such a fleeting moment? As Mo Chen murmured to himself, he swiftly perused the meticulously annotated map in his hands, which detailed the hometowns of 30,000 compatriots. The map was densely marked with various symbols and lines, and the nearest location was still a considerable distance of 5 miles away. It was important to note that when these brothers had hastened from the border, twilight was already approaching and dusk was settling in. Yet, within this limited time frame, the successful assembly of a contingent of up to 8,000 individuals seemed rather implausible. At that moment, Haji Dan lowered his voice to explain, Brother, there are indeed some circumstances I had not previously reported to you. The vast majority of these 8,000 are those unburdened by ties. Upon hearing this, Mo Chen's body trembled, and he was momentarily taken aback. As the commander of these soldiers, he had failed to gain a comprehensive understanding of their familial situations. This realization stirred a profound sense of guilt within him. Rest assured, elder brother, knowing you have pressing matters, you can safely entrust us with the task of receiving them. 3 days hence, we shall await you 20 miles west of Wuhuan City, Haji Dan declared with a smile and resolute tone. Mo Chen slowly turned his gaze to Ning Rongrong, who had remained silent throughout their journey. With a slight nod, Mo Chen solemnly addressed the three before him. Very well, I shall take my leave first. In 3 days, I will be here to receive you. After saying this, he turned to depart. Just then, Haji Dan dashed forward, his face alight with anticipation as he said, Brother, Now that you are the esteemed law elder of the Wuhuan Hall, could you possibly secure a position for me as an elder as well? Adjutant chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. Before Mo Chen could respond, Ning Rongrong interjected without hesitation. Are you not being overly ambitious? Look at yourself. You are already 37 years old. Yet your strength remains at a mere level 70. While this may be commendable compared to the majority, the elders of the Wuhuan Hall require a minimum of level 80. I fear you may never have the opportunity. With that, Ning Rongrong shot a disdainful glance at Hadjidan and shook his head lightly. Brother, I must admit. Your words are rather unpalatable, Hadjidan retorted promptly. Though elder brother is the youngest among us four, he has earned our respect through his prowess. If elder brother can become a titled Douluo, there is no reason I cannot achieve the same. I shall demand that the exalted Pope himself officiate my accolade ceremony. After parting ways with his companions, Mo Chen walked under the moonlight, which cascaded like water upon the ground, illuminating his path. As time passed, he encountered others who had come to join the assembly. By the time he finally arrived at Wuhuan City, the night was deep, and the entire city was enveloped in a tranquil stillness. It was indeed the latter half of the night, and most people had long since succumbed to slumber. As Mo Chen threaded his way through the streets and alleys, just as he was about to successfully navigate a narrow passageway, a familiar voice suddenly called out from behind him. So late at night, what are you scheming to do in secret? Upon hearing this voice, Mo Chen's body froze as if ensnared by an enchantment, becoming rigid in place. He slowly turned around, only to find Qian Renxue standing there, a faint, mischievous smile gracing her lips, her gaze firmly fixed upon him. Under the moonlight, her exquisite visage appeared even more enchanting, yet at that moment, Mo Chen was too flustered and anxious to appreciate her beauty. Just as he began to explain, his words barely formed. Qian Renxue elegantly waved a slender finger and gently shook her head, signaling him to refrain from continuing. Humph, you still dare to call me Little Snow? Even my grandfather addresses me that way, and how dare you follow suit? Qian Renxue pouted, her brows slightly furrowed, evidently displeased with the appellation. Observing her reaction, Mo Chen quickly pondered how to amend his address. However, after much contemplation, he found himself at a loss for a more suitable term. Was he to directly call her Qian Renxue? Would that not seem overly formal? The thought left him visibly troubled. Seeing his perplexed and flustered expression, Qian Renxue suddenly burst into laughter. You are quite foolish. It seems I truly need to enroll you in an etiquette academy for some refinement. She placed her hands on her hips, feigning indignation, though her smile betrayed her amusement. Mo Chen pointed incredulously at himself and said, Me? Attend the academy? Surely you jest. I am already a titled Douluo, and yet you wish for me to study? As Qian Renxue approached him, she extended her delicate hand, gently adjusting his somewhat disheveled attire. The moment he felt her proximity, Mo Chen's heart, which had long been tranquil, began to race uncontrollably. This sensation was foreign to him, akin to a still lake disturbed by a sudden boulder, sending ripples across its surface. Perhaps it was because, at this moment, Qian Renxue could rightfully be considered half his fiancée. Therefore, while he had always engaged her with a calm mind, he now felt as if he had become an entirely different person, his thoughts galloping wildly like untamed horses. Lowering his gaze slightly, he caught a hint of a delicate fragrance emanating from Qian Renxue, reminiscent of blossoms in full bloom during spring, refreshing and invigorating. Simultaneously, he distinctly felt her slender fingers gliding gently over him, sending shivers down his spine. At that moment, he heard Qian Renxue's voice, tinged with playful reproach. You, honestly, are quite a headache. You can barely read a few words, yet you constantly strive to present yourself as a dashing gentleman. If I do not send you to the Etiquette Academy for some proper packaging, I wonder how you will ever win a lady's favor. Though her words seemed casual, the determination in her eyes was unmistakable. Mo Chen fell silent for a moment, instinctively grasping the hand she used to adjust his attire. The instant their fingers brushed, it felt as though a powerful current surged through them, causing Qian Renxue to retract her fingers in surprise. Simultaneously, Mo Chen's hand, which had aimed to touch her fingertip, jerked back as if stung. In that fleeting moment, their fingertips had barely touched, yet it felt like lightning had coursed through their hearts. In an instant, their hearts began to race, as if they might leap from their chests, the sound of their pounding hearts resonating clearly in the tranquil night. The moonlight, ethereal and dreamlike, softly illuminated Qian Renxue's delicate form, draping her in a veil of silver, rendering her figure both mysterious and alluring. So, what do you think? Am I not captivating tonight? Qian Renxue's lips curled into a sly smile, her eyes sparkling with a hint of pride and anticipation. Mo Chen gazed at her, entranced. In the illumination of the moon, her skin glowed like snow, her features were striking, and everything about her, from her elegantly arched brows to her bright eyes and luscious lips, was utterly intoxicating. Unbeknownst to him, he slowly extended his right hand, unaware of the unfolding events. He felt as though that hand was no longer under his conscious control, but rather instinctively reaching towards Qian Renxue. However, just as his hand was about to graze her shoulder, Qian Renxue unexpectedly took a small step back. At that moment, with her hands clasped behind her, she blinked her lively eyes mischievously at Mo Chen and playfully remarked, I have always said that you must willingly fall in love with me. So, what do you think? Am I not charming tonight? With her head tilted, her face radiated confidence and playful charm as she awaited Mo Chen's response. Mo Chen slowly nodded, perplexed by his own earlier actions. Logically, someone like him should not be swayed by primal desires. Qian Renxue slightly tilted her head, delicately raising her jade hand to gently tousle the waterfall of hair cascading over her shoulders. A faint blush appeared on her exquisite face, resembling the captivating beauty of a blossoming peach flower. Then, with a hint of shyness, she extended a hand and said, "Come with me, that woman wishes to see you." Her voice was as soft as a gentle breeze caressing the strings of a harp, tinged with a barely perceptible shyness. Yet, when she mentioned that woman, her tone involuntarily quivered slightly. Mo Chen, who had been closely observing Qian Renxue, keenly sensed this subtle shift in her words. He nodded thoughtfully and then extended his hand to firmly grasp the delicate palm that Qian Renxue had offered. Together, they stepped into the papal hall. It was now deep into the night, enveloped in profound silence. The entirety of the papal hall lay desolate, devoid of any human presence. Only the moonlight streamed through the grand windows, casting silvery patches upon the floor, bestowing a serene ambience upon the majestic palace. Pope Bibi Dong sat quietly upon the papal throne, her figure graceful and her demeanor captivating, radiating an innate sense of nobility and authority. Her stunningly beautiful visage rivaled even that of Qian Renxue beside her, appearing even more mature and alluring, an epitome of elegance. "So you are the betrothed that old man has designated for Qian Renxue?" Bibi Dong's brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing her enchanting eyes. Her tone frigid and unwelcoming, brimming with animosity towards the individual before her. "And you must be the current pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong." Mo Chen replied with a slight smirk, tinged with playful provocation. In that instant, the atmosphere between them became palpably tense, the air thick with a sense of impending conflict. Qian Renxue, who had been silently standing to the side, could not help but furrow her brow, her expression laden with concern for the confrontation about to unfold. "You are quite arrogant," Bibi Dong remarked, her brows knitted tightly, coldness flashing in her beautiful eyes, clearly displeased with Mo Chen's unabashedly brazen demeanor. Her graceful form emanated an invisible pressure that sent shivers down one's spine. Yet, in the face of Bibi Dong's ire, Mo Chen remained utterly unfazed. He let out a cold laugh, responding provocatively, "Your Holiness, you exaggerate. I am merely an ordinary enforcement elder within the Spirit Hall. Even with your esteemed position as the Pope, what right do you have to hold me accountable?" Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong trembled in fury, her bosom heaving violently with each breath. Clenching her silver teeth, she glared at Mo Chen, her inner rage reaching a boiling point. "You." Bibi Dong managed to squeeze out a word through her gritted teeth, but before she could finish, Mo Chen interrupted her once more. "What? Am I mistaken? Is the illustrious Pope merely a person of empty words?" Mo Chen continued to mock Bibi Dong, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt. "You truly have no fear of death, do you?" Bibi Dong gritted her teeth, enunciating each word deliberately. Her once beautiful visage was now contorted by anger. It had been countless years since she ascended to the papacy, and never had anyone dared to disrespect her in such a manner, speaking to her with such contempt. Yet, in the face of Bibi Dong's furious outburst, Mo Chen remained unfazed, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he boldly declared, "Even the old man Qian Douluo V dare call me boy. What right do you have?" At that moment, a tremendous noise erupted, and an overwhelming surge of soul power exploded from Bibi Dong's delicate form. Instantly, the entire hall was enveloped in a chilling and eerie atmosphere. Mo Chen noticed the spider-like phantom emerging behind Bibi Dong and laughed unabashedly. "Ah, so our esteemed Pope is merely a spider lurking in the shadows." His words dripped with mockery. Hearing this, Bibi Dong's fury intensified, her eyes wide with rage. She suddenly swung her staff, and with a flash of dazzling light, a crescent-shaped strike hurtled towards Mo Chen, tearing through the air with a piercing howl. As the sound of the air being sliced filled the space, Mo Chen stepped forward, and an overwhelming aura surged forth from him like a tidal wave. The once unstoppable strike abruptly halted before Mo Chen, as if it had sunk into the depths of the ocean, effortlessly shattered by him. "Does your Holiness truly intend to engage me in battle?" Mo Chen raised an eyebrow, having unknowingly positioned himself before Qian Renxue. How could he remain oblivious? Ever since arriving at the papal palace, Qian Renxue had kept her head bowed. While the specifics of their encounter remained a mystery, she was undoubtedly more familiar with him than with the Pope. "Do you truly believe I lack the courage to act against you?" Bibi Dong declared with a fierce yet hollow bravado. "Let us wait and see." Two invisible pressures clashed repeatedly, with each encounter leaving Bibi Dong increasingly astonished by Mo Chen's formidable strength. The dragon spirit of his was inherently dominant over beast spirits, and when paired with the radiant attributes of the Fusang Golden Crow, it greatly suppressed her own spirit's capabilities. As Mo Chen unleashed a torrent of power, he resembled an awakening dragon, exuding an overwhelming and unstoppable aura. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong began to sense an unprecedented pressure drawing near. The tempestuous dragon energy emanating from Mo Chen pressed heavily upon her, each wisp of it akin to a thousandfold weight, causing her movements to grow sluggish. Moreover, the radiance from his second spirit possessed a peculiar attribute that was nearly a bane to her, further diminishing her strength. Under this dual suppression, beads of sweat quickly formed on her forehead, cascading down her fair cheeks and dripping to the ground. Simultaneously, her hands gripped the Pope's scepter tightly, trembling uncontrollably. "How does it feel, Your Holiness? Surely you must find the prowess of this young lad intriguing," Mo Chen taunted. his words striking Bibi Dong like a series of resounding slaps. Despite her desperate attempts to amplify her soul power and break free from this dire predicament. No matter how hard she struggled, Mo Chen stood before her like an insurmountable mountain, weighing heavily upon her and nearly suffocating her. Are you still unwilling to summon your spirit? If this continues, it seems you may well be bested by this young lad. A derisive smile danced upon Mo Chen's lips as he continued to mock her. Bibi Dong seethed with rage, her teeth clenched in fury, yet at that moment, she found herself utterly powerless against him, consumed by inner resentment. Should Mo Chen glimpse her appearance once she summoned her spirit? It would not be long before the entire continent learned of her most grotesque form. After that incident, her appearance post-summoning had become her greatest taboo. Suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberated through the hall, causing it to tremble. Mo Chen's overwhelming soul power shattered Bibi Dong's assault, unrelenting in its force as it collided with her, enveloping her entirely in its might. The tremendous impact sent her hurtling backward, soaring through the air before crashing violently into the wall. The force of the collision left massive cracks in the wall, and the already precarious debris above rained down like a storm, mercilessly striking Bibi Dong. Witnessing this, Qian Renxue gasped in horror, instinctively wanting to rush forward. Yet, just as she prepared to move, she felt as if her feet were ensnared by boulders, immobilizing her despite her fervent struggles. On the other side, having successfully repelled Bibi Dong, Mo Chen gradually withdrew the pressure of his soul power that he had exerted upon her. He subtly shifted his joints, instantly producing a series of crackling sounds reminiscent of bones grinding against one another. This noise, in the stillness of the surroundings, resonated with an unsettling clarity, evoking a chill in the air. He began to stride forward, step by step, towards the distant location of Bibi Dong. At this moment, a hint of smugness adorned Mo Chen's face, his eyes betraying an unmistakable excitement and a playful mockery. He was increasingly eager to witness firsthand the disheveled state of the once imperious Bibi Dong, as he gazed upon her frail form trembling amidst the ruins. Her formerly lush and vibrant lips were now marred by streaks of alarming crimson. Mo Chen silently observed this scene, an inexplicable smirk gracing his lips, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile that wavered between amusement and mockery, with a glimmer of concealed triumph flickering in his eyes. How do you find it? Esteemed Pope? Does the prowess I exhibit as a fledgling meet your expectations? Mo Chen spoke, his tone seemingly laced with humility. Yet any discerning ear could detect the subtle undertones of derision and scorn. Just then, Qian Renxue hurried onto the scene. Upon witnessing the sorry state of Bibi Dong, her heart jolted unexpectedly. An inexplicable pang of sorrow surged within her, causing her brows to furrow involuntarily. At that moment, standing amidst the debris, Qian Renxue found herself ensnared in a profound conflict. On one side stood her mother, and on the other, her beloved. The dilemma of choosing between mother and lover left her at a loss. Despite Bibi Dong's cold indifference throughout her upbringing, never granting her the maternal affection she deserved, the bond of blood remained tightly woven around Qian Renxue's heart, making it impossible for her to sever her deep-seated feelings for Bibi Dong. Observing the tumult of emotions in Qian Renxue's gaze, Bibi Dong felt a sudden heaviness in her heart. She did not perceive herself as indebted to anyone, yet she recognized the considerable debt owed to Qian Renxue. However, the sight of the smug Mo Chen ignited her ire. Slowly, Bibi Dong rose from the ground, brushing off the dust that clung to her, and tossed a token towards Mo Chen. This is the insignia of my papacy. With this, your path to power will be considerably less fraught with obstacles. With a cold huff, Bibi Dong turned away, choosing to disregard the two. Ultimately, she remained silent, offering no explanations to Qian Renxue, her actions implicitly supporting the latter's choice. Chapter 20, Transitional Chapter. The next chapter will bring torment to Tang San. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the windows of the papal hall. The vast chamber felt unusually spacious, occupied only by Mo Chen and Bibi Dong. The tension of the previous day dissipated. Mo Chen stared contemplatively ahead and spoke. You inquired about my views on the upcoming Continental Senior Soul Master Academy tournament. I believe it is time to amend a competition format that has endured for so many years. Bibi Dong, taken aback, swiftly turned to face him, surprise evident in her eyes. After all, the tournament was less than half a month away, and suggesting alterations at this juncture seemed rather abrupt. Such changes are not made lightly, she replied, furrowing her brow slightly. Then, as if struck by a thought, she added, you are, after all, merely a martial artist, unfamiliar with the complexities of tournament regulations. Although we acknowledge the flaws within the tournament, rectifying them is no simple task. It requires careful deliberation. With a soft sigh, she returned her gaze to Mo Chen, seemingly awaiting his further response. At this, Mo Chen's already muddled mind spun further into confusion. If you know I am but a simple man of martial prowess, why engage me in such discussions? He mused, scratching the back of his head. Bewilderment etched across his face. Just then, Bibi Dong extended her delicate hand and pointed gently towards him. Mo Chen, equally perplexed, raised his hand in a mirrored gesture, his confusion deepening. Me? He exclaimed incredulously. Bibi Dong nodded affirmatively. After all, you are only 21 years old, and the age limit for the tournament is 25. You are entirely eligible to represent the Spirit Hall in this competition. However, as soon as her words left her lips, a resounding crash echoed through the air. In a fit of rage, Mo Chen slammed his palm down on the sturdy table before him. Tremors coursed through his body, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. His previously clear eyes now blazed with fiery anger, fixed intently on Bibi Dong, as if he intended to consume her whole. I am now an elder of the Spirit Hall. Are you mocking me by suggesting I participate in the tournament? Bibi Dong, unfazed by his fury, nodded knowingly. Indeed, just as Qian Renxue said. Your spirit manifests a flaw that renders you unable to control your emotions. Her voice, cool and resonant, hung in the air with an intangible weight. Yet when Bibi Dong revealed the secret of her spirit's imperfection, Mo Chen remained remarkably composed, far from the panic she had anticipated. He stood there quietly, his gaze calmly fixed upon Bibi Dong, as if contemplating something profound. The withered flower and the Capricorn grass, indeed, both are most venomous herbs. Bibi Dong spoke again, her tone remaining flat, yet a subtle gravity lingered beneath. Upon hearing her words, Mo Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He gazed at Bibi Dong, a hint of confusion etched upon his face, and inquired, What is it? Is it possible that your holiness possesses knowledge of herbs? In response to Mo Chen's query, Bibi Dong initially appeared taken aback, but soon erupted into a fit of laughter. The words that followed resonated in Mo Chen's ears like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily stunned, with a slight smile playing at the corners of her mouth. She spoke with an enigmatic tone, I possess both the withered flower and the Capricorn grass. And the demonic fire released by your candle dragon martial spirit is precisely an essential ingredient for alchemical concoctions. What do you say? Would you consider entering into a transaction with me? At this moment, Mo Chen's expression grew exceedingly grave. He furrowed his brow tightly, fixating on Bibi Dong's enigmatic gaze, pondering her true intentions. After a brief moment, he took a deep breath and spoke in a low tone, What do you want me to do? The withered flower and the Capricorn grass were of paramount importance to Mo Chen. Previously, if he had been uncertain about how to resolve his own shortcomings, he might have adopted a nonchalant attitude. However, now that he understood the solution, Mo Chen could no longer afford to treat the matter lightly. Bibi Dong, in her characteristic calm and measured tone, reassured him, Rest assured, I will not compel you to harm those around you. Moreover, what I request of you should, in fact, be regarded as a reward. At this, Mo Chen cocked his head in surprise, his face a mask of skepticism. He could not fathom how any task could be considered a reward for himself. After all, he had already gathered all 6 pieces of soul bones and achieved a soul power level of 95. If he could successfully overcome the flaws in his martial soul, he would have the opportunity to break through to level 96. In that moment, Mo Chen could not conceive of anything that could be deemed a reward for him. After concluding his conversation with Bibi Dong, 2 tranquil days passed. On the night of the 3rd day, Mo Chen arrived 20 miles outside of Soul Master City. The area was serene, with only the soft rustle of leaves stirred by a gentle breeze. Suddenly, a group of figures appeared not far ahead. It was Haji Dan and the others who had arrived early to meet him. Haji Dan hurried forward, his face aglow with excitement. Big brother, as per your previous instructions, I have brought together 422 brothers. Upon hearing this number, Mo Chen nodded in satisfaction. He then turned to gaze upon the tranquil forest shrouded in night, where a multitude of figures could be seen, their presence infusing the quiet woods with newfound vitality. Well done, Mo Chen praised, giving Haji Dan a pat on the shoulder. Just as he was about to proceed with further arrangements, Haji Dan hesitated, seemingly contemplating how to articulate his thoughts. Eventually, he summoned the courage to speak. Big brother, this time we have gathered nearly 80,000 people. Many of the brothers have brought their families and children along. While I know you must have a plan, I must express my concern. We cannot let our brothers sleep on the streets. As he reached this point, Haji Dan's expression reflected his unease. Typically carefree and lighthearted, he now recognized the formidable challenge of accommodating such a vast number of people. After all, issues regarding food, shelter, and other necessities required meticulous consideration and comprehensive arrangements. Rest assured. With these words, Mo Chen felt a surge of energy coursing through him, his formidable soul power erupting like a tidal wave. In an instant, an intangible yet immensely powerful domain rapidly expanded outward from him, enveloping everyone within the vast forest. Mo Chen's voice echoed within this domain, resonating with authority. Ensuring that his words would remain private, he declared, Brothers, I trust you all remember the promise I, Mo Chen, made to lead you to a new place of refuge. Since you have followed me to this new location, it will certainly be better than your previous existence in Tiando. As Mo Chen delivered his impassioned speech, over 30,000 soldiers, armed with various weapons and fully equipped, collectively focused their gaze on him. Their expressions were grave, eyes glimmering with determination and reverence. The family members they had been protecting also raised their heads, filled with anticipation. Furthermore, I have an important announcement to make. His Holiness the Pope has agreed to accept all your families as citizens of the Spirit Hall. At this juncture, Mo Chen paused briefly to gauge the crowd's reaction before raising his voice. Additionally, if you tire of military life, you may choose to live as ordinary citizens, with the Spirit Hall providing each individual with a retirement compensation of 10,000 gold soul coins. These arrangements had been discussed with Bibi Dong days prior. After all, Bibi Dong had long been aware of Mo Chen's formidable personal guard, which, though originally only 5,000 strong, had proven capable of defeating an army of 50,000. Such impressive accomplishments had captured Bibi Dong's interest in Mo Chen's exceptional leadership abilities. It is often said that a strong general commands no weak troops. And Bibi Dong understood this principle well. Moreover, the generous retirement compensation of 10,000 gold soul coins for each individual was also provided by her. Once these matters were settled, Mo Chen hastily took Dan Yu and made his way to Bibi Dong's location. There, he found two peculiar plants before her. One was a flower of vibrant crimson hue, resembling a flame in its brilliance, with the center pulsing with a deep purple light, as if brimming with boundless magic and vitality. To ensure that this power remained contained, the box holding the flower was meticulously sealed. In stark contrast lay a seemingly ordinary black grass, quietly nestled and easily overlooked unless one paid close attention. At that moment, Dan Yu suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "Indeed! This is the withered flower and the Capricorn grass." His gaze, filled with astonishment, remained steadfastly fixed upon the two extraordinary treasures before him. Unable to divert even for a moment, he stood quietly before the two plants, his gaze fixed upon them, hands hanging by his sides, momentarily at a loss. Unsure of where to begin. Even the slightest release of the herb's aroma could potentially inflict irreversible damage upon the surrounding environment. It was imperative not to commence here. Otherwise, the entire hall would be shrouded in toxic gas, with unimaginable consequences. Dan Yu furrowed his brow, plunging into a brief yet profound contemplation. After a moment, he lifted his head, his gaze resolute as he turned to Mo Chen, earnestly stating, "Boss, in my opinion, we should directly employ demon fire for the refining process. This approach will significantly minimize the risk of gas leakage." Mo Chen had already contemplated Dan Yu's suggestion. Without Dan Yu, he would have been at a loss regarding his martial soul dilemma. Just as he resolved to summon the demon fire, Bibi Dong materialized beside him. With a graceful motion, she raised her delicate hand, firmly yet gently placing it upon Mo Chen's wrist, halting his impending action. "Not here. Come with me and Qian Renxue," Bibi Dong declared, turning to lead the way outside, while two small spiders, appearing from nowhere, lifted the two herbs from the table. Upon locating Qian Renxue, the three followed Bibi Dong into a secret chamber. As the tightly shut door creaked open, Bibi Dong's heart surged with tumultuous emotions. Taking a deep breath, she exhaled a breath laden with the pressures she had long endured. With the release of this breath, her entire being trembled involuntarily. This is the place. It is hidden. And even the loudest commotion here would go unnoticed outside. Bibi Dong steadied her emotions, exhaling deeply before speaking again. Although her voice was soft, a tremor was evident in her tone. Qian Renxue, standing nearby, perceptively noted Bibi Dong's unusual demeanor, a wave of concern swelling within her. Just as she was about to inquire, Bibi Dong unhesitatingly exited the chamber. At that moment, Dan Yu softly proclaimed, "In that case, let us commence immediately." No sooner had he spoken than he swiftly raised a hand, palm upward, gently supporting. Instantly, a crystal-clear stream of water leaped from his palm as if alive, lifting the two herbs radiating an unusual glow into the air. Simultaneously, Mo Chen, who had remained silent, completed the manifestation of his martial soul in an instant. A colossal shadow of a candle dragon suddenly materialized behind him, appearing almost lifelike. As the shadow solidified, a haunting purple light flickered in Mo Chen's once deep eyes. Then, as his hand fully opened, a surge of dark purple flame erupted from his palm, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, scorching the surrounding air and creating a cacophony of crackling sounds. Chapter 21. The Proposal, First Encounter with Tang Xin. With the temperature escalating, the already dim chamber became suffused with an oppressive heat. The gray walls seemed unable to withstand the scorching, beginning to bear ghastly red marks, akin to claw marks left by a demon. The intense heat surged forth like a torrent, causing Qian Renxue to instinctively furrow her brow, her beautiful visage reflecting a hint of anguish. Her body, seemingly compelled by an invisible force, gradually retreated in an attempt to evade the terrifying heat wave. At that moment, Dan Yu suddenly spread his arms wide, and instantly, a thin layer of mist materialized within the unbearably hot chamber. This mist sharply contrasted with the surrounding searing air. Concurrently, the blazing purple flames clashed violently with the mist, producing a series of hissing sounds as vast amounts of white steam erupted, filling the chamber and obscuring everything that had previously been clear. However, due to the timely emergence and neutralizing effect of the mist, the withered flowers and Capricorn grass that had been mercilessly scorched by the flames finally ceased their desiccation, gradually transforming into pools of inky black liquid. Now, Dan Yu, who had been observing the changes intently, suddenly exclaimed in a low voice. A drop of blood materialized from his body, unnoticed by the other two, and merged into the liquid. Mo Chen, understanding the cue, nodded. Immediately, a dazzling black light erupted from him. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a colossal black dragon. However, constrained by the limited space of the chamber, this dragon was significantly smaller than it would have been outside. Nevertheless, it still emanated an imposing presence. It opened its gaping maw and lunged towards the roiling black liquid above. As its mouth made contact with the liquid, an intensely blinding purple light erupted from within the dragon, illuminating the entire chamber. With the cessation of water element output, Dan Yu collapsed onto the ground. At that moment, he was utterly drained of soul power, every cell in his body racked with pain, heedless of the scorching wall beside him, leaning heavily against it. He gasped greedily, inhaling the surrounding air, his throat emitting heavy and rapid breaths. "I have succeeded at last," he exclaimed. "Now, it remains to be seen whether the leader can withstand this trial." Then he raised his head, his gaze fixed upon the black dragon in the sky, which was gradually diminishing in size, and murmured to himself. His words conveyed a sense of relief, yet also hinted at a lingering worry. After a brief respite, Danu struggled to support his weary body and slowly rose to his feet. He trudged heavily, step by step, toward the door of the secret chamber. With a faint sound, the door creaked open, and Danu's silhouette gradually faded into the outside. At that moment, only Qian Renxue and Mo Chen remained within the chamber. Mo Chen had reverted to his human form, yet his appearance was nothing short of horrifying. His body was ensconced in a web of intricate black patterns, resembling living entities that writhed incessantly. The once normal veins had transformed entirely into a deep black, protruding grotesquely and rendering him a figure of terror. Despite this, Mo Chen valiantly endured the searing agony that coursed through his body and the piercing pain that stabbed at his mind, striving to remain conscious. However, his vision began to blur, everything around him shrouded in an oppressive gloom, presenting a scene of desolation and decay. Though he was engulfed in unending torment, as if trapped at the very bottom of a dark abyss, he sat there like a statue, heartbreakingly silent. The world around him seemed to have severed all ties, leaving only the tumultuous pain that surged within his depths. He did not cry out in agony like an ordinary person, nor did he emit heart-wrenching wails. Instead, he silently bore all of it, resembling a solitary boat amidst a tempest, swaying perilously yet resolutely holding on. Qian Renxue gazed at Mo Chen from afar, an indescribable sense of compassion welling up within her. Her steps involuntarily moved towards him, each stride laden with weight. At last, she reached Mo Chen's side and without hesitation, she extended her arms, enveloping the fragile figure of Mo Chen in a warm embrace. "Do not be afraid," Qian Renxue spoke softly, her voice as gentle as a breeze caressing the surface of a lake, fearful of disturbing the one before her. Yet, at that moment, Mo Chen's eyes were hollow and devoid of life, the once bright orbs now resembling dull gemstones, no trace of emotion visible within them. He responded to Qian Renxue's embrace with a mechanical and wooden demeanor, as if his soul had long since departed from his body. The veins coursing through his body, constantly fracturing and rejoining, resembled grotesque scars, starkly revealing the deplorable state of Mo Chen at this moment. These veins would occasionally rupture, splattering blood, and at other times, they would heal, leaving behind trails of purplish-red marks. Xiaoxiwei Mo Chen murmured unintelligibly, as if calling upon the last lifeline of existence. Just then, as Mo Chen's consciousness regained a flicker of clarity, an eerie red glimmer suddenly flashed in his once dull eyes. This red light was fleeting, almost imperceptible. Immediately afterward, Mo Chen seemed to muster the last vestiges of his strength to embrace Qian Renxue tightly, and then they both collapsed heavily onto the cold, hard ground. 3 days later. "I am truly sorry. I will take responsibility." At this moment, Mo Chen's face was etched with guilt, his gaze unwavering as it rested upon the disheveled and barely clothed Qian Renxue before him. Reflecting on his frenzied and uncontrolled self over the past 3 days, Mo Chen was filled with regret. At that time, he had not fully regained his rationality, it was merely a trace of the dragon's instinct stirring within him. Nevertheless, he vividly recalled every detail of what had transpired. The once sturdy bed lay in ruins, blood-stained sheets scattered about, and Qian Renxue before him appeared in tatters, struggling to cover her form. Qian Renxue attempted to rise, but the overwhelming fatigue and sharp pain coursing through her body instinctively drew her brows into a tight frown. Witnessing this scene, Mo Chen felt an urgent pang of distress, rushing forward to support her faltering frame with both hands. At that moment, Qian Renxue's complexion was as pale as parchment, her lips devoid of their usual rosy hue, revealing her exhaustion. However, even in such dire straits, her beautiful eyes remained filled with deep affection for Mo Chen, devoid of any resentment or blame. "It's all right. I have no regrets. All of this was my choice. After all, given your state at the time, had I truly wished to resist, my strength would have rendered you incapable of succeeding." Qian Renxue forced a smile through her discomfort, softly reassuring him. She spoke the truth. Although Mo Chen had achieved a remarkable breakthrough to level 96 after their encounter, he had been entirely devoid of soul power at that moment, all of it dedicated to his own restoration. Conversely, Qian Renxue had reached level 73, while still distant from 96. She could have evaded Mo Chen's grasp in his then condition. "You need not say anything further. I, Mo Chen, am not one to shy away from my responsibilities. I will certainly take care of you." Mo Chen abruptly interjected, halting her impending words. Since fully mastering his martial soul, a glimmer of clarity began to emerge in the once chaotic and bewildered depths of his gaze. He exhaled deeply, releasing a weight that had burdened his heart like a 1,000-pound load. Without hesitation, he knelt before Qian Renxue, bending one knee in a gesture of profound reverence. This unexpected action seemed to suspend the air around them for a moment. Qian Renxue raised her gaze, her eyes locking onto the figure before her, revealing an unprecedented sincerity and depth of emotion. "You know, I am but a simple warrior, utterly oblivious to the intricacies of officialdom, its elaborate rituals, and the complexities of human relationships. Yet, despite this, through our time together, I have come to understand the true feelings that reside within my heart. As he spoke, he slowly placed a hand gently on his chest, feeling the fervent beating of his heart through the fabric of his clothing. My heart tells me it has been wholly claimed by you. Therefore, Qian Renxue, will you marry me? His tone was earnest and resolute, each word striking like a hammer against the walls of her heart. This is not born out of guilt from recent events, but rather my genuine desire. In that moment, silence enveloped the room like a thick fog. Qian Renxue stared wide-eyed, her expression a blend of astonishment and disbelief as she looked at the kneeling figure of Mo Chen. Although she had anticipated a swift progression in their relationship following the incident, the abruptness of this proposal was beyond her expectations. However, after a brief moment of shock, a faint blush began to color her cheeks. She bit her lip, her gaze faltering as she struggled to meet the intensity of Mo Chen's fervent eyes. Ultimately, she gradually extended her delicate hand, resting it softly upon Mo Chen's outstretched palm. Though she did not verbally utter the words "I am willing," her silent gesture spoke volumes, surpassing any sweet nothings or solemn vows in the world. It was truly moving. A soft yet slightly wistful voice suddenly broke the stillness of the chamber. Unbeknownst to them, Bibi Dong had silently entered, her graceful figure leaning against the cold wall, her beautiful eyes observing the two with quiet intensity. However, when her voice reached Qian Renxue's ears, a slight tremor coursed through her, and her brows knitted together in surprise. "When did you arrive?" Qian Renxue inquired, her lips parting with a hint of discontent and confusion. Simultaneously, her hand quickly reached out to retrieve the tattered garment that lay on the ground, a remnant of clothing that could no longer conceal her modesty. Despite its state of disrepair, she did not wish Bibi Dong to witness her embarrassment. At that moment, as if reading her thoughts, Bibi Dong's lips curled into a subtle smile. With a graceful wave of her hand, a splendid new garment soared toward Qian Renxue. Mo Chen, standing nearby, reacted swiftly, catching the flying attire along with a small, exquisitely crafted wooden box that fell alongside it. He first handed the garments to Qian Renxue, and only after she accepted them did he slowly open the mysterious wooden box. As the lid was gently lifted, a dazzling radiance immediately emanated from within. Inside the box lay two resplendent rings, meticulously arranged. One ring was adorned with intricately carved dragon motifs, exuding an aura of dominance, while the other showcased a beautifully crafted phoenix, poised as if ready to take flight, evoking awe. What proposal would be complete without rings? Moreover, these rings served as a connected storage soul guide, offering sufficient space for their needs. After a brief pause, Bibi Dong stated, "Once you are finished, please come out. There are matters that require your attention." Having uttered these words, she turned and departed without a backward glance, leaving only a faint, lingering fragrance in the air. Despite understanding Bibi Dong's intentions were well-meaning, it was evident from various signs that the relationship between Qian Renxue and Bibi Dong was far from harmonious. With this thought, Mo Chen couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. After a moment's hesitation, he presented the rings along with the wooden box to Qian Renxue. She opened the lid, her gaze fixating on the two brilliant rings. In that instant, her expression grew complex, as if she were grappling with an intense internal conflict. After a while, she raised her eyes to Mo Chen, her face betraying an indescribable emotion. Following a fierce struggle within her thoughts, Qian Renxue finally made her choice. She gently picked up one of the rings, examining it closely before smiling and placing it on Mo Chen's ring finger. Subsequently, she took the other ring and tenderly adorned herself with it. Completing these actions, the two exchanged smiles and exited the secret chamber, arriving at the Pope's Hall. Bibi Dong remained seated on the papal throne, flanked by the two Douluo, Zhuge and the others, while Hualaina and Xiaoyu stood silently below. Mo Chen, I appoint you as the team leader for this competition. Do you accept? Bibi Dong addressed Mo Chen. He initially intended to refuse, as he was not one to easily follow orders. However, just as he was about to decline, he remembered the ring on his finger and ultimately nodded in acceptance. Before Mo Chen could speak, Hua had already stepped forward, pointing at Mo Chen and declaring, "Your Holiness, I disagree. How can we trust someone we have never met to be our teacher? I believe he is unworthy." However, before Bibi Dong could respond, Mo Chen suddenly appeared before him, gripping his face and lifting him off the ground. At that moment, Mo Chen's expression was as dark as the depths of the ocean, his fingers tightening as he asked, "What gives you the right to dismiss me?" Hua, suspended above the ground, struggled futilely as his soul power had been sealed, rendering even simple movements ineffective. "Stop it." Xiaoyu began to speak, but upon meeting Mo Chen's gaze, he broke out in a cold sweat. Mo Chen hurled Hua, who resembled a limp dog, towards Xiaoyu with such force that even the Soul King was caught off guard. With a resounding thud, Hua collided with Xiaoyu, and both were sent reeling from the impact. Dusting off his hands with a look of disdain, Mo Chen remarked, "Your Holiness, I apologize, but I am not fond of being pointed at." With that, he shrugged nonchalantly. At this moment, Hualaina stood in stunned silence, completely intimidated by Mo Chen's display of power. Qian Renxue cast a bemused glance at the two. Thinking it was unfortunate for them to provoke Mo Chen when he was already in a heightened state, this fervor was not anger, but rather unspent passion. "Since Xiaoyu and Hua are injured, you need not participate in assisting Hualaina with her soul ring acquisition," Bibi Dong said, her beautiful eyes glancing at the now unconscious duo, equally astonished by Mo Chen's swift actions. After all, even she had failed to catch his speed. First, allow me to congratulate you on reaching level 96, but could we postpone the sealing ceremony until after you help Nana acquire her 5th soul ring? Bibi Dong pointed out Mo Chen's current soul power level, not only to reassure Hualaina but also to inform Zhu Gui and the other Douluo present. Surprisingly, Mo Chen did not refuse. Instead, he nodded in agreement without hesitation. I shall join as well. It's a rare opportunity to relax. And I do not wish to remain here, Qian Renxue interjected, grasping Mo Chen's hand. After casting a fond glance at Qian Renxue, Mo Chen led Hualaina along with them to the Sunset Forest. With the high-level Soul Master competition just days away, venturing into the Star Doe Forest seemed impractical. Thus, the nearby Sunset Forest became the optimal choice, as Hualaina required her 5th soul ring. Mo Chen abandoned the idea of searching the outskirts and led them directly into the forest's inner region. However, upon entering the inner Sunset Forest, Mo Chen's keen senses detected a lingering toxin in the air. Having absorbed the withered flower and the goat's horn grass, he was now immune to poisons. But Qian Renxue and Hualaina were not. Do not worry. The sacred attribute of my martial soul will protect me, Qian Renxue reassured, seeking to alleviate Mo Chen's concerns. Just as Mo Chen was about to inquire about Hualaina's condition, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Suddenly, a colossal spider sprang forth from a distance, its terrifying visage instantly captivating all of Mo Chen's attention. Without hesitation, Mo Chen clenched his right fist, and in an instant, a powerful force surged from within him, rapidly enveloping his entire arm in purple-black dragon scales. He then swung his scaled fist towards the oncoming spider with unyielding resolve. Just as his fist was about to smash into the hideous, contorted face of the spider, Mo Chen sensed an alarming signal of danger and abruptly restrained his strength, halting his attack. Simultaneously, he swiftly embraced Qian Renxue and extended his other hand to grasp Hualaina, dragging both of them backwards in a frantic retreat. Almost instantaneously, dozens of silvery needles shot forth, piercing the ground where they had just stood, though the multitude of needles successfully blocked the spider's escape route. The direction of the attack caused Mo Chen to frown. Had he reacted a fraction of a second slower? It might have been Hualaina lying lifeless on the ground at this moment. These silvery needles were laced with potent venom. A hit would lead to unimaginable consequences. Fortunately, the immediate danger was averted. Countless resilient blue-silver grasses burst forth from the ground, growing and spreading at an astonishing rate. In the blink of an eye, these grasses intertwined to form an impenetrable net, ensnaring the massive body of the cave-dwelling spider, rendering it utterly immobile. Mo Chen observed the spider ensnared in the blue-silver grass when, suddenly, a figure leapt down from a nearby tree. The individual, clad in blue attire with short blue hair, wielded a blue Haotian hammer, aiming to strike the spider. However, upon noticing Mo Chen's presence nearby, Tang San immediately retracted his force, causing the Haotian hammer to vanish from sight, and instead shot several silver needles in the direction of Mo Chen and his companions. Mo Chen furrowed his brow, releasing an overwhelming surge of soul power that deflected the incoming silver needles, startling Tang San midair. Alighting on the ground, Tang San, with one hand behind his back, fixed a piercing gaze on Mo Chen and inquired, "May I ask, Senior, what did you just witness?" He was referring to Mo Chen having seen his Haotian hammer. After all, his father Tang Ritian and his esteemed teacher had both warned him against revealing his hammer spirit. Thus, the moment Mo Chen laid eyes on the Haotian hammer, he had already entered Tang San's list of targets. "The Haotian hammer? Are you from the Haotian clan?" Mo Chen's expression darkened with anger as he regarded Tang San. This individual had attempted to attack him multiple times, thinking him to be of a gentle temperament. "You are from the Haotian clan. Have you not declared your intention to remain hidden from the world?" Hualaina spoke up, equally displeased with Tang San's sudden aggression. As was Qian Renxue, who harbored no fondness for this impolite individual. "People from the Haotian clan?" Mo Chen's countenance grew solemn as he fixed his gaze on Tang San. At that moment, a sudden cacophony erupted from the dense forest behind Tang San, followed by a stunning golden light that burst forth. Accompanied by a deafening roar akin to a dragon's cry, a majestic golden dragon emerged from the woods. A fusion of martial spirits, Mo Chen murmured, his eyes fixed on the imposing golden dragon. With his extensive experience, he recognized it as the legendary fusion technique once wielded by the Golden Iron Triangle. The golden dragon circled above Tang San, exuding an overwhelming aura, each sweep of its claws stirring fierce winds as if to tear through the very fabric of reality. The unparalleled pressure thickened the surrounding air. "What exactly did you witness?" Tang San asked, his tone as serious as the depths of water. Almost immediately after Tang San's question, Mo Chen's figure flickered, appearing abruptly before him. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful slap toward Tang San, the sound of impact echoing sharply as it struck Tang San's cheek. The force sent Tang San reeling backward, while the golden dragon above him, seemingly bound by an invisible force, found itself suppressed by Mo Chen's overwhelming pressure, rendered utterly immobile. "Have your parents not taught you that such behavior is impolite? Or are you simply a wretch abandoned by life?" Mo Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he coldly regarded the figure of Tang San, who had been flung away by a strike. As the golden dragon was gradually subdued, the trio of the Golden Iron Triangle sensed an overwhelming and suffocating threat surge towards them. "Dean Flander, what on earth is happening?" Daimo Bai questioned in shock. Having just expelled a horde of low-age spirit beasts, his breath heavy as he gazed at the trio nearly powerless against the encroaching pressure. Meanwhile, Lu Erlong, her stunning visage pale from exertion, was drenched in beads of sweat, her brow furrowed as she strained against the invisible weight. Beside her, Xiao was frantic, her expressive eyes filled with worry as she called out, "Mom." On the other hand, Yu Xiaojiang, despite enduring immense pressure, gritted his teeth and urged, "Little San is in grave danger. Wuji, hurry and assist him." Without hesitation, Zhao Wuji nodded vigorously and dashed toward Tang San's location like an arrow released from a bow. Tang San, now on the ground, pressed a hand to his reddened and swollen cheek, his eyes blazing with resentment and defiance as he glared at Mo Chen, who stood resolutely atop the cave-dwelling spider, and demanded, "Who are you? Why have you attacked me without provocation?" "Without provocation?" Mo Chen's brow furrowed. Skepticism etched across his face as he queried, "The first incident might be considered a mere coincidence, but the subsequent events are far too excessive, are they not?" All along, Mo Chen considered himself a reasonable individual, one who would first listen to the other party's explanation in any situation. However, the impenetrable audacity of Tang San, standing before him at this moment, surpassed the limits of Mo Chen's imagination. With his neck strained and unwavering, Tang San stubbornly defended himself, declaring, "I merely intended to obstruct the escape route of the Earth Abyss Demon Pearl. I never aimed to target you intentionally." Although it was true that during their second encounter, Tang San had indeed directed his poison needles towards all three of them, he was determined to deny this fact as long as he was not caught red-handed. Upon hearing Tang San's brazenly fallacious defense, a surge of fury ignited within Mo Chen, prompting him to shout, "Enough of your nonsense. Regardless of your intentions, today I shall teach you, the despicable scoundrel, a lesson on behalf of your parents." As soon as the words left his lips, Mo Chen swung his right hand fiercely, unleashing a powerful surge of soul energy that swiftly coalesced into a brilliant purple orb in his palm. At that moment, Zhao Wuji, who had been concealed in midair, suddenly leapt down like a mountain crashing towards Mo Chen. With a resounding thud, Zhao Wuji's palm struck the ground before Mo Chen, sending a cloud of dust swirling into the air. "The great strength diamond palm," Zhao Wuji bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder, echoing through the heavens. Accompanied by his roar, an unmatched force erupted from within him, as if it sought to tear the very heavens and earth asunder. He then thrust his palm forward with great force, causing the ground to tremble violently and dust to billow upwards, obscuring the view entirely. Yet amidst the swirling tempest of dust, a figure stood unwavering. Mo Chen, with one hand channeling energy, met Zhao Wuji's overwhelming strike with the other. A deafening crash echoed as their immense powers collided in midair, unleashing a shockwave that reverberated through the surroundings. Trees swayed perilously, their leaves cascading down like a green rain. "Let us speak this out. Perhaps there is some misunderstanding between us," Zhao Wuji shouted, straining against Mo Chen's onslaught. However, despite his words, the force he exerted showed no signs of relenting. Instead, it grew even more ferocious, indicating his refusal to back down. A misunderstanding? As Mo Chen felt Zhao Wuji's escalating strength, a smirk of disdain curled at the corners of his lips, revealing his contempt. He coldly remarked, "I see you do not wish to converse with me properly." No sooner had he spoken than Mo Chen suddenly exerted his strength. At that moment, witnessing the sudden withdrawal of his opponent, Zhao Wuji found himself involuntarily lurching forward. Just then, seizing the opportunity, Mo Chen swiftly advanced, his figure a blur, with his right hand clenched into a fist. Enveloped in a dazzling radiance akin to a blazing meteor, he struck fiercely at Zhao Wuji's chest. Thud. Zhao Wuji had no time to respond. It felt as though a colossal mountain had collided with him, inflicting excruciating pain. Suddenly, a blinding light engulfed his vision, and a sweet taste filled his throat as a torrent of fresh blood erupted from his mouth. Simultaneously, his body, akin to a kite severed from its string, uncontrollably soared backward. Zhao Wuji's form traced an elongated arc through the air, leaving a path of shattered trees and scattered wood shavings in his wake. Ultimately, after crashing through several stout trees, he fell to the ground in a wretched heap, raising a cloud of dust. A profound indentation marred Zhao Wuji's chest, a testament to the brutal force of the punch delivered by Mo Chen, which had shattered his ribs completely. In the wake of this devastating blow, 9 soul rings began to materialize slowly around Mo Chen, each radiating an overwhelming aura that struck fear into the heart, as if capable of devouring all in their path. The unique pressure of a tidal Douluo bore down upon Tang San and Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji's face turned ashen, his body swaying perilously as he struggled to lean against a nearby tree stump. With trembling hands, he tightly clutched the deeply sunken area of his chest, his gaze filled with terror as it fixated on the 9 soul rings shimmering beneath the feet of the figure in the distance. His voice, hoarse and laden with shock, uttered, "A tidal Douluo?" He could never have anticipated that the seemingly youthful figure before him possessed such terrifying prowess, having reached the rank of tidal Douluo. Originally, Zhao Wuji believed that, no matter how formidable the opponent, there would merely be a soul emperor at most. However, upon witnessing the 9 soul rings with his own eyes, a wave of intense regret surged within him. Had he known his adversary was so powerful, he would never have dared to act so recklessly. Simultaneously, the golden sacred dragon, which was being firmly suppressed not far away, sensed an overwhelming threat. It emitted a heart-wrenching wail, struggling desperately to escape the immense pressure exerted by Mo Chen. Yet, no matter how fiercely the golden sacred dragon twisted and writhed, Mo Chen's oppressive force remained unyielding, akin to a towering mountain, rendering it utterly immobile. Your Excellency, this is truly a misunderstanding. Zhao Wujie gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain surging through his body, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. If he did not take action soon, it seemed that death awaited both of them. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to steady his trembling voice. I am uncertain where my junior has offended you, but our Shrek Academy will do everything in our power to provide you with satisfactory compensation. Though Zhao Wujie's tone sounded weak and somewhat uncertain, the sincerity behind his words was palpable. Hearing this, Mo Chen cast a cold gaze upon the two before him. His eyes, like cold stars, exhibiting no trace of emotional fluctuation, as if nothing in this world could stir a ripple within his heart. He spoke in a flat tone. Compensation? Humph. Do you think I am someone who lacks anything? His words dripped with disdain and contempt. At that moment, Tang San, who had remained silent until now, suddenly fixed his gaze intently on Mo Chen's stern visage. A flurry of images and fragmented memories raced through his mind. Suddenly, a thought struck him like lightning cleaving the night sky. You are Mo Chen, Rongrong's brother, the general wanted by the Heaven Do Empire. Tang San felt as though he had grasped the last lifeline in the dark, nearly crying out in excitement. However, before Tang San could finish his sentence, Mo Chen, who had previously stood motionless, transformed into a shadow and appeared before him in an instant. The next moment, a sharp crack resounded as Mo Chen's palm, as large as a fan, struck Tang San's face with ferocious force. The impact was beyond imagination, sending Tang San flying without even a moment to react. His body traced an arc through the air before crashing heavily against a robust tree, producing a resounding thud. The tremendous impact caused the trunk to shake violently, and leaves cascaded down to the ground. It was not until Tang San was deeply embedded within the tree trunk that the motion ceased. He coughed violently, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. The General of Tiando? Indeed, it has been quite a long time since anyone has referred to me as such. Mo Chen's lips curled into a faint, sardonic smile as he slowly turned his gaze back to Tang San, who was now lodged in the great tree after being struck by his hand. With an impassive expression, Mo Chen remarked, You are not mistaken. I was indeed Ning Rongrong's brother, but those memories have long since faded into oblivion. As soon as he finished speaking, a brilliant golden light suddenly flashed, revealing an exquisite and ornate golden bow and arrow in Mo Chen's hands. He skillfully gripped the bowstring and knocked the arrow in one fluid motion. Then, with steady determination, he drew the bowstring back, aiming the arrow at the beleaguered Tang San. At that moment, the golden arrow ignited in flames, enveloped in a fierce blaze that radiated a heart-stopping heat and brilliance. Mo Chen narrowed his eyes, coldly observing his prey, and in a tone devoid of emotion, inquired, Boy, do you have any final words to impart? Given your friendship with Ning Rongrong, I shall permit you to speak your mind. As his voice echoed, the flaming arrow in his grasp continued to intensify, poised to unleash its fury at any moment. Nearby, Zhao Wujie felt a surge of anxiety. He longed to rush forward and stop Mo Chen's actions, but the wounds he had previously sustained rendered him completely immobile. All he could do was widen his eyes, helplessly witnessing the situation spiral out of control. Just as the tension reached its apex, a clear, urgent voice rang out from a distance, Mo Chen, stop. Following the sound, Ning Rongrong rushed over, her face a portrait of panic, clearly overwhelmed by the unfolding events. In the blink of an eye, she positioned herself between Tang San and Mo Chen, arms outstretched, unwavering as she declared, Stop. I will not allow you to kill my brother. My brother? A bitter smile crept across Mo Chen's lips, a wave of self-mockery rising within him. For so many years, he had silently accompanied Ning Rongrong as she grew. Yet now he found himself unable to even elicit the simple acknowledgement of being called brother. As this thought crossed his mind, his gaze toward Tang San grew increasingly frigid, as if he wished to freeze him in place. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong continued to shout at Mo Chen without mercy, I command you to stop. Are you deaf? Can't you hear me? Her beautiful visage twisted in anger, her eyes aflame with fury. However, at that tense moment, a graceful figure appeared beside Mo Chen, a delicate hand gently grasping the hand that drew the bow. Qian Renxue narrowed her eyes slightly, a knowing smile playing on her lips as she regarded Ning Rongrong, softly stating, Miss Ning, you and Mo Chen are no longer connected. Whatever he chooses to do is no concern of yours. Qian Renxue's words struck Ning Rongrong like a hammer, leaving her momentarily stunned. But it was not long before her innate airs of superiority resurfaced. Standing tall, she glared at Qian Renxue, asserting, This is a matter between me and Mo Chen. It is not for you, an outsider, to intervene. As she spoke, Ning Rongrong's gaze inadvertently fell upon Qian Renxue's breathtaking beauty, igniting a fierce jealousy within her. She envied Qian Renxue for possessing such captivating allure and for standing so composed in a position that she felt was rightfully hers. Outsider? Qian Renxue retorted, her tone laced with provocation and disdain. I am now Mo Chen's legitimate fiancée. Do you truly believe I lack the right to involve myself in these matters? With Qian Renxue's words, the atmosphere fell into a stunned silence. Especially for Ning Rongrong, it was as if she had been struck by a sudden blow, leaving her utterly speechless, unable to fathom that such words had come from Qian Renxue. After a prolonged moment, Ning Rongrong finally regained her composure. Her face a mask of disbelief as she pointed at Mo Chen, her voice trembling with agitation. Mo Chen, you must speak. Quickly tell her that she is lying. At this moment, Ning Rongrong had completely lost her usual calm and grace. Her body began to tremble involuntarily, as if all her strength had been drained away. In her fervor, Ning Rongrong remained oblivious to the arrival of Oscar and the others, who had rushed to the scene. Oscar stood anxiously behind Douluo V, his eyes fixed intently ahead. He longed to rush forward immediately, positioning himself before Ning Rongrong to shield her from all pressure and harm. Yet, when his gaze fell upon the 9 spirit rings beside Mo Chen, his legs felt as if they were nailed to the ground, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not take even a single step forward. The fear that surged from the depths of his being washed over him like a tide, instantly drowning Oscar's courage. While the latent weakness buried deep within him rendered him utterly helpless in the face of such a formidable adversary, despite his undeniable concern for Ning Rongrong at that moment. He could only watch helplessly as his beloved bore the pain and injustice alone. Brother! A startled exclamation escaped Xiaowu as she darted forth. Upon catching sight of Tang San pinned firmly to the tree, her once lively eyes widened in shock, and a fierce flame of anger ignited within them. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaowu's figure flickered as she lunged toward Mo Chen. Simultaneously, a flash of pink light surged through her eyes, dazzling like a shooting star across the night sky. Second soul skill, charm. Xiaowu's voice rang out, and with that call, a peculiar wave of spirit power erupted from her eyes, sweeping directly toward Mo Chen. First soul skill, explosive 8-section throw. In response to Xiaowu's fierce assault, Mo Chen met her gaze with unyielding confidence. In an instant, he distinctly felt a faint spirit power continuously pouring from her eyes into his mind. Attempting to disrupt his thoughts, Mo Chen chose not to resist. Instead, he patiently awaited Xiaowu's spirit to infiltrate his brain. Only when it had nearly fully entered did he finally disperse the faint spirit power within his mind. At that moment, as he beheld Xiaowu charging toward him, a faint smirk graced Mo Chen's lips, revealing his disdain. With a derisive snort, he taunted, truly foolish. As he spoke, Mo Chen accurately predicted Xiaowu's next landing spot. Just as she was about to touch down, he suddenly leaped, delivering a powerful kick aimed squarely at her chest. The momentum of the kick was overwhelming, and the speed was astonishing. Xiaowu had no time to react before she felt a searing pain in her chest, as though struck by a heavy hammer. She could not stifle a groan as her balance faltered, sending her tumbling backward. Xiaowu! Zhu Zhuqing cried out anxiously, her voice laced with concern. She swiftly rushed to Xiaowu's side, steadying her as she teetered on the brink of collapse. In that moment, cradled in Zhu Zhuqing's arms, Xiaowu's complexion was as pale as paper, her brow tightly furrowed, and her face betrayed profound suffering. Witnessing this, Zhu Zhuqing's gaze turned icy, resembling a cold star directed at Mo Chen in the distance. Zhu Zhuqing entrusted Xiaowu to Ning Rongrong, instructing her, Rongrong, please take good care of Xiaowu. With that, she pivoted, her eyes gleaming with a fierce light, her hands slightly raised as her nails elongated in an instant, radiating a translucent sheen. Phantom Slash. With a fierce cry, Zhu Zhuqing launched her attack. She fully harnessed her advantages as a swift attack-type spirit master and the inherent speed of her phantom cat spirit, her figure vanishing from sight in an instant. In the blink of an eye, she silently appeared behind Mo Chen, her razor-sharp claws slicing through the air toward his back. However, just as Zhu Zhuqing's claws were poised to strike, Mo Chen evaded effortlessly, as if he had anticipated the move. With a mocking expression, he appeared to toy with an unsuspecting child. As Zhu Zhuqing attacked Mo Chen, Douluo V felt an urge to step forward, instinctively preparing to assist. Yet, confronted by the overwhelming aura of Mo Chen, he found his feet seemingly glued to the ground, paralyzed by fear, even as anxiety surged within him. He could only watch helplessly as Zhu Zhuqing endured the brunt of Mo Chen's assault, one blow after another. Chapter 23. Tang Hao. Mo Chen nonchalantly sidestepped Zhu Zhuqing's attack. Before anyone could react, he swiftly raised his foot and delivered a powerful kick to her abdomen. The impact landed squarely, producing a muffled thud as Zhu Zhuqing was sent flying like a kite severed from its string. Her body traced an arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. The force of the blow left her reeling, as if her very insides had been shattered. Her complexion turned ghostly pale, devoid of color. The intensity of the impact completely robbed her of control, and she involuntarily flew backward. After a struggle, Zhu Zhuqing managed to regain her footing, though she was utterly weakened, clutching her aching abdomen as she slowly sank to her knees. Her lips quivered, and she retched bitterly, her suffering evident. Meanwhile, the once tranquil forest erupted into chaos. A multitude of startled black crows took flight, creating a dark cloud that obscured the sky. Douluo V, witnessing Zhu Zhuqing's injury, was overwhelmed with worry for her. Yet, the formidable pressure emanating from Mo Chen left him feeling as though he were trapped in an icy abyss, unable to move even an inch. Mo Chen, how could you treat me this way? Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in disbelief, her face a mask of shock and incredulity. She opened her mouth, wanting to admonish Mo Chen, but the words caught in her throat, for she could not comprehend why the typically gentle and friendly Mo Chen had transformed into such a merciless figure. A tumult of emotion swirled within her, and despite her desire to speak, silence enveloped her. At that moment, Mo Chen's cold gaze pierced through to Tang San as he declared, This pointless farce ends here. Even if Tang Xiao were to arrive today, you shall pay the price. As he spoke, he deftly grasped the bow and arrow once more, executing the actions of drawing the string and knocking the arrow with remarkable swiftness. The arrowhead glimmered with a chilling light, aimed directly at Tang San, who remained ensnared by the tree trunk, utterly immobile. In that moment, Tang San appeared to have relinquished all resistance, resembling a soulless husk. Waves of excruciating pain surged through his body like relentless tides, rendering even the slightest movement of his fingers an unattainable luxury. Nearby, Zhao Wuji lay prone, a ghastly stain of blood at the corner of his mouth, having narrowly escaped death from a single blow. The once mighty golden Saint Dragon now lay in ruins, disintegrating into specks of light that faded into the air. The harrowing scene before him extinguished any flicker of hope for survival in Tang San's heart. Despite the agony, Tang San summoned the last vestiges of his strength to lift his head, his eyes brimming with hatred and fury, fixated on Mo Chen. His gaze was so venomous that it seemed to yearn for 1,000 tortures to assuage his bitterness. Mo Chen, unfazed by Tang San's glare, merely narrowed his eyes slightly and cast a cold glance at Ning Rongrong, whose face was a portrait of anxiety and distress, before dismissing her entirely. He then gradually released his grip on the bowstring, and in an instant, an arrow enveloped in blinding golden flames shot forth like a bolt of lightning, hurtling towards Tang San with cataclysmic intent. No. At the sight of this, Xiao Wu let out a terrified shriek. Her singular thought was to intercept this lethal strike for Tang San. Instinctively, she attempted to rush forward, yet the agony coursing through her body felt like an insurmountable mountain, immobilizing her entirely. Just as the arrow imbued with terrifying power was about to strike Tang San's head, the previously silent atmosphere quaked violently, followed by a resounding crash as the Haotian hammer, radiant with fiery red light and exuding an overwhelming pressure, descended from the sky. With a thunderous roar, the Haotian hammer barreled towards the arrow like a meteor engulfed in flames. The two forces collided with a cataclysmic impact, causing the very world to tremble. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, a wave of annihilating energy erupted, resulting in a terrifying detonation. The shockwave unleashed by the explosion surged outward like tumultuous ocean waves, its sheer magnitude leaving onlookers astounded. The gathered crowd felt an irresistible force rushing towards them, and instinctively, they reached out, grasping onto anything nearby to avoid being swept away by the dreadful aftershock. Without hesitation, Mo Chen opened his arms, tightly embracing Qian Renxue. Hulaina, responding swiftly, hurriedly grasped Mo Chen's hand, barely managing to remain grounded against the ferocious gusts. In stark contrast, Tang San's predicament was far graver. Already weakened, he was utterly incapable of withstanding such a formidable force. In an instant, he lost consciousness and collapsed, unresponsive. Even Zhao Wuji, severely injured, could not endure the remnants of the explosion, ultimately succumbing and crashing heavily to the ground. As for Ning Rongrong and the others, they were rendered powerless against the explosive aftermath, mercilessly hurled into the air, far from the epicenter. At this moment, Mo Chen's gaze fell upon the dazzling red Haotian hammer, and he stared at it, murmuring, Tang Hao. No sooner had the words left his lips than a shadow emerged slowly from the nearby darkness. He approached the Haotian hammer step by step, then raised his foot and firmly planted it upon the colossal weapon. Tang Hao's crimson eyes, brimming with murderous intent, resembled two blazing flames, fixated on Mo Chen with an unsettling aura that sent shivers down the spine. In that moment, Tang Hao appeared exceedingly disheveled, his entire being cloaked in dirt. Garbed in tattered black robes, coupled with his unkempt hair and a visage smeared with grime, he resembled a beggar cast out onto the streets. Yet, despite his disheveled state, Tang Hao clutched the hammer's handle with one hand, his foot firmly resting on its immense head, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. Brat, do not overstep your bounds. My son has made it abundantly clear that he did not intend to cause harm. Tang Hao's eyes narrowed, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Mo Chen. His words laced with an unmistakable threat, his expression dark enough to seem as if it could drip with malice. Tang Hao sensed that Mo Chen possessed a formidable presence that matched his own, thus, he stifled his raging fury, forcing himself to converse with Mo Chen in a seemingly amiable manner. Were Mo Chen merely a sole Douluo, Tang Hao would have undoubtedly struck him down with a single blow. However, in response to Tang Hao's restraint, Mo Chen displayed no intention to relent. Instead, a smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, revealing a disdainful smile, and he taunted without hesitation, "Ah, so this is the father of the man I speak of. A truly pitiful creature abandoned by life." The moment those words escaped his lips, the already tense atmosphere escalated into a palpable tension, sharp as a drawn sword. The air felt as though it had solidified, thick with a pungent scent of gunpowder, as if a mere spark could ignite a cataclysmic explosion. You truly have no fear of death. Tang Hao could no longer contain the surging fury within him, roaring in rage. His eyes widened, bloodshot, veins bulging on his forehead, as he gripped the heavy Haotian hammer tightly, causing his hand to tremble slightly from the exertion. Meanwhile, Mo Chen wore a mocking expression, seemingly unperturbed by Tang Hao's fury. He chuckled leisurely. "Ah, the illustrious Tang Hao, one of the twin stars of Haotian, and indeed the youngest titled Douluo on the continent. Alas, it is a pity that due to his love affair with the 10,000-year soul beast, the Blue-Silver Emperor, he suffered relentless pursuit from the former Pope of the Spirit Hall. Truly, it is a tale of romance that is both tragic and glorious." As Mo Chen recounted the lesser-known experiences of Tang Hao, he regarded the formidable Haotian Douluo before him with a gaze laced with derision. Yet, when discussing the youngest title Douluo, there was an unmistakable hint of sarcasm in his tone. After all, he was a 21-year-old at rank 96, while Tang Hao, at 52, was also at rank 96. In terms of both age and innate talent, they were hardly comparable. It was at that moment that Tang Hao's eyes widened in fury, and he struck out with sudden ferocity. He gripped the Haotian hammer tightly in his hand and swung it down fiercely towards Mo Chen. In the face of such a ferocious assault, Mo Chen exhibited no fear, softly exclaiming, "Just in time." With that, he swiftly pushed Qian Renxue aside and raised his right fist to meet the descending giant hammer head-on. In an instant, a resounding crash echoed, as if the entire sunset forest trembled in response. Simultaneously, an excruciatingly sharp buzzing sound erupted, reverberating through the skies and resonating throughout the vast expanse of the forest. Lingering in the air, sensing the immense power emanating from Tang Hao's hammer, Mo Chen could not help but furrow his brow slightly, yet he quickly regained his composure. He curled his lips and, with a hint of surprise, remarked, "Not too shabby. The force is indeed formidable, but alas, the speed leaves much to be desired." Before he could finish his sentence, Mo Chen's figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he had circled behind Tang Hao. At this moment, he had already transformed into his dragon form. His once normal arms were now covered in hard scales, with sharp claws glistening like steel knives. Without hesitation, he swung his claws fiercely towards Tang Hao's back. Due to Mo Chen's astonishing speed, coupled with the immense weight of the Haotian hammer in Tang Hao's grasp, he found it difficult to defend himself swiftly. In less than a heartbeat, several alarming gashes appeared on Tang Hao's back, deep enough to almost expose bone, with blood gushing forth, staining his garments. Nevertheless, Tang Hao was a seasoned warrior, despite such grievous injuries. He gritted his teeth and bore the excruciating pain radiating from his back, pushing off with force to leap a safe distance away from Mo Chen. At that moment, his back was a gruesome sight, with deep wounds that revealed bone, making it almost unbearable to behold. Just as Tang Hao's feet touched the ground, Mo Chen, now standing before him, wasted no time in launching another ferocious assault. Faced with such a sudden and fierce onslaught, even someone as formidable as Tang Hao found himself momentarily caught off guard. He shouted, "Haotian, protect!" Simultaneously, he swung the Haotian hammer, generating a howling sound in an attempt to fend off the overwhelming tide of Mo Chen's attacks. However, despite Tang Hao's quick reflexes and timely defensive maneuver with the Haotian hammer, some strikes still landed upon him. Fortunately, the Haotian hammer proved its formidable defensive prowess, successfully blocking the majority of Mo Chen's onslaught. "Haotian true body!" Tang Hao roared again, and with a powerful stomp, he struck the ground. As he did, the air around him seemed to ignite, and an immense aura surged forth like a volcanic eruption. Behind Tang Hao, a towering figure, bathed in blood red, suddenly materialized. This figure, reminiscent of a vengeful deity, emanated a chilling aura. What was even more astonishing was that it wielded an equally massive blood-red Haotian hammer, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Without uttering a word, this figure swung downwards towards Mo Chen with tremendous force. The terrifying might caused the entire sunset forest to tremble violently. Upon witnessing Tang Hao's martial spirit manifest, Mo Chen merely chuckled coldly and remarked casually, "Interesting." Almost as soon as he finished speaking, he was enveloped in a thick, impenetrable black mist. "Julong true body." As these words resonated with a deep and authoritative tone from Mo Chen, the black mist began to churn violently. In the blink of an eye, Mo Chen's figure vanished, replaced by a colossal black dragon, stretching 1,000 zhang, its body as dark as ink. This dragon roared defiantly towards the heavens, exuding a terrifying aura capable of annihilating worlds. Tang Hao raised his massive hammer high, channeling unmatched might as he brought it crashing down towards the front. At that moment, the opposing black dragon unleashed a powerful surge of energy, its robust tail striking out like a bolt of lightning. Its sole skill, Starry River Disturbance. With this roar, a dazzling brilliance erupted from the dragon's tail. Instantaneously, the entire space seemed to tremble under the force of the impact, and visible ripples spread across the surroundings. In an instant, dozens of enormous stones plummeted from the sky like meteors, each carrying astonishing power and speed, hurtling directly towards Tang Hao's position. Yet, Tang Hao remained utterly unfazed. In his hand, the hammer remained steadfast as it struck the black dragon, colliding fiercely with the oncoming tail. A thunderous sound reverberated through the air as two formidable forces clashed, rendering it difficult to determine a victor. The surrounding atmosphere twisted from the violent impact, creating powerful whirlwinds of energy. In Chapter 24, on tiptoes, the black dragon's tail ensnared Tang Hao's Haotian hammer tightly. At that moment, a resounding roar echoed from the heavens, and countless massive stones began to plummet like raindrops, heading straight for Tang Hao. Alarmed, he instinctively sought to flee the perilous scene. However, just as he prepared to act, the black dragon seemed to anticipate his intentions, abruptly interrupting his movement with a surge of power. The dragon opened its cavernous maw, and a terrifying energy rapidly coalesced within. In the next instant, its gleaming claws, sharp as steel, lunged toward Tang Hao. The distance between them was alarmingly close, leaving him no time to respond effectively. With a sharp sound, Tang Hao watched helplessly as the fearsome claws slashed across his chest, leaving deep gashes from which blood gushed forth. despite the excruciating pain. He showed no sign of retreat, roaring, sky-piercing strike. He swiftly turned, bringing the Haotian hammer crashing down against the side of the black dragon. This strike contained the immense power of his 96th level soul force, its might unparalleled. Accompanied by a deep thud, the dragon's massive form quivered slightly, even tilting to one side under the sheer force. Simultaneously, the energy it had been gathering spiraled out of control, plummeting to the ground. A tremendous explosion ensued, creating a gaping pit in the earth, sending dust swirling into the air, blotting out the sky. Tang Hao, believing his strike would either repel or severely injure the dragon, was taken aback to find that his utmost effort had merely caused the dragon to lean slightly. At that moment, the descending boulders loomed ever closer, threatening to crush him. Faced with such dire circumstances, Tang Hao dared not linger, gritting his teeth and sprinting away with all his strength. 10,000-year 9th soul ring, 2nd soul skill. Time and space prison. As the dust settled around him, Tang Hao suddenly found himself enveloped in a vast ocean-like space. Just as his consciousness began to clear, he was horrified to discover he was firmly trapped within an unyielding cage. With a resounding bang, he swung the massive hammer with all his might against the cage. But the impact did not shatter it as he had hoped. Instead, an overwhelming recoil surged through his arm, causing agonizing pain that made his hands tremble uncontrollably. Concurrently, Mo Chen's figure flickered and transformed back into human form. His once black hair rapidly shifted to a radiant golden hue, reminiscent of a deity descending to the mortal realm. Ah! Tang Hao. Mo Chen's voice was chilling, echoing as if from the depths of the underworld, instilling fear. I had no intention of killing you. I wish to keep you alive to glean the whereabouts of the Haotian sect, even though you have been cast out, now but a stray dog. You must know where home lies. Yet here you are, courting death, and so I shall grant you your wish. With that, Mo Chen pivoted, forcefully stamping down on a colossal bow. The bow creaked ominously, as if on the verge of breaking. He then flexed his muscular arms, straining to draw back the bowstring. In an instant, a blazing golden crow materialized, settling firmly upon the arrow. Feeling the overwhelming aura, beads of sweat began to form on Tang Hao's brow, cascading down his face. The next moment, a deafening explosion echoed through the air as massive boulders, akin to small mountains, hurtled down mercilessly toward the imprisoned Tang Hao. Faced with such a sudden and lethal assault, Tang Hao's eyes widened in terror, his attempts to evade rendered futile. The arrow, charged with immense power, was loosed with lightning speed. Surprisingly, it did not strike the nearby Tang Hao but narrowly grazed him, shooting off into the dense forest behind him, disappearing from sight. A piercing cry of a phoenix resonated from miles away, followed by a cataclysmic explosion that engulfed everything in its vicinity, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption. As the enormous stones were about to crash down, Mo Chen swiftly embraced Qian Renxue and seized Hu Laina with his other hand, leading them away from the chaos. Almost instantaneously, a series of thunderous explosions erupted within the vast forest, engulfing it in flames and smoke, creating a scene of utter horror. What a tragic sight. Upon reaching a relatively safe area, Mo Chen paused, gazing at the distant forest still ablaze, unable to suppress his astonishment. Hearing this, Qian Renxue playfully punched Mo Chen's chest and chided, "Stop with your sardonic remarks. I never expected your so-called 8th soul skill's delayed attack would take so long to arrive." In response to her complaint, Mo Chen shrugged, a tender smile gracing his features. "Do not be upset. The principle of my 8th soul skill is to summon meteors from the sky, but the vast distance they must traverse accounts for the delay. Fortunately, I only summoned smaller ones this time. Had they been larger, the entire sunset forest would have been reduced to rubble." He gently patted Qian Renxue's shoulder. "Now, let us depart." With that last arrow, I successfully located a suitable soul beast for Miss Hu Laina. On the other side of the setting sun forest, a breathtaking scene unfolded before one's eyes. In the midst of an inferno, a colossal wolf lay languidly at the center, its breath shallow and labored. Once a majestic figure, its fur was now charred and curling, rendering it a pitiful sight. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Mo Chen's eyes as he exclaimed, "The Silver Moon Wolf King, with a lineage of 13,000 years, possesses attributes intimately linked to spiritual power, perfectly aligning with Miss Hu Laina's needs." With that, he kicked the scattered corpses of the Silver Moon Wolves further away to prevent them from hindering their impending actions. Standing beside him, Qian Renxue gazed at the scene in disbelief, her beautiful eyes widening as she uttered, "Heavens, are you implying that with just that single arrow, you annihilated the entire pack?" As she spoke, her gaze fell upon the charred remains of the Silver Moon Wolves, a wave of sorrow swelling within her heart. Sensing the shift in Qian Renxue's emotions, Mo Chen stepped forward, grasping her delicate hand firmly, and earnestly explained, "Are you feeling pity for these fallen Silver Moon Wolves? Ultimately, as long as soul masters exist in this world, true reconciliation between humans and soul beasts will forever remain elusive. After all, it has always been humans hunting soul beasts to acquire soul rings to augment their own power, while soul beasts in turn prey upon humans for sustenance." At that moment, Hu Laina plunged a dagger into the robust neck of the Silver Moon Wolf King. In an instant, blood gushed forth, staining the surrounding earth crimson. The severely wounded Wolf King let out a heart-wrenching howl, thrashing in a frenzy, yet all was in vain. After a fierce struggle, the Wolf King finally expended its last ounce of strength, collapsing silently to the ground, never to move again. A dark soul ring slowly ascended from the Wolf King's lifeless body, hovering in the air. Hulaina dared not hesitate. She swiftly settled into a meditative posture, regulating her breath and mindset, preparing to absorb the soul ring. Witnessing Hulaina commence her absorption, Qian Renxue turned to Mo Chen and softly inquired, "Will Tang Hao perish?" Her voice carried a hint of uncertainty and anxiety. Mo Chen shook his head slightly, indicating that he too was uncertain. He inhaled deeply and explained, "In that moment of peril, my sole focus was on swiftly extricating you from danger, and I did not contemplate delivering a finishing blow." Pausing briefly, he continued, "Nevertheless, during my initial encounter with Tang Hao, I discreetly inscribed a unique mark upon him." Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue tilted her head in curiosity. Her face etched with confusion as she inquired, "A mark? What kind of mark is it?" A chilling smile crept across Mo Chen's lips as he replied with satisfaction, "That is my Zhu Long mark, which can prevent his wounds from healing autonomously. Any injury inflicted by this mark, no matter how slight, will incessantly bleed and resist recovery. Therefore, even if Tang Hao manages to escape for now, he will undoubtedly suffer." With that, Mo Chen could not contain a sinister laugh, its echoes reverberating through the desolate forest, sending shivers down one's spine. As long as the mark remains, Tang Hao will be compelled to expend his soul power to manage his wounds, gradually diminishing his soul power level over time. Gazing at Mo Chen's malevolent countenance, an involuntary chill surged through Qian Renxue, prompting her to discreetly retreat a small step. At that moment, visions of the methods she employed during her previous acts of poisoning surfaced in her mind. Yet, in stark contrast to the malevolence displayed by Mo Chen, she suddenly perceived her past actions as remarkably benevolent. Compared to her, Mo Chen appeared as a living embodiment of dread, akin to a king of hell emerging from the abyss. His cold and ruthless demeanor, coupled with his unscrupulous methods, instilled a sense of dread in those who witnessed it. At that moment, Mo Chen's gaze caught sight of Qian Renxue's retreating figure, and he exclaimed, as if struck by lightning, "Hey, are you seriously retreating a step?" Indeed. Mo Chen was acutely aware that some of his actions had been rather despicable and shameful. However, when confronting an adversary, he had never possessed an ounce of softness or compassion. He understood well that showing mercy to one's enemies was tantamount to inflicting cruelty upon oneself. Upon hearing Mo Chen's words, Qian Renxue was initially taken aback. She then inhaled deeply, steadied herself, and stepped forward to stand before him. She gently raised her hand and began to carefully adjust his somewhat disheveled attire. This unexpected gesture took Mo Chen completely by surprise. As Qian Renxue drew near, a delicate fragrance, characteristic of a young maiden, wafted toward him like a gentle spring breeze. This refreshing and pleasant scent enveloped Mo Chen, causing a faint blush to rise on his cheeks. "You are now my fiancée. At the very least, in the future, when confronted with perilous situations like today, you must prioritize your own safety." As she spoke softly, Qian Renxue tenderly smoothed out Mo Chen's disordered garments. Just moments ago, when that massive meteorite plummeted from the sky, Qian Renxue had observed with clarity that he had shown no inclination to escape. He stood there, utterly still, as if everything around him were of no consequence. However, the moment Mo Chen sensed her gaze and turned to look at her, he did not hesitate to pivot away, swiftly leading her and Hulaina away from that exceedingly perilous location. In response to Qian Renxue's concerned words, Mo Chen remained silent, offering no reply. He gazed quietly at the beautiful and gentle woman before him, particularly captivated by her eyes, which were filled with profound emotion, stirring his heart ever so slightly. Time seemed to come to a standstill in that moment, the rustling of the leaves gradually calming, and the entire world appeared to consist of only the two of them. At last, Qian Renxue, as if summoning all her courage, gently rose onto her toes. She slowly approached Mo Chen, her exquisite face drawing ever nearer. Chapter 25. The Breach of Qian Douluo. After what felt like an eternity, the two finally released their tightly pressed lips. As their mouths parted, a slender, crystalline thread, translucent as water, was drawn between them, quivering in the air for a moment before ultimately snapping. At that moment, Qian Renxue's cheeks blushed a fiery crimson, resembling a ripe apple, radiant and dripping with allure. Overwhelmed by shyness, she could scarcely meet Mo Chen's deep and passionate gaze, her eyes darting about in a flustered manner, unable to settle. After a brief moment of distraction, Mo Chen gradually regained his composure. He took several deep breaths, striving to calm the tumultuous emotions within him. Without hesitation, he extended his arms and enveloped the delicate Qian Renxue tightly in his embrace. At that moment, any further words seemed superfluous. This heartfelt embrace was the purest and most beautiful expression of emotion. "I promise you, for I have yet to marry you," Mo Chen whispered gently in Qian Renxue's ear, his voice soft yet imbued with boundless tenderness and affection. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue's heart, already racing with excitement, skipped a beat. She tilted her head slightly, gazing affectionately into Mo Chen's eyes, and gradually raised her delicate arms to embrace the man who had captured her heart. In that instant, time appeared to stand still. The surrounding world fell into an extraordinary silence, interrupted only by the occasional flutter of birds taking flight, their melodious calls ringing through the air. Meanwhile, a gentle breeze swept by, playfully tousling their garments and hair, creating an enchanting tableau. Not far away, Hulaina, having just successfully absorbed her fifth spirit ring, stood quietly, her gaze fixed on the embracing couple, her eyes betraying an unmistakable envy. Yet, she did not intrude upon this tender moment, merely observing from a distance. After what felt like an eternity, Qian Renxue reluctantly extracted herself from Mo Chen's warm embrace. Her cheeks flushed with a delicate hue reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms in spring, a first experience steeped in warmth. Well, our task is finally accomplished. It is time we return. Mo Chen said, holding Qian Renxue's delicate hand firmly while directing his gaze toward Hu Laina, who stood quietly nearby. Qian Renxue appeared particularly bashful, lowering her head slightly. Unable to meet Mo Chen's eyes, her shyness preventing her from responding to him. Hu Laina, standing at a distance, initially taken aback, nodded as if awakening from a dream. Soon, they returned to the spirit hall. Upon entering the grand hall, they were met with the sight of Bibi Dong seated regally upon the Pope's throne. At this moment, Bibi Dong regarded Qian Renxue and Mo Chen with a complex expression, particularly noting Qian Renxue's bashful demeanor and Mo Chen's triumphant smile. Bibi Dong involuntarily tightened her grip on the Pope's staff, a symbol of immense power, realizing that her precious protege had indeed been thoroughly captivated. However, she quickly composed herself, diverting her attention from the subtle atmosphere between Qian Renxue and Mo Chen, and instead turned to Hu Laina, inquiring, Nana, what is your fifth spirit ability? Hu Laina steadied herself and replied to Bibi Dong, Teacher, my fifth spirit ability is the Burning Fox Celestial Fox. A group control type offensive spirit ability. Bibi Dong nodded, casting a sidelong glance at Mo Chen, expressing her satisfaction. Indeed, he is the former general of the Heavendo Empire. His prowess in selecting spirit beasts is commendable. Oh, by the way, I nearly forgot to mention we encountered Tang Hao, Mo Chen interjected, ceasing his playful banter with Qian Renxue and redirecting his attention to Bibi Dong. Upon hearing the name Tang Hao, Bibi Dong's previously composed demeanor abruptly stiffened, as if struck by a sudden bolt of lightning, leaving her momentarily stunned. Indeed, as the records foretold, Tang Hao is undeniably formidable. Mo Chen nodded slightly, contemplatively recalling his encounter with Tang Hao, the memory of the latter's overwhelming presence and eventual retreat vividly etched in his mind. Each time he reflected on this, a smile tugged at his lips as he found the encounter quite theatrical. Did you kill him? Bibi Dong scrutinized Mo Chen, her urgency palpable. Mo Chen gently shook his head, responding honestly, not at all. After all, even if Tang Hao is in a dire state, he remains a titled Douluo V at level 96. If it came to a life-and-death struggle, forcing him into a corner where he might self-destruct, it would likely be Hu Laina who would face dire consequences. At this point, Mo Chen's expression grew serious, clearly aware of the potential dangers that could have unfolded. Moreover, given the circumstances, had Tang Hao truly chosen to self-destruct, Mo Chen would have unhesitatingly prioritized Qian Renxue's safety, leaving Hu Laina to her fate. Bibi Dong clenched her teeth, her heart brimming with regret and frustration. The failure to eliminate the looming threat of Tang Hao weighed heavily upon her, for he had long been a symbol of disgrace for the spirit hall. Until he was completely eradicated, the humiliation endured would never be erased. Meanwhile, Mo Chen wore a faint smile, exuding a sense of confidence. He cast his gaze towards Bibi Dong and gently remarked, Rest assured, the mark I have left on Tang Hao will ensure that within 3 months, if he does not seek me out, he will surely meet his demise. Upon hearing these words, Bibi Dong turned to look at Mo Chen, whose eyes gleamed with sharpness, as if everything lay within his grasp. For reasons unknown, as Bibi Dong beheld Mo Chen's countenance, an inexplicable sense of reassurance surged within her heart. This feeling, though surprising, was difficult to resist. Perhaps it was the formidable power and confident demeanor exhibited by Mo Chen that provided her with a semblance of solace and support. Let us hope it is as you say. However, Tang Hao ultimately poses a significant threat to the spirit hall. If we could extract the precise location of the Haotian sect from him, it might be worth considering sparing his life. As Bibi Dong spoke, she turned and reached for Hu Laina, guiding her towards the exit. Watching the receding figures of Bibi Dong and Hu Laina, Mo Chen stood silently in place. Once they had distanced themselves, he lowered his voice and mused to himself, Fear not, even without this lead on Tang Hao. Uncovering the whereabouts of the Haotian sect is not a daunting task with my abilities. As for that Tang-san, let me entertain you properly henceforth. With that, a barely perceptible cold smile flickered across Mo Chen's face. He casually glanced at the competition roster before discarding it carelessly, as one would a piece of worthless paper. He slightly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a tender smile, as he gently grasped the delicate hand of Qian Renxue beside him and slowly made his way towards the offering hall. Inside the hall, the atmosphere was somewhat grave. Knowing full well of Qian Renxue's impending arrival, Qian Dalu stood anxiously outside, waiting. As time ticked by, finally, when the figures of Mo Chen and Qian Renxue gradually came into view, the expression of eager anticipation on Qian Daoliu's face transformed dramatically in an instant. The smile that once adorned his face vanished, replaced by an expression of profound bitterness, especially when he noticed the tightly interwoven hands of Mo Chen and Qian Renxue. An inexplicable emotion surged within him. Although he was the one who initially proposed to bring these two together, witnessing this scene made Qian Dalu feel a pang of heartache. Alas, he sighed inwardly, thinking, my precious granddaughter, so fresh and radiant, is ultimately to be courted by another. This sentiment was indeed hard for Qian Dalu to bear. Yet upon reflection, Mo Chen's formidable prowess and remarkable talent were undeniably impeccable, coupled with his granddaughter's deep affection for him. How could he, as her grandfather, oppose such a union? Thus, Qian Renxue began to persuade himself to accept this reality. Just as he managed to calm his tumultuous emotions, Mo Chen had already approached with Qian Renxue in tow. Before Qian Renxue could utter a word, Mo Chen interjected, "Ah, you old fellow. You truly have an eye for people. I indeed hold a great fondness for your granddaughter." This proclamation struck Qian Renxue's heart like a sharp blade, infuriating him to the brink of raising his hand to slap that grinning face of Mo Chen. Humph! With a cold snort, Qian Renxue swiftly appeared beside them, his right hand sweeping out, unleashing a powerful force that forcibly separated their tightly clasped hands. In that moment, his hands gripped Qian Renxue's like iron pincers, as if fearing she would vanish at the slightest release. Meanwhile, Mo Chen, utterly bewildered, was completely disregarded, receiving not even a sidelong glance. On Qian Renxue's normally stern face now lay a gentle smile as he gazed tenderly at Qian Renxue, softly saying, "Little Shui, you must stay here for a while this time. Your grandfather has been thinking of you day and night." At this moment, Qian Renxue was equally bewildered, unable to comprehend why her grandfather would suddenly intervene, forcefully separating her from Mo Chen while she was enjoying such a warm and harmonious moment. However, confronted with her grandfather's caring and affectionate gaze, she instinctively nodded. Yet, she remained perplexed by the recent turn of events, entirely unaware of the reasons behind it. Thus, before she could gather her thoughts, she found herself being led by her grandfather towards the offering hall. As she watched the duo gradually recede into the distance, an odd sensation washed over Mo Chen. Despite the seemingly benevolent gaze from Qian Renxue, he could not shake the feeling that a lecherous old man was enticing an innocent young girl. This unsettling sentiment only intensified Mo Chen's displeasure, prompting him to shout towards the distant figure of Qian Renxue, "Hey, old fellow, are you deaf?" His call reached Qian Renxue's ears, and upon hearing it, he quickened his pace, hastening with Qian Renxue towards the offering hall. "Could it be that this old man truly intends to whisk away my wife?" Mo Chen exclaimed in surprise. No sooner had he spoken than he dashed after them like an arrow released from its bow. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the entrance of the offering hall, just as the heavy doors were about to close. He burst through just in time. Once inside, Mo Chen glared furiously at Qian Renxue and bellowed, "Well then, old fellow, what do you mean by this? Shui clearly agreed to be betrothed to me. Yet now you go back on your word." As he spoke, he strode forward unapologetically and yanked Qian Renxue back to his side. Witnessing his beloved granddaughter being forcibly pulled away once more, Qian Renxue's previously tender gaze transformed instantly, vanishing without a trace, replaced by a fierce and commanding demeanor. With a face as stern as water, he coldly declared, "Humph, young man, although I previously promised to give my granddaughter to you, even now you have yet to address me as grandfather. Today, even at the cost of my esteemed reputation, I will not hesitate to reign in your audacious spirit." In the face of Qian Renxue's reprimand, Mo Chen stood undaunted, defiantly retorting, "Hey, old fellow. Don't think I fear you just because you wish to wield your rank over me. Not a chance." Seeing Mo Chen's audacious attitude, Qian Renxue trembled with rage. Were it not for the others nearby, such as the golden crocodile, holding him back, he might have charged forward to deliver a couple of sharp slaps to that insolent boy. "Enough, Mo Chen, it would be best if you quieted down," Qian Renxue interjected. Unable to bear the sight of her grandfather in such a state, lightly scolding as she placed a hand on Mo Chen's shoulder. Her exquisite face bore an expression of helplessness and reproach, for witnessing her grandfather's distress weighed heavily on her heart. Yet, Mo Chen seemed oblivious to her words. Maintaining his defiant posture, chin raised, in disdainful expression as he declared, "Tch, fine, fine, today I shall let this old man be, just for Shui's sake." He feigned an air of magnanimity, which was both exasperating and laughable to behold. Hearing Mo Chen's words, Qian Renxue's lips twitched involuntarily. How could this boy's audacity be so boundless? It was utterly beyond imagination. As the esteemed high priest of the spirit hall, having encountered countless individuals throughout my life, I have never before encountered someone so utterly oblivious to their own insignificance. Subsequently, Qian Renxue inhaled deeply, striving to quell the fury within him, and pointed an accusatory finger at Mo Chen, lamenting in dismay, "Look at your current state. Where is the dignity and grace befitting a titled Douluo? You resemble nothing more than a street ruffian, utterly devoid of any scholarly pursuits." "Me? A ruffian?" Mo Chen retorted, gesturing towards himself. "I am merely a martial artist. If my words are somewhat harsh, it is a habit fostered during my time in the military. Do not presume that I am unaware that you, at my age, were merely a modest soul emperor. And now, you presume to lecture me?" Douluo Yuan, with a trace of helplessness, managed a bittersweet smile, pausing momentarily before inhaling deeply, and finally spoke. "Mo Chen, perhaps you ought to refrain from speaking so much. My elder brother has deliberately arranged for you to attend the Etiquette Academy of the Spirit Hall for further education. It is essential to understand that your status has markedly changed. You are now a law elder of the Spirit Hall, and it is quite likely that you will assume the position of the judging elder in the future. Therefore, you represent the image and dignity of the Spirit Hall. Yet, at this very moment, your speech is laced with coarseness, devoid of any semblance of elegance. This is precisely why Douluo has contemplated sending you to the Etiquette Academy for a period of refinement. Upon hearing this, Mo Chen's eyes widened in disbelief, and he pointed at himself in astonishment, exclaiming, "What? Education? Are you jesting? I'm a 96th level title Douluo, and you expect me to learn such trivialities?" In response to Mo Chen's incredulous inquiry, Douluo merely snorted, and a playful smile emerged upon his previously stern visage. He regarded Mo Chen with keen interest, responding leisurely, "You have no choice in this matter. If you wish to avoid any delays in your impending nuptials, attending the Etiquette Academy is non-negotiable." Douluo's words struck like a thunderclap, leaving Mo Chen momentarily speechless. He stared wide-eyed, incredulously gazing at Douluo, his heart brimming with anxiety and resentment. He was truly reluctant to delay his wedding date with Qian Renxue, although they were already together, having crossed the threshold of intimacy. The absence of an official union lingered like an indelible debt in his heart. Mo Chen slowly turned around, his gaze meeting Qian Renxue's eyes, which sparkled with hope and trust, as if silently assuring him that everything would turn out well. However, faced with such a heartfelt gaze, Mo Chen felt an increasing weight on his shoulders. Ultimately, in a state of helplessness, he could only nod slightly in agreement with Douluo's decision. Douluo, with a serious expression, nodded and began, "Given your unique status, if you remain at the Spirit Hall for your studies, there may be reluctance to point out your shortcomings due to fears surrounding your identity. After careful consideration, we have decided to send you to the Moon Pavilion for further education." Upon hearing the name Moon Pavilion, Mo Chen couldn't help but murmur softly. The term felt strangely familiar, yet he couldn't recall where he had encountered it before. As he pondered this, Qian Renxue, with a worried expression, interjected, "Grandfather, the Moon Pavilion is located within the Heaven Do Imperial City. However, Mo Chen is still a wanted man. Allowing him to study at the Moon Pavilion might cause significant unrest." As she spoke, she clasped Mo Chen's hand tightly, her eyes filled with concern. "Very simple. A bit of disguise will suffice," Douluo stated, retrieving a jade pendant from his robe and handing it to Mo Chen. "This is a transformation soul guide. Once worn, your appearance will change. Unless the opponent's level matches yours, they will have no chance of seeing through your disguise." With a smile, Douluo elaborated on the pendant's function. Mo Chen accepted the jade pendant, his gaze fixed with curiosity on the flawless, jade-green artifact. It was translucent and emitted a soft glow. Holding it in his palm, he examined it closely, feeling its coolness and subtle vibrations. After a moment's hesitation, he took a deep breath and attached the pendant to his waist. At that instant, an unusual energy enveloped him, and his body began to undergo a remarkable transformation at a visibly accelerated pace. His formerly lustrous short hair rapidly lengthened, and his robust physique gradually became slender and delicate, with every inch of his skin exuding an unusual elegance. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a refined and graceful young gentleman. At this moment, Qian Renxue handed him a mirror, and Mo Chen hurriedly accepted it, eager to see his new appearance. As he gazed at his reflection, he was momentarily taken aback before exclaiming, "Indeed quite impressive. Although not as striking as my former self, it is still within an acceptable range." However, as he instinctively touched the now absent muscular physique, an indescribable sense of strangeness and discomfort surged within him. After all, the strong body he once took pride in had vanished, replaced by this gentle and delicate form. This stark contrast left Mo Chen momentarily dazed, feeling as though everything before him was a fleeting dream. Let it be," he murmured softly, while continuously adjusting his posture and expression, attempting to better adapt to this new appearance. His voice trembled slightly, imbued with an unexpected softness. Qian Renxue approached, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Mo Chen as she scrutinized him from head to toe. She gently touched his flowing hair, leaning closer to examine his face more closely. After a while, she finally remarked, "There truly is not a hint of flaw. At least with my keen eyesight, I see no signs of disguise." It was well known that in the entire Heaven Do city, there were scarcely any soul masters with levels exceeding 95, although the sword Douluo was indeed at level 96. A typical sword Douluo would not venture to the Moon Pavilion, thus making Mo Chen's disguise virtually unexposed. Yet, as the image of the sword Douluo surfaced in Mo Chen's mind, an involuntary wave of nostalgia washed over him. He recalled a time when he had spent some time in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, where the sword Douluo had treated him generously. Reflecting on those past moments stirred a mix of emotions within him. In that fleeting moment, Mo Chen dispelled those unusual feelings from his heart. He was acutely aware that he had no remaining ties to Ning Rongrong. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had indeed shown him kindness, but over the years, he felt he had repaid them sufficiently. Thinking back, after each battle, the soul bones he had acquired, aside from what was required for the national treasury, were consistently sent to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Those soul bones could cultivate a fully equipped soul master. All right, let us set off. The competition begins in less than half a month. This time, I must witness it in its entirety, for that individual truly piques my interest. A subtle smile graced Mo Chen's lips, a hint of chilling intent underlying his words. Standing beside him, Qian Renxue understood all too well whom he referred to with such interest. It could only be Tang San, the possessor of dual martial spirits. After all, the blue silver grass had appeared first, followed by Tang San summoning the Haotian hammer, causing the blue silver grass to vanish. It was evident that Tang San was indeed the bearer of dual martial spirits. They exited the spirit hall together. Along the way, Qian Renxue kept her gaze on Mo Chen, and noticing his current appearance, she softly suggested, in my opinion, have you considered changing your name? The name of General Mo Chen, who once struck fear across the realm, is thunderous in the Heaven Do Empire. Just as Mo Chen was about to respond, a heavy sound of footsteps echoed from a distance. Looking in that direction, they saw a burly man, wielding a pair of massive axes, striding purposefully towards them. Big brother, came a shout from afar. Upon spotting Mo Chen, Haji Dan's face lit up with a radiant smile as he quickly stowed his axes into his pack and hurried over to Mo Chen. In no time, Haji Dan reached Mo Chen, slightly breathless from running, yet still wearing his warm smile. He lifted his head, gazing eagerly at Mo Chen, and spoke, elder brother. Where do you intend to go? Hee, I must have a good chat with you. Now, we can be considered individuals of some standing in this spirit city. Mo Chen looked at the jubilant Hajidan before him, and the words he had originally intended to express were unexpectedly suppressed within him. He gazed at Hajidan with keen interest, a glimmer of curiosity flickering in his eyes as he softly inquired, what has brought you such joy? Have you encountered some fortuitous event? Upon hearing Mo Chen's question, Hajidan erupted with excitement, flailing his arms as he affectionately stroked his bushy beard, recounting with fervor, elder brother, you are unaware of the whispers that have circulated, revealing our connection. Just as we stepped into the Wuhuan city, those lofty nobles, who usually hold themselves in high esteem, rushed to ingratiate themselves with us. Some offered us grand residences, while others directly bestowed gold soul coins upon us. As he spoke, he produced a bulging pouch from his bosom, brandishing it before Mo Chen with pride and satisfaction. However, in the face of such lavish treatment, Mo Chen maintained an air of indifference, seemingly unfazed. His brow furrowed slightly, pondering, how could I have been so easily recognized despite my disguise? What flaw betrayed my identity? Be honest with me, how did you discern who I am? Mo Chen pressed, his gaze piercing as it bore into Hajidan. At this, Hajidan, who had been laughing boisterously, suddenly fell silent as if someone had choked him. The atmosphere around them thickened with an eerie stillness. Hajidan gradually tempered his smile, cleared his throat, and began to explain, elder brother, though your appearance has transformed significantly, your eyes remain unchanged. He then winked at Mo Chen, as if to underscore the truth of his words. Eyes? Mo Chen murmured the word softly, instinctively raising a hand to touch them, deep in thought. Hajidan continued, it is not merely your eyes, your unique aura has also remained intact. Furthermore, the essence of your martial soul is unmistakable, easily sensed by those of us who know you well. He scratched his head, wearing a simple and honest smile. Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, Hajidan glanced cautiously at Mo Chen and tentatively asked, elder brother, have we perhaps offended you in some manner? You must understand. It was your martial soul's essence that gave me the courage to approach you. Hajidan had indeed experienced a fleeting moment of doubt upon first seeing Mo Chen, wondering if he had mistaken someone else for his brother. Yet, the instant their eyes met, any uncertainty dissipated, leaving him wholly convinced that the man before him was indeed his elder brother. The aura of a dragon martial soul is not something that can be concealed easily. It may deceive those meeting for the first time, but once encountered, the essence is instantly recognizable. Chapter 27, The Couple's Hotel. Yet, within the Moon Pavilion, no one could discern the nature of Mo Chen's martial soul, not even a faint trace of dragon energy. It would only be detectable by another possessing a dragon martial soul. Mo Chen playfully thumped Hajidan's broad shoulder, concern lacing his teasing tone. Do not spend all your days indulging in revelry. You must devote your time to training, if you do not break through to Seoul Douluo within 5 years. Do not hold me accountable if I decide to give you a beating. With that, his smile broadened. No sooner had he spoken than he confidently grasped the delicate hand of Qian Renxue, turning to stride out, leaving Hajidan with a charming silhouette. Hajidan scratched his head in exasperation. While it was indeed a considerable challenge to reach Seoul Douluo in just 5 years, he felt assured that, given his years of accumulated soul power, with a little more effort, perhaps it was not an impossible feat once they had exited the confines of Wuhuan City. Qian Renxue, who had remained silent until then, could no longer suppress her curiosity and asked Mo Chen, was that person your friend? The way you interacted seemed rather extraordinary. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as they focused intently on Mo Chen's handsome visage. Mo Chen did not immediately answer Qian Renxue's question. He first settled the payment for their carriage rental and then gently assisted her into the vehicle before taking his seat beside her. Once everything was arranged, he turned to her, gazing into her clear, enchanting eyes, and softly replied, his name is Hajidan, and his martial soul is the Twin Axe. Despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, he is a level 71 soul sage. Furthermore, he is my dear friend and one of my personal guards. At this point, a subtle smile graced Mo Chen's lips, revealing a hint of pride. The carriage jostled along the uneven road, the wheels creaking against the ground. They finally arrived in Tiando City just before the evening hues painted the sky. As they re-entered the familiar city, the scene appeared largely unchanged. The shops lining the streets remained bustling, with vendors calling out and pedestrians hurriedly weaving through the streets, each engrossed in their own affairs. However, the sole difference was the posters plastered along the roadsides, each one bearing his likeness, announcing his wanted status. Curious onlookers paused to scrutinize the posters, wondering why the former general of Tiando, Ding Guizhu, was being sought. Yet, the majority merely glanced before hastening on, seemingly unwilling to entangle themselves in the unfolding drama. Mo Chen and Qian Renxue strolled through the streets until they reached the entrance of his former residence. Before them lay a desolate sight. The once magnificent estate had vanished, leaving only the remnants of the original courtyard. The grand gate stood closed, adorned with conspicuous seals, while the interior had been reduced to rubble, a barren wasteland remaining. Gazing at the poignant scene before him, Mo Chen was engulfed by a wave of complex emotions. Qian Renxue gently placed a hand on his shoulder, offering consolation. Do not be too saddened, let us find a place to rest for the night, and we can visit the Moon Pavilion tomorrow. With that, she took his hand and turned to leave. After walking for a while, they arrived at an inn. Before Mo Chen could inquire about available rooms, a young attendant approached eagerly, saying, My apologies, esteemed guest, but we currently have only one double room left. He playfully winked at Mo Chen, seemingly hinting at something. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue's cheeks flushed a delicate pink, and she lowered her gaze, nervously fiddling with the hem of her clothing without voicing a protest. Mo Chen's lips curled into a knowing smile as he exchanged a glance with the young man, understanding the unspoken implication. After deftly completing the payment, he turned to take Qian Renxue's hand, and together they entered the room. Upon crossing the threshold, Qian Renxue's gaze was immediately captivated by the scene within. The room was adorned with vibrant red decorations, scarlet silk cascaded from the ceiling, and exquisite red lanterns hung on the walls, casting a soft, ambiguous glow. Particularly striking was the expansive bed, covered in an abundance of lush petals, resembling a vast ocean of blossoms. At the sight of this enchanting tableau, a charming blush suffused Qian Renxue's cheeks, rendering her as alluring as a ripe apple. I will go take a shower first, she murmured, her voice barely a whisper, tinged with shyness. Before she could finish her sentence, she scampered towards the bathroom like a startled fawn, swiftly closing the door behind her. Observing this, Mo Chen could not help but chuckle softly, shaking his head gently. He stepped to the bedside, carefully gathering the scattered petals and neatly arranging them to the side. Once tidied up, he surveyed the room, appreciating the romantic ambience of the decor, and could not help but silently commend. Truly, this is a couple's hotel. Amidst his reflections, Mo Chen slowly approached the window and gently pushed it open. At that moment, the city of Tiando had already entered its curfew. The streets were deserted, save for the occasional patrol of Tiando soldiers, who marched in unison, torches in hand, illuminating the night. Mo Chen stood quietly at the window, taking in the scene before him. His gaze fell upon the majestic palace in the distance, stirring a torrent of complex emotions within him. After what felt like an eternity, as if time had momentarily frozen, Qian Renxue took a deep breath, summoning her courage to push open the bathroom door and step out. The instant she emerged, her eyes instinctively found Mo Chen's figure not far away, and she stood there, seemingly entranced. Mo Chen leaned against the windowsill, bathed in the silvery light of the moon, which cascaded down like water, delicately enveloping him in an ethereal veil of silver. His face, sharply defined like it had been chiseled from stone, appeared even more austere and profound under the moonlight. The robust muscles revealed after he shed his upper garments resembled a masterpiece meticulously crafted by a sculptor, with fluid lines exuding a sense of strength. Qian Renxue stood entranced, gazing at this breathtaking sight, momentarily forgetting to breathe. Unable to restrain herself, she instinctively reached out to wipe away the drool that had unknowingly trickled from the corner of her mouth, only to realize her indiscretion. Her face blooming like a peach blossom, flushed with embarrassment. Internally, she chided herself for being a little lecherous, yet her bright eyes remained magnetically drawn to Mo Chen, unable to divert their gaze. Meanwhile, Mo Chen was engrossed in removing the remaining articles of clothing, entirely oblivious to Qian Renxue's fervent stare, as he peeled off each layer. His broad, muscular chest and firm abdomen came into view. Upon discarding the last piece of clothing and turning around, he finally noticed Qian Renxue standing a short distance away, her expression one of infatuation. Mo Chen tilted his head slightly, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. He could not comprehend why Qian Renxue stood there, motionless and in a daze, her face flushed a deep crimson, appearing quite peculiar. Mo Chen slowly approached, extending his hand to gently rest upon Qian Renxue's forehead, which felt as though it had been scorched by flames. He furrowed his brow slightly and murmured to himself, how peculiar, this temperature hardly suggests a fever. At that moment, Qian Renxue had just finished her bath, her graceful form modestly draped in a towel as white as snow. As Mo Chen drew closer, a delicate fragrance, uniquely her own, wafted through the air like a whispering wisp of smoke, entering his senses. Simultaneously, Qian Renxue detected the potent masculine scent emanating from Mo Chen. This aroma seemed to possess an enchanting allure, causing her heartbeat to quicken even further, already accelerated by her anxiety and shyness. Gradually, her previously alabaster skin began to blush softly, reminiscent of a ripe apple, enticing in its hue. As moments ticked by, it appeared as though Qian Renxue had transformed into a miniature steam engine, with warmth radiating from her body. Mo Chen finally realized the true state of Qian Renxue in this fleeting instant. His face instantly flushed crimson, resembling a startled rabbit. As he turned and rushed towards the bathroom, swiftly shutting the door behind him, Qian Renxue stood dazed outside the bathroom door, her gaze vacant and lifeless, as though her very soul had departed. After a considerable pause, she emerged from her stupor, her movements slightly stiff as she turned around. Her eyes involuntarily fixating on the indistinct reflection upon the bathroom door. Suddenly, as if recalling something of great importance, Qian Renxue hastily raised her hands, vigorously fanning herself to cool down. With hurried breaths accompanying the sound of her palms repeatedly brushing against her cheeks, she silently prayed within her heart, yearning for her restless and agitated spirit to find tranquility. However, when Mo Chen emerged from the bathroom, freshly bathed, the scene before him momentarily stole his breath away. There stood Qian Renxue, adorned in a delicate, sheer nightgown, her ethereal figure illuminated by the soft light, appearing dreamlike and hazy, as if she were a beautiful painting. This enchanting sight irresistibly drew Mo Chen's gaze, igniting an uncontrollable desire within him. As time quietly slipped away, their bodies gradually inched closer, ultimately embracing one another tenderly. They felt each other's warmth and breath, as if the entire world had dwindled down to just the two of them. The following morning, gentle sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the room. Mo Chen slowly awakened, his eyes fluttering open to behold the radiant face of Qian Renxue, adorned with a blissful smile, resting before him. She lay in peaceful slumber, as enchanting as a fully blossomed flower. Unable to resist, Mo Chen extended a finger to gently tap the bridge of Qian Renxue's delicate nose. At that moment, she remained lost in sweet dreams, nestled snugly in his embrace, her head resting upon his arm, occasionally letting out soft snores. Suddenly, in her sleep, Qian Renxue mumbled, "No more. I truly can't eat anymore." This unexpected utterance turned Mo Chen's previously gentle expression into one of deep embarrassment, causing a ripple of emotions to surge within him. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately decided against further teasing Qian Renxue. He moved with utmost care, fearful of awakening the beauty nestled in his arms. Once he confirmed that Qian Renxue remained undisturbed, Mo Chen gradually shifted his body, preparing to rise from the bed. It was then that he noticed the delicate silk nightgown worn by Qian Renxue had inexplicably transformed into tattered strips of fabric, strewn across the bed and floor. With no other choice, Mo Chen began to gather the remnants, meticulously tidying the garments that lay scattered nearby, placing them gently by the bedside. Having completed these tasks, he slipped out of bed with great caution and exited the room. Before his departure, however, Mo Chen had already woven an intricate barrier within the chamber. This enchantment served as an invisible shield, enveloping the entire room, ensuring that the outside world could neither glimpse nor intrude upon its sanctity before he felt at ease to leave. After venturing outside to procure some breakfast, he returned. He gazed silently at Qian Renxue, who remained enraptured in her sweet dreams, his eyes inadvertently drawn to her exquisite visage. He noticed the corners of her lips subtly curling upwards, as if she were immersed in a delightful reverie. A tender smile, infused with affection, unconsciously grazed Mo Chen's lips. Approaching the bedside, he placed the prepared breakfast upon the nightstand. Yet again, his attention was captivated by Qian Renxue's unique and bold sleeping posture. At this moment, she lay sprawled across the bed, one arm casually draped over the pillow while the other stretched into the air, as if embracing the entire world. Even more amusingly, her legs were spread wide apart, devoid of any semblance of ladylike demeanor. Mo Chen, observing this scene, could not help but feel a mix of exasperation and amusement. He helplessly shook his head, extending his hand to gently pat Qian Renxue's pert bottom, softly calling out, "Little lazy pig, it's time to rise." However, in her deep slumber, Qian Renxue merely lazily shifted her body, mumbling indistinctly before sinking back into her peaceful dreams. Observing this scene, Mo Chen did not feel disheartened. He patiently waited for a moment, only to see Qian Renxue suddenly turn over, her position shifting from a curled slumber to a graceful repose. In that instant, she resembled a mermaid, elegantly stretched upon the bed, her exquisite form fully revealed. Upon witnessing this, Mo Chen's lips curled into a subtle smile, and a glimmer of mischief danced in his eyes. He gradually bent down, inching closer to Qian Renxue. At that moment, she, lost in a sweet dream, suddenly sensed a constriction in her breath, an unusual pressure stirring her from the depths of oblivion. Blurrily, she opened her eyes, and the first thing that came into focus was a face mere inches away. Upon recognizing its owner, Qian Renxue promptly wrapped her arms around Mo Chen's neck. Chapter 28. An immediate end to the snowy night outside the Moonxin Gate, Qian Renxue gently covered her slightly swollen lips, her beautiful eyes glimmering with a hint of vexation. With a playful pout, she lightly smacked Mo Chen's chest and reproached him. "How could you? Knowing we have important matters to attend to today, you lingered for so long." As she spoke, a faint blush crept across her snow-white cheeks, rendering her as alluring as a ripened apple. Mo Chen, somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head, a sincere yet slightly apologetic smile gracing his face. He chuckled foolishly, resembling a child caught in a misdeed, utterly at a loss. At that moment, Qian Renxue took a deep breath, calming the slight turmoil within her heart, and gently pushed open the ancient, exquisite door of the moon pavilion. As the door creaked ajar, a breathtaking scene unfolded before their eyes. The interior of the moon pavilion was adorned with utmost elegance, with intricately carved beams and beautifully painted pillars, as well as pavilions and towers arranged in harmonious disarray. Every detail revealed the owner's refined taste and unique aesthetic sensibility. The attendees, nearly all clad in resplendent attire, exuded grace and poise, their every gesture radiating an innate nobility. Melodious music drifted from afar, like a gentle stream, wrapping around their ears and seemingly cleansing the soul. This enchanting melody gradually soothed Mo Chen's previously restless spirit, allowing him to immerse himself in the tranquil and serene atmosphere. Just as Mo Chen was captivated by the exquisite surroundings, a man in a finely tailored suit took notice of their arrival. He approached with a smile, striding forward with alacrity, and courteously inquired, "May I ask whom you two are seeking?" In response to the man's query, Mo Chen remained silent. He had never been adept at navigating the intricacies of social interactions. So at that moment, he merely stood quietly by Qian Renxue's side, entrusting everything to her. Qian Renxue smiled gently and replied, "We are here to see Lord Tang Xian." Her voice was melodious and enchanting, akin to the sweet song of a yellow oriole emerging from the valley, drawing the gaze of all present. "Madame Yue is likely too occupied to receive visitors," the man said, his expression revealing his discomfort. No sooner had he spoken than the eyes of the young women in attendance converged upon Qian Renxue. She stood gracefully, her figure poised and elegant. Her stunning beauty reminiscent of a celestial being descended to earth, breathtaking in its allure. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that Qian Renxue's beauty eclipsed all the other women present. A chorus of admiration and praise erupted, interspersed with whispers tinged with jealousy. Yet, none of this seemed to affect Qian Renxue in the slightest. She remained composed and dignified, exuding an air of elegance. "It is of no matter, we can wait here," she responded softly, her tone both resolute and gentle. The reception attendant, taken aback by her words, momentarily froze. He scanned Qian Renxue and Mo Chen from head to toe, his gaze lingering on their opulent attire and the rings adorning their left-hand ring fingers. With years of experience, he swiftly discerned the extraordinary bond between the two. He promptly masked his initial hesitation with a respectful smile, saying, "In that case, please allow me to ask you to wait a moment." With that, the attendant offered a slight bow before slowly turning to ascend the stairs to the second floor. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, Mo Chen had unconsciously approached a grand cello. He gazed intently at the taut strings of the cello, an irresistible impulse stirring within him to compare them with his own bow and arrow. Just as he was about to act on this whim, Qian Renxue, quick of hand and eye, stepped forward and firmly pulled Mo Chen back beside her. "Don't be reckless. Do you want to become a laughingstock?" She scolded softly, her face suddenly flushed with embarrassment, as if she could bleed from the shame. Standing beside her, Mo Chen slowly lifted his gaze, surveying the surroundings. At that moment, he appeared tall and elegant, his white attire billowing gently in the wind, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. However, beneath that handsome exterior, a chilling murderous intent flickered in his narrow eyes. The icy aura he exuded pierced through the hearts of everyone present like a bone-chilling winter wind, causing involuntary shivers to run down their spines. Those who met Mo Chen's gaze quickly turned away, like startled rabbits, fearing that a lingering glance would lead to their annihilation under his piercing stare. Even the girls who caught his eye instinctively lowered their heads, their cheeks tinged with crimson, heartbeats quickening, as if even their breaths had become hurried. "Rest assured, no one dares to mock you." Mo Chen mistakenly assumed that Qian Renxue's flustered demeanor stemmed from the fear of ridicule, and he hurriedly offered soft words of comfort. Yet, unbeknownst to him, a subtle chill had crept into his previously gentle tone. This slight shift in his demeanor caused beads of sweat to form on the foreheads of everyone in attendance, trickling down their cheeks. Hearing Mo Chen's words, Qian Renxue felt speechless. She was not concerned about being laughed at. Her genuine worry lay in the possibility that this clumsy oaf might inadvertently damage something in this esteemed setting, leaving a poor impression on the esteemed Tang Xian. After all, making a blunder in such an important occasion was no trivial matter. After a brief interlude, the crowd beheld a strikingly elegant woman in a resplendent blue gown gracefully descending from the second floor. Every gesture of this refined beauty radiated an aura of nobility, her smiles blossoming like flowers under the warm spring sun, captivating all who beheld her. The moment she made her entrance, the students who had been cowed into silence by Mo Chen's icy glare suddenly found a new focal point and collectively turned their attention to her. They bowed deeply, faces filled with respect, exclaiming in unison, "Tang Xian." Though Tang Yuehua's steps were slow, each subtle movement seemed to possess an enchanting quality, effortlessly stirring the hearts of those around her. Her unique charm and grace were utterly intoxicating. Remarkably, when Mo Chen saw Tang Yuehua appear, the turbulent energy that had previously swirled around him dissipated in an instant, like a massive boulder sinking into the sea, leaving behind tranquility. "Field? No, this is peculiar. Her spiritual power seems to influence me," Mo Chen pondered, observing Tang Yuehua's graceful approach with keen interest. Such individuals capable of affecting one's mental state were exceedingly rare. Igniting his curiosity, "Master Tang," Qian Renxue softly addressed, her lips parting gracefully. Tang Yuehua acknowledged her with a slight nod, her beautiful eyes glancing over the emblems of the spirit hall adorning the two. In that fleeting moment, an unusual emotion flickered in her gaze. "I did not expect that both of you are esteemed guests of the spirit hall. I apologize for not welcoming you properly," she said, her voice as gentle as a spring breeze, soothing to the soul. However, before Qian Renxue could respond, Mo Chen unexpectedly interjected, bluntly questioning, "You possess a field, do you not?" His words were devoid of any circumlocution or pleasantries, strikingly abrupt and incisive. The sensation of being emotionally influenced by another was profoundly unsettling and bizarre. Although it posed no tangible threat to Mo Chen, it was akin to an incessantly buzzing fly, annoying and disruptive. Tang Yuehua was momentarily taken aback, her gaze toward Mo Chen betraying a mix of surprise and confusion. Clearly, she had not anticipated such a direct inquiry from this unfamiliar man regarding such a sensitive topic. "And you are?" she asked, regaining her composure and donning an elegant smile, her curiosity directed toward Qian Renxue. "This is my husband, Mo Zhu, and I am his fiancée. You may call me Xiao Xue," Qian Renxue quickly clarified, worried about what Mo Chen might say next. "Ah, so it is Mr. Mo Zhu and Miss Xiao Xue," Tang Yuehua replied with a gentle smile. "May I inquire about the purpose of your visit?" After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Tang Yuehua promptly delved into the matter at hand, her captivating gaze now fixed on the two before her. Qian Renxue spoke softly, "To be candid, we have come here to seek your guidance for my husband in learning the etiquette and norms of the nobility." Her eyes remained tenderly focused on Mo Chen, filled with warmth and hope. At this, Tang Yuehua instinctively shifted her gaze to Mo Chen, observing his tall stature and striking features. She found him indeed to possess the distinguished appearance and demeanor that Qian Renxue had described. "Miss Xiao Xue, you jest. With such an outstanding husband, he hardly seems in need of special instruction in etiquette," Tang Yuehua remarked with a slight smile, returning her gaze to Qian Renxue. Yet at that moment, Mo Chen paid little attention to their exchange, drawing upon years of experience and sharp intuition. He concluded that this ability to influence emotions was undoubtedly a form of a unique domain power. While such domains were rare, they were not entirely astonishing. Thus, the conversation continued back and forth until finally, Tang Yuehua concluded, "Once the Soul Master competition concludes successfully, Mr. Mo Zhu may formally come to my Yuxian to commence his learning." Tang Yuehua smiled at Mo Chen, her eyes shimmering with a hint of admiration. However, Mo Chen harbored little affection for her, sensing an elusive aura about the woman. Moreover, she bore the surname Tang, which was not insignificant, as many of the rodents from Haoyan sect shared the same name. Although the likelihood of such a connection was minimal, the inherently cautious Mo Chen resolved to remain vigilant in her presence. After bidding farewell to Yuxian, Qian Renxue stepped forward without hesitation, affectionately linking her arm with Mo Chen's. In a soft voice, she suggested, "Let us return. The Soul Master competition's opening ceremony is but a few days away, and I must return to the Heavendo Empire. Otherwise, the old coot, Shui, may grow suspicious." Her words betrayed a subtle sense of melancholy. After all, it had taken considerable effort for her to be with the one she cherished, yet her heavy responsibilities prevented her from enjoying their time together for long. Mo Chen, perceptive as ever, quickly noticed the delicate shift in Qian Renxue's emotions. As they strolled side by side out of Heavendo City, he gently squeezed her soft cheek, teasingly remarking, "If you truly wish to avoid going back, then why not simply stay? I could storm the Imperial Palace and deal with that old rascal, Shui, myself." At this, Qian Renxue's lips twitched, realizing she had not misjudged him, while she had anticipated his thoughts to be straightforward. The simplicity of his proposal still took her by surprise. With a playful roll of her enchanting eyes, she chided him, "You really are quite naive. Do you genuinely believe that the Heavendo Imperial Palace is a place one can simply invade?" Her tone held a blend of reproach and concern. Nonetheless, Mo Chen remained unfazed, a smirk gracing his lips as he retorted, "If I set my mind to something, nothing is impossible. What can a mere Heavendo Imperial Palace do to deter me?" His demeanor exuded confidence, as if there existed no obstacle capable of hindering his advance in this world. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue could not help but shake her head in resignation, inwardly sighing. Yet, simultaneously, a warm current began to flow gently within her heart. At that moment, a sudden thought flashed through Qian Renxue's mind. Indeed, if someone of Mo Chen's caliber were to directly storm into Heavendo City to eliminate that old coot from Snow Knight, it might not be an entirely unfeasible endeavor. After all, with Mo Chen's prowess, breaching the Heavendo Palace under the banner of purging the corrupt would likely rally widespread support. Moreover, although Mo Chen was currently being hunted, his reputation had not diminished in the slightest. The citizens of Heavendo were well acquainted with Mo Chen. Contemplating this, Qian Renxue's steps abruptly halted, her figure coming to a standstill. Observing her reaction, Mo Chen swiftly ceased his own movements. A look of confusion etched on his face as he inquired, "What is it?" Qian Renxue's gaze remained fixed on Mo Chen as she excitedly declared, "Your plan is indeed feasible. I have made up my mind. Let us charge directly into the palace and take down Snow Knight." The more she spoke, the more fervent her enthusiasm became, her hands instinctively clenching into fists. As night gradually descended, they stood at the gates of the Heavendo Palace, where Mo Chen gazed intently at the tightly shut vermilion doors. He slowly extended his hand, caressing the heavy and frigid palace gate, absorbing the traces of time etched upon its surface. "How nostalgic," Mo Chen murmured softly, as his thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the moments spent within these walls. Memories flooded his heart like a tide, evoking an ineffable emotion within him. After somewhat calming his feelings, Mo Chen steadied his resolve and began to contact Haji Dan and the others. Qian Renxue had already transformed into the guise of Shui Qingha and, leveraging her identity as the crown prince, had successfully entered the royal palace. Meanwhile, in the imperial chambers of the Night Emperor, Shui, who had been preparing for rest, was suddenly disturbed by the sound of hurried footsteps drawing near. This unexpected noise shattered the tranquility of the night and heightened Shui's alertness. What causes such a commotion? Came his voice, aged yet still commanding, resonating from the depths of his chambers. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince has returned, replied the guard outside, lowering his voice in respectful acknowledgement. Upon hearing this news, Shui could not help but furrow his brow slightly, although he had anticipated the Crown Prince's possible return. The decision to arrive at such a late hour raised his suspicions. Did Xinghe not mention it would take 7 days to return? Shui murmured to himself, hastily donning his attire and pushing open the door to stride out. Summon Xinghe to see me, Shui commanded with a stern expression as he quickened his pace towards the imperial study. Meanwhile, far away in another palace, Xinghe, upon receiving Shui's summons, smiled faintly, the corners of his lips curving upward. Just then, a low rumble of thunder echoed through the sky, followed by a resounding crash as a torrential downpour descended without warning. The once clear night sky was immediately shrouded by thick clouds, and large raindrops pelted the ground fiercely, splashing in all directions. In a corner of the streets of Tiando City, a solitary figure stood quietly, holding a paper umbrella, Mo Chen. He stood motionless like a statue, his gaze calmly fixed ahead, as if patiently awaiting someone's arrival. Before long, 2 figures hurriedly approached. He first glanced behind the 2, noting the absence of any other presence, and inquired, where is Old Ha? Why is he nowhere to be seen? Ning Rongrong, with arms crossed and an expression of indifference, replied, that fellow has likely indulged in drink again, and it is probable he will not arrive for some time. With that, he shook his head in resignation. Subsequently, Ning Rongrong furrowed his brow, casting his gaze toward the brightly lit palace in the distance, and anxiously asked, how long has Miss Xiao Shiwei been inside? Mo Chen lifted his head, pondered for a moment, and then responded, it has been 3 hours. Just then, a drop of rain fell from the sky, landing squarely in the palm of Mo Chen's outstretched hand. He gazed contemplatively at the translucent raindrop in his hand, turning slowly to Dan Yu, and remarked, I never imagined that your water dragon martial soul could influence the weather. Dan Yu, with a solemn expression, gently shook his head and replied softly, currently, my control is limited to the weather within a radius of 10 miles. However, the cover of this rain may facilitate our subsequent operational plans. Mo Chen furrowed his brow slightly, his penetrating gaze fixed on Dan Yu as he pressed on, how many men have you brought this time to completely encircle the palace? I estimate we would need at least 5,000. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, Dan Yu replied earnestly, I have gathered a total of 8,000 troops for support, but due to the long journey and various influencing factors, they are not expected to arrive until tomorrow morning at the earliest. Upon hearing this number, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Mo Chen's eyes as he decisively declared, at dawn tomorrow, we shall lead these men to encircle the palace and restore order. At that very moment, as Mo Chen made this resolution, a brilliant flash of lightning suddenly split the overcast sky, followed by a deep rumble of thunder echoing through the heavens, as if the divine were issuing a warning of the impending storm. Yet, within a single night, Mo Chen, leveraging the prestige and connections he had accumulated over the years, successfully summoned his former comrades who had fought alongside him. Despite the urgency of the situation, these loyal individuals did not hesitate to respond to Mo Chen's call. Moreover, they dismissed the accusations of treason against him with scorn, for in their hearts, Mo Chen had always been a hero of unwavering loyalty and patriotism. Regarding the reasons for this uprising, Mo Chen candidly shared with them that the current emperor was surrounded by treacherous sycophants, severely disrupting the court and bringing calamity to the nation. Thus, his mission was to eradicate these malignant influences from the court and restore clarity to the world. Under the banner of such righteous intent, combined with Mo Chen's exceptional leadership and charismatic personality, this endeavor garnered swift and broad support. Nonetheless, after an entire night of intense preparation and mobilization, the forces gathered under Mo Chen's command amounted to a mere 20,000. On the following morning, the skies remained drearily overcast, as if they could weep, with fine strands of rain continuously falling to the earth. The gray clouds hung heavily like a thick curtain, completely shrouding the sky, with not a single ray of sunlight penetrating this pall. Ning Rongrong stood quietly within a hastily erected military tent, arms crossed over his chest. His gaze was fixed intently upon the somewhat rudimentary sand table before him, his brow furrowed in contemplation. A force of 20,000 should suffice, yet we must act swiftly. With the border troops yet to arrive, our time is limited to a mere half-day. Ning Rongrong spoke in a tone that was both somber and serious. To breach the formidable fortress of the imperial palace with just 20,000 men is indeed no trivial endeavor. After all, it is well known that within the palace, there are at least 10,000 highly trained and well-equipped guards. Moreover, the palace itself occupies a strategic position, rendering it a location that is easily defended but challenging to assault. Even more concerning is the potential presence of the formidable Douluo V, a veritable annihilator in team battles. Mo Chen held little regard for Douluo V as an individual, yet he could not deny the significant impact Douluo V could have in a coordinated conflict. Should the poison spread rapidly, it is likely that our forces would suffer devastating losses in an instant. Contemplating this, a wave of pressure surged within Mo Chen's heart. He turned and approached Ning Rongrong, placing a hand on his shoulder, his expression grave and earnest as he cautioned, "Third brother, the mission to assault the imperial palace is of utmost importance. I now entrust you with the defense of the northern gate. Under no circumstances should you allow anyone within the palace to escape through this direction." Ning Rongrong nodded resolutely in response. "Old Ha, the responsibility of the frontal assault on the main gate now falls upon you," regarded Hadjidin with a serious demeanor, his eyes brimming with trust. Upon hearing this, Hadjidin confidently thumped his broad, sturdy chest and proclaimed, "Rest assured, boss, I shall take care of it. Even if faced with a myriad of foes, I will carve out a bloody path for you." His grandiloquent words and resolute demeanor stirred the hearts of those around him. Subsequently, Mo Chen turned his gaze towards Danyu, imparting with earnest gravity, "Danyu, the medical support for this operation relies entirely on you. These brothers have fought alongside me through thick and thin. Each life is extraordinarily precious to me, and the loss of any one of them would cause me profound sorrow. I have witnessed your healing abilities firsthand." At that moment, the sky wept with a torrential downpour, as if the heavens themselves lamented the impending fierce battle. As time trickled by, the usually bustling streets of Tiando City appeared eerily desolate due to the rain. However, just outside the city, Mo Chen gazed intently at the soldiers resolutely standing in the downpour. Perhaps after today, some familiar faces would vanish. They were not equipped with sophisticated weaponry. Many wore nothing but simple cloth garments, lacking even a decent set of armor. Yet, despite this, they exuded no fear. The fire of determination sparkled in their eyes. Looking at the weapons they clutched, there were not only sharp spears but also humble farming tools typically found in common households. Though these implements seemed unremarkable, in the hands of these fervent warriors, even a hoe could transform into a formidable weapon against the enemy. At this moment, aware of the proximity to Tiando City, Mo Chen refrained from delivering a speech to rally their spirits. Instead, he gently waved his right hand, and a longbow radiating a mysterious dark purple light materialized in his grasp. With practiced ease, he knocked an arrow and steadied his aim at the vigilant guards atop the city walls. Instantly, all eyes were riveted on Mo Chen, each gaze brimming with tension and anticipation. The air was thick with silence as everyone held their breath, awaiting the release of the arrow. Time seemed to stand still. The atmosphere was profoundly quiet, punctuated only by the patter of raindrops and the soft rustle of flags in the breeze. Finally, a sharp sound sliced through the air as a black arrow streaked forth like lightning, hurtling towards the city walls with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it struck true, hitting a patrolling guard and delivering a fatal blow. Almost simultaneously, those lying in ambush, Hadjidin, Ning Rongrong, and Danyu, rushed forth with their elite squads from various directions into Tiando City. Yet, amidst the chaos of battle, Mo Chen soared swiftly above the Tiando Imperial Palace. Utilizing his ability to fly freely, he resembled a celestial war deity, surveying the magnificent yet chaotic palace below. The sudden appearance of Mo Chen inevitably alerted many within the palace. A sentinel was the first to notice the anomaly in the sky. His eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed a trembling finger towards the dark figure above, exclaiming in a voice tinged with fear, "What on earth is that?" Simultaneously, another guard, upon hearing his comrade's exclamation, hurriedly raised his gaze. Upon recognizing the illustrious Mo Chen, his face transformed with sheer astonishment as he stammered, "What an overwhelming presence! General Mo has arrived." But His Majesty clearly stated that General Mo has betrayed the nation. What is going on? A third guard, his expression one of utter shock, shouted, his voice starkly resonating amidst the patrolling troops. The centurion turned, his gaze resolute as he addressed his subordinates, stating firmly, "Let us consider what kind of person General Mo is. Do we not know in our hearts? I refuse to believe that General Mo would betray our nation." His words resonated with conviction, imbued with an intangible strength that prompted the surrounding soldiers to nod in agreement. Indeed, for these guards, the name Mo Chen was as thunderous as a storm. Many among them had once listened to the tales of Mo Chen's life, or witnessed his prowess on the battlefield. The days spent fighting alongside Mo Chen remained vividly etched in their memories. Therefore, the notion of Mo Chen betraying his country is one they find utterly inconceivable. Instead, they are more inclined to believe that his arrival is intended to cleanse the court of treachery and eradicate the unscrupulous. However, despite their inner inclinations, they are, after all, soldiers of the Tiando Empire, bearing the grave responsibility of safeguarding their nation and monarch. Military orders are as immovable as mountains, regardless of personal sentiments. They must temporarily set aside their doubts and obey the commands issued from above. Meanwhile, the Emperor of the Snowy Night stands quietly by the windowsill, gazing at the figure of Mo Chen, clad in black, standing tall in the midair. His gaze was intricate and grave, murmuring to himself, "Mo Chen, you have ultimately arrived." Offending a titled Douluo, the Snow Knight Emperor had never anticipated that matters would conclude without resolution. Now, the appearance of Mo Chen only confirmed his earlier concerns. The Snow Knight Emperor slowly turned his head to regard the equally solemn Douluo beside him, softly inquiring, "Mr. Douluo, given the current circumstances, how do you suggest we proceed?" Outside the palace, the clamor of battle cries and the clash of weapons echoed relentlessly, intensifying the tension of the entire situation. Douluo furrowed his brow, casting a wary glance at Mo Chen above. He understood that in a one-on-one confrontation, he would certainly not be his match. Chapter 30. Illuminating all rivers. Your Majesty, it seems this matter is unlikely to reach a peaceful resolution. Douluo remarked gravely. His expression taut as if he could crush a fly between his furrowed brows. His already somber visage now appeared even more foreboding, resembling a sky thick with ominous clouds, instilling a sense of dread in those who beheld it. The Snow Knight Emperor, too, wore an expression of deep sorrow, letting out a long sigh, filled with profound regret. He was acutely aware that the current predicament was a consequence of his own inescapable responsibility. His momentary suspicion led him to naively believe the treacherous words of a villain, resulting in the Empire's grievous loss of a formidable general and the forfeiture of a title that rightfully belonged to the royal family. This series of blunders rendered the present situation exceedingly dire. Had Mo Chen still been the general of the Tiando Empire, encountering such a crisis would not have necessitated the Snow Knight Emperor to humble himself and plead with Douluo. The Snow Knight Emperor turned to Douluo and spoke solemnly. Mr. Douluo, at present, there are merely 50,000 guards available for deployment within Tiando City, alongside an additional 15,000 troops that can be mobilized from the palace. All these forces are at your complete discretion for command and maneuvering. The message to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School should have reached them by now, and I implore you to delay them as much as possible. With that, the Snow Knight Emperor slowly turned and walked deeper into the palace, which was now encircled tightly by the rebels. Any opening of a gate would surely cause the rebels to surge into the palace like a tide. Meanwhile, at the main entrance of the Tiando Palace, Haji Dan unleashed his first soul skill, fitness. With a thunderous roar, a brilliant light erupted from him. In an instant, his upper garments could no longer withstand the force and shattered, scattering countless fabric strips into the air. What emerged before everyone's eyes was the sight of his muscles, bulging with explosive power like small mountains. The rain poured down in torrents, striking him relentlessly. However, the droplets did not fall directly to the ground. Instead, they trickled down the crevices between his iron-like muscles, taking an eternity to finally reach the earth below. Haji Dan gripped 2 massive battle axes tightly, swinging them with the ferocity of a howling tempest. Each swing carried an unstoppable force, repelling the advancing guards who found themselves knocked back, tumbling to the ground. Sharp roots, resembling spears, lunged at Haji Dan, attempting to breach his impregnable defense. Yet, when the tips made contact with his steel-like muscles, a series of crisp impacts resonated throughout the vicinity, as every spear failed to pierce even a fraction, being deflected entirely. Faced with a growing number of guards, Haji Dan remained undaunted, grinning widely to reveal a set of gleaming white teeth. He gripped the double-bladed axe tightly, beginning to spin rapidly around his own axis. In an instant, the surrounding air seemed to be swept along, forming a fierce tempest. The raindrops that had previously fallen upon him were now influenced by this whirlwind, coalescing into a colossal water vortex. This vortex, imbued with Haji Dan's unparalleled momentum, surged forth like a ferocious beast, roaring towards the soldiers. Some of the soldiers, sensing the impending doom, hastily raised their heavy shields in an attempt to defend themselves. Unfortunately, they grossly underestimated Haji Dan's strength. With a resounding crash, his axe struck the shields, shattering them into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. At the northern gate, the first soul skill, Sword Dance. Nangong's fingers glided swiftly along the sword's blade, and in that fleeting moment, 3 ethereal swords of glimmering cold light began to whirl rapidly around his slender figure. As the swords materialized, an overwhelming aura erupted from Nangong's body, akin to a volcanic eruption. This force surged like an unstoppable tidal wave, rising higher and higher. Concurrently, his attack power was drastically amplified, more than doubling in strength. With a swift motion of his arm, he unleashed a fierce slash with his sword. Instantly, a razor-sharp wave of sword energy sliced through the air, its speed rivaling that of lightning streaking across the night sky. The air was torn apart in its wake, producing a sharp, piercing sound. The soldiers who had charged toward Nangong were utterly defenseless against this terrifying sword energy. In the blink of an eye, they were ruthlessly pierced through, losing their lives without having the chance to react. However, just as Nangong was reveling in his slaughter, a thunderous roar erupted from behind the soldiers. Rebels, do not be so arrogant. Following this, a burly man wielding a massive blade leapt high from the crowd, lunging fiercely at the nearby Nangong. 5th soul skill, Fury Slash. As the man's roar echoed, a shocking crimson light suddenly enveloped the enormous blade. This light, akin to burning flames, engulfed the entire weapon, emanating a heart-stopping aura. The man swung the blood-tinged sword down upon Nangong with a force that could split mountains. In the blink of an eye, the giant sword was mere feet away from Nangong, poised to strike. Faced with such a formidable foe, Nangong remained undaunted. Instead, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in his eyes as he murmured, "What a 6-ring soul emperor." With a steely gaze, Nangong grasped the hilt of his sword and, with a sudden surge of strength, clashed it directly against the giant blade. At the moment of impact, he felt an immense force pouring into his grip, powerful enough to make his arm tremble slightly. Yet, before he could fully regain his composure, the man roared again. Not done yet. The giant blade erupted once more in a dazzling crimson light. With the brilliance shining forth, a series of razor-sharp slashes descended upon Nangong like a torrential storm. Despite the ferocity of the onslaught, Nangong remained calm. He softly intoned, 2nd soul skill, Spirit Sword Protection. As the words left his lips, he swung his sword fiercely, unleashing a brilliant beam of sword light that swiftly coalesced around him into a circle of icy blue shields radiating a chilling aura. The giant sword crashed down onto the shield with a thunderous boom. Sparks and ice shards exploded at the point of contact. And the powerful shockwave forced Ning Rongrong to stagger back several steps before he could steady himself, though he had endured such a violent blow. There was no pain etched on his face. On the contrary, a smirk curved his lips, and he scoffed, impressive force, but alas. The sword technique of breaking a myriad of laws with sheer strength is ultimately too naive. With that, Ning Rongrong's entire form seemed to be enveloped in a mysterious frost, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. The man wielding the giant sword stood there in astonishment, glancing around in a futile attempt to locate Ning Rongrong. Just then, Ning Rongrong materialized behind him without warning, and without a moment's hesitation, he thrust his sword fiercely towards the man's back. Simultaneously, the man seemed to sense the imminent danger approaching. He reacted with remarkable speed, abruptly turning around while raising the enormous blade in his hand, attempting to deflect Ning Rongrong's fierce assault with the sword's body. However, despite the swiftness of his movements, he ultimately fell just short in comparison to Ning Rongrong. A soft sound pierced the air as Ning Rongrong's sword penetrated his arm. In an instant, crimson blood gushed from the wound. Yet, before the blood could reach the ground, it was instantly frozen into delicate shards of ice by the chilling aura emanating from Ning Rongrong's blade, resembling tiny red crystals cascading downwards. Ning Rongrong regarded the injured man before him with an impassive expression, gently wiping the sword blade as if that strike had merely been a trivial test of skill. Meanwhile, the sky continued to drizzle lightly, with fine droplets falling in a gentle dance. As these raindrops approached Ning Rongrong, they were swiftly transformed into crystalline ice by the bone-chilling atmosphere surrounding him. The wounded man clutched his bleeding arm tightly, yet his eyes betrayed no hint of fear. Instead, they sparkled with fervor and excitement. His demeanor was commendable, though his power seemed somewhat lacking. "Pray, reveal your name," he inquired. He gazed intently at Ning Rongrong and proclaimed loudly, "I'm Han Chuan. Senior, you need not hold back against me. It is a rare fortune to spar with a master such as yourself. Even if I were to perish here today, I would harbor no regrets. First soul skill, rampant force. Second soul skill, rising killing intent. Third soul skill, fury incarnate. Sixth soul skill, bloodthirsty slash." Han Chuan unleashed a series of 4 soul skills, and with the enhancements from the first 3, the aura he exuded rivaled that of a peak soul emperor. Fourth soul skill, cold tide. Ning Rongrong wielded his longsword, creating a flurry of sword blossoms. Suddenly, an intense chill erupted from his being. The already cool air plummeted in temperature as a light rain fell from the overcast sky. The droplets crystallized into ice before reaching the ground, cascading down like glimmering shards. The soldiers engaged in battle, both loyalists and rebels, could hardly react. Instantly frozen into statuesque ice figures, their combat stances preserved in eerie stillness. Even Han Chuan was not spared. A thin layer of frost rapidly formed on his garments, thickening at a visible pace. In that moment, Ning Rongrong propelled himself skyward like an arrow released from its bow. Simultaneously, the ice sword in his hand radiated a dazzling icy blue light, akin to the brightest star in the somber sky. "Illuminate the rivers," Ning Rongrong uttered again, his voice soft yet resonating like thunder in the ears of all present. In an instant, time seemed to freeze, and the world was consumed by the brilliance of the colossal sword gleaming with cold light in his grasp. With a powerful swing, Ning Rongrong unleashed a massive ice blade, hurtling towards Han Chuan, who was preparing to channel his own attack. Not good. Han Chuan's expression changed drastically, and he inwardly cursed his misfortune. As the enormous ice blade approached with alarming speed, his gathered strength faltered, leaving him no choice but to hastily swing his own massive sword in desperate defense. With a resounding clash, the 2 swords met, erupting in a cascade of icy sparks. Immediately, an overwhelming shockwave radiated from the point of impact, sweeping outward in all directions. Where it passed, frost and biting winds intertwined, creating a chilling white expanse that instilled dread in the hearts of onlookers. Coughing violently, Han Chuan spat out a mouthful of blood. His body seemed to have lost all strength of support, collapsing limply to the ground. Simultaneously, the massive blade in his hand had shattered into 2 pieces, its remnants strewn pitifully aside. It is important to note that this colossal weapon was not merely an instrument of battle, it was also the very essence of Han Chuan's soul. At this moment, with the soul now fractured, it represented an unequivocal catastrophe for his soul master. Even if Han Chuan were to miraculously preserve his life, his journey in cultivation would likely encounter insurmountable obstacles henceforth. On the other side, having just landed, Ning Rongrong exhibited an eerie blood-red hue in his eyes. Gripping his longsword tightly, he delicately lifted Han Chuan's chin with the sharp tip of the blade. "You have lost." Ning Rongrong's voice was as frigid as the biting winds of midwinter, devoid of any emotional inflection. Moreover, the fierce gust of cold wind swirling around him rendered his demeanor even more ruthless. Upon hearing these words, Han Chuan's body quivered slightly, and he slowly lowered his head. He could distinctly sense the vitality within him gradually fading away, akin to sand slipping inexorably through an hourglass. His hands, once clenched in defiance, slowly relaxed. Subsequently, Ning Rongrong turned around, his blood-red eyes fixated intently on the firmly shut gates of the palace. As the chill receded, the soldiers who had previously been frozen like statues began to thaw, gradually regaining their mobility. With a swift motion of his arm, Ning Rongrong unleashed his longsword, which sliced through the air with a fierce energy. A thunderous crash resounded as the seemingly indestructible palace door was shattered into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. The northern gate of the palace now lay open, and Ning Rongrong cast his gaze upon the trembling guards and his own subordinates who were equally shivering from the cold. In that moment, a shiver ran down his spine as if sensing a formidable threat, compelling him to instinctively look in a certain direction. Sixth Spirit Skill. All swords return to 1. Chapter 31. Nuclear Annihilation. In midair, Mo Chen successfully forced Douluo V to retreat. However, before he could strike again, he felt a powerful surge of sword energy approaching from behind. Mo Chen swiftly turned, only to witness countless sword shadows hurtling towards him like meteors. Sword uncle? Mo Chen furrowed his brows as he gazed at the source of the flying swords, where a figure was racing toward him with astonishing speed. Utilizing the skeletal soulbone skill, Zhulong, Crimson Flame Dragon Armor. As his voice resonated, a swirl of mysterious purple flames erupted from his body, enveloping him entirely. The flames blazed fiercely, forming an immensely sturdy dragon armor that radiated intense heat and a terrifying pressure. Immediately thereafter, a faint sheen appeared around Mo Chen, akin to a protective shield, safeguarding him firmly. At that moment, the sword Douluo had already surged forward. He raised the 7-killing sword high above his head, then swung it down with great force, simultaneously bellowing. Fifth soul skill, awe-inspiring all. This strike was infused with the sword intent of the sword Douluo. A brilliant beam of sword light piercing directly towards Mo Chen's chest. In an instant, the two attacks collided fiercely. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air, causing the atmosphere around them to tremble violently. At the same moment, the previously gloomy and oppressive sky transformed into a clear expanse, as the heavy rain clouds suspended in the air seemed to be torn apart by an invisible hand, creating a vast rift. Radiant sunlight streamed through this opening, illuminating the battlefield below. The sword Douluo furrowed his brow, intently observing Mo Chen before him. He could not fathom why the once lauded prodigy of the empire, a youth brimming with potential, had descended to such a state. Xiao Chen, there may be some misunderstandings between you and the Heavendo Empire. I am fully aware of the situation concerning Rongrong, and I will ensure that Fengji properly disciplines her. The sword Douluo gripped the 7-killing sword tightly, its blade trembling slightly, while an overwhelming aura of sword energy surged forth, roaring like tumultuous waves at his side. Upon hearing this, Mo Chen gently shook his head and, with a calm demeanor, replied, "Sword uncle, someone seeks my life. What other course do I have but to rise in defiance?" At that moment, the sword Douluo furrowed his brow slightly, with thousands of spiritual swords suspended above him. These ethereal swords sparkled with dazzling brilliance, akin to stars scattered across a pitch-black night sky, captivating yet blinding to behold. On behalf of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, I apologize for Rongrong's actions. I should never have allowed her to attend that so-called Shrek Academy. Xiao Chen, return with me, and I will ensure Rongrong apologizes to you in person. Faced with this remarkably gifted young man, even the typically composed sword Douluo felt a ripple of unease within. He recalled the last time he had seen Mo Chen. He had just ascended to the Spirit Saint rank. Yet, in the fleeting span of 2 years, the figure standing before him was now a titled Douluo. An astonishing rate of progress that left one in awe. However, Mo Chen remained unmoved, simply responding, "It is far too late. The moment I set foot on this land, it symbolized my irrevocable break with the Heavendo Empire, leaving no path for retreat." With that, he turned his gaze towards the tumultuous crowd below, lifting the spear in his hand and pointing it decisively at the sword Douluo. "Come, sword Douluo, let us settle this once and for all today." Mo Chen gripped the spear tightly, its tip aimed directly at the sword Douluo, his eyes ablaze with intensity, emanating a formidable presence. At that moment, the nearby Douluo sensed the impending danger and attempted to intervene. Yet, the sword Douluo swiftly moved, positioning himself firmly in front of Mo Chen, extending his hand to block Douluo while speaking with resolute authority. "Old poison, this matter is between Xiao Chen and me. Do not interfere. The safety of His Majesty is entrusted to you." Upon hearing this, Douluo halted his actions abruptly, his hands, which had been gathering poison, frozen in place. He cast a lingering glance at both the sword Douluo and Mo Chen, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes, yet ultimately, he acquiesced to the counsel of the sword Douluo. Simultaneously, the sword Douluo gripped the 7-kill sword tightly in his right hand, his arm swinging with considerable force. In an instant, a myriad of flying swords surged from above behind him like a tempest, hurtling towards Mo Chen with ferocious intensity. In the face of such a relentless barrage of flying swords, Mo Chen remained unperturbed. He swiftly maneuvered his spear with the grace of a dragon emerging from the sea. The air resonated with a series of sharp, metallic clangs, echoing like a symphony of battle. Each flying sword was deflected with remarkable precision by Mo Chen's impeccable marksmanship. Without exception, as the last of the flying swords vanished, Mo Chen firmly grasped his spear, his gaze fixed intently on the sword Douluo not far ahead. Drawing a deep breath, he consolidated all his strength into his arm, then unleashed it with vigor. The spear surged forth like a roaring dragon, imbued with overwhelming momentum, aimed directly at the sword Douluo. Although the sword Douluo's expression was grave, his heart was anything but calm. Confronted by the young man he once esteemed and admired, a wave of indescribable guilt washed over him. Yet, as the protector of the sect, the interests of the sect eclipsed all personal sentiments. Thus, he swung his sword without hesitation, meeting Mo Chen's advancing spear head-on. In that fleeting moment, the tips of the spear and sword clashed, producing a resounding and ear-splitting crack. At that instant, the formidable aura of both combatants, each a 96th level title Douluo, erupted unreservedly. It was as if two tumultuous torrents collided fiercely in the air, generating an overwhelming and terrifying pressure that sent shivers down the spine. The surrounding air seemed to contort under the immense strain, and then, centered around the two, a violent surge of energy erupted like a storm, radiating wildly in all directions. After the impact, both Mo Chen and the sword Douluo staggered back several paces. Regaining their composure, they exchanged glances, each reflecting a flicker of astonishment. Clearly, both had exerted their utmost in the preceding strike, resulting in a stalemate. The fourth soul skill. Shadow of the sword. After a brief moment to catch their breath, the sword Douluo initiated a new wave of assault. With a sudden twist of the seven-killing sword in his grasp, a dazzling brilliance erupted from the blade. Instantly, several ethereal sword phantoms manifested, appearing almost tangible as they closely trailed the edge of the seven-killing sword, launching a fierce attack towards Mo Chen. The fourth soul skill. Voice of the Candle Dragon, Dread. With a furious roar from Mo Chen, a colossal black dragon, its body entirely obsidian and brandishing its claws, materialized from thin air, swiftly coiling around him. Simultaneously, a thunderous dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens, instilling terror in all beasts, causing birds and creatures to scatter in fright. At that moment, the sword Douluo, who had been advancing with his longsword towards Mo Chen, abruptly halted his fierce offensive. His previously fluid sword movements suddenly halted, as if he had been ensnared by a binding spell, leaving him frozen in place. The sword energy that had surged forth from his blade, now devoid of its sustaining force, diminished significantly in potency, becoming feeble and insipid. At this moment, Mo Chen raised his right arm, gazing skyward. The originally overcast sky, draped in a fine drizzle, was suddenly sliced by dazzling bolts of lightning. These flashes danced like silver serpents, striking fiercely upon Mo Chen's outstretched hand. In an instant, a spectacle of flickering light and booming thunder unfolded, grand in its magnificence. Sensing such a formidable surge of soul power, Sword Douluo's heart quaked in astonishment. What terrifying soul power! I never imagined you had become so strong. Yet, as a titled Douluo, he did not falter. Instead, he summoned the full force of his surging sword intent. My body is a sword, he murmured, and in that moment, his form became indistinct, as if he had merged entirely with the sword he wielded. In his realm of sword intent, the clamor and distractions of the outside world ceased to exist, leaving only a tranquil and serene landscape. Even amidst the tempest of thunder and lightning, he maintained an inner calm, as serene as still water, unmoved by external chaos. Mo Chen's hand clenched tightly, the palm aglow with flickering lightning. The electric light gradually coalesced, intensifying in strength. Simultaneously, the surrounding environment seemed to respond to an unseen call, as water, fire, rock, and frost intertwined, creating a kaleidoscopic tapestry of extraordinary beauty. These disparate elemental forces illuminated the previously dark and oppressive sky, like vibrant rainbows piercing through the gloom, bringing with them a glimmer of light and hope. With a thunderous roar, the seven-killing thunder surged forth, cleaving the heavens with a single stroke. Sword Douluo's fingers converged, resembling a razor-sharp blade as he swept across the horizon. In that fleeting moment, a fierce sword energy, shaped like the character for Kill, materialized from thin air, imbued with the power to annihilate worlds, and surged directly toward Mo Chen. Yet, in the face of such overwhelming force, Mo Chen remained unperturbed. His entire being surged with soul power, channeling it into the resplendent orb of energy that had reached its pinnacle in his grasp. Candle Dragonstar River Sigh. Like discarding a toy, Mo Chen slowly released the energy sphere. As it slipped from his fingers, the world seemed to descend into stillness. The next instant, an indescribable surge of energy erupted with a cataclysmic force. Blinding light, akin to the explosion of the sun, flooded the realm, illuminating the entirety of existence. The onlookers, taken by surprise, instinctively shielded their eyes. However, those who failed to shield their sight were overwhelmed by a searing pain, unable to suppress their cries of agony. In an instant, the two forces collided with a deafening crash. Time appeared to freeze, plunging the world into a chilling silence so profound that one could almost hear the rhythmic beating of their own heart. At that moment, the soul power between heaven and earth seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, converging relentlessly at the point of collision. Initially, these energies rippled outward like the gentle ripples on a tranquil lake, but soon they surged explosively, expanding in all directions as though a colossal stone had been cast into the water. With a resounding boom, a colossal mushroom cloud, accompanied by blinding white light, erupted above the Tiando Palace. The intensity of the brilliance compelled onlookers to instinctively close their eyes, unwilling to gaze directly upon it. Simultaneously, a crystalline layer of water enveloped the soldiers standing vigilant below. This aqueous shroud swiftly cocooned them, forming a robust barrier that staunchly resisted the terrifying shockwave and damage of the blast. Fortunately, Mo Chen had clearly intended this outcome, skillfully controlling the explosion's radius to ensure it did not extend beyond the palace's confines. As a result, the ordinary citizens within the imperial city were spared from the brunt of this conflict. Nevertheless, the ensuing violent gusts were likely to inflict minor damage upon the street-side establishments. In stark contrast, sword Douluo, positioned at the epicenter of the explosion, found himself in a dire predicament. His upper garments lay in tatters, flapping wildly in the wind. His lips bore traces of fresh crimson blood, a sight that could strike terror into the heart. In his grip, the seven-killing sword trembled violently, as if it were on the verge of slipping from his hands. Fortunately, the explosion's epicenter was some distance from the ground. Were it any closer, one could scarcely imagine the devastation that would befall the entire Tiando Palace, reduced to mere ruins in an instant. As if forewarned of the impending explosion, the soldiers led by Mo Chen hastily fled the Tiando Palace the moment he prepared to launch his assault. Such terrifying power. The sword Douluo, witnessing this scene, could not help but marvel inwardly. He had always been the indulgent elder towards Ning Rongrong, yet at this moment, a flicker of irritation towards her stirred within his heart. It was imperative to acknowledge that had it not been for Ning Rongrong's insistence on staging a farcical annulment of their engagement, faced with such an extraordinary talent, leveraging the goodwill of the seven treasure glazed tile sect would have guaranteed an over 80% chance of successfully recruiting him. At that moment, Mo Chen slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes tranquil as water, and addressed the sword Douluo in a low, resolute tone. Uncle Jian, I have always cherished the assistance rendered by the seven treasure glazed tile sect over the years. However, I must declare that today, I have repaid all debts. This will be my final address to you as uncle. With that, he narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression revealing a sense of determination. Inside the Tiando Palace, Prince Xuexing had already been slain, with Nangongyi piercing the heart of the Snow Knight Emperor. Once assured of his demise, ice enveloped the corpse instantaneously. As for Douluo, he had exited to safeguard the palace the moment the explosion erupted. Otherwise, it would have posed considerable difficulty for Nangong, at level 77, to assassinate the Snow Knight Emperor. Chapter 32. The Ascendancy of Xuexing. After giving Xuexing a reassuring glance, Nangong emotionlessly withdrew a pristine white handkerchief, delicately wiping the bloodstains from the blade. The vivid red blood starkly contrasted against the white sword. Nangong's brow furrowed slightly, as if he found the remnants of blood on the blade particularly distasteful. As he meticulously polished the blade, he murmured softly, "How terribly dirty." Once the sword was gleaming, Nangong casually discarded the handkerchief aside, then lifted his gaze to rest upon Xuexing. A faint smile graced the corners of his lips as he slightly lowered his head and gently addressed Xuexing, saying, "Sister-in-law, I am the third brother of Mo Chen, so you may simply call me Nangong." Upon hearing this, Xuexing felt a measure of reassurance. Even though she was still clad in male attire, masquerading as a man, Mo Chen had already informed everyone of her true identity as Qian Renxue. Thus, in the presence of Nangong, she felt less apprehensive and uneasy. Observing the easing of Xuexing's expression, Nangong chose not to speak further and instead turned to stand beside the body of the Snow Knight Emperor. He first surveyed the lifeless body on the ground in silence, then lifted the corpse of the Snow Knight Emperor and slowly approached a nearby chair. Upon reaching the chair, Nangong placed the Snow Knight Emperor's body upon it, arranging it to maintain an upright posture. Subsequently, he drew a dagger from his bosom and, without hesitation, plunged it into the original wound on the Emperor's chest. As the dagger penetrated, a dark crimson liquid gushed forth, staining the Emperor's garments. Having completed this act, Nangong swiftly grasped the Snow Knight Emperor's hands, positioning them to tightly clutch the hilt of the dagger. Thus, it appeared as though the Emperor had taken his own life with the dagger. While the likelihood of a sovereign committing suicide is exceedingly rare, almost negligible, as long as Xuexing could promptly prepare for the ascension to the throne and seize control of the entire situation, it is likely that few would delve deeply into the circumstances surrounding the Emperor's demise. After all, during such a transition of power, the populace often pays more attention to the new Emperor's enthronement and the ensuing shifts in the political landscape. Nangong frowned slightly, casting a glance of evident disdain at the lifeless body of Xuexing sprawled on the ground. After a brief pause, he slowly began to speak. This Prince of Snow Star could indeed be of use to us. Why not frame him for the assassination of the Emperor? In doing so, he would be eternally condemned to the annals of history, facing the scorn and reproach of the world. With that, Nangong turned to glance at Xuexing, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Nangong merely offered a suggestion, leaving the specifics entirely to Xuexing's discretion. At that moment, Xuexing stood frozen in place, her expression vacant and her eyes devoid of focus, lost in a daze. After all, this was a plan she had meticulously crafted over many years, and now that it was unfolding, an indescribable complexity welled up within her, a blend of triumph and excitement, mingled with an inexplicable sense of loss. Time passed, and when Xuexing finally emerged from her stupor, she found the space where Nangong had stood now utterly empty, devoid of any trace of him. Meanwhile, outside the palace, Xiaoqian heed Uncle Ning's advice, do not continue down this misguided path. Ning Fingji's face was etched with sorrow as he gazed at Mo Chen, speaking earnestly. Nearby, the once imposing sword Douluo leaned against the wall, struggling to catch his breath due to his grievous injuries. The gravity of the situation was palpable, having deteriorated to a critical extent. I will certainly provide an explanation regarding Rongrong, but today's events concern the lives of many. You cannot allow your selfish desires to endanger the innocent. Ning Fingji continued to implore. Error. Mo Chen smirked, surveying the chaotic scene within the Tiando Palace. What have I done wrong? I have defended Tiando City, reclaimed lost territories, and forced neighboring nations into submission, yet merely due to my significant contributions, that old fool intends to kill me. What do you expect me to do? His tone was eerily calm, devoid of madness or rage. Seeing Mo Chen's demeanor, Ning Fengji realized that the matter was likely beyond redemption. Can you still move, sword uncle? Ning Fengji asked gravely, concern evident in his expression. The sword Douluo pressed a hand against his chest, his body marred by numerous wounds, blood seeping from them and staining his tattered garments crimson. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's inquiry, he gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he replied, I can manage. Before he could finish, he began to struggle to rise. Despite the fact that his strength was nearly depleted, having used all his soul power for self-preservation during the explosion. With Ning Fengji's assistance, arguably the finest support spirit master on the continent, there remained a glimmer of hope for a confrontation with Mo Chen. However, just as they prepared to strike again, an urgent cry echoed from within the palace. The emperor has passed. A small eunuch bolted from the palace, rushing like the wind, his sharp voice piercing the air. What? Ning Fengji's expression turned ashen, his handsome features paling in shock. The sword Douluo beside him also wore a grave expression, his piercing gaze fixed on the frantically fleeing eunuch. Indeed, as the saying goes, grievances have their source, and debts have their payers. With that old man now deceased, I see no reason to act, Mo Chen remarked, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. His demeanor was unexpectedly amiable, as if the outcome of this conflict had long been anticipated, and without hesitation, he turned to leave, not affording Ning Fengji the chance to plead. Filled with reluctance and helplessness, Ning Fengji wished to retain him but found his voice faltering at this moment. The situation with the Snow Knight Emperor was evidently far more urgent and crucial. He dared not linger for a moment, hastening alongside the sword Douluo towards the imperial palace with a sense of urgency. Upon entering the grand gates of the palace, they were met with a heart-wrenching sight. The once majestic interior lay in utter disarray. The walls that had once proudly displayed exquisite ancient paintings were now charred by fierce flames, and priceless vases lay shattered across the floor. Most striking of all was the figure of the Snow Knight Emperor, seated solemnly in a chair. Ning Fengji swiftly approached, extending his fingers beneath the emperor's nostrils in an attempt to discern a faint breath. However, after a meticulous examination, he slowly withdrew his hand, shaking his head gravely. Sorrow etched upon his face. This wound struck deep into the heart. Even a divine being would likely be powerless to save him. Ning Fengji sighed heavily, his voice laden with profound lamentation. His gaze then shifted to the lifeless body of Prince Xuexing on the ground, a look of confusion and disbelief crossing his features. At that moment, the sword Douluo beside him spoke up. Something is amiss. That old poison master should have been here to ensure the emperor's safety. Yet his presence is conspicuously absent. At this juncture, Douluo Bo had become entombed beneath the debris. The sudden and violent explosion had forced him to exert every ounce of strength to protect the palace from complete ruin, but he himself could not escape the devastating aftermath, leaving him in a dire state. As the two exchanged glances, Ning Fengji noticed Xuexing standing nearby, his expression one of despondency. As Xuexing his mentor, Ning Fengji felt a pang of compassion and stepped forward. Qinghe, what on earth has transpired here? At that moment, Xuexing appeared as though his very soul had been siphoned away, staring blankly and hollowly at Ning Fengji. His body trembled involuntarily as he extended a hand, shakily pointing towards Prince Xuexing, and with a voice so weak it was barely audible, he slowly uttered, I just received a summons from father, but upon my arrival, I found my uncle arguing with him. At this juncture, Xuexing seemed to recall a terrifying scene, his complexion turning pale in an instant, his lips trembling uncontrollably. My uncle wished for the emperor to issue a self-accusatory edict to vindicate General Mo. However, the emperor declared that as the sovereign of the realm, he could not bow to his subjects and confess his faults. The more Xuexing spoke, the more agitated he became, suddenly clasping his hands tightly around his head, curling into a ball, his voice sharp and quivering with fear. Then, my uncle, for reasons unknown, suddenly lunged forward and murdered the emperor. Everything transpired so abruptly. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji could not help but furrow his brow, exchanging glances with the sword Douluo beside him. Both understood that Xuexing's narrative was rife with inconsistencies. Yet, given the pressing circumstances, they could not afford to pursue further inquiries. It was clear that the news of the emperor's demise could not be contained. If Xuexing did not swiftly ascend to the throne and stabilize the situation, the entire nation would plunge into chaos, potentially inviting the covetous eyes of the Xinghua Empire. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight graced the earth, a piece of news spread rapidly across the continent. Prince Xuexing, the sinner, had attempted to assassinate the reigning Emperor Shui. This news struck like a tempest, leaving everyone dumbfounded and in utter shock. With the dissemination of this dreadful tidings, the unfortunate news of Emperor Shui's demise soon followed. Surprisingly, instead of chaos in the Tiando Empire, Crown Prince Xuexing quickly ascended to the throne, stabilizing the situation. However, the first decree issued by Xuexing upon his ascension was to revoke the wanted order against Mo Chen, and he solemnly exonerated Mo Chen, restoring his reputation. Furthermore, to demonstrate the sincerity of the Tiando Empire, Xuexing issued a self-accusatory edict to punish the sinner Prince Xuexing. Xue Qinghe decided to remove him from the royal ancestral temple, strip him of his surname, and demote him to a commoner. Nevertheless, amidst this series of upheavals, the principal figure, Mo Chen, appeared to show little concern or attention. At this moment, in the residence of Xue Bian, the atmosphere was exceptionally grave and depressive. Xue Bian's face was filled with rage, reaching the pinnacle of fury. He abruptly raised his palm and struck fiercely upon the sturdy table before him, with a resounding bang. The table was marred by a profound crack. At that moment, Xue Bing trembled uncontrollably, his teeth chattering in the chill, while his eyes blazed with an inferno of fury. Suffused with boundless resentment, he gritted his teeth and said, "What a bold Xiong Qinghe. Truly audacious." In truth, Xue Ping was acutely aware of the character and disposition of his imperial uncle, Prince Xuexing. He was acutely aware that, given the character and loyalty of his royal uncle, it was utterly inconceivable for him to commit such a heinous act of treachery, without a shadow of a doubt. This assassination attempt was a meticulously orchestrated scheme devised by Xue Qinghe himself. Moreover, Xue Bing even began to suspect whether the previous rebellion had also been surreptitiously orchestrated and manipulated by Xue Qinghe. As he pondered further, a growing suspicion enveloped him, leading him to believe that all of this was a meticulously orchestrated scheme by Xue Qinghe, aimed at fulfilling his ambition to usurp the throne. With this thought, the flames of resentment within Xue Bing intensified. Yet, at this moment, he resembled a lion stripped of its teeth and claws, his once imposing presence diminished. Those who once rallied around him and offered their support had now abandoned him one by one. The prospect of confronting Xue Qinghe appeared utterly fanciful, devoid of any chance of success. To make matters worse, he was obliged to attend the coronation ceremony of his imperial brother, Xue Qinghe. The mere thought of this stoked the fires of his fury, threatening to engulf him entirely. Ultimately, he could no longer contain this wrath. In a fit of rage, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, within the imperial chamber of the Tiando Emperor, a contrasting scene unfolded. Xue Qinghe had commanded the servants to replace all the furnishings in the chamber, even replacing the palace maidens and attendants with those from the spirit hall. On the opulent dragon bed, Qian Renxue nestled contentedly in Mo Chen's warm embrace. Her delicate fingers, resembling green onions, gently traced circles on his firm chest. A playful gesture that seemed both teasing and affectionate. "My dear, you have truly aided me immensely this time. Pray tell, how would you like me to repay you?" Qian Renxue's enchanting eyes curved like crescent moons as she gazed at Mo Chen, her voice laced with a charming pout. Mo Chen responded with a mischievous smile, causing Qian Renxue's cheeks to flush, rendering her momentarily speechless as she slowly leaned in. After a while, accompanied by the sound of swallowing, Qian Renxue wiped the white smudge from the corner of her mouth and shot Mo Chen an exasperated glare. "This is all your fault." Mo Chen, reclining on the bed, scratched his head, a faint blush creeping onto his face as he laughed awkwardly and sat up slowly. As he moved, his well-defined upper body emerged into view, exuding a distinct masculine allure. "Xue, you have now ascended as the Empress of the Tiando Empire. I shall attend your coronation ceremony tomorrow," Mo Chen declared with a smile. At that moment, Qian Renxue, seated on the edge of the bed and wiping her mouth, brightened at his words. She abruptly turned to him, her gaze fixed intently on Mo Chen, brimming with uncontainable delight. "You truly intend to come? Though the Tiando Empire has revoked the warrant for your arrest. You did instigate a rebellion not long ago," she remarked, her brow furrowed with concern. Yet, in response to her worries, Mo Chen merely shook his head lightly, exuding an air of calm indifference as if nothing could perturb him. A confident smile graced his lips as he spoke softly. "Do not worry, Xue. The sword Douluo is gravely injured and cannot attend the ceremony. Therefore, accompanying Ning Fingji tomorrow will undoubtedly be the bone Douluo, Gurong. The poison Douluo, Dugabo, poses no threat, nor is there anyone else I need to regard." With that, Mo Chen raised an eyebrow in a provocative manner. At Mo Chen's words, Qian Renxue felt a slight relief, yet unease lingered in her heart. Suddenly, she stood up, disregarding her current state of undress, fully revealing her exquisite and alluring figure before Mo Chen without reservation. Mo Chen's eyes widened, captivated by the flawless beauty of Qian Renxue's form. His gaze filled with awe and infatuation. He instinctively extended his hand, forcefully wiping away the crimson cascade that flowed from his nose, and then, as if ensnared by an enchantment, he stood there in a daze, quietly savoring the breathtaking scene before him. Before his eyes, Qian Renxue gracefully lifted her delicate hand, slowly enveloping herself in a gossamer veil. The diaphanous fabric swirled around her like mist, rendering her already enchanting figure even more ethereal, elusive, akin to a celestial being descending to earth. This subtlety, tinged with a hint of mystery, ignited a long-suppressed fire of desire deep within Mo Chen's heart, causing his pulse to quicken and his breath to become erratic, especially when Qian Renxue moved forward, her long, fair legs gliding with each step. It felt as though she were treading upon the very tip of Mo Chen's heart, delivering an ineffable thrill and shock. Mo Chen sensed his blood boiling, his mind a blank canvas, utterly devoid of rational thought. Previously, he would have remained impervious to the allure of beauty, yet at this moment, he found himself irrevocably entwined with Qian Renxue, unable to maintain any semblance of detachment in the presence of the woman he cherished. Meanwhile, far away within the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, the sword Douluo's complexion turned as pale as parchment, and he suddenly expelled a mouthful of bright red blood. He forcibly blocked an attack from Mo Chen. Although Mo Chen had shown mercy and deliberately restrained some of his power, the impact of the strike was still formidable, especially for the sword Douluo, who was renowned for his offensive capabilities. After all, his defensive skills had never been his forte. At this moment, the sword Douluo sat cross-legged in a tranquil room, his eyes tightly shut, holding his breath in deep concentration as he endeavored to summon his soul power to mend the severely injured meridians and internal organs. A faint blue light emanated from around his body, gradually converging upon the wounds and slowly nurturing the damaged areas. Meanwhile, within the sect leader's residence, Ning Fengji's face flushed with anger, veins protruding on his forehead, and even the gentle smile that usually adorned his face had vanished. He clenched his fists tightly, the knuckles turning pale from overwhelming rage. The usually suave and cultured gentleman had rarely lost his composure to such an extent. In a fit of anger, he hurled the teacup in his hand to the floor, producing a sharp and resonant shatter. Immediately send someone to Shrek Academy and summon Ning Rongrong back to me. Ning Fengji bellowed, his voice laden with uncontrollable fury. Fengji, calm down for a moment, Gu Yong said, his expression fraught with concern as he gazed at Ning Fengji. His lips parting as if to speak, yet ultimately hesitating to voice his thoughts. Everyone knew that Ning Rongrong was his cherished one. He could hardly bear to scold her, let alone allow her to suffer any indignity. Nevertheless, at that moment, Ning Fengji's face was ashen with anger, his chest heaving violently, resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption. One could only imagine the severity of the punishment that awaited Ning Rongrong upon her return. However, it must be noted that Gu Yong was not the type of elder who only indulged without discernment, despite his deep affection for Ning Rongrong. He was well aware that she had indeed escalated matters this time. Had she chosen to marry Mo Chen obediently from the outset, perhaps this series of troubles could have been avoided. Reflecting on this, Gu Yong could not help but feel a pang of regret. He began to ponder whether he had indulged Ning Rongrong to such an extent that it had fostered her haughty and unruly disposition. Regardless of how much he cherished this granddaughter, it was imperative to provide her with proper guidance and assist her in establishing a commendable perspective on life. At that moment, Ning Fengji pressed one hand firmly against his chest while vigorously waving the other, signaling Gu Rong not to impede him. He took a deep breath, striving to quell the tempestuous anger within, and gritted his teeth as he spoke. Uncle Gu, you must not hinder me later. Rongrong's transgression this time is exceedingly grave. The succession of the throne has surpassed the jurisdiction of our 7-treasure glazed tile school. Since returning from the Heaven Do Palace that day, Ning Fengji had returned to the 7-treasure glazed tile school with a grave expression. He relayed all of Xueqing's claims from the palace to Douluo Gu Rong. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's account, Gu Rong was incredulous. Xueqing's statements were absurdly contrived, riddled with flaws that rendered them utterly unbelievable. Moreover, those so-called explanations were fraught with contradictions, leading Gu Rong to harbor significant doubts regarding their authenticity. The multitude of holes in this narrative was simply astonishing. Furrowing his brow, Gu Rong said in a solemn tone, I believe this matter is far from simple. Perhaps Xueqing is the one orchestrating this behind the scenes. Ning Fengji nodded slightly in agreement with Gu Rong's perspective. However, the current reality was that Xueqing had ascended to the throne of the Heaven Do Empire, becoming the sovereign of the nation. Regardless of their disbelief, they had to confront the harsh truth before them. Time slipped by silently, and half a day had swiftly passed. At that moment, the doors of the 7-treasure glazed tile school creaked open, revealing Ning Rongrong, who entered with a reluctant expression. She had initially intended to voice her grievances to her father upon entering the Master's residence, but when her gaze fell upon Ning Fengji's terrifyingly pale face, all her intended words were abruptly stifled, swallowed back down as if by an invisible hand. Father, Ning Rongrong called softly, her voice trembling, her petite frame quivering slightly. Gu Rong, standing beside her, was about to say something, but Ning Fengji had no intention of granting him that opportunity. With a fearsome glare, Ning Fengji suddenly shouted at Ning Rongrong, Kneel. The force of his bellow echoed through the room like thunder, causing the very walls to vibrate. Startled, Ning Rongrong trembled, her legs giving way as she collapsed to the floor. Father, she cried again, her voice laden with fear and unease. Ning Fengji tightly shut his eyes, one hand pressing against his forehead, which throbbed with anger, while the other clenched into a fist, veins bulging. After a prolonged moment, he took a deep breath, slowly opened his eyes, and fixed a penetrating gaze on his kneeling daughter, gritting his teeth as he demanded, Why did you break off the engagement? Faced with her father's stern inquiry, Ning Rongrong opened her mouth, but only a feeble sound escaped. Gathering her courage, she continued, I truly did not like Mo Chen. I merely wished to pursue my own happiness. However, Ning Rongrong's explanation clearly did little to assuage Ning Fengji's fury. Nonsense. Utter nonsense. Ning Fengji exploded, his face flushed with rage as he seized a teacup from the table and hurled it to the ground with a resounding crash. The cup shattered into countless fragments that scattered across the floor. Do you realize the magnitude of the trouble your impulsive actions have caused? Ning Fengji raged, pointing an accusatory finger at Ning Rongrong. Not to mention the significant implications of the union with Mo Chen. Even the current pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, cannot compare to his extraordinary talent. Ning Rongrong. Ning Fengji's expression turned grave as he fixed his gaze upon his daughter. Let me be clear. I will never agree to your union with that food system soul master named Oscar. At that moment, Ning Rongrong resembled a child who had committed a grave error, her head bowed in silence. Over these past days, she had been deeply entangled in her thoughts, questioning what it was about Oscar that she found appealing. In terms of talent, Mo Chen was undoubtedly a prodigy, having demonstrated remarkable abilities at a young age. By the age of 20, he had already attained the rank of general and was now a 96th level title Douluo. In contrast, although Oscar was relatively handsome within Shrek Academy, he paled in comparison to Mo Chen. Furthermore, in terms of strength and background, Oscar seemed incapable of measuring up to Mo Chen. Yet, Ning Rongrong could not fathom why she was inexplicably drawn to this seemingly ordinary Oscar. Perhaps it was due to his persistent affection, or the comfort he had provided during her conflict with Flandra. Nevertheless, Mo Chen's actions were undeniably superior. Why then did she find herself enamored with Oscar? Ning Rongrong wrestled with her conflicting feelings, unable to confront her heart. Deep down, she loved Mo Chen, yet she found it equally impossible to sever her ties to Oscar. This tumultuous emotional struggle left her in profound anguish and confusion. At that moment, Ning Fingji sat in the main seat, his sharp gaze fixed intently on his kneeling, silent daughter. An atmosphere of tension and depression enveloped the room. Rongrong. Suddenly, Ning Fingji's voice thundered through the stillness. His voice resonated like a thunderclap within the room, causing Ning Rongrong to tremble with fear. Father. Ning Rongrong raised her gaze, her eyes wide with terror as she looked at her father, her lips quivering as she struggled to articulate her thoughts, yet seemingly at a loss for words. At that moment, she resembled a frightened fawn, pitifully kneeling there, her body involuntarily shaking. Observing this, Ning Fingji's brow furrowed even deeper. He pinched the bridge of his nose heavily before slowly speaking. Tomorrow marks the grand ceremony of the new emperor's ascension. You shall accompany me. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback, but soon nodded gently. Yet before she could exhale in relief, Ning Fingji added sternly, as for that so-called Shrek Academy, you shall withdraw immediately after the ceremony concludes. With that, his expression darkened further. In truth, after the events of recent times, Ning Fingji had come to a profound realization that the source of all troubles lay within that Shrek Academy. Had he not permitted his daughter to attend that so-called institution, perhaps they would not have encountered a cascade of troubles thereafter. Reflecting on this, Ning Fingji could not help but secretly regret his earlier decision. Meanwhile, the Bone Douluo V remained quietly seated, observing the unfolding scene. He was acutely aware of the immense responsibilities and pressures that accompanied the position of the master of a sect, particularly that of Ning Fingji. The matters he had to contemplate were intricate and multifaceted. However, at the same time, Gurong understood better than anyone that those who occupy such elevated positions often have to forego many emotions that ordinary people possess. As time quietly passed, the next day arrived. On this day, the entire Heaven Do Empire was enveloped in a festive atmosphere, for the new emperor was about to hold the grand ceremony of his ascension to the throne. Representatives from various factions gathered to witness this historic moment. Among the many guests, the Hall of Spirits sent the esteemed Chrysanthemum Douluo to extend their congratulations. From the Starluo Empire, the illustrious Duke Zhu Ganglai was present, noteworthy for being the biological father of Zhu Shiqing. Additionally, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan dispatched the respected Yu Wanmian to attend the ceremony. As for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the sect master Ning Fingji arrived with Ning Rongrong. Besides these prominent families, the deans of the Four Elements Academy were also present, representing their institutions to convey the most sincere blessings to the new emperor. Naturally, the representatives from the affiliated principalities of the Heaven Do Empire were also in attendance. At this moment, although the new emperor Xue Qinghe had yet to make a formal entrance, all eyes in the venue were drawn to a particular individual seated grandly beside the main throne. Curiosity swirled among the attendees as they speculated about this person's identity. Just then, Ning Fingji suddenly called out softly, Xiaochen. Though his voice was not loud, it possessed a certain charm that instantly hushed the bustling scene. Chapter 34. In the council hall, the next chapter begins with Tang San's tragic fate. Master Ning. Mo Chen sat regally in the grand chair, his broad shoulders slightly reclined, one hand casually propping up his cheek. His sharp gaze laced with amusement as he observed Ning Fingji, who was slowly approaching with Ning Rongrong by his side. Ning Fingji smiled as he gently tugged at Ning Rongrong's side, speaking in the most gentle and amiable tone he could muster. Rongrong. Didn't he mention wanting to express some thoughts to Xiaochen? Yes, right here. Go ahead. Despite Ning Fingji's efforts to sound calm and gentle, a hint of anxiety lingered deep within him. Standing beside him, Ning Rongrong appeared quite reserved, her delicate hands nervously twisting the hem of her dress, as if it were the only lifeline she could grasp at that moment. She kept her head bowed, seemingly afraid to meet Mo Chen's gaze. At that moment, those who had been conversing quietly began to notice the somewhat peculiar atmosphere and turned their attention in this direction. Particularly, the representatives from the various principalities of the Heaven Do Empire quickly recognized Mo Chen. It should be noted that in the past, Mo Chen had commanded a mere 2,000 troops on the battlefield with such prowess that they were forced to submit. Now, hearing that he had ascended to the rank of a 96th level title Douluo, any lingering hopes they had were extinguished, leaving them in a state of submission. Faced with the suffocating silence, Mo Chen allowed a smirk to grace his lips, feigning ignorance as he inquired. Does Miss Ning have something of great importance she wishes to convey to me? Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong trembled slightly, her grip on her dress tightened, and her eyes began to well with tears, eventually spilling over as two glistening droplets rolled down her cheeks. Gathering her courage, she lifted her head. Her tear-filled gaze meeting Mo Chen's, and choked out softly, "I'm sorry." At this moment, all eyes were fixed upon Mo Chen. He leisurely extended a finger to his ear, comfortably digging at it, then tilted his head in feigned confusion, looking ahead as he casually remarked, "Sorry. What were you all saying just now? I seem to have missed it." His demeanor exuded an air of indifference towards the unfolding events. However, the moment his words escaped his lips, Ning Fengji, who had intended to alleviate the tension, was rendered utterly speechless. Standing beside him, Ning Rongrong ignited like a spark, her emotions spiraling out of control in an instant. "Mo Chen, I was wrong. I truly acknowledge my mistakes. I should not have betrayed you behind your back. Nor should I have uttered those hurtful words. I should not have called off our engagement. Woe is me, it is all my fault. I implore you, forgive me." Ning Rongrong's voice rang out in a heart-wrenching crescendo, reverberating throughout the hall. Her tears cascaded forth like a breached dam, each crystalline droplet rolling down her cheeks, splashing onto the floor in tiny bursts. At that moment, Ning Fengji stood in complete astonishment. He gazed wide-eyed at his daughter, incredulous, unable to fathom her impulsive act of revealing such disgraceful matters before an audience. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's lamentations, Mo Chen was initially taken aback as well. After all, he had once harbored deep affection for Ning Rongrong. Even the sight of a single tear cascading down her cheek would pierce his heart with anguish. Yet, as time passed and he endured numerous trials, his heart had hardened beyond measure. Thus, despite Ning Rongrong's tearful and pitiful display, his inner self remained as tranquil as a still lake, devoid of any trace of compassion or sympathy. Just as the atmosphere reached an impasse, the sound of approaching footsteps broke the silence. Everyone turned in unison to behold Qian, resplendent in an ornate golden dragon robe, adorned with a crown embedded with countless jewels, making his regal entrance into the hall, flanked by a retinue of officials. "Long live the Emperor of the Tiando Empire!" echoed the enthusiastic calls, as guests from all directions bowed their heads in reverence, paying homage to the figure before them. At that moment, Qian advanced gracefully, enveloped by the throng of admirers. His stature stood tall like a pine, and the resplendent dragon robe billowed gently in the wind, accentuating his extraordinary majesty and solemn demeanor. At last, as Qian approached the throne, a symbol of supreme authority, he elegantly raised his hand slightly, a gentle smile adorning his face as he spoke. "There is no need for such formalities, esteemed guests. Your presence in the city of Tiando today makes you all honored company. However, before this coronation ceremony officially commences, I have a matter to discuss with General Mo." As soon as he finished speaking, Qian's gaze shifted to Mo Chen, and he slightly inclined his body as a gesture of apology. He continued softly, "General Mo, my father was misled by the slanderous words of treacherous individuals, causing you to endure unjust treatment. Now, my father has paid the price for this. Therefore, I hope you can forgive the mistakes he has made." After uttering these words, Qian seemed to nonchalantly raise an eyebrow at Mo Chen. At that moment, all eyes were on Mo Chen, and no one noticed Qian's subtle gesture. "The Tiando Empire is my home. I bear no grudges." Mo Chen gradually rose from his seat, adopting a similarly humble demeanor. The onlookers exchanged glances, each acutely aware that Mo Chen's situation was not merely a restoration of his former status in the Tiando Empire. His reputation and prestige now surpassed all that had come before. After all, throughout history, there has perhaps only been one individual worthy of receiving such profound respect from the reigning monarch. As the coronation ceremony officially began, Ning Rongrong sat beside Ning Fengji, her beautiful eyes fixated on the distant figure of Mo Chen, who radiated confidence and ease, regardless of the flattery from others. Mo Chen adeptly handled the compliments with remarkable finesse, appearing effortlessly at ease. Although the distance between them seemed negligible, Ning Rongrong felt an inexplicable sensation, as if an insurmountable mountain stood between her and Mo Chen. Despite her sincere apologies, why was he still reluctant to approach her? Did the vows once made, promising to marry her, fade away due to recent misunderstandings? Ning Fengji noticed the melancholic expression on Ning Rongrong's face and let out a deep sigh. Meanwhile, the members of the Shrek Academy, positioned in the most secluded corner of the venue, kept their heads bowed, too fearful to meet anyone's gaze, lest Mo Chen unmask their identities. As the guests gradually departed and the joyous atmosphere dissipated, the coronation ceremony finally drew to a close. The council chamber fell into silence, with Qian seated alone upon the throne that symbolized supreme royal authority. He slightly lowered his head, his gaze somewhat dazed as he stared ahead. Before him lay the resplendent crown, seemingly robbed of its brilliance, carelessly discarded to the side. The scepter, a symbol of power and majesty, lay forlornly on the cold ground. "Alas, I had anticipated that ascending to the throne would bring me joy, yet it appears to be profoundly insipid," Qian murmured softly, his tone imbued with disappointment and vexation, entirely devoid of the grand aspirations he had exhibited during the coronation ceremony. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps approached, and Mo Chen, arms crossed, gradually sauntered in through the side door of the council hall. He lifted the corners of his mouth, wearing a hint of a teasing smile as he gazed at Qian. Your Majesty, he said, just look at your current state. If others were to see you, they might truly drop their jaws in astonishment. Mo Chen jested. Xiong Ba raised his head and shot a glance at Mo Chen, retorting in annoyance, spare me your sarcasm. You know all too well the troubles that plague my heart. Mo Chen approached Xiong Ba, leaning in closer and lowering his voice. Stop pretending. Just how long do you intend to maintain this guise of Xiong Ba? Return my charming, soft, and delightful little Shuer at once. Hey. What do you intend to do? This is the council hall. Do you truly plan to engage in such acts here? Xiong Ba exclaimed. His expression one of sheer disbelief as he stared at Mo Chen, who suddenly resembled a lecherous fiend. Instinctively, he crossed his arms tightly over his chest, stumbling backward, his eyes brimming with caution and unease. Mo Chen's lips curled into an alluring and wicked smile as he languidly licked his lips, murmuring, Isn't it thrilling to consider the possibilities here? Hearing this, Xiong Ba's heart tightened, prompting him to exclaim, Don't be reckless. Someone could walk in at any moment. And if we are discovered? Yet, unfazed by Xiong Ba's warning, Mo Chen advanced toward him with deliberate steps. As Mo Chen drew nearer, Xiong Ba could no longer maintain his composure. His heart raced wildly, pounding like a frightened deer, and his previously pale face flushed crimson, akin to the glow of embers. Clearly, despite his verbal refusals, he felt an unprecedented surge of exhilaration at the bold words spoken by Mo Chen. At that moment, Xiong Ba's body trembled slightly, radiating a dazzling light. In the blink of an eye, he transformed back into Qian Renxue. At that instant, Qian Renxue's stunning beauty appeared even more enchanting. Her cheeks flushed with shyness and anxiety. Her large, beautiful eyes sparkled like two crystal-clear pools, drawing one in irresistibly. 3 hours later, Qian Renxue shivered slightly, breathing heavily as she struggled to rise from the dragon throne, a symbol of supreme power. Her face was flushed like the dawn, and her eyes filled with indignation. Shot a fierce glare at Mo Chen. You reckless fool! How dare you behave so shamelessly? She scolded, her voice a melodic reprimand as she hurriedly adjusted her disheveled attire, attempting to conceal the remnants of their passionate encounter. However, in her flustered state, she seemed still aggrieved and playfully kicked Mo Chen with her delicate, jade-like foot. Mo Chen, witnessing this, couldn't help but smile wickedly. He leisurely smoothed out the slightly wrinkled fabric of his clothing, and once again, his gaze fell upon the exquisite visage of Qian Renxue. He spoke softly, Soon, the Soul Master competition will commence, and you will undoubtedly be quite occupied. Unable to accompany me as you do now. His words betrayed a hint of subtle melancholy and reluctance. I truly cannot fathom why you aspire to be the Emperor of the Heaven Do Empire, or are you attempting to prove something? Upon hearing Mo Chen's remarks, Qian Renxue momentarily froze, falling into a contemplative silence. However, she quickly composed herself, mustering a smile as she gently explained, The Pope, Bibi Dong, is my biological mother. This arduous task of becoming the Emperor of the Heaven Do Empire is a charge bestowed upon me by her. Mo Chen was momentarily taken aback by her revelation, his eyes fixed upon the beautiful woman before him. After a brief pause, he nodded thoughtfully and replied softly, It seems evident that the relationship between you and your mother is somewhat strained. As the atmosphere once again sank into a profound silence, a spark of inspiration ignited within Mo Chen. He swiftly laughed and shifted the topic, But speaking of which, you are now the esteemed Empress of the Heaven Do Empire. Tell me, what does it make of someone like me, who has managed to win the affections of an imperial figure such as yourself? Qian Renxue rolled her eyes at him with mock annoyance. You certainly have a boldness about you. Very well. Though her tone carried a hint of reproach, her eyes revealed a trace of tenderness. Mo Chen, undeterred, boldly retorted, If I weren't a bit audacious, I would be at a considerable loss. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue raised her voice slightly, glaring at the audacious man before her, indignantly exclaiming, Do you still dare to claim you are at a disadvantage? Observing Mo Chen's playful demeanor, she felt an urge to strike him with her fist. Yet, in that moment, her expression softened, and she gently leaned into his embrace, whispering, Never mind, there is still time ahead. Let me stay by your side for now. As they settled together upon the throne that symbolized supreme authority, their closeness created a scene that radiated warmth and affection. As the next chapter unveils the Soul Master competition, a dark chapter in Tang San's journey is about to unfold, likely introducing some original Academy characters, as the narrative prepares to delve into the trials awaiting Tang San and the impending separation from his beloved companions. Entering the sorrowful era of the Shrek 7 monsters. Chapter 35, Modifying the Tournament, Dawn Academy, to satisfy the reader's desire to see Tang San endure hardship. All members of Dawn Academy will feature as guest appearances from several readers. The author may not possess many merits but is certainly receptive to suggestions. If there is something you wish to see, please leave a comment, and even if it cannot be included, it may be featured in the extras. Today marks the commencement of the continent-wide Senior Soul Master Academy tournament. The spacious and grand arena is filled to capacity, with an enthusiastic crowd surging in the stands. The cacophony of cheers and shouts intertwines, resonating like crashing waves, echoing throughout the air. Suddenly, the sky bursts forth with a dazzling array of fireworks. Concurrently, the host's vibrant and spirited voice reverberates throughout the venue. Dear esteemed audience, welcome. Today marks the opening ceremony of the continent-wide Senior Soul Master Academy tournament, held once every 5 years. Allow me to formally introduce the distinguished organizers present at this event. As the host's impassioned words filled the air, the atmosphere became increasingly electrifying. First to be acknowledged was the platinum bishop from the Spirit Hall, Salus, whose imposing figure elicited waves of awe and applause. Following him, the emperor of the Heaven Do Empire, Qinghe, commanded attention with his noble demeanor, prompting fervent applause from the audience. The representative from the Douluo Empire, Xiong Ba, beamed with a smile, frequently waving to the crowd, garnering cheers in return. When Ning Rongrong, the esteemed leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, made his appearance, the crowd erupted into a fervor. For this respected figure was widely admired for his elegance and poise. Finally, a figure shrouded in legend emerged. A man who had faced slander yet gained renown for his efforts to cleanse the court. He is the sole man to have accomplished the 4 great military feats, Mo Chen. After the host introduced these significant individuals seated at the head of the arena, thunderous applause erupted, resonating throughout the venue. At this juncture, the host smiled and said, "Next, let us invite Emperor Qinghe to deliver the opening address for this tournament." With that, the host respectfully handed the microphone to Qinghe. Taking the microphone, Qinghe cleared his throat and addressed the audience. "Dear spectators, citizens of the Heaven Do Empire, this tournament promotes friendship through martial arts. While conflicts may arise, let us strive to maintain harmony." After a few polite remarks, he continued, following discussions with representatives from the Douluo Empire in the Spirit Hall. It has been decided to modify the tournament format. After today's exhibition match, the preliminary rounds will commence tomorrow. The preliminary rounds will adopt an elimination system, with each team required to participate in at least 3 rounds of matches. Teams that lose consecutively in 2 rounds will face direct elimination, while those who lose 1 match will enter a loser's bracket. The advancement rounds will utilize a points system, shifting from 1-on-1 to 2-on-2, thus increasing the likelihood of advancement for teams with higher points. As for the finals and semifinals, those details will be unveiled by the Pope once we arrive at Spirit City. With a smile, Qinghe elaborated on the revised tournament format before returning the microphone to the host. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, seated nearby, had not diverted his gaze from Mo Chen for even a moment. He had been contemplating how to find an opportune moment to approach Mo Chen and strike up a conversation. Yet, for reasons unknown, he could not muster a compelling reason to speak, despite the thoughts swirling in his mind. Meanwhile, in the lounge of Shrek Academy, the atmosphere was strikingly different. Compared to the spirited enthusiasm of a fortnight ago, the members of the Shrek Academy battle team now resembled wilted eggplants, each one listless and despondent. The sudden departure of Ning Rongrong had struck the team like a heavy blow, transforming their once unified and high-spirited group into a collection of anxious and demoralized individuals. At that moment, Yu Xiaojiang, the team's leading instructor, stepped forward. He clapped his hands vigorously to garner everyone's attention and proclaimed loudly, "Everyone, let us pull ourselves together. This is merely a performance match. Even in Ning Rongrong's absence, with our prowess, we can still achieve a resounding victory." After speaking, he approached Tang San and handed him a detailed dossier regarding their opponents. Tang San accepted the document silently, his eyes dimmed with an air of melancholy. He absent-mindedly flipped through the documents, as if they held little significance for him. Before long, he forcibly roused himself, tossing the materials back onto the table with a faint thud. "Come on, everyone, let us rally our spirits. Our opponents in this exhibition match are not particularly formidable. The highest rank among them is merely level 32. Therefore, not only must we secure victory, but we must do so resplendently, showcasing the prestige of Shrek Academy," Tang San declared passionately, attempting to inject a dose of vigor into his somewhat dispirited and self-doubting team. Standing beside him, Mo Bai took a deep breath and sharply slapped his cheeks a few times, as if that would awaken him. As the captain, he bore a tremendous responsibility at this moment and could not afford even a hint of complacency or retreat. With the announcer declaring the commencement of the exhibition match, the 7 members of Shrek Academy, led by Tang San, gradually stepped into the arena, adorned in a set of somber dark green uniforms. To their astonishment, this already unremarkable attire was plastered with a plethora of colorful advertisements, rendering it rather ludicrous. As soon as the 7 competitors from Shrek Academy set foot on the stage, a deafening chorus of laughter erupted from the audience. It is worth noting that at this juncture, Shrek Academy was still an obscure entity among many institutions. While the Tianzhou Royal Academy's second team, despite being a secondary squad, enjoyed a reputation far surpassing that of Shrek Academy. In the previous competition, they even boasted a record of defeating participating teams. Thus, faced with such seemingly inconspicuous and somewhat shabby opponents, the audience could hardly suppress their scorn and disdain. At that moment, the members of the Tianzhou Royal Academy's second team ascended the stage. Each of them was clad in a splendid uniform, the exquisite tailoring and brilliant embellishments unmistakably reflecting their nobility and distinction. Among them, the most striking was their captain, who stood tall, surveying the Shrek Academy team with a condescending gaze brimming with disdain. Tang San's eyes traversed the crowd and landed squarely on Mo Chen, seated prominently at the main table. That single glance was akin to a lightning bolt slicing through the night sky, igniting the long-suppressed fury and hatred within Tang San. Recollecting the past, with his father still missing and his imminent acquisition of the 4th spirit ring now eclipsed by Mo Chen, a wave of bitterness washed over him. Mo Bai, Keenly aware of Tang San's emotional upheaval, followed Tang San's gaze and instinctively recognized Mo Chen sitting high above. Frowning slightly, he stepped forward and firmly grasped Tang San's shoulder. Deliberately lowering his voice to caution, "Xiao San, do not act impulsively. That Mo Chen is a title Douluo." Dai Mubai's words fell upon Tang San like a bucket of cold water, gradually restoring a measure of rationality to his nearly frayed composure. He took a deep breath, striving to quell the tempestuous hatred raging within him, and then quietly buried this animosity deep in his heart. Yet, although he appeared calm on the surface, Tang San surreptitiously redirected his seething anger towards the second team of the Tiando Royal Academy, who stood opposite him at that moment. Suddenly, Dai Mubai roared, "Brothers, unleash your martial souls." No sooner had the words left his lips than he was enveloped in a dazzling white light, a powerful aura surging forth from his being. The other team members, witnessing this, responded eagerly, and in an instant, a myriad of colors illuminated the arena. Dai Mubai, a level 44 assault-type battle soul master. Zhu Zhiqing, a level 41 agility-type battle soul master. Oscar, a level 42 support-type tool soul master. Jing Ling, a level 39 agility-type battle soul sovereign. Tai Long, a level 38 assault-type battle soul sovereign. Zhang Zhu, a level 37 healing-type tool soul sovereign. Tang San, a level 43 control-type battle soul master. The formation, comprising 4 soul masters and 3 soul sovereigns, left all spectators gasping in astonishment. Such a configuration was nothing short of luxurious, destined to stand out among numerous teams and emerge as an undeniable powerhouse. All eyes converged on Tang San, whose 4th soul ring shimmered with a mysterious and profound purplish-black glow, its richness evidently nearing the level of 10,000 years. The moment Tang San activated his martial soul, the members of the Tiando Academy's second team momentarily froze in surprise. However, after a brief moment of astonishment, they quickly regained their composure and also activated their martial souls. Yet, the disparity in strength between Tang San's side and that of the Tiando Academy's second team was strikingly apparent. They possessed merely 4 soul emperors, accompanied by 3 great soul masters. The significant disparity in soul power levels between the two sides rendered the match overwhelmingly one-sided from the outset. As the battle commenced, Shrek Academy unleashed a ferocious offensive. Tang San, without any restraint, channeled all his animosity towards Mo Chen onto his opponents, leaving the second team of Tiando Academy utterly defenseless. In less than a minute, the second team of Tiando Academy faced a total rout, their situation utterly chaotic. Particularly shocking was the sight of the captain of Tiando Academy's second team, who lay collapsed on the ground, his arms exhibiting horrific compound fractures, with many of the bones in his body completely dislocated. This tragic spectacle was difficult to behold, had he not retained a faint breath of life. Shrek Academy would likely have been disqualified for intentional homicide. How intriguing, Mo Chen mused, resting his chin in his hand and gazing deeply at the recently concluded arena. It was evident that Tang San had come to the match filled with intense hatred, although Mo Chen would not seek personal vengeance for prior minor conflicts. As it would tarnish his own reputation, it appeared he had unwittingly garnered animosity from Tang San. Contemplating this, Mo Chen made a mental note of Tang San's actions. It was clear that Tang San's ruthless intent was to utterly cripple his opponents. Although the captain had narrowly escaped with his life, his future path of cultivation would likely stagnate, if not cease entirely. At that moment, the members of Shrek Academy wore expressions of astonishment. Even Oscar, renowned for his social acumen, found himself perplexed by Tang San's unusually vicious demeanor. However, as Oscar followed the gazes of his companions to Mo Chen standing at the side of the arena, his confusion dissipated instantaneously. Meanwhile, from a corner of the main seating area, a chilling, sinister chuckle echoed. Tang San truly possesses a heart of ruthlessness. Yet, I find myself quite admiring such a demeanor. The speaker was the sly and cunning Salus, his eyes narrowed and a malevolent smile gracing his lips. On the other side, Ning Rongrong, the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, furrowed his brow slightly and spoke gravely. Tang San's actions are rather illogical. His Majesty has clearly stated that this competition should adhere to the principle of friendship first, competition second. However, Tang San, despite his youth, has acted with such unyielding ferocity. This seems rather inappropriate. Compared to the past when Ning Rongrong was still studying at Shrek Academy, Ning Rongrong's perception of Tang San had undergone a radical transformation. Previously, he had contemplated investment, but now he was solely focused on re-establishing ties with Mo Chen. Mo Chen, unhurried, remarked, "There is no need for haste. In the name of His Majesty, send some compensatory items to the captain of the second team from Tiando. Should it be confirmed that his future path of cultivation is irrevocably severed, the Tiando Empire shall guarantee his well-being for the rest of his life." With that, Mo Chen turned and exited the arena. Shortly thereafter, Mo Chen sought out Xue Qinghe and candidly proposed, for tomorrow's official match, let the Dawn Academy face Shrek Academy instead. He directly swapped the originally scheduled match against the Water Academy for the Dawn Academy. Xue Qinghe, taken aback, queried in confusion, "Why the sudden change?" Mo Chen retorted with a cold snort, "I intend to teach that fellow named Tang San a lesson," reminding him that mere talent does not grant him the liberty to act as he pleases. Upon hearing this, Shueqing, his gaze slowly drifted to the participant list of the Dawn Academy in his hand, lost in contemplation. Captain Muyu, Wu Huan, Falling Star Spear. Level 49 Assault Type Weapon Soul Master. Vice Captain Xiamu Wu, Wu Huan, Ink Brush, Level 49 Control Type Weapon Soul Master. These two possessed the highest soul power levels. And although the other team members had lower levels, they had all reached level 39. The next morning, sunlight cascaded upon the grand structure of the soul fighting arena, reflecting dazzling rays. Since the exhibition match the previous day, the vast majority had etched the name of the newly ignited star, Shrek Academy, into their memories. At this moment, Mo Chen sat composedly in the main seat of the observation platform. He wore a smile, gazing with keen interest at the slowly rotating draw panel before him. Esteemed audience members, the exhilarating moment has arrived. Today marks the first match of the preliminary rounds, featuring Shrek Academy against Dawn Academy. The host, microphone in hand, proclaimed with fervent enthusiasm, his voice resonating throughout the arena. As his words echoed, the atmosphere ignited, and cheers erupted from the crowd, their voices soaring to the heavens. Now, both academies have half an hour to allocate their team members. Which team shall emerge victorious? Let us await the outcome together. Meanwhile, a somber ambience enveloped the lounge of Shrek Academy. Yu Xiaojang fixated intently on the roster of participants from Dawn Academy in his hands. Xiao-san, take a look at this, he said, pointing to a name on the list, his brow furrowed. This individual named Mu Yu is the captain of Dawn Academy, wielding the Starfall Spear, and he has already reached level 49. Hearing Yu Xiaojang's words, Tang San paused momentarily, hastily taking the roster from him. Upon seeing Mu Yu's formidable level, a ripple of concern washed over Tang San, though he quickly regained his composure. Despite facing such a powerful adversary, a flicker of unease stirred within him. Drawing a deep breath, he addressed his companions, friends. While it is true that both Soul Masters from Dawn Academy are at level 49, the remaining 5 members possess soul power levels of 38 and 39. If we tackle them one by one, we may yet find victory. A glint of determination flashed in Tang San's eyes. As Tang San concluded, Daimu Bai, who had been seated, abruptly rose to his feet. Clenching his fists and standing tall, he bellowed with a robust and resonant voice, "Brothers, Xiao San is right. What does a high soul power level matter? We shall not be easily defeated." His voice resonated like a thunderous bell, echoing throughout the lounge and compelling all to cast their gaze in his direction. Tang San nodded slightly and then remarked, "Dai, once the competition commences, I fear it will fall upon you to restrain that individual named Muyu." Upon hearing this, Daimu Bai unhesitatingly swung his right fist and landed a powerful strike upon his left palm, producing a crisp sound. Simultaneously, a fervent and confident light flickered in his fierce eyes, as if ignited by an inferno. "Rest assured, Xiao San, even if Muyu's soul power level surpasses mine, in close combat, I have never feared anyone," Daimu Bai fervently declared. The unwavering courage and confidence radiating from him inspired his teammates profoundly. As discussions unfolded, time slipped away unnoticed, and before anyone realized, half an hour had passed. With the referee's authoritative command, both teams stepped into the arena. In an instant, a suffocating tension enveloped the battlefield, the atmosphere charged with an impending clash. Even the typically boisterous spectator stands fell into an eerie silence, with everyone holding their breath. As the competition commenced, the host's voice echoed, and a golden spear materialized in Muyu's left hand. In a swift motion, she wielded the spear, unleashing a fierce gust of wind as it sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning. This formidable force surged towards Daimu Bai, who, startled, quickly halted and retreated several steps, narrowly evading the attack. Although he managed to dodge the spear, the resulting wind still struck his cheek painfully. Muyu stood poised, her lustrous black hair dancing in the breeze, her figure graceful and enchanting, reminiscent of a celestial being. Yet, in battle, she emanated an aura of undeniable strength, transforming into a formidable goddess of war that deterred any approach. Meanwhile, Tang San focused his gaze on Xiamu Wu, whose high white ponytail exuded a sense of cleanliness and elegance, her silver skirt swaying gently, enhancing her ethereal beauty. However, she radiated an icy demeanor, akin to an insurmountable iceberg, instilling a sense of trepidation in those who beheld her. "Talon, we currently lack knowledge about Xiamu Wu's martial spirit. Exercise utmost caution during your encounter," Tang San urged Talon, who was engaged in a fierce battle with the other members of the Dawn Academy. Upon hearing Tang San's warning, Talon acknowledged with a swift response, "Understood, Brother San." He clenched his fists tightly and struck them together, unleashing an explosive force that visibly augmented the already robust muscles in his arms. "Diamond power," Talon bellowed, propelling himself off the ground with tremendous force, soaring like a cannonball, breaking through the defensive line formed by the Dawn Academy members and charging directly towards Xiamu Wu. Just as onlookers expected her to flinch, an unexpected calm enveloped her, resembling a lotus blooming amidst a storm. With a subtle flick of her jade-like fingers, a silver brush appeared in her palm. With a graceful wave of her arm, the brush glided through the air like a silver lightning bolt. As the brush danced, a black king figure, mirroring Talon's physique and appearance, materialized and sped towards the approaching Talon. "What?" Talon gasped in astonishment. Yet, his fist was already propelled forward, too late to retract. With a resounding crash, Talon's powerful punch collided with the ink figure, unleashing an overwhelming recoil that surged back through his arm, akin to the weight of a mountain. He felt as if an invisible hand gripped his fist, sending piercing pain coursing through his body as if his bones were being crushed. Despite the agony, Talon summoned his indomitable will to retreat rapidly, attempting to evade any subsequent attacks. However, Xiamu was not one to relent easily. With a flick of her wrist, she swung the brush once more, enveloping the air in a dense, inky aura, reminiscent of a drop of ink dispersing in crystal-clear water, darkening the entire space. Just then, Tang San sprang into action. He struck the ground forcefully, exclaiming, "First soul skill, blue-silver binding." In an instant, numerous thick blue-silver grasses erupted from the ground, ensnaring Talon's body and pulling him back from the brink of peril. With his target lost, the ink spears missed their mark. While Tang San analyzed Xiamuwu's powers, Dai Mu Bai on the opposite end of the arena was nearing his limits. Despite his steadfast resolve, he was visibly overwhelmed by Mu Yu's agile spear work. Third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. With a thunderous roar, his already imposing figure expanded dramatically. Confronting Mu Yu's thrusting spear, Dai Mu Bai stood resolute, choosing to meet the attack head-on with his formidable physique. However, even with the enhancement of his indestructible form, the sheer force of the impact was undeniable. Crack! Several of his ribs shattered, and searing pain coursed through him, yet he gritted his teeth, refusing to utter a sound. Observing this, Mu Yu furrowed her brow slightly. But her movements remained unimpeded. With a flick of her wrist, she turned the spear and thrust it towards Dai Mu Bai with incredible speed, akin to lightning slicing through the night sky, striking him forcefully once again. Dailada, Oscar, stationed behind the Shrek team, gasped in alarm as he witnessed Dai Mu Bai being knocked back. His teammates were engrossed in their battles, unable to assist, and as a support-type soul master, he felt helpless, his heart racing with anxiety for Dai Mu Bai's safety. After being hurled into the air, Dai Mu Bai quickly regained his balance mid-flight. As he gazed at Mu Yu, who was rapidly closing the distance, a glint of cunning flashed in his eyes. "You've fallen for my trap," he shouted. Suddenly, he cupped his hands to his mouth, releasing a brilliant white beam. White Tiger Radiant Wave. Everything transpired with astonishing swiftness. So much so that even the typically astute Mu Yu found herself momentarily caught off guard. The assault surged forth in the blink of an eye, threatening to crash down violently upon her delicate form. Yet, in a flash, Mu Yu evaded danger with a grace akin to that of a lightning bolt. With her left hand firmly grasping the spear, she propelled herself off the ground with her right hand, leveraging the force to execute an astounding backflip, thus creating a safe distance from the lethal strike. Almost instantaneously, as her feet touched the ground, a brilliant golden light erupted from her right hand. Subsequently, a golden shield materialized as if conjured from thin air, securely held in her grasp. "Meteor Shield, Meteor Guardian," her clear voice rang out, and the shield was instantly adorned with countless dazzling stars, illuminating the entire space. The White Tiger's radiant wave charged at Mu Yu like a ferocious beast, claws bared. However, upon colliding with the meteor shield, it dissipated as if striking soft cotton, its force rendered utterly ineffective, leaving Mu Yu unscathed. Witnessing this spectacle, Dai Mu Bai was enveloped by a wave of astonishment. He originally believed that this strike would cause some trouble for Mu Yu, but he never anticipated it would be so effortlessly blocked. However, at that moment, he had no time to ponder further, as all he could do was to continuously amplify his soul power in an attempt to breach the defense of the meteor shield. Simultaneously, on the other side of the battlefield, Tang San was confronted by an ink-like figure that bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. To his astonishment, this ink figure not only mirrored his appearance, but was also capable of flawlessly replicating the various soul techniques he executed. In that instant, Tang San felt a chill run down his spine. Faced with such a bizarre situation, his mind went blank, utterly at a loss for how to respond. Whether in physical combat or soul techniques, he found himself at a complete disadvantage. This unprecedented sense of defeat left him frantic yet helpless. Meanwhile, the other members of the Dawn Academy, having witnessed Xiamuwu's intervention, rapidly exchanged glances. Without hesitation, they leapt off the stage. "My goodness, what is happening?" All 5 competitors from the Dawn Academy chose to jump off the stage simultaneously. The host, visibly astonished, exclaimed. At that moment, Tang San remained undistracted by their actions. His gaze fixed intently on Xiamuwu, as he intoned, "Fourth soul technique, blue-silver spike." In an instant, numerous strands of blue-silver grass materialized before him. These blue-silver grasses were robust, resembling green serpents, with clearly visible spines that were sharp and glimmered ominously. As Tang San's voice faded, the spines trembled violently before transforming into a multitude of piercing arrows, whistling through the air as they hurtled towards Xiamuwu. On the other side, Dai Mu Bai felt his soul power dwindling, yet he could perceive no flaw in his opponent's defense. Time seemed to stretch, and he observed Mu Yu's lips slowly curl into a sinister smirk. At that moment, the meteor shield she gripped in her right hand erupted with a blinding light that was nearly unbearable to behold. All the fierce attacks Dai Mu Bai had unleashed upon Mu Yu, including the sustained White Tiger Radiant Wave, had been absorbed into the meteor shield. Then, under the gaze of the crowd, Mu Yu swung her spear forward, unleashing an intensely scorching beam of light from its tip that pierced directly through Dai Mubai's body. The blood-curdling, anguished wail that erupted from him echoed across the arena, sending chills down the spines of all who heard it. Dilata. Tang San's pupils dilated in shock. His concern for Dai Mubai's safety stemmed not from deep-seated worry but from the realization that there were few capable of shouldering the burden in Shrek Academy. Apart from Dai Mubai, only he remained. Although Ma Hongjun possessed remarkable explosive power, his endurance in prolonged combat was notably lacking. As the searing beam of light gradually dissipated, Dai Mubai was left in a pitiful state, his once well-fitted clothing completely incinerated, leaving not a single remnant of fabric. Furthermore, his robust aura had diminished to a mere whisper, rendering him weak and sprawled on the arena floor. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. Just as Tang San was beginning to process the unfolding events, Mu Yu advanced swiftly toward him. Each step she took in her high heels left a faint imprint on the ground. In the blink of an eye, Mu Yu stood before Tang San and ruthlessly kicked him sharply in the neck. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, he could barely react, feeling an immense force slam against his throat. Simultaneously, the spear in Mu Yu's grasp twisted deftly, its sharp tip easily piercing through Tang San's shoulder. With a swift motion, she struck his chest, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood as he was lifted off the ground by her spear. Meanwhile, Talon, stained with ink, suddenly swung his fist toward Oscar. Unprepared, Oscar's head was struck with such force that he was sent flying. Talon, what are you doing? Tang San grasped the spearhead tightly, even as he was lifted off the ground. Third brother, I can't control my body. Talon exclaimed in terror, the ink stains rapidly spreading over his arms and limbs, enveloping them in darkness. Xiaomu slowly waved the brush in his hand, manipulating Talon as though he were a marionette. Stop. This isn't a competition, it's murder. Yu Xiaojiang shouted desperately, surveying the battlefield. Zhu Xuqing was suppressed, Talon was controlled, Oscar lay unconscious from the blow to his head, and Dai Mubai was gravely injured. Even his beloved disciple Tang San was rendered incapable of fighting, save for the healing presence of Jiang Zhu. The team leader of Shrek Academy noted that no fatalities had occurred in the arena. Your request has been denied. Chapter 37. Tang San injured, Xiaowu steps up. Inkdust clarifies the rules, will you concede? Miyu's piercing gaze fixed on Tang San, who was suspended by her spear, a mocking smile playing upon her lips. At this moment, Tang San's complexion was pale, his face etched with pain as he gripped the spearhead that had pierced his shoulder, crimson blood flowing steadily down the shaft, splattering onto the ground and creating shocking blooms of red. Yet, Tang San showed no sign of retreat. He gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, and bellowed. Shrek shall never concede defeat. Victory will undoubtedly belong to Shrek. No sooner had his voice faded than a resilient blue-silver grass surged rapidly from the ground. Upon witnessing this, Tang San's eyes flashed with a resolute determination. He decisively leveraged the power and forcefully stamped down on the blue-silver grass, successfully liberating himself from Mu Yu's grasp. Almost simultaneously with Tang San's ascent into the air, Mu Yu, wielding a spear, pursued him like a shadow, charging forward in close pursuit. In his grasp, the long spear danced with an impenetrable ferocity, launching relentless, fierce thrusts towards Tang San like a tempestuous storm. Faced with such a formidable onslaught, Tang San remained undaunted. In an instant, his seemingly ordinary hands underwent a remarkable transformation, becoming as pure and flawless as sheep-fat white jade. And exceedingly hard. When his palm met the spear's point, a resounding clang of metal reverberated, sparks flying in every direction. Simultaneously, a brilliant flash of lightning cleaved through the darkness of the battle arena. Illuminated by this fleeting yet radiant light, one could discern that Tang San's other hand had, unbeknownst to anyone, firmly grasped the Haotian hammer. His entire body was taut with muscle, unleashing a formidable strength as he swung the Haotian hammer with great force, generating an unparalleled gust of wind that struck fiercely at Mu Yu. A thunderous crash echoed as the hammer descended heavily. Mu Yu's form jolted violently, the tremendous impact forcing her to stagger backward. Yet, despite the astonishing might of the Haotian hammer, the actual damage inflicted upon Mu Yu was relatively minimal. Rubbing her slightly aching hand, she allowed a subtle smile to grace her lips, a glimmer of excitement illuminating her features. Now this is intriguing. At that moment, the other members of Shrek Academy had already been knocked off the stage, leaving only Xiaomu standing quietly at the edge of the arena. Her beautiful eyes were fixated intently on the stage, observing the duel between the two. Go, Mujia. If you can defeat him, I will grant you any wish you desire. Xiaomu shouted encouragingly, cupping her hands around her mouth. Upon hearing her words of support, Miyu instinctively turned to look in her direction. However, at that very instant, Tang San's eyes gleamed with a sharp light as he keenly seized the fleeting opportunity. Ghost Shadow Perplexing. His elusive movement, akin to a phantom, rapidly closed in on Mu Yu. Simultaneously, he swung his arm with force, raising the incredibly heavy Haotian hammer high above, aiming a crushing blow toward Mu Yu's head. Just as the strike seemed destined to land, Mu Yu suddenly turned with a mischievous grin. With a flick of her right hand, a radiant meteor shield appeared as if summoned from thin air, perfectly positioned to intercept Tang San's overwhelming strike. A resounding boom erupted as the Haotian hammer, laden with immense force, slammed against the shield. In an instant, an ear-piercing, indescribable shriek resonated, as if attempting to tear through the eardrums of all present. echoing throughout the soul-fighting arena. Even the spectators, who had been intently focused on the match, were startled by the sudden and terrifying sound, instinctively covering their ears with their hands. "What incredible might!" Miyu exclaimed, her admiration spilling forth. The power contained within that blow was astonishing, leaving her in awe. Yet even so, she felt that it still lacked a touch of finesse. As the crowd marveled, the previously dull meteor shield in Muyu's grasp suddenly radiated a blinding brilliance. Without hesitation, Miyu pivoted sharply, thrusting the shield forcefully towards Tang San. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Tang San perceived a blur before him, an indescribable wave of tremendous force crashing upon him. Akin to being struck head-on by a towering mountain, he felt as if struck by a heavy blow, his body involuntarily flying backward. Simultaneously, he sensed that his internal organs had been violently displaced, the excruciating pain nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Even the crisp sound of bones fracturing resonated distinctly in this moment. Above, seated in the prominent position, Mo Chen observed the unfolding events in the arena with an expression of calm detachment. Although the contest had barely commenced for less than half a joystick's time, he had already discerned the nature of Muyu's martial spirit. The meteor shield possessed not only formidable defensive capabilities but also the ability to absorb the opponent's attacks and store them within the shield. Furthermore, Miyu could unleash this accumulated power through the falling star spear, delivering a devastating blow to her adversary. When struck by this attack, Tang San appeared grievously wounded, instantly transforming into a bloodied figure. He traced a long, crimson arc through the air, akin to a meteor losing control, before crashing heavily at the edge of the soul-fighting platform. Brother, Xiao Wu, witnessing the scene from the spectator's platform, let out a heart-wrenching cry. Her complexion turned pale, her beautiful eyes filled with terror and concern. Instinctively, she yearned to rush towards Tang San, yet at that moment, Lu Erlong swiftly grasped her shoulder, restraining her. "How does it feel to be on the receiving end of my double retribution?" Muyu, wielding her spear with a smirk of provocation, coldly remarked. With a subtle flick of her wrist, she spun the spear, thrusting its tip forcefully into the ground, producing a resounding thud. She then advanced slowly towards the staggering Tang San, who was struggling to rise. Upon nearing him, Miyu unhesitatingly lifted her foot, pressing down hard on his head. Gazing down at him with disdain as she declared, "Waste, you are utterly defeated. The outcome of this match is already determined." Afterward, she turned her attention to the distant referee, exclaiming loudly, "Will you not declare the results of the match?" The referee, visibly taken aback by the scene before him, stood frozen for a moment, finally regaining his composure. Just as he prepared to announce the verdict, Tang San, beneath Miyu's foot, suddenly spoke with a faint yet resolute voice. "Victory will always belong to Shrek." His once clear eyes now burned with a fierce, crimson intensity. As if ignited by an inferno of rage, he was wholly consumed by an endless wave of resentment, emanating an aura that sent shivers down the spine. Despite the sharp stiletto heel pressing mercilessly against his temple, Tang San gritted his teeth, resolutely enduring the relentless agony surging through his body. With hands firmly planted on the ground, he summoned every ounce of strength to swing the Haotian hammer, striking forth with an indomitable spirit towards Muyu, who was now mere inches away. Just as the onlookers anticipated that Muyu would inevitably be struck, none foresaw the sudden movement of Xiaomu Wu, who, from a distance, unceremoniously brandished her brush. In an instant, the previously tranquil air rippled, and then a torrent of sharp arrows, formed from concentrated black ink, rained down with astonishing speed, piercing Tang San's body directly. He felt a jolt throughout his entire being, an indescribable agony overwhelming him, prompting him to involuntarily expel a mouthful of crimson blood. His body trembled uncontrollably, ultimately succumbing to the overwhelming injuries, and he fell backward. Brother, Xiao Wu, who had been anxiously observing the fierce battle from the audience, gasped in horror at Tang San's dire state. Without a moment's hesitation, she leaped onto the arena, cradling Tang San securely in her arms. Upon seeing the bloodied and battered figure of Tang San, her heart felt as though it were pierced by 1,000 steel needles, causing her immense pain that nearly rendered her breathless. Xiao Wu, the equally distressed Lu Erlong, hurried over, his face etched with concern. "Mother, please take care of my brother." Xiao Wu lifted her gaze, her eyes resolute as she addressed Lu Erlong with unwavering determination. "I shall personally avenge him." Before she could finish her words, she sidestepped Lu Erlong's attempt to grasp her hand, resolutely turning toward the center of the fighting arena. Each step she took was imbued with a profound steadiness and strength, as if fueled by boundless fury and resolve. "Ladies and gentlemen, the victor of the first preliminary match is the Dawn Academy." The host's voice once again stirred the atmosphere within the arena, eliciting thunderous applause and cheers from the crowd. A significant portion of the audience even began to speculate whether Shrek Academy was engaging in a sham match. It is worth noting that during yesterday's exhibition, Shrek Academy had indeed shone brightly. They demonstrated unparalleled strength, defeating their opponents in less than a minute. Yet, who could have anticipated that such a psychologically formidable team would suffer a crushing defeat in the very first match of the official qualifiers? The stark contrast was truly difficult to accept, and thus, waves of skepticism surged forth, echoing relentlessly. The hard-won prestige of Shrek Academy crumbled in an instant. What was once a revered angel, standing atop the clouds, was ruthlessly dragged into the dark abyss of despair, seemingly with no chance of redemption. Just as Mu Yu and Xiamu Wu embraced each other and prepared to descend from the stage, a familiar and furious voice pierced the air. You think you can leave after hurting my brother? They turned to see Xiao Wu glaring at them with wide, furious eyes. At that moment, her once delicate and charming pupils glowed with a terrifying red light, her gaze filled with rage and hatred, as if she intended to devour the two before her whole. Clearly, Xiao Wu was seething with fury over Tang San's injury, her wrath poised to erupt like a volcano at any moment. In the face of Xiao Wu's accusations, Mu showed no remorse. Instead, she brazenly retorted, "Humph. It's only natural to lose when one is outmatched. What, is Shrek Academy full of cowards who can't handle defeat?" Her words dripped with disdain and provocation. Seemingly disregarding Xiao Wu entirely, Xiao Wu's pink pupils burned with crimson fury. The outcome of Tang San's defeat was a bitter pill for her to swallow. After all, her brother had seldom tasted defeat, always triumphing due to his extraordinary strength and intellect. Yet today, how could he possibly fall to these two women? It was meant to be her brother who would gracefully vanquish them. Anger and frustration surged within Xiao Wu, her petite form trembling slightly. In an instant, her soul power erupted. Just as she was about to unleash an attack, Mo Chen, who had remained silent at the main seat, suddenly sprang up, striking down towards Xiao Wu with a powerful palm. A resounding thud echoed as Xiao Wu was forcefully pressed into the hard surface of the arena. The immense impact caused the entire stage to tremble violently, cracks appearing on the once sturdy platform, as if it might collapse at any moment. The victor has been decided. Should Shrek Academy continue to disrupt the rules here, you need not participate in any further matches. Mo Chen declared coldly, his words imbued with undeniable authority. With a swift motion of his sleeve, he turned and departed from the arena without a glance back. Now, the stage was left with only Xiao Wu's pitiful figure, sprawled amidst the dust and debris. It wasn't until Mo Chen's silhouette vanished from sight that Zhao Wujia and Flinder, as if awakening from a dream, hurriedly scrambled onto the platform, cautiously pulling Xiao Wu from the wreckage. Despite Xiao Wu activating her invincible golden body at a critical moment, Mo Chen's overwhelming power had been too formidable. Even with the protective barrier, she had sustained severe injuries and fell into a deep unconsciousness. "Xiao Wu, please don't scare me," Lu Erlong cried, tears streaming down her cheeks as she gazed at the unconscious Xiao Wu. The audience's mocking laughter rang in their ears, each sound like a sharp slap against their faces. Chapter 38, Tang Retian's death in the Shrek Lounge. The first qualifying match had concluded, and Tang San lay seriously injured and unconscious. Dai Mubai was in a similarly dire state, curled up with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, evidently having suffered grave harm. Oscar also lay nearby, trembling slightly as he remained in a state of unconsciousness. The conditions of the others were hardly better. Their bodies bore ghastly wounds, blood seeping continuously. Each had endured varying degrees of injury. This match was nothing short of a nightmare for them. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Wujie trembled with rage, his fist crashing down onto the table before him. With a thunderous noise, the once impregnable surface shattered into countless fragments. However, this blow seemed to have drained Zhao Wujie of all his strength, and he clutched his chest, pain etched across his face. The wound inflicted by Mo Chen during their last battle had yet to heal, and now, due to his emotional turmoil and exertion, the pain flared anew, sending sharp pangs through him. "This is outrageous. These fiends are far too brutal." Zhao Wujie growled through gritted teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury, oblivious to the fact that they too might have been excessively harsh in their previous encounter with the second team of the Heavenly Do Royal Academy. He glared ahead with a countenance filled with indignation, his heart heavy with helplessness and resentment. This defeat not only left the group of little monsters, who had been highly anticipated, grievously injured, but also reduced Shrek Academy to a laughingstock, losing all semblance of dignity. If only the esteemed Haoyan were still present. Zhao Wujie slowly approached the bedside, gazing intently at the unconscious Tang San, murmuring to himself, perhaps, had he been here, the situation would not have spiraled into such disarray. With this thought, Zhao Wujie could not help but shake his head and sigh, his heart brimming with regret and despondency. At this moment, the night had deepened, and the silvery moonlight cascaded over the earth like liquid. In the woods outside, two shadowy figures darted swiftly, chasing one another in a fervent pursuit. The leaves rustled in the wake of their rushing wind, and branches occasionally snapped and fell under their collision. This tranquil forest seemed particularly tense and exhilarating due to the presence of these two figures. Just as Mo Chen prepared to accelerate once more, a dazzling red light suddenly sliced through the sky, akin to a burning meteor hurtling towards his direction. A blood-red Haotian hammer was hurtling towards him with great force. Faced with this unexpected assault, Mo Chen showed no signs of retreat. With a fierce grip, he fearlessly met the fast-approaching Haotian hammer head-on. In an instant, a thunderous roar erupted, as if the very world trembled in response. The immense shockwave created a violent gust of wind that swept through the surroundings. The once serene woods were stirred by this powerful force, countless leaves spiraling down like a green tempest, producing a rustling sound akin to a torrential rain. "Tang Hao!" Mo Chen bellowed, his eyes shimmering with excitement, resembling a hunter who had finally spotted his long-awaited prey. In stark contrast to Mo Chen's exhilaration, Tang Hao in the distance wore a visage of bitterness and despair, his face as pale as a ghost, devoid of any trace of color. He pressed one hand tightly against the wound on his chest, which continued to bleed profusely, staggering as he desperately fled, his appearance utterly disheveled. Tang Hao had originally intended to administer a minor lesson to the young ladies Muyu and Xiaomu. However, he never anticipated that he would find himself so unfortunate as to be caught red-handed by Mo Chen. Reflecting on the various grievances that had developed between him and Mo Chen, coupled with their fateful encounter at that moment, it was evident that Mo Chen would not squander this golden opportunity to strike at his adversary. Without hesitation, Mo Chen unleashed a devastating blow upon Tang Hao. Yet, after shattering a soul ring, Tang Hao managed to escape, bolstered by his unparalleled dominance. Trying to flee, does he truly believe he can escape at will? Mo Chen scoffed softly, a subtle smirk gracing his lips, revealing a hint of disdain. Before his words could fully dissipate, his figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he ascended into the air. Subsequently, he deftly nocked an arrow, unwavering as he aimed at the still fleeing Tang Hao. The soul power coalesced upon the arrow, swirling like a tempest, and with a flicker of light, a terrifying pressure permeated the atmosphere. Even as Tang Hao struggled to escape, the moment he sensed the surge of soul energy, his heart jolted, and he involuntarily came to a halt. He turned his head with great difficulty, his gaze fixed intently on Mo Chen, who was currently channeling his soul power with utmost concentration. At this moment, beads of sweat the size of soybeans cascaded down Tang Hao's forehead, continuously oozing forth. The excruciating pain coursing through his body surged like relentless waves, causing his legs to tremble slightly, nearly rendering him incapable of standing. Yet, a powerful instinct told him that he was irrevocably locked onto by the impending strike. No matter how he attempted to evade, escape was utterly impossible. There was no choice but to brace himself for the blow. Just then, Mo Chen let out a disdainful chuckle. "Aha, why aren't you fleeing, you cowardly creature?" As his words lingered in the air, the powerful arrow he had been gathering in his hand vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, two beams of purple cold light flashed abruptly, revealing two exceptionally sharp daggers in Mo Chen's grasp. In a blink, he closed the distance to Tang Hao's side. The daggers sliced through the air with a fierce wind, akin to lightning, cutting across Tang Hao's back. In an instant, a crimson line appeared, blood immediately staining Tang Hao's garments. However, Tang Hao was a seasoned warrior. Despite the excruciating pain radiating from his back, he swiftly sensed the looming danger. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he pivoted rapidly, raising his massive hammer to strike fiercely at Mo Chen. The sound of a thunderous clash echoed as one of Mo Chen's daggers met the hammer with a resounding impact, sparks flying in all directions. The last time we met, you were at level 96, and now you've dwindled to a mere 91, Mo Chen taunted mockingly. Cough. You wretched fiend, what have you done to my body? Why can't my wounds heal, and why do they continually erode my soul power? Tang Hao gasped heavily, gritting his teeth in inquiry. This was also the second reason Tang Hao chose to confront Mo Chen. Avenging his son was but one motive, while unraveling the truth of his current state was his primary objective. Ha, did you truly believe I would allow you to depart without any contingency? I intend for you to watch helplessly as you march towards your demise. Mo Chen continued, his words dripping with malice. With a swift kick, Mo Chen struck Tang Hao squarely in the chest. The force was overwhelming, catching Tang Hao off guard and sending him sprawling backwards like a kite severed from its string. Mo Chen, utilizing the momentum of his kick, retreated with lightning speed. At that moment, golden flames erupted from Mo Chen's body, the flames appearing as though they descended from the heavens, radiating an intense heat. His once ebony hair rapidly lengthened at a visible pace, transforming in the blink of an eye into resplendent golden tresses that danced with the wind. At the center of his forehead, a mysterious golden mark shimmered with a brilliant radiance, akin to a golden sun suspended in the sky. Observing the dark armor he once donned, it too underwent a remarkable transformation in an instant. The armor morphed into a flowing golden robe, its wide sleeves adorned with intricate golden embroidery depicting the vivid image of a golden crow bearing the sun, exuding an air of nobility and grandeur. Slowly, he extended his arms, palms facing upward, and witnessed the golden flames seemingly responding to an unseen call, converging towards his hands. The flames coalesced and blazed in his grasp, intensifying into two immense orbs of fire, sacred flames of the heavens. With a fierce cry, he swung his arms with fervor, illuminating the dim night sky as golden flames cascaded like raindrops from above. Surprisingly, when these flames descended upon the forest, they did not ignite a widespread conflagration, as one might expect. Instead, the flames appeared to possess a life of their own, gently alighting upon the flora, burning quietly without inflicting even the slightest harm. Solar force field. In an instant, a brilliant radiance erupted from his being, blinding to behold. Subsequently, an invisible force field emanated from him, swiftly enveloping the entire woodland. In this space, he shone like a blazing sun, dazzling and impossible to gaze upon. Meanwhile, Tang Hao, standing opposite him, felt an involuntary surge of profound despair rise from within. He pressed one hand tightly against his chest, feeling the excruciating pain coursing through his body. Yet his resolute visage betrayed no hint of retreat. As time elapsed, Tang Hao's formidable aura surged forth like an unstoppable tide, expanding wildly in all directions. Suddenly, he bellowed, "God of Death Domain, exploding rings." In that instant, a chilling, bone-piercing killing intent erupted from him. Simultaneously, the 8 soul rings encircling him emitted a series of crisp explosions, shattering in response. At that moment, Tang Hao's previously waning power soared like a rocket, escalating from the 91st to the 97th level in the blink of an eye, the overwhelming pressure causing the surrounding air to tremble. Faced with such an astonishing shift, he merely furrowed his brow slightly before speaking. Now this is somewhat interesting. At last, there is a hint of the formidable presence befitting the legendary Douluo. After entering the Golden Crow state, he underwent a profound metamorphosis. Compared to before, his aura now exuded a remarkable restraint, no longer the chaotic turbulence it once was. He stood quietly in place, emanating an intense and enigmatic aura that rendered his true strength elusive and difficult to fathom. Tang Hao glared with fierce intensity, his presence formidable, as he gripped the colossal Haotian hammer tightly. With a sudden motion, he swung it with all his might, directing a powerful strike toward Mo Chen. In an instant, a dazzling golden shield erupted around Mo Chen, resembling a radiant sun that captivated the eye. The hammer struck the shield squarely, producing an unbearable, piercing hum that reverberated like thunder from the heavens, deafening and echoing through the skies. What exactly is your martial soul? This overwhelming and heart-stopping energy unmistakably emanates from a soul beast of 100,000 years, far beyond human capability. As Tang Hao relentlessly swung the Haotian hammer, delivering blow after blow to the shield, he shouted out his inquiry. Each strike was accompanied by a fierce rush of wind, showcasing incredible power. Yet, in the face of Tang Hao's ferocious onslaught, Mo Chen merely snorted dismissively, appearing unfazed and indifferent. He stood silently in place, his posture as erect as a pine tree, seemingly indifferent to Tang Hao's relentless barrage of strikes, showing no inclination to defend himself. Given Tang Hao's current strength, his attacks were utterly incapable of breaching the layer of automatic protection surrounding him. Witnessing his assaults being completely disregarded by Mo Chen, a surge of fury ignited within Tang Hao. How could the esteemed Douluo endure such contempt and humiliation? A man of his pride and arrogance, who had always looked down upon others, could no longer suppress the rage and indignation bubbling inside him. Haotian 9 absolutes, break for me. With a fierce roar, Tang Hao struck down once more. This blow encapsulated all of his soul power and wrath, its might surpassing that of any previous strike by several folds. When this impact landed with tremendous force, the shield beside Mo Chen finally succumbed to the overwhelming power, revealing a network of fine cracks. These fissures swiftly spread, resembling a spider's web that engulfed the entire shield. Following this, a resounding explosion echoed as the shield shattered into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. Tang Hao's gaze was fixed intently on Mo Chen, eager to seize this exceptional moment to deliver a fatal blow. With both hands gripping the Haotian hammer tightly, he concentrated all his strength into his arms and swung forcefully. Just as Tang Hao was about to unleash the Haotian hammer, Mo Chen, who had been standing still, suddenly shifted, his figure igniting like a blazing flame, transforming in an instant into a raging sea of fire that surged towards Tang Hao. In the face of such an unexpected turn of events, Tang Hao remained composed, bellowing, "Jinzi decision." He then swung his mighty hammer down towards the inferno. However, this formidable strike did not land as he had anticipated. Instead, a hand emerged swiftly from the flames, grasping his attack firmly midair. What? Tang Hao's expression morphed into one of astonishment, incredulity washing over him as he beheld his assault effortlessly neutralized. This blow had the potential to obliterate an 89th level soul Douluo, and was the most powerful strike he could muster without resorting to the Grand Samurai hammer. Yet, amidst the sea of flames, Mo Chen appeared remarkably calm and composed. He curled the corners of his mouth ever so slightly, revealing a trace of disdainful amusement, and coldly remarked, "Your strength is utterly inadequate. With such meager abilities, do you dare to dream of defeating me? Even if granted an additional 20,000 years to cultivate, it would scarcely suffice." Having spoken, Mo Chen tightened his grip on the Haotian hammer. In an instant, a crisp sound of cracking resonated through the air. Tang Hao focused his gaze and was struck dumb with astonishment as he beheld the blood-red Haotian hammer in his grasp, which had begun to develop intricate fissures, seemingly on the verge of shattering completely. Witnessing this, Tang Hao's pupils abruptly constricted to the size of needles, and he silently lamented his dire predicament. He made a swift decision, exerting force beneath his feet in an attempt to create some distance from Mo Chen, hoping to find an opportunity to counterattack. However, just as Tang Hao turned to flee, a sharp crack echoed through the air. Seizing the moment of Tang Hao's unguarded state, Mo Chen struck decisively, delivering a resounding slap across Tang Hao's face. The force of this blow was tremendous, causing Tang Hao to stagger perilously close to falling to the ground. Furthermore, this slap inflicted profound humiliation upon Tang Hao, a torment far greater than when he had previously found himself beneath Mo Chen's heel. You have one final opportunity to strike back. Mo Chen slowly raised his hand, and a golden light flashed as a magnificent longbow, radiating brilliant luminescence, materialized in his grasp. The bow was exquisitely crafted, adorned with mysterious and ancient runes along its body. Arrow of the sun, dusk's embrace. Mo Chen chanted fervently, and in an instant, his soul power surged towards the longbow like a tidal wave. With a powerful pull of the bowstring, a fierce bird engulfed in flames manifested above it. This fiery creature spread its wings and let out a piercing cry, its surrounding flames swirling into a searing vortex that distorted the very air around it. Tang Hao, having just struggled to rise from the ground, was struck with a profound sense of dread at the sight. He widened his eyes, fixating on the terrifying flaming bird, not daring to show the slightest hint of negligence. With both hands gripping the heavily cracked Haotian hammer, he fervently channeled the scant remnants of his soul power into it. In the blink of an eye, the Haotian hammer began to swell dramatically, emanating a disconcerting pressure. Simultaneously, Tang Hao's previously diminished aura, worn down by relentless battles, surged forth like a volcano erupting. Great Sumera hammer. Tang Hao bellowed, unleashing his ultimate technique. He wielded the colossal Haotian hammer, striking fiercely at Mo Chen. The hammer descended with a cataclysmic force, roaring as it collided with the blazing firebird unleashed by Mo Chen. At the moment of impact, a thunderous sound reverberated through the heavens. Following this, a dazzling explosion of light erupted, resembling the sun shattering in the sky. The ferocious blast generated an immensely powerful shockwave and air currents, sweeping violently in all directions. Countless towering trees were uprooted by this tempestuous whirlwind, soaring away into the distance. The earth trembled violently, with mountains crumbling and stones flying, creating an utterly terrifying spectacle. As the chaos gradually subsided and the dust settled, Tang Hao lay devoid of all life. His dismembered body lay quietly atop a chaotic pit, blood staining the ground beneath him. The once formidable Haotian Douluo, who instilled fear across the entire continent, has finally met his demise. Chapter 39. Tang San's thoughts. Mo Chen approached Tang Hao's lifeless form with an air of arrogance. The illustrious Haotian Douluo, who once commanded respect and admiration throughout the Douluo continent, now lay motionless and devoid of vitality. Mo Chen frowned, a look of disdain crossing his face as he contemptuously kicked Tang Hao's corpse, as if it were an object of utter revulsion. His gaze swiftly fell upon the 4 soul bones arranged beside Tang Hao. These soul bones emitted a faint glow, standing out remarkably in the eerie surroundings. Mo Chen carefully gathered each of the 4 soul bones into his possession. With each one he picked up, he couldn't help but play with it in his hands for a moment, savoring the powerful waves of energy emanating from them, a triumphant smile gracing his face. Oh, the illustrious Haotian Douluo, once a figure of immense prestige, capable of shaking the entire Douluo continent with but a stomp of his foot, yet now reduced to this. Mo Chen stood in place, tilting his head slightly back, his voice laced with mockery as he mused, his tone brimming with schadenfreude. As he finished speaking, a searing flame erupted from thin air, enveloping Tang Hao's form entirely. The fire blazed fiercely, crackling ominously, as Tang Hao's body gradually turned to ash within the inferno, while Mo Chen remained fixated on the flames. When the fire finally began to wane, he retrieved the vertebra from the ashes of Tang Hao's body, adding it to his storage soul guide. Mo Chen brushed away the non-existent dust from his attire, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain. He gazed at Tang Hao's head, which was ensnared within his soul guide, and his mind began to devise plans. Meanwhile, in the lounge of Shrek Academy, the atmosphere felt particularly oppressive. Tang San lay quietly on the bed, enveloped in a state of unconsciousness. His complexion was as pale as parchment, beads of sweat adorning his forehead. The wounds on his body, though minimally treated, still oozed faint traces of blood. Suddenly, Tang San's body jolted violently, as if startled awake by some unseen force, causing him to sit upright. This abrupt and intense movement aggravated his injuries, unleashing a wave of excruciating pain that compelled him to draw a sharp breath. One hand pressed tightly against his chest, a look of agony etched across his face. Almost immediately, he expelled a copious amount of fresh blood from his mouth, the crimson droplets splattering onto the sheets, rendering the sight particularly jarring. His eyes were filled with terror and confusion, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead, saturating his hair. What is happening? This unsettling sensation, Tang Sen murmured to himself, feeling as though his heart were being gripped tightly by an invisible hand. A profound unease surging within him, as if something of great significance were slipping away from him. He strained to recall the events of the past, yet he could not fathom the sudden onset of this inexplicable palpitation. Visions of his father, Tang Hao, incessantly surfaced in his mind, as an ominous premonition spread within his heart. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Flinder and the others were quietly discussing Tang San's condition when they suddenly caught faint sounds emanating from Tang San's chamber. Their expressions tightened in alarm, Flinder, who had been holding a teacup, abruptly set it down, causing it to collide with the table and emit a soft thud. He hastily rose to his feet, his pace quickening. Zhao Wujia, whose imposing figure had been lounging in a chair, sat upright with a jolt, his muscles instinctively tensing as he followed Flinder towards Tang San's room. Yu Xiaojing furrowed his brow deeply, his eyes betraying profound concern. Quickening his steps while silently praying for Tang San's safety, the three hurriedly made their way toward the source of the sound, Tang San's room. Inside, sunlight streamed through the cracks in the window, casting irregular patterns of light and shadow upon the floor. Yu Xiaojing was the first to reach Tang San's bedside, observing his pallid complexion with a worried expression. "Xiao San, you're awake. How do you feel?" he inquired anxiously. His eyes were fixed intently on Tang San, brimming with compassion and anxiety. Tang San slowly shook his head, each movement painstakingly deliberate, as if every subtle gesture consumed all his strength. His hair was somewhat tousled against his forehead, and his face still bore the remnants of fatigue from his unconscious state. His gaze was somewhat dazed, as if he had not fully emerged from the depths of unconsciousness. "Teacher, what has happened to me?" At this moment, Tang San, having just awakened from his stupor, found his mind still in a haze, thoughts swirling in a state of confusion. His voice carried a hint of fragility and bewilderment. His gaze wandered restlessly around the room, seeking to uncover clues from his surroundings to comprehend the events that had transpired. His hands limply rested on the edge of the bed, fingers trembling slightly, betraying the turmoil within. "The captain of Dawn Academy, Mu Yu, had gravely injured you and has remained unconscious since." Yu Xiaojing clasped his hands behind his back, striving to project an air of a reclusive sage, yet the slight furrow of his brow revealed the anxiety that gnawed at his heart. His voice was steady and measured, articulating each word with deliberate clarity as he elucidated the sequence of events to Tang San. At that moment, Tang San bowed his head in silence, his gaze cast down so low that it nearly rested upon his chest. His hands were clenched tightly into fists, the knuckles turning pale from the exertion. To be defeated by such an institution was undoubtedly a severe blow to him, deeply undermining his confidence. Scenes of combat with Mu Yu incessantly surfaced in his mind, each detail akin to a sharp blade, piercing his heart with anguish. He realized he had no chance of triumph. His opponent had not even resorted to using soul techniques. While he found himself at a loss, having exhausted all his skills beyond the hidden weapons of the Tang sect, he began to doubt his own abilities, questioning whether all his efforts during this time had been in vain. Indeed, he possessed hidden weapons. His expertise lay in the art of stealthy armaments. If only he could utilize them during the competition, he would undoubtedly be capable of vanquishing her. But where was Xiao Wu? Tang San suddenly raised his head, a look of deep concern filling his eyes. In his subconscious, he felt that upon awakening, Xiao Wu should have been the first to arrive. Her agile figure and radiant smile continually danced in his mind. Yet, her prolonged absence only deepened Tang San's unease. A hint of panic flickered in his gaze, and beads of perspiration began to form on his forehead. He struggled to sit up, yearning to venture out in search of Xiao Wu. But the excruciating pain in his body forced him back onto the bed with a thud. Flander, with his hands clasped behind his back and a furrowed brow, slowly shook his head, his expression grave as he spoke. "After your injury, that girl Xiao Wu was determined to stand up for you. However, she was injured by that fellow named Mo Chen under the pretext of breaking the rules." A thunderous sound echoed in Tang San's mind, akin to a bolt of lightning striking. The news of Xiao Wu's injury struck Tang San like a devastating blow, instantly turning his world upside down. His complexion instantly turned an ashen white, and his already pale lips became devoid of any color. His eyes widened in shock, anger, and concern. Tang San struggled violently to rise from the bed, his hands gripping the sheets tightly, the knuckles paling from the exertion. Each arduous movement tugged at his still healing wounds, and waves of excruciating pain surged through him, yet he seemed oblivious to it all, despite the bandages tightly wrapped around his injuries. Fresh blood continued to seep from the wounds, staining the white fabric with crimson hues. His teeth clacked ominously, and a low growl emanated from his throat. "Xiao San, do not act rashly," Yu Xiaojing admonished sternly, his expression composed. His gaze revealed a hint of sternness, yet it was predominantly imbued with concern. "Surely, you would not wish for Xiao Wu to witness you in such a state, would you? If she were to awaken and see that you had once again put yourself in this predicament for her sake, what do you suppose her thoughts would be?" Tang San, as a disciple of Yu Xiaojing, is indeed remarkably exceptional. He is exceptionally gifted and diligently hardworking, navigating the path of cultivation with remarkable ease. However, his flaws are equally conspicuous. Whenever Xiao Wu suffers even the slightest harm, he utterly loses his reason, as if the entire world revolves solely around avenging her. Yu Xiaojing stepped forward, placing his hands on Tang San's shoulders, applying a firm pressure as he solemnly stated, "Your foremost task now is to take care of your health. Consider this. If you cannot look after yourself, how can you care for Xiao Wu? If you wish to spare her any worry, then remain obediently in bed and restore your strength." Yu Xiaojing's words fell upon Tang Sen like a bucket of cold water, leaving him momentarily stunned. His previously frantic struggles ceased, and his body became rigid. He sat there, his gaze vacant and lost in thought, as if his very soul had been extracted from him. His lips quivered slightly, yet no words escaped his mouth. He remained enveloped in silence, haunted by the image of Xiao Wu, injured and unconscious. Tang San's gaze, vacant and distant, wandered around the room. Everything within the confines of that space felt achingly familiar, yet at that moment, his heart was in tumult, akin to a raging tempest. His gaze alighted upon Dai Mubai and Oscar, who were still lying unconscious on the bed, observing their current state of oblivion. A profound sense of humiliation surged within Tang San, akin to relentless waves crashing upon his soul. The devastating defeat in the previous match loomed like a deep scar etched upon his heart. The arrogant expressions of the opponents and the wounded forms of his teammates incessantly replayed in his mind. He clenched his fists tightly, the nails digging deeply into his palms. Yet he seemed oblivious to the pain, consumed instead by a profound sense of resentment and humiliation. At that moment, the robust figure of Zhao Wuji appeared at the doorway, perusing the battle roster in his hands. With his resonant voice, he proclaimed, "Tomorrow's match has been cancelled for us, allowing us to advance directly. The little monsters can now focus on recuperating." His voice resonated throughout the room, yet Tang Sen felt as though it were separated by a thin veil, distant and remote. Tomorrow, the battle would unfold between the Tianshui Academy and the Blaze Academy, a clash of ice and fire. Imagining the scene of this fiery fusion, a glimmer of curiosity flickered in everyone's eyes. However, at this moment, in the hearts of Yu Xiaojing and Zhao Wujin, the well-being of Tang San and his companions was of utmost importance. With a serious expression, Yu Xiaojing remarked, "You need not attend tomorrow's match. It is far more essential to nurture your bodies than to witness the competition." His words carried an undeniable authority. After speaking, he turned and strode towards the exit of the room. Flandre stood nearby, his lips moving as if he wished to utter something, yet he swallowed his words. He gently patted Tang San's shoulder, yet Tang San merely felt the touch mechanically, his mind a blank slate. Flandre glanced at Tang San, shook his head in resignation, and followed Yu Xiaojing out. The room fell into a profound silence, leaving only Tang San, lost in contemplation and questioning the essence of life. He felt as though he were ensnared in a colossal vortex, with everything around him swirling at a dizzying pace, leaving him utterly bewildered. He could not comprehend why they exerted themselves so fervently, yet suffered a crushing defeat. Was their strength truly so inadequate? Once everyone had departed, a flicker of malevolence suddenly glimmered in Tang San's previously vacant gaze. He recalled the derisive laughter of his adversaries and the agonized expressions of his teammates during their injuries, and the fury within him ignited like a barrel of explosives, erupting in an instant. "I shall ensure they pay the price," Tang San silently vowed, his clenched fists turning pale from the exertion, the knuckles trembling slightly, harboring an inexhaustible rage within. His eyes narrowed fiercely as he cast a menacing gaze towards the direction in which the three had just departed. Xiao Wu, his sister, was not only a beloved sibling, but also the one he had resolutely vowed to protect for a lifetime. Although he had yet to confess his feelings, Tang San had already envisioned Xiao Wu as his future wife in the depths of his heart. Given Xiao Wu's formidable strength, if Flandre and Zhao Wujing genuinely wished to impede her, their capabilities as soul saints would undoubtedly grant them the power to do so. Yet, Xiao Wu had sustained injuries. There must be a deeper story behind this. Tang San's brow furrowed deeply, his mind racing as a multitude of details flashed through his thoughts. He recalled the previous actions of Flandre and Zhao Waoqi, those seemingly mundane arrangements that now appeared laden with suspicion in his eyes. Their ostensibly concerned, yet subtly unnatural expressions during Xiao Wu's injury, as well as their movements and words before and after the incident, solidified Tang San's conviction that Xiao Wu's injury was undoubtedly tacitly approved by Flandre and Zhao Waoqi, intended to provoke his anger and to compel him to continue fighting for their Shrek Academy. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, an invisible force etched a profound impression upon his heart, and he had already marked Flandre and Zhao Waoqi in his mind. In this moment, Flandre and Zhao Waoqi remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger quietly encroaching upon them. They could never have anticipated that in the days to come, Tang San would exact vengeance upon them for this very crime. Meanwhile, in a bustling corner of the city, the lively marketplace thrummed with the ebb and flow of a crowd, the sounds of vendors calling out their wares intertwined with the laughter of patrons. Mo Chen, clad in a flowing black robe, moved like a specter through the throng, silent and unseen amidst the vibrant chaos. His gaze fixated upon the figures of Mu Yu and Xiamu Wu amidst the crowd. Mo Chen swiftly approached them, observing the two vigilant girls before him. Mu Yu's eyes were brimming with wariness. She slightly raised her chin, her body leaning forward, ever ready to confront any potential danger. Xiamu Wu, in contrast, hid behind Mu Yu, her large eyes wide with fear as they darted towards Mo Chen, her hands gripping the hem of Mu Yu's garment tightly. Mo Chen endeavored to present a gentle smile, a facade that appeared innocuous, yet subtly hinted at an underlying menace. He slightly inclined his body and spoke in a deep, magnetic voice. You are the captain and vice-captain of Dawn Academy, are you not? I find you both quite intriguing. Who might you be? Mu Yu positioned herself protectively behind Xiaomu Wu, her voice laced with caution as she inquired. A golden spear had materialized in her grasp, ready to strike at the slightest hint of malice from Mo Chen. Chapter 40. Taking disciples, you may not recognize me, but I am well acquainted with you. Mo Chen's deep, resonant voice echoed clearly in the tranquil surroundings. Mu Yu and Xiaomu Wu stood opposite him, their expressions rife with vigilance. Mo Chen paused momentarily, his gaze sweeping across the faces of Mu Yu and Xiaomu Wu, before continuing. Daughter of the Lord of the city of Orlan in the Heaven Do Empire. Mu Yu, and the daughter of the Lord of the old capital city, Xiaomu Wu. His words were succinct and precise, each syllable striking like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of Mu Yu and Xiaomu Wu. Upon hearing Mo Chen accurately utter their identities, Mu Yu's expression shifted instantaneously, a glimmer of vigilance flashing in her eyes. Being inherently forthright and decisive, she instinctively perceived ill intent from a stranger who had so unexpectedly called her out. Almost the instant Mo Chen's voice fell silent, Mu Yu acted without hesitation. Grasping a long spear, she suddenly propelled herself forward, akin to a bolt of black lightning, thrusting the weapon directly towards Mo Chen's throat. Yet, in the face of Mu Yu's sudden onslaught, Mo Chen displayed not a trace of alarm. A glimmer of sharp light flickered in his eyes, and he stood as steadfast as a mountain. At the very moment when the spear was about to graze his throat, Mo Chen swiftly extended 2 fingers, executing the motion with precision and ferocity, firmly pinching the tip of the spear. It was as though the weapon had been suspended in midair. No matter how forcefully she exerted herself, it could not advance a single inch. Do not be agitated. My name is Mo Chen, and you must have heard of me, he stated, maintaining a calm and composed demeanor without a trace of anger. His voice exudes a remarkable warmth, instinctively inviting others to listen. Upon hearing the name Mo Chen, Mu Yu's heart quivered as if struck by a thunderbolt. She widened her eyes, filled with astonishment and disbelief. She never imagined that the person she longed to meet would appear here. Mo Chen's name resonates throughout the Heaven Do Empire, celebrated for his formidable achievements and countless contributions to the nation, serving as an idol to many. Even her hand gripping the spear began to tremble, a mix of respect for Mo Chen and embarrassment for her earlier impulsive actions. Mu Yu's cheeks flushed crimson, overwhelmed by regret and self-reproach. Having encountered General Mo, she quickly retracted her spear, clasped her hands in salute, her very being trembling with excitement at the sight of her idol. Her voice trembled with nervousness, rendering her speech less fluid. Bowing her head, she dared not meet Mo Chen's gaze, fearful that her recent recklessness might provoke his displeasure. There's no need for excessive courtesy. Might I request a moment of your time? Mo Chen spoke with a gentle tone, subtly surveying his surroundings. Those who had previously been engaged in their own affairs or conversations now seemed drawn by invisible threads, their footsteps unconsciously converging, casting curious glances. Mo Chen furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating that such an environment was ill-suited for discourse, and thus proposed his suggestion. Mu Yu nodded lightly, her hair swaying gently with the motion, glistening softly in the sunlight. She reached out to gently tug at the sleeve of Xiaomu Wu beside her, indicating for her to follow. Xiaomu Wu playfully blinked, a slight smile gracing her lips, obediently trailing behind Mu Yu as they accompanied Mo Chen. The trio proceeded down the bustling streets, where vendors shouted to sell an array of intriguing wares, the crowd bustling and jostling. Mo Chen led the way, his handsome visage attracting the furtive glances of many young women. Mu Yu and Xiaomu Wu followed closely, drawing their share of attention. For the sight of 2 youthful and radiant maidens together formed a captivating tableau. Before long, they arrived at an inn, nestled at the corner of the street. Its exterior was quaint and elegant, the crimson door adorned with 2 bronze rings, shimmering softly under the sun. A weathered sign hung beneath the eaves, inscribed with the words Lu Yunzhai in bold, vigorous calligraphy. As the 2 ladies entered the inn behind Mo Chen, curiosity danced in their expressions, their eyes scanning the surrounding decor. The lobby featured several antique tables and chairs, crafted from what appeared to be rosewood, their distinct grains emanating a subtle woodsy aroma. The walls were adorned with a few ink-wash paintings, depicting idyllic landscapes shrouded in mist, akin to a realm of fairy tales. The entire decor of the inn exuded an air of antiquity and elegance, instilling a sense of tranquility and warmth, reminiscent of a woman's exquisite taste. The 2 women exchanged glances, their eyes revealing a hint of admiration. Please, make yourselves comfortable. I have a few inquiries to make, Mo Chen casually remarked, his voice deep and resonant. He approached the nearby table and poured a cup of tea for the 2. Observing the 2 who seemed rather reserved, Mu Yu clasped her hands tightly on her lap, her eyes occasionally darting towards Mo Chen, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Xiaomu Wu, on the other hand, sat upright, her legs pressed closely together, her fingers anxiously pinching the hem of her clothing. Mo Chen found himself in a moment of bemusement, silently lamenting that had he known this would be the outcome, he would have refrained from revealing his identity. He helplessly shook his head, observing the two individuals whose legs trembled slightly in their nervousness, reminiscent of two startled fawns. There is no need for anxiety. We are merely discussing some commonplace matters. Mo Chen gently reassured, his voice akin to a gentle spring breeze, imparting an exceptional warmth. He displayed a friendly smile, attempting to alleviate the tension between the two. Mu Yu sat nervously at the table, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the figure across from her, Mo Chen. Suddenly, she furrowed her brow slightly, her nostrils flaring gently before she spoke. You carry a strong scent of blood. You must have just taken a life. Her voice was crisp, resonating distinctly in the otherwise tranquil room. Mo Chen, poised to take a sip from his teacup, trembled slightly at Mu Yu's remark, and his entire demeanor visibly stiffened. He was genuinely taken aback by the unexpected words uttered by the young lady before him. Instinctively, he cast his gaze downwards at the black robe he had just donned, a gift from his dear companion, Xiaoxue, which surely bore no trace of any bloodstains. Moreover, after dealing with Tang Hao, he had taken the liberty of cleansing himself, ensuring that even if a hint of blood lingered, it would be exceedingly faint. After a brief moment of astonishment, Mo Chen swiftly regained his composure, the corners of his mouth lifting ever so slightly to reveal a faint smile as he nonchalantly remarked, "Your sense of smell is quite sharp, indeed. I have dealt with a few minor inconveniences." His tone was nonchalant, as if those so-called minor troubles were mere trifles. In his eyes, killing a severely wounded Tang Hao was hardly a bother. Yet, it must be acknowledged that Tang Hao held significant weight in the world of soul masters. However, just when Mo Chen assumed the conversation would come to a close, Mu Yu abruptly rose to her feet, her gaze unwavering as she looked at Mo Chen and declared loudly, "I wish to learn your spear techniques." Meanwhile, Xiaomu Wu sat uneasily in the corner, her body slightly curled, her fingers fidgeting restlessly. Occasionally, she stole glances at Mu Yu and Mo Chen, her eyes filled with trepidation and anxiety. Unsure of how to intervene, she resorted to this mannerism to alleviate her inner turmoil. Her expression revealed a hint of concern, as if she feared that Mu Yu's request might provoke Mo Chen's ire. Seeing that Mo Chen did not respond immediately, Mu Yu fixed her gaze upon him, her eyes glimmering with an unwavering determination. She took a step forward, her voice tinged with urgency. "I do not wish to return home. I want to accompany you to the border." Mo Chen was momentarily taken aback, astonished by the audacity of this young woman's aspirations. He gently placed the tea in his hand upon the table, taking a delicate sip. His brow furrowed slightly, clearly indicating that such a subtle brew was ill-suited for a man of his rough demeanor. He gazed at Mu Yu, his tone grave as he remarked, "The border is no trivial matter. Without even a soul king, you would only be courting death." In his eyes, the border represented a brutal battlefield, where lacking sufficient strength equated to a futile demise. He did not wish for the young lady to lose her life due to a momentary impulse. After all, the talents of the two of them far surpassed that of Tang San. If they were to delay their cultivation or meet an untimely demise by heading to the battlefield, it would indeed be a tremendous loss. "This is not a whim of mine. I have no desire to return home and marry a stranger, which is precisely why we escaped to participate in this soul master competition." Mu Yu placed her hands firmly on the table, causing the two gelatinous creatures to quiver slightly due to the force of her gesture. At that moment, the door to the bedroom, which had been tightly shut, slowly creaked open. The sound of the door hinge was particularly pronounced in the stillness of the room. Xueqinghe peeked out from the bedroom and then stepped into the room. "We greet your majesty." Upon seeing Xueqinghe, Mu Yu and Xiaomu Wu instantly rose and bowed in reverence. Their voices rang out crisp and tinged with a hint of awe within the chamber. A glimmer of anxiety flickered in Mu Yu's eyes as she instinctively clenched the hem of her garment. Xiaomu Wu, though relatively composed, had her shoulders slightly trembling, betraying her inner unease. "This is not the imperial palace, so let us dispense with the formalities," Xueqinghe said gently, his tone calm and soothing. However, beneath his seemingly tranquil demeanor, he cast a resentful glare at Mo Chen, his eyes harboring a multitude of grievances. He then discreetly tugged at the fabric of his attire behind him. Just moments ago, Qian Renxue had been soundly asleep in the bedroom, her sweet dreams abruptly shattered by the voices from outside. Groggily awakening from her slumber, she realized she had no properly fitting clothes. With no other option, she hastily selected an outfit from the disarray of garments around her. After hurriedly transforming into a semblance of Xueqinghe's appearance, she felt a flutter of trepidation but steeled herself to exit the bedroom. "As you can see, I share a good rapport with His Majesty. Thus I wish to find 2 personal guards for him," Mo Chen stated, arms crossed, as he regarded Mu Yu and Xiaomu Wu. "Once you become His Majesty's guards, your fathers will no longer be able to compel you into marriages with those you do not favor," he continued. Listening to Mo Chen's proposition, the two were momentarily at a loss. Mu Yu furrowed her brow, Her eyes filled with hesitation as her father's stern visage and his forceful words about marrying a stranger replayed in her mind. Xiaomu Wu bit her lip, feeling as though two inner voices were at odds within her. Within their family, they felt akin to birds confined in a cage, yearning to soar yet bound by chains at their ankles. The oppressive customs and rules of their family stifled every step they took, leaving them breathless. Often, she gazed over the towering walls of their estate, envisioning the vast world beyond. Thus, the idea of escaping this suffocating family had become an increasingly fervent desire within her. Deep within her heart lay two dreams. One was to learn the art of marksmanship from Mo Chen, whose techniques were lethal, each movement designed for the purpose of killing. The second was to prove to her father that she, as a daughter, could achieve feats no less than those of a son, rather than being repeatedly questioned about why she was not a boy. As for Xiaomu Wu, her fate and aspirations mirrored those of Mu Yu. She too was bound to a marriage arranged by her family, one that she had no affection for. With a prospective husband who appeared to her as nothing more than a cold stone devoid of emotion, she refused to squander her life in a loveless union, and thus, she and Mu Yu resolved to escape from their impending nuptials. The two joined the Dawn Academy, participating in this competition solely for the chance to meet Mo Chen. Rest assured, I shall not compel you. However, I implore you both to contemplate this carefully. I cannot have General Mo accompanying me at all hours, which is why I seek two personal guards. I believe that with your talents, should you become my personal guards, you would ensure my safety, Xue Qinghe assured. Upon hearing Xue Qinghe's words, Mu Yu felt a tug of indecision within her. Her heart was torn. On one hand, becoming the emperor's personal guard was a coveted opportunity, promising recognition and unfathomable wealth. On the other hand, she yearned to learn marksmanship from Mo Chen. After a moment of contemplation, she mustered her courage and spoke, "But I wish to learn how to wield a spear." Xue Qinghe paused, taken aback, and discreetly glanced at Mo Chen standing beside him. "Very well, I shall arrange for General Mo to instruct you." At this, Mo Chen nearly faltered in maintaining his composure. He silently lamented, "Qian Renxue, oh Qian Renxue, are you not deliberately seeking to trouble me? How could he possibly find the time to teach a young girl the art of marksmanship?" Were it not for the presence of others at that moment, Mo Chen would undoubtedly resort to using a stick to impart a lesson to Qian Renxue, ensuring she comprehended his predicament. However, despite his deep reluctance, he could not tarnish the dignity of his wife, the empress, in public. He gritted his teeth, stepped forward, and clasped his fists in agreement. "Your Majesty, rest assured, I shall spare no effort in teaching Miss Mu Yu." Mo Chen turned his gaze towards Mu Yu. "In that case, I shall take you as my disciple," he declared, stroking his somewhat sparse chin, deliberately adopting a senior's demeanor, his voice imbued with a feigned gravitas. His appearance resembled that of an elderly man with years behind him. Upon hearing this, Mu Yu did not hesitate for a moment. She bent her legs and knelt down with a thud, her knees crashing heavily against the ground, producing a dull sound. Subsequently, she lowered her head deeply, pressing her forehead firmly to the ground. "Master, please accept my bow as your disciple." Beside her, Xiaomu Wu witnessed Mu Yu's decisive act of homage, and her eyes brightened. Ever the lively spirit, she could hardly contain her thoughts at that moment. Without delay, she followed suit, kneeling with clasped fists, her face alight with anticipation as she exclaimed, "Master, please take me as your disciple too." Xiaomu Wu's sudden interjection struck like a massive stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly shattering the previously serene atmosphere and catching Mo Chen off guard. He had been basking in the slight satisfaction of accepting a disciple when this unexpected plea left him momentarily dazed. His eyes widened, and his mouth fell slightly ajar as he took a while to react. "You wish to learn the spear, but what do you wish to learn? As I seem to have little to offer you?" Mo Chen furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Xiaomu Wu with a hint of confusion and difficulty. After all, if he could hardly appreciate tea, how could he possibly instruct a girl whose martial soul was a martial ink brush? Upon hearing Mo Chen's words, Xiaomu Wu quickly shook her head bobbing like a rattle drum, and playfully pleaded, "Oh, Master has already accepted Sister Mu, so please accept me too. Won't you?" As she spoke, she gently tugged at Mo Chen's sleeve, resembling a child asking for candy, evoking both affection and exasperation. "Very well. I shall accept you as an honorary disciple," Mo Chen proclaimed with a grand demeanor. Upon hearing this, Xiaomu Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she exclaimed, "Thank you, Master." Her voice brimmed with joy, reminiscent of a child who had achieved their desires. However, Mo Chen remained unfazed by Xiaomu Wu's enthusiasm. He gazed sternly at Mu Yu and said calmly, "Ahem, being my disciple is no trivial matter. My teachings are quite rigorous and will show no mercy." Feeling the weight of Mo Chen's gaze, Mu Yu's heart quivered involuntarily, yet she quickly steadied her resolve and nodded earnestly, responding, "I am not afraid." As the night passed, the morning sun bathed the training ground in its golden light. Xue Qinghe and Xiaomu Wu stood at the edge of the arena, observing the two figures facing each other, Mo Chen and Mu Yu. "Sister Mu, go for it." Xiaomu Wu cheered for Mu Yu. her voice echoing across the vast training ground. Mo Chen approached the weapon rack beside him, waved his arm, and drew a long spear. With a flick of his wrist, the spear traced a graceful arc through the air, and he swiftly twirled it, the spear tip darting like lightning, instantly forming a dazzling flurry of spear blossoms. Finally, he thrust the spear forcefully into the ground, producing a deep thud. My teaching method is quite straightforward. I shall teach you techniques through real combat. Mo Chen stated with an impassive expression, his voice as cold and sharp as the spear he wielded. As he removed the spear tip, the once razor-sharp weapon transformed into a mere blunt staff. Yet, the staff in Mo Chen's hands radiated an unusual aura, commanding respect. Mu Yu gripped her falling star spear tightly, her eyes fixed on Mo Chen. She sensed that despite his restrained demeanor, he possessed the latent power of a dormant volcano, ready to erupt at any moment. Taking a deep breath, she exhaled forcefully, her body trembling slightly, revealing that her inner turmoil belied her calm exterior. Without hesitation, Mu Yu lunged forward, thrusting her spear towards Mo Chen with astonishing speed, catching him off guard. Mo Chen's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly retreated, effortlessly evading Mu Yu's attack. Just as she executed her thrust, Mo Chen's staff shot forward, striking her arm with a resounding thud. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as Mu Yu felt a sharp pain in her arm, causing her grip on the spear to loosen, nearly allowing it to slip from her grasp. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she quickly adjusted her stance and launched another fierce assault against Mo Chen. Her falling star spear tracing arcs of cold light in the air, resembling a torrential downpour of raindrops directed at him. In the face of Mu Yu's ferocious onslaught, Mo Chen remained remarkably composed. He moved effortlessly amidst the rain of bullets, wielding his staff with precision to deflect each of her assaults. Your movements are too exaggerated, suddenly remarked Mo Chen. Startled, Mu Yu momentarily faltered. In that fleeting instant, Mo Chen's staff struck swiftly against her back. A resounding thud echoed, and a jolt of pain surged through Mu Yu, causing her body to lurch forward involuntarily. She quickly regained her stance, eager to launch another attack. Yet her movements were noticeably slower than before. Mo Chen seized this opportunity, twirling his staff with agility before delivering a lightning-fast thrust towards Mu Yu. The strike was swift as a flash, leaving her no time to react. The staff found its mark, piercing her chest with unerring accuracy. The impact was louder than any preceding blow, sending Mu Yu soaring like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily onto the arena floor. "Sister Mu!" exclaimed Xiaomu Wu, her face etched with worry, her voice tinged with urgency and concern. Observing this, Xueqin he quickly restrained the impulsive Xiaomu Wu, signaling her to remain calm. At that moment, Mu Yu lay on the cold ground, her face contorted in agony, her body trembling as if enduring immense suffering. Though Mo Chen's staff lacked a sharp point, his previous strike had evidently inflicted significant damage upon her. With an expressionless gaze fixed upon the fallen Mu Yu, Mo Chen slowly articulated, "Your movements are overly extravagant, your intentions too conspicuous, your hesitation in execution, and your pursuit of ornate techniques all constitute your shortcomings." His voice was calm and indifferent as he stated a fact that could not be simpler. Mu Yu struggled to lift her head, her gaze meeting Mo Chen's, a flicker of unwillingness and anguish passing through her eyes. Mo Chen continued, "What are you hesitating for? The reluctance in your actions. The pursuit of superficial gestures. Your current identity is no longer the daughter of the Lord of Olin City, but rather my disciple, Mo Chen." His brow furrowed slightly, revealing his dissatisfaction with Mu Yu's performance. After speaking, Mo Chen lifted his foot and kicked the fallen starfall spear from Mu Yu's grasp, sending the weapon arcing through the air like a shooting star, returning to her side. Is this truly the moment to concede? Mo Chen's words struck Mu Yu's heart like a heavy hammer. If you intend to give up, you might as well dismiss the thought of accompanying me to the border, where life is far more arduous than what you currently endure, he stated with an impassive expression. No sooner had he finished speaking than he swung his staff violently, executing a devastating strike aimed directly at Mu Yu, who was then prone on the ground. The blow was executed with lightning speed, leaving no time for reaction. However, Mu Yu, having undergone numerous battles, possessed remarkable reflexes. At the very instant the staff was about to land, she rolled swiftly across the ground, narrowly evading the lethal strike. The staff crashed heavily against the earth, producing a thunderous sound, and the hard training ground was cleaved open, sending dust swirling into the air. Mo Chen, witnessing this, momentarily displayed a flicker of surprise, but soon returned to his serene composure. He coldly declared, "I permit you to utilize your soul technique. Unleash your utmost strength to strike me, and approach with the resolve to end my life." Upon finishing his words, Mo Chen once more wielded his long staff, unleashing a tempestuous assault upon the recently risen Mu Yu. This time, his onslaught was even more ferocious, offering Mu Yu no respite whatsoever. She felt an overwhelming force surging towards her, as if she had been struck by a galloping carriage, inflicting excruciating pain. The staff struck her skin, igniting a searing sensation, as if it were ablaze. Yet, Mo Chen's assault did not waver with her suffering. His staff fell upon her like relentless raindrops, each strike rendering her existence a torment. Meteor shield. With a fierce cry, a dazzling radiance erupted from her right hand, and in an instant, a massive shield materialized before her. Just as the shield appeared, Mo Chen's staff came crashing down, accompanied by a fierce gust, aimed directly at Mu Yu's face. However, her reflexes were swift. She promptly raised the shield, perfectly intercepting Mo Chen's strike. A resounding crash echoed as the shield and staff collided with tremendous force, producing a deafening sound. The power of this blow was immense. Mu Yu felt an overwhelming pressure akin to an avalanche crashing down upon her, causing her right hand to tingle, nearly losing sensation. Had this strike landed directly on her, she might have been rendered unconscious on the spot or severely injured. Nevertheless, Mu Yu did not succumb to the blow. She gritted her teeth, enduring the sharp agony in her right hand, and shouted, "Double return." As her words resonated, the once glimmering golden light on the meteor shield intensified radiantly, channeling all energy into one moment of activation. Subsequently, this energy surged forth like a torrential flood, continuously infusing the falling star's spear in her grasp. Empowered by such formidable soul energy, the spear emanated a chilling aura, its tip shimmering with a rich golden glow, resembling a radiant sun. Without hesitation, Mu Yu thrust the falling star's spear forward. The golden light streaked through the air like a bolt of lightning, heading straight for Mo Chen. In the blink of an eye, the golden radiance enveloped Mo Chen entirely, forming a colossal sphere of light. Within this sphere, Mo Chen did not perceive the overwhelming strength of the golden light. However, he was momentarily astonished by Mu Yu's rapid on-the-spot reaction. Yet, being a formidable opponent, he quickly regained his composure, and with a swift motion of his arm, a powerful force erupted like a whirlwind, effortlessly dispersing the encroaching golden light. With agility, Mo Chen extended his hand to support the faltering Mu Yu, a comforting smile gracing his face as he softly remarked, "Well done. Achieving such an exceptional reaction under these circumstances, you have surpassed many of your peers." Upon hearing Mo Chen's praise, Mu Yu's taut nerves shattered like a snapped string. A wave of profound fatigue crashing over her, rendering her body incapable of sustaining itself, and she collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Xiamu Wu rushed over in distress, hastily supporting the unconscious Mu Yu. "Master, is Sister Mu all right?" she inquired, worry etched across her face. Mo Chen gazed down at the fainted Mu Yu, slowly responding. "She merely exhausted her mental energy. A brief slumber will restore her." Despite the duel primarily focusing on spear techniques, Mu Yu had remained in a state of heightened tension throughout, fearing even the slightest misstep could lead to her defeat. This prolonged mental strain resulted in her extraordinary energy depletion, ultimately causing her to faint from sheer exhaustion. Observing Mu Yu's unconscious form, Mo Chen turned to Xiamu Wu and instructed, "When she awakens, inform her to seek me out. Her soul power has surpassed its limits, and it is time to guide her in acquiring the fifth soul ring." With that, Mo Chen strode towards Xueqinghe, leaving Xiamu Wu anxiously waiting by Mu Yu's side for her to regain consciousness. Upon entering the dwelling with Mo Chen, Xueqinghe instantly reverted to her original form. Qian Renxue, tall and slender, her skin was as pale as snow, and particularly her legs, subtly concealed beneath her skirt, added an air of enigmatic beauty. Her enchanting eyes resembled deep lakes, currently fixed upon Mo Chen as she slowly spoke. "You certainly strike hard. Are you not concerned about breaking her?" Mo Chen shook his head in resignation, rubbing his forehead, feeling somewhat troubled by Mu Yu's condition. He explained, "Her issues are numerous. Arrogance is merely one among them. An excessive pursuit of superficial techniques is another. The most critical flaw, however, is her utter disregard for the consideration of her subsequent moves, which is truly detrimental." Mo Chen's marksmanship is predicated on lethal precision. Although it embodies a reckless style, he at least prepares meticulously for the 3 moves that follow each shot. Yet, encountering a style like Mu Yu's, one that completely neglects the consequences of her actions, is a first for him. Qian Renxue, seemingly unfazed, casually leaned back in her chair, propping her chin on her hand, and remarked indifferently, "Precisely for this reason, she requires a master like you to guide her." "You, always causing me trouble," Mo Chen said, shaking his head in exasperation at Qian Renxue's playful demeanor. Her delight in the chaos was both amusing and infuriating to him. Nevertheless, he understood that as his beloved wife, no matter how mischievous she might be, he could only indulge her. His gaze fell upon Mu Yu and Xiamu Wu, and he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Indeed, the talents of these 2 young ladies are remarkable. Given their current strength and age, if they were to be recruited and nurtured by the Spirit Hall, they would undoubtedly become 2 formidable title Douluo in the future. As Mo Chen stroked his chin, he began to strategize for the forthcoming events. Individuals with such extraordinary gifts must not be overlooked. Olin City and the old capital, Qian Renshue's voice suddenly broke into Mo Chen's thoughts, her beautiful eyes sparkling with intrigue. I recall that these two cities are not particularly renowned in Heaven Do City. I never imagined they could produce such prodigious talents. Mo Chen nodded in agreement. Though exceptional talents are not uncommon, those who can recognize their true worth are indeed rare. He and Qian Renxue had both discerned that Mu Yu and Xiamu Wu, these two young ladies, had likely come into the line of sight of Ning Fengji. After all, they were all seasoned foxes with a millennium of experience. Each other's thoughts were as transparent as daylight, easily perceived at a glance. Ning Fengji was notorious for his wealth and power. Few could resist the terms he proposed. Moreover, when it came to recruiting talent, he was exceedingly generous, willing to invest significantly. Take his previous offer to himself as an example. Ning Fengji had even been willing to betroth his daughter to him, although circumstances had ultimately led to its dissolution. Yet, had he not possessed such innate talent, he likely would not have captured Ning Fengji's attention at all. Chapter 42. A single shot breaches the shield wall several days later. The opponent for the next match at Dawn Academy had been determined. In the 26th preliminary round, the winner's bracket would see Xiong Academy face off against Dawn Academy. Within the resting room of Dawn Academy, the atmosphere was palpably tense. The lead teacher, Shan Tu, with a grave expression, handed the matchup sheet to Mu Yu. This is our next opponent, Xiong Academy. Shan Tu's voice was low and serious. Their captain, Li, has reached level 44, and his defensive capabilities are exceptionally formidable, making him a challenging adversary. Mu Yu accepted the matchup sheet, casting her gaze upon the information. A wave of pressure surged within her. For the past 3 days, she had been struggling under the rigorous training imposed by Mo Chen, and for this match, she had even postponed acquiring her 5th soul ring. Yet, the pressure she felt was not directed towards Xiong Academy, but rather towards Mo Chen. In response to teacher Shan Tu's concerns, Mu Yu did not exhibit excessive anxiety. She inhaled deeply, then spoke slowly. I understand, teacher Shan Tuesday. However, Xiong Academy has consistently employed a shield wall strategy. While this tactic boasts formidable defense, it is also relatively singular. With the power of my falling star gun, I am fully capable of breaching their defenses. After speaking, Mu Yu vigorously shook her head, as if to cast off the frustrations of the past few days. She straightened her posture, shouldering the responsibilities of captaincy, radiating unwavering confidence. Upon arriving at the competition venue, Mu Yu surveyed her surroundings. Her gaze swiftly drawn to 7 imposing figures resembling small mountains. These 7 individuals stood on the opposite side of the arena, their towering physiques reminiscent of mobile fortresses. In the 13th match of the preliminaries, Xiong Academy clashed with Qian Renxue Academy. In this encounter, Xiong Academy triumphed with overwhelming superiority, successfully advancing to the winner's bracket. From an attribute perspective, the martial souls of Xiong Academy had a pronounced restraining effect on those of Qian Renxue Academy. Hence, the victory was relatively effortless for Xiong Academy. The entire combat sequence unfolded in a lopsided manner, with Qian Renxue Academy's martial soul fusion techniques rendered ineffective against Xiong Academy's rock-solid shield wall strategy. Li stood at the forefront of Xiong Academy's team. His arms crossed, muscles bulging like explosive power, exuding an aura of strength. His gaze was filled with disdain as he contemptuously regarded the Dawn Academy across from him. Hu, the vice-captain of the Xiong Academy, wore a mocking expression, taunting the members of Dawn Academy. Little sister, you'd better step down quickly. It can be quite painful when I strike. In the face of Huyen's derision, Xiamu Wu retorted without hesitation. The match hasn't even begun. And is it all you Xiong Academy can do to engage in empty banter? Huyen was evidently taken aback by such a direct and audacious rebuttal, momentarily stunned. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure, the corners of his mouth curling into a sinister smile. He had silently resolved that once the competition officially commenced, he would deliver a severe lesson to that ignorant young girl, ensuring she understood the true meaning of courtesy and respect. Meanwhile, in a corner of the viewing area, Tang Sen was being helped to sit down by Xiao Wu. His body was enveloped in thick bandages, leaving only his face exposed. Despite a period of recuperation, Tang Sen's body had significantly recovered. However, when he attempted to engage in vigorous movements, waves of pain would still assault him. Brother San, do you think the Elephant Armor Academy can win? Xiao Wu, supporting Tang Sen, cast a glance toward the arena where Mu Yu was, a hint of resentment flickering in her eyes. Tang Sen scrutinized the situation in the arena, his brow furrowing. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, the defensive strength of the Elephant Armor Academy is indeed formidable. To defeat them, the first step is to find a way to break through their shield wall tactics. His analysis was incisive. Once composed, he displayed an exceptional level of combat intelligence. After merely observing for a short while, he had discerned the battlefield dynamics. Were it him, the Dragon Whisker Needle could effortlessly breach their defenses. As the announcer declared the commencement of the match, the 7 members of the Elephant Armor Academy swiftly advanced, forming a formidable wall of flesh, their auras surging. A dusty yellow shield coalesced behind them, and from within, a colossal mammoth bellowed thunderously, its roar echoing like a mountain's might. The sound seemed to penetrate the very souls of those who heard it, instilling a chilling dread. The seven stepped forward in unison, each footfall resonating like a drumbeat, causing the entire arena to tremble violently. The shield wall tactic of the Elephant Armor Academy was clearly meticulously devised, as they sought to forcefully shove the 7 members of the Dawn Academy out of the arena with their astonishing defense. "You 5, hold them off and buy us 5 minutes. Mu Yu commanded decisively, her gaze sharp. Before her words faded, she waved her right hand, summoning the meteor shield into her grasp. With the shield in hand, her eyes fixed intently on Xiaomu Wu. Simultaneously, the ink brush in Xiaomu Wu's hand materialized, launching relentless attacks upon Mu Yu's meteor shield. This series of actions left all present dumbfounded, especially Xiao Wu, who widened her eyes in confusion and asked, "Brother, what are they doing? Why are they attacking each other?" Having never fought against Mu Yu, Xiao Wu was oblivious to the characteristics of the meteor shield. However, Tang Xin understood perfectly. Xiao Wu observed that shield in Mu Yu's hand. It possesses the ability to store attacks and return them doubled. I suspect Mu Yu intends to harness her teammates' attacks to accumulate sufficient soul power, ultimately shattering the Elephant Armor Academy's shield wall tactic. Tang Xin furrowed his brow, pondering deeply. As expected, events unfolded precisely as Tang Xin had anticipated. After all, relying solely on brute force to gradually dismantle the Elephant Armor Academy's formidable shield wall was nearly impossible. It was well known that the Elephant Armor Academy was renowned for its robust defense, and their shield wall tactic had proven nearly indomitable, almost propelling them into the finals in previous competitions. The Elephant Armor Academy had yet to encounter Shrek, hence their defenses remained unbroken. Thus, only by amassing sufficient power and then unleashing a potent attack in an instant could one hope to breach the shield wall of the Elephant Armor Academy. Although the other 5 members of the Dawn Academy might be slightly weaker in strength and unable to fully halt the advance of the Elephant Armor Academy, they could certainly delay their progress. At that moment, Xiaomu Wu waved her ink brush vigorously in the air. With each motion, black ink shot forth like arrows, crashing violently against the meteor shield held by Mu Yu. As the ink continued its relentless assault, 2 humanoid forms made of ink surged upward, their fists pummeling the surface of the meteor shield like cannonballs. In an instant, a thunderous sound erupted, causing the meteor shield to tremble violently. Meanwhile, the falling star gun in Mu Yu's left hand began to emit a radiant glow, its brightness intensifying, seemingly responding to Xiaomu Wu's attacks as it gathered strength. "Captain, are you ready? We really can't hold out much longer," a member of the Dawn Academy exclaimed anxiously to Mu Yu. Standing firm, Mu Yu gripped the meteor shield tightly, fully concentrating on the soul power accumulating within it. As the soul power surged, the meteor shield began to quiver slightly, and the tip of the gun trembled in response to the growing energy. A piercing hum filled the air, gradually calming Mu Yu's chaotic mind. She closed her eyes tightly, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, yet she gritted her teeth, refusing to relent. She had only one shot. If this shot failed, a fierce battle would undoubtedly ensue. Victory wasn't guaranteed, but it would certainly be arduous. At last, Mu Yu sensed that her soul power had reached its zenith. Abruptly, she opened her eyes. In an instant, the meteor shield in her right hand vanished, and she thrust the falling star gun forward. "Move aside," Mu Yu shouted, her voice reverberating like thunder across the arena, deafening in its intensity. The moment her command escaped her lips, time seemed to freeze, and the once chaotic arena fell into an eerie silence. The audience was left in awe of Mu Yu's sudden strike, their eyes wide, breath held, fearful of missing any thrilling moment. As Mu Yu thrust the gun, a golden streak shot forth like lightning, bearing unparalleled might, directly aimed at the shield wall formed by the 7 members of the Elephant Armor Academy. Upon impact, a cataclysmic sound erupted, as if the very world trembled in response. A powerful gust surged outward like a tempest, sweeping across the arena, causing both spectators and fellow competitors to stagger in its wake. Those seated in the stands clung desperately to anything they could grasp, fearing being swept away by the ferocious winds. Mo Chen instinctively shielded Xueqingha, while Douluo V positioned himself protectively beside Ning Rongrong, attempting to guard against the overwhelming force. Huyanli clenched his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, exerting every ounce of strength to stomp down hard. With his action, the mammoth behind him seemed to sense his determination, letting out a low, powerful roar. Yet, despite Huyanli's desperate resistance, the once proud shield wall emitted a subtle cracking sound. Though faint, it was alarmingly jarring in the tense atmosphere. Soon after, a visible crack appeared on the shield wall, rapidly spreading like a web, enveloping the entire structure in mere moments. Ultimately, under Huyanli's horrified gaze, the shield wall could no longer withstand the immense pressure and shattered with a resounding bang. Huyanli and his teammates were caught off guard, hurled backward by the sudden force of the explosion. Their bodies traced an arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. as a mouthful of blood was violently expelled from the backlash. "Do not give them a chance," Summer Mu Wu exclaimed loudly upon witnessing the scene. She swiftly wielded the ink brush in her hand, and with her movements, figures crafted from ink emerged from the ground like mushrooms after a rainstorm. These ink figures were so lifelike that they seemed to possess their own vitality, rushing towards Xiong who had mocked Summer Mu Wu prior to the match, with astonishing speed. After the shield of the Elephant Armor Academy shattered, a billowing cloud of dust engulfed the entire arena like a colossal wave. The dust obscured visibility, making it difficult to discern the situation within the arena. Xiong's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a portrait of astonishment. He could never have anticipated that their meticulously arranged shield wall tactic would be so effortlessly shattered by a direct confrontation. At that moment, Mu Yu exhaled a breath of cold air and plunged into the swirling dust. Her spear danced like a dragon emerging from the sea, swiftly brandishing and emitting glimmers of icy light. Those shrouded in the haze had no time to react before Mu Yu's spear struck them down, their anguished cries echoing as they collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, the ink-clad individuals ruthlessly unleashed a flurry of fists and kicks upon Xiong. Each blow delivered with fierce intensity, the sound of their assault relentless. As the dust began to settle, the onlookers beheld the 7 members of the Elephant Armor Academy sprawled across the ground, unconscious and defeated. Among them, Xiong fared the worst, his condition utterly abominable. At this moment, he was a grotesque sight, his visage marred and swollen, his face transformed into a terrifying mask. Furthermore, several of his teeth had been knocked out, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his body riddled with bruises and swelling, rendering him almost unrecognizable. Umph, and he still dares to speak defiantly, truly. His words are more resilient than his strength. Witnessing this, Xiaomu Wu wasted no time in mocking him, her tone dripping with disdain and contempt. Observing from the spectator's platform, Xiong's face turned ashen, his body trembling with rage at the sight. He was seething with rage, poised to rise and unleash his fury, when suddenly he sensed a chilling gaze piercing through him like a blade. A tightness gripped Xiong's heart as he instinctively followed the direction of that gaze. What he beheld plunged him into a frigid abyss. He saw Mo Chen, inexplicably brandishing a short blade, leisurely polishing it with a handkerchief. At that moment, the corners of Mo Chen's eyes radiated a bone-chilling light, fixating on him with a stare that bore the weight of death itself. Xiong was instantly engulfed by an icy dread that surged up his spine, as if he were prey under the gaze of a primordial beast, leaving him paralyzed and cold to the core. He could only obediently sit there, not daring to breathe, fearful of attracting Mo Chen's attention. One must understand that if one were to catch Mo Chen's eye, even the grass on a grave would likely grow to 3 meters high. No matter how formidable the mammoth might be, it must behave submissively in the presence of a dragon. Chapter 43. The Mouse in the Shadows. The competition concluded, with the Dawn Academy emerging victorious. Accompanied by the host's impassioned voice, the entire arena erupted in fervor. As the audience snapped back from their astonishment, a wave of fervent applause and cheers erupted. Dawn Academy! Dawn Academy! The cheers resounded, echoing endlessly. Amidst this cacophony, Mu Yu's figure captivated everyone's attention. His outstanding performance not only secured victory for Dawn Academy, but also etched his name deeply in the hearts of numerous high-ranking officials. To pierce through the shield wall strategy of the Elephant Armor Academy with a single shot speaks volumes about the caliber of his martial soul, undoubtedly placing it among the elite. Moreover, at this moment, both Mu Yu and Xiaomu Wu were merely 12 years old, their soul power already reaching level 49. Tang Xin clenched his hands tightly, oblivious to the pain as his nails dug into his flesh, blood oozing from his hands. These two had attained level 49 through their own cultivation at the tender age of 12, while their Shrek Academy had to rely on celestial herbs. Furthermore, despite having absorbed 3 celestial herbs, he had only reached level 43 by the age of 14. Such a stark disparity ignited an overwhelming surge of jealousy within Tang Xin. Ning Fengji, seated in the audience, whispered a few words to Bon Douluo beside him. Bon Douluo nodded slightly, and then rose to leave the arena slowly. Meanwhile, Salas was stroking his chin, his gaze fixed intently on Mu Yu and his companion. Mo Chen appeared significantly more relaxed, after issuing a warning to Xiong. He too departed the arena. Inside the resting room of Dawn Academy, jubilation reigned. Shantu looked at Mu Yu with a face full of satisfaction, his eyes reflecting admiration and affirmation. "You did exceptionally well," Shantu remarked. "Were it not for you two, Dawn Academy might not have participated in this competition at all." His voice carried a hint of desolation, for he had witnessed the rise and fall of Dawn Academy with his own eyes. The Academy had now reached a point where even a level 40 soul master was a rare sight, which filled Shantu with immense sorrow and helplessness. Hee. Sister Mu is the strongest. As an offensive soul master, perhaps only the Martial Soul Academy can rival her power, Xiaomu said with a beaming smile, her tone brimming with affirmation and admiration for Mu Yu's prowess. However, just as Xiaomu's words lingered in the air, The door to the Dawn Academy lounge was suddenly pushed open from the outside. The unexpected sound startled everyone present, and the previously relaxed atmosphere turned tense in an instant. All eyes instinctively turned to the entrance, where a figure slowly stepped inside. Upon seeing this, Shantu immediately became alert, quickly rising to stand in front of the other students to ensure their safety. This is the lounge of Dawn Academy. No outsiders are permitted, Shantu warned sternly, his brow furrowed in displeasure. If you have wandered in by mistake, I suggest you leave at once. In response to Shantu's warning, Mo Chen showed no sign of retreat. He ambled to the center of the room, locking eyes with Shantu, and spoke. You are the team leader from the Dawn Academy, possessing the rare body martial spirit. Although Mo Chen did not excel in theoretical knowledge, he had taken the time to peruse relevant texts in the Martial Spirit Hall's library prior to this encounter, thus gaining some understanding of Shantu's martial spirit. The martial spirits of this world are not merely categorized as tool or beast spirits, as the so-called Great Fool suggests. There also exist elemental spirits and body spirits, which are comparatively rare. It can only be said that the Great Fool lacks even the ability to accurately copy. Master, Mu Yu and Xia Mu Wu exclaimed in unison. Shanta looked at Mo Chen with a face full of skepticism. Is he truly your teacher? Despite his inner doubts, Shanta remained vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on Mo Chen, wary of any dubious actions. Mo Chen appeared oblivious to Shantu's caution. He smiled and nodded, addressing Shantu. Yes, Shantu. Your body martial spirit is quite rare. I have high hopes for you. With that, he stepped forward and patted Shantu on the shoulder. Subsequently, Mo Chen turned and led Mu Yu and Xia Mu Wu towards the exit. Curiously, Xia Mu Wu surrounded Mo Chen with questions. Master, where are we going? Mo Chen smiled slightly, explaining, haven't you noticed? Your soul power has reached level 50, so I am taking you to hunt for your 5th soul ring. Upon hearing this, Xia Mu Wu was nearly overcome with excitement, while Mu Yu maintained a more composed demeanor, though her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Once both climbed into the carriage, Mo Chen gently patted the mane of the horse, Chasing Wind, and softly said, let us depart. Chasing Wind immediately let out a resounding neigh and sped forth like an arrow released from a bow, pulling the carriage swiftly beyond the city gates and into a tranquil suburban landscape. As Mo Chen drove the carriage, he turned back to inquire, since your martial spirits are rather unique, do you have any specific requirements regarding the attributes of your soul rings? However, just as he finished speaking, Mo Chen suddenly sensed a looming danger and sharply pulled the reins. With a creaking sound, the carriage came to an abrupt halt. The sudden stop caught the two women off guard, causing their bodies to lurch forward, almost tumbling out of the carriage. Friend, are you not coming out to greet us after all this time? Mo Chen leapt down from the carriage, landing gracefully on the ground, then addressed a vacant space before him. The area shimmered slightly, and the figure of Douluo V unexpectedly materialized before Mo Chen. My dear nephew, how have you fared? Douluo V inquired with a gentle smile. Mo Chen remained silent for a moment before responding slowly. Indeed, Uncle Gu, I have been well. Noticing the fleeting glimmer of disappointment in Gu Yong's eyes, Mo Chen continued, did I not ask Rongrong to tell you that I would come to drink with you? Is it possible that you still hold a grudge against your uncle? Mo Chen fell silent once more upon hearing this. He furrowed his brow slightly, deliberating over his choice of words. After taking a deep breath, he spoke, Uncle Gu, the folly of my youth should not be taken to heart. He paused for a moment before continuing. As Rongrong has stated, everyone possesses the right to pursue their own happiness. And what I seek at present is indeed my own happiness. Douluo V evidently did not anticipate Mo Chen's resolute stance. His expression shifted slightly, yet he remained undeterred, inquiring, is there truly no room for negotiation? Fengji and the others are waiting for your return. Uncle Gu, this shall be the last time I address you as such. Those bygone days can never be relived, at least not in the manner I desire. I sincerely hope you do not end up like Uncle Jian, Mo Chen remarked gravely. Douluo gazed quietly at Mo Chen, seemingly able to decipher the turmoil within his eyes. However, Douluo did not immediately respond to Mo Chen's words. After a brief silence, Mo Chen slowly articulated, your visit today is likely not solely to convey these sentiments, is it? Have you no intention of addressing the matters entrusted to you by Sect Master Ning? Douluo was undoubtedly aware of the paramount importance of Ning Fengxi's directives, yet at that moment, the turmoil and inner conflict he felt rendered him incapable of confronting them immediately. He took a deep breath, striving to calm his emotions, and then spoke, alas. The matter concerning Rongrong is indeed a reflection of our failure in education. Fengxi has already compelled her to withdraw from Shrek Academy, a decision that could not be avoided. However, I have come here for other pressing matters. The gaze of the Bon Doa lingered on Mo Chen for a moment before suddenly shifting to the carriage behind him. Miss Mu, Miss Xia, might I implore you to descend so that I may have the honor of meeting you? The Bon Douluo's voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority that was difficult to refuse. Inside the carriage, silence reigned, with not a whisper escaping. Mo Chen surveyed his surroundings, and after a thorough observation, he gained some preliminary understanding of those concealed in the shadows. Listen well, Mo Chen's voice, though subdued, resonated with an undeniable gravitas. Anyone who has not reached the title Douluo level, depart at once. Though I have retreated, I am not yet dead. Here, retreat refers to no longer returning to the borders or leading troops into battle. As he spoke, 9 circles of gray soul rings gradually spiraled around him. The hue of these soul rings was remarkably peculiar, rendering them difficult to discern. Nevertheless, for those familiar with Mo Chen, this distinctive configuration of soul rings was undoubtedly the finest testament to his identity. The Bon Douluo, not one to be outdone, similarly unleashed his own soul rings. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, the 9 soul rings emerged in succession, harmoniously complementing Mo Chen's. The emergence of another title Douluo instilled fear in the hearts of those who had previously harbored hopes of evasion. Some of the weaker individuals, upon witnessing this, chose to retreat, unwilling to press on. However, not all were so discerning. A faction remained, perhaps believing in their chance to seize an opportunity, or perhaps possessing sufficient confidence in their own strength, intent on fishing in troubled waters to reap the benefits amidst the ensuing chaos. Mo Chen observed, a cold smile playing on his lips. It seems there are indeed many who fear not for their lives. Yet this is advantageous, sparing me the effort of rooting each of you out from the shadows one by one. He flexed his wrist, and with a sharp crack, a silver-black spear materialized unexpectedly in his hand. Xiao Chun, leave the western front to me. The rest is up to you. The Bon Douluo similarly stretched his limbs. Mo Chen smiled faintly, responding, indeed, Mu Yu, you must keenly observe what it means to wield a spear born from the art of killing. As his words faded, his figure vanished from sight in an instant. Observing this, the Bon Douluo's lips curled into a slight smile as he leisurely stepped forward. The moment his foot touched the ground, the once tranquil space around him rippled as if disturbed by a stone cast into a still lake. Immediately after, the Bon Douluo's form seemed to be engulfed by these ripples, disappearing in the blink of an eye. In that fleeting moment, the entire surroundings were drowned out by the cacophony of battle. The air was filled with the echoes of anguished cries and pleas for mercy, transforming the scene into a veritable hell of slaughter. These individuals had not come to form alliances. Rather, they approached with murderous intent on exterminating them. The reason was simple. Should Mu Yu and Xia Mu Yu perish, the likelihood of their academy advancing would significantly increase. It was a common occurrence in every tournament to eliminate powerful competitors from rival academies in pursuit of victory. Mo Chen, cease your arrogance here. Behold my 5th soul skill. Raffle will find. Suddenly, a muscular man, his body brimming with sinew, pointed at Mo Chen and bellowed fiercely. He emanated an overwhelming aura, with the 7 soul rings beneath him spinning rapidly. However, just as he was about to launch his assault, Mo Chen's movement proved swifter. The spear in Mo Chen's hand lunged straight towards the man's chest. The man scarcely had time to react before the spear had pierced through his ribcage. He widened his eyes, an expression of utter disbelief etched across his face, his mouth slightly agape, as if he yearned to utter something, yet ultimately, no words escaped his lips. He collapsed to the ground like a deflated balloon, devoid of any semblance of life. The massacre continued unabated, the stench of blood growing ever more pungent. The entire ground stained a vivid crimson. Blood splattered onto Mo Chen's robe, transforming the once pristine white garment into a shocking shade of red. Mo Chen's eyes, provoked by the sight of blood, turned a fierce scarlet, and his breath quickened, as if consumed by an uncontrollable frenzy. After completely eliminating the defect of his martial soul, although he no longer lost his reason in the wake of slaughter, Mo Chen still had the capacity to willingly enter a state of madness, enabling him to engage in even more thorough carnage. The long spear in his hand danced through the air, each swing releasing a spray of crimson blossoms, while his steps grew increasingly steady, as if he had discovered a peculiar equilibrium amidst the macabre scene. The scent of blood spread like a plague, saturating the atmosphere with a nauseating sweetness. Mu Yu emerged from the carriage, her steps somewhat unsteady, clearly affected by the overwhelming stench of blood. Yet, she did not falter. Instead, she took a deep breath, slowly closed her eyes, and concentrated on perceiving Mo Chen's marksmanship. Candle Dragon's Morning, Dragon God's Claw. Mo Chen suddenly roared, his voice reverberating across the bloody battlefield. With his cry, the spear in his grasp seemed to be activated by a mysterious force, and his hands were instantly enveloped in a dazzling purple radiance. This purple glow, akin to blazing flames, swiftly spread along the spear, enveloping it entirely in the blink of an eye. Mo Chen's arm trembled slightly, as he appeared to struggle to control this formidable power. Under the illumination of the purple light, the spear, originally forged from dark iron, underwent a breathtaking transformation. The surface of the spear began to shimmer with faint dragon scale patterns, which appeared to pulsate with life, flowing continuously in the light. The spear, crafted from dark iron, had now completely metamorphosed into a dragoness bone. Mo Chen's gaze was fixed ahead, his eyes burning with an intensity akin to fierce flames. He swung his long spear with great force, the weapon darting forth like a bolt of lightning, tearing through the air and producing a piercing whistle. Those who had been desperately resisting stood no chance against such a terrifying onslaught, unable to even momentarily obstruct it, given the disregard for defensive measures in this state. Even facing a bone Douluo, Mo Chen possessed absolute confidence in delivering a critical blow. The dragon claws effortlessly shredded their defenses, ripping their bodies to shreds, blood and entrails splattering everywhere. The massacre continued unabated until the last individual was cleaved in two. Chapter 44. Reunion with Xiao. Have you seen clearly? Mo Chen's voice resonated in Mu Yu's ears, rousing her from her nightmare. Slowly regaining her composure, she gazed at Mo Chen before nodding and softly replying, "Yes, I have seen clearly, master." Yet, beneath her calm exterior, her heart was far from tranquil. After all, this was her first time witnessing such a gruesome scene, and the perpetrator was her own master. Although she understood that Mo Chen's actions were justified, the blood-soaked ground and the scattered corpses filled her with dread and discomfort. Ultimately, despite their formidable power, they were still but young girls who had never taken a life. Facing Mo Chen, who had slain so many, they could not help but feel a twinge of fear. Master, what about Bone Douluo? At that moment, Xiamu leaped down from the carriage, curiously scanning her surroundings, seemingly oblivious to the tense atmosphere enveloping them. Mo Chen cast her a fleeting glance and replied, "He has left." With that, he turned and resumed his seat in the carriage. Xiamu blinked, clearly disappointed by the answer, as she had hoped to witness the battle between two titled Douluos. Though somewhat disheartened, she quickly redirected her attention to the surrounding environment. After half a day's journey, they finally entered the Soul Beast Forest before nightfall. "This will do." Mo Chen's voice echoed once more. "Seeking your fifth soul ring in the Star Do Great Forest is evidently unrealistic. Time is too pressing. So we shall settle for finding one here." He then leaped down from the carriage and ventured into the forest. Mu Yu and Xiamu Wu exchanged glances before hastily following suit. "Master, what kind of soul beast are we looking for?" Xiamu Wu inquired with wide, curious eyes. Mo Chen pondered briefly before responding. "Mu Yu's martial soul focuses on offense, so we should prioritize attack power in our choice of soul beast. However, your martial soul is quite unique. Frankly, I am uncertain about how to select one. After all, this is my first encounter with a martial ink brush martial soul." Having said that, Mo Chen turned his gaze towards Mu Yu, seemingly awaiting her input. Mu Yu nodded in understanding. Observing this, Mo Chen continued, "Then let us first assist Mu Yu in locating a suitable soul beast. If we are to emphasize attack power, I do know of a commendable option." As he spoke, he raised his gaze to the overcast sky, seemingly lost in contemplation. Suddenly, Mo Chen furrowed his brow and muttered, "Honestly, it always ends up like this every time I come." No sooner had he uttered these words than a stream of water streaked across the sky, rushing toward him like a swift dragon. Shortly thereafter, Dan Yu's figure materialized before Mo Chen. "Apologies for the delay, however. I have discovered the records regarding the martial soul of the Wu Mo Pin," Dan Yu said slowly, his blue eyes turning towards Xiamu Wu. "Miss Xia, please follow me. The soul beast you seek lies within the Sunset Forest." With that, Dan Yu stood quietly, awaiting Xiamu Wu's response. Xiamu Wu hesitated, her gaze involuntarily drifting towards Mo Chen. Sensing her look, Mo Chen nodded slightly in agreement. With his tacit approval, Xiamu Wu felt a measure of relief. She inhaled deeply and then followed Dan Yu into the distance. "Who is that?" Mu Yu's curiosity was piqued as she watched Dan Yu and Xiamu Wu gradually recede, prompting her to inquire of Mo Chen. A faint smile graced Mo Chen's lips as he replied, "Dan Yu, merely a walking encyclopedia of martial souls." Mu Yu nodded thoughtfully, harboring some speculation about Dan Yu's identity. However, her attention soon shifted to the forest before her, dismissing any further concerns about Dan Yu. Mo Chen continued to lead Mu Yu deeper into the woods, with Mu Yu closely trailing behind, her curiosity piqued by the surrounding environment. Yet, not long after they ventured in, Mo Chen abruptly halted. Mu Yu, taken by surprise, quickly asked, "What is it, master?" Mo Chen did not respond immediately. His gaze was fixed on two figures not far ahead. There, Lu Erlong was searching for something in the forest alongside Xiao Wu, their silhouettes flickering amidst the dense foliage. "You've encountered an old friend," Mo Chen remarked slowly, a hint of teasing in his voice. Following Mo Chen's line of sight, Mu Yu's eyes locked on Xiao Wu, her gaze unwavering. After all, following the conclusion of the first preliminary match, Xiao Wu had boldly declared her intent to eliminate her. "Indeed, an old friend," Mu Yu replied, a smirk playing on her lips, her feelings towards this so-called friend far from warm. Mo Chen stood by, his penetrating gaze fixed ahead, thoughtfully stating, "By their appearance, they too must be searching for the fourth soul ring. If that is the case, would you not consider settling your past grievances now?" At his words, Mu Yu hesitated, uncertain about taking action at this moment. Observing her indecision, Mo Chen furrowed his brow and spoke plainly. "To show mercy to an enemy is to be cruel to oneself. She wishes to kill you. Will you patiently await her growth?" His words pierced through the last vestige of hesitation in Mu Yu's heart like a sharp sword. Taking a deep breath, Mu Yu finally resolved to speak. "I understand, master. I shall trouble you to assist in delaying that. Her gaze fell upon Lu Erlong in the distance, her finger gently pointing towards him. At that moment, as Mu Yu conferred with Mo Chen, Lu Erlong and Xiao Wu ahead simultaneously felt a chill surge up their spines. They exchanged glances, each detecting a trace of astonishment in the other's eyes. Strange, Xiao Wu, do you sense anything? Lu Erlong inquired softly, a confused expression adorning his face as he turned to Xiao Wu. She, equally perplexed, shook her head. Her instincts warned her that something ominous was about to unfold. Yet she could not articulate what it was. Yes, mother, I too feel it. Xiao Wu's voice was somewhat subdued, her lively eyes now heavy with gravity. Unlike Lu Erlong, Xiao Wu was a genuine 100,000-year-old soul beast, naturally possessing a heightened sensitivity to danger. After all, if it were not the case, how could such a small rabbit have survived unscathed for a century? After sharing a knowing glance, Lu Erlong's soul power surged dramatically, akin to tumultuous waves. Accompanied by this outpouring of energy, 7 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, slowly emerged around her, emanating an unsettling brilliance. Since you've arrived, there's no need for concealment. If you have the capability, come forth. Do you truly believe I am afraid of you? Lu Erlong glared fiercely, her eyes fixed intently on the trembling trees. Just then, a disdainful cold snort echoed through the air. Mo Chen emerged from the woods like a specter, gracefully treading upon the void. His presence elicited not the slightest ripple in the surrounding environment, as if he had seamlessly merged with the very fabric of this space. Yet, despite the gracefulness of his movements, an overwhelming aura of pressure emanated from him, akin to a colossal mountain, rendering Lu Erlong nearly breathless. At the moment Mo Chen materialized, Lu Erlong's pupils constricted sharply, as if struck by an immense force, trembling violently. Although Mo Chen did not exude a discernible sense of dominance, an indescribable tension enveloped Lu Erlong's heart. This tension weighed down upon her like an invisible burden, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. Xiao Wu's predicament was equally dire. The instant her gaze met Mo Chen's, fear surged forth like a tidal wave, submerging her entirely. Her legs seemed to lose their support, collapsing beneath her as she sank helplessly to the ground, utterly paralyzed. Mo Chen, wearing a smile, leisurely remarked, "What a narrow path for adversaries, without Tang Hao this time. I am eager to see who else can come to your rescue." Though his voice was soft, it bore an irresistible enchantment that sent shivers down one's spine. Upon finishing his words, Mo Chen extended his finger and gently tapped the ring on his ring finger. In an instant, a faint glimmer of light flickered, and then, with a chilling ease, he grasped Tang Hao's severed head in his hand. Under the Haotian crown, Lu Erlong exclaimed, her face etched with disbelief. Her eyes widened as she fixated on Tang Hao's head, her expression a mixture of incredulity and horror. No matter how she rationalized it, Lu Erlong could not accept the reality that the once mighty Haotian Douluo had met such a swift and tragic end. "Impossible, this cannot be," she murmured, her voice laden with despair and skepticism, as if her entire world was collapsing around her. Mo Chen stored away Tang Hao's head, for it still bore an unrefined skull, which remained of significant utility to him. "Proceed," he commanded, his expression devoid of emotion. "Let your falling star spear taste blood today." At his words, a glint of cold determination flashed in Mu Yu's eyes as she leapt into action, her spear thrusting towards Xiao Wu without hesitation. Lu Erlong, in a frenzied rush, attempted to intervene, but at that moment, Mo Chen stepped forward, placing a foot upon the void, producing a dull thud. As he did so, an invisible ripple began to emanate outward, seemingly inconspicuous, yet brimming with immense power. Lu Erlong felt as though she were burdened by a 1,000-pound weight, struggling to breathe under the oppressive force. Despite her desperate attempts to break free and save Xiao Wu, the pressure weighed down upon her like an insurmountable mountain, rendering her immobile. Xiao Wu, regaining her senses, reacted swiftly, sidestepping Mu Yu's strike. However, Mu Yu's assault did not relent. Upon missing her initial thrust, she pivoted, her spear sweeping through the air like a tempest, striking Xiao Wu with ferocious intensity. Xiao Wu intended to block the blow, but upon contact with the spear, she was met with overwhelming force. In that fleeting moment, a powerful surge propelled her backward, her body soaring uncontrollably like a kite severed from its string. With a resounding crash, she collided with a distant tree, finally coming to a halt. Before Xiao Wu could fully recover from the violent impact, Mu Yu's spear followed relentlessly, striking with the ferocity of a tempest. Caught off guard, Xiao Wu had no time to evade as the glimmering spearheads bore down upon her, desperation flooding her heart. "Invincible golden body," she exclaimed, as a brilliant golden light enveloped her, forming an impenetrable shield. Mu Yu's spear thrust collided with Xiao Wu, yet to her astonishment, the impact resonated with a series of sharp metallic clangs, as if striking an unyielding fortress. Realizing her assault had failed, Mu Yu's expression shifted subtly, but her reflexes were lightning quick. She swiftly raised her spear and struck Xiao Wu's chin with the butt end, delivering a blow of tremendous force that sent Xiao Wu hurtling backward as if struck by a cannonball. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Yu followed up with a powerful kick to Xiao Wu's abdomen, the overwhelming force propelling her away like a rag doll. Xiao Wu! Lu Erlong cried out in a panic, her heart racing. Yet, she found herself utterly restrained by Mo Chen, unable to break free or assist Xiao Wu. You scoundrels! Let me go! What do you intend to do to Xiao Wu? Lu Erlong shouted in a fury, her body thrashing against the unyielding grip of Mo Chen, whose hold was as immovable as a mountain, rendering her efforts futile. Mo Chen regarded Lu Erlong with a cold, expressionless gaze, ensuring she remained utterly incapacitated. His soul power surged forth unceasingly, akin to a tumultuous tide, pressing heavily upon Lu Erlong. The 3 seconds of the invincible golden body slipped away in an instant. And at this moment, Xiao Wu had entirely lost her ability to retaliate, her body languidly collapsing to the ground, helplessly watching as Mu Yu advanced step by step. Standing before Xiao Wu, Mu Yu brandished the glimmering tip of her gun, her gaze cold and resolute. Yet, as she raised the weapon to strike at Xiao Wu, a moment of hesitation gripped her. Ultimately, Mu Yu could not bring herself to inflict a fatal blow upon Xiao Wu. Her hand trembled slightly, leaving only a series of wounds upon Xiao Wu's body, deliberately avoiding any vital areas. Mo Chen observed this and slowly shook his head, sighing, in the end. Your heart lacks the necessary ruthlessness. Chapter 45, The Prisoner at the Foot of the Stairs. Master, I truly cannot do this. Mu Yu's voice quivered noticeably, as if all her strength had been drained away in that moment. The long spear she clutched trembled in her grip. Her eyes fixed intently upon the defeated Xiao Wu before her, yet her heart could not summon the resolve to strike her down. Xiao Wu's expression was somewhat dazed, her eyes brimming with resentment, fixed upon Mo Chen, while simultaneously reflecting deep concern for Lu Erlong, who was being suppressed by Mo Chen. Mother! Xiao Wu's voice resonated with despair. Under such circumstances, neither she nor her mother stood a chance of survival. Xiao Wu, forget about mother, run! Lu Erlong suddenly shouted, her body surging with newfound strength, momentarily breaking free from Mo Chen's grasp. However, this was but a fleeting moment, for Mo Chen's power was overwhelmingly formidable. Flames ignited around Lu Erlong, and she resolutely charged towards Mo Chen. 7th Spirit ability, Crimson Dragon True Form. With Lu Erlong's furious roar, her form transformed into a colossal fire dragon, claws bared, lunging fiercely at Mo Chen. Seeing this, Mo Chen's brow furrowed slightly, yet his movements remained unperturbed. Calmly, he raised his hand and pressed it against the dragon's head, instantly rendering it immobile as if ensnared by a binding spell. Bastard! How is this possible? Lu Erlong shouted in fury, her body beginning to tremble as her power gradually intensified. Yet, no matter how fiercely she struggled, the hand upon her head felt like an unyielding mountain, preventing any movement. At that moment, Xiao Wu let out a cry, Mother! Immediately after, her figure vanished, reappearing before Mo Chen in the blink of an eye. She launched a kick directly at Mo Chen's face. Beside her, Mu Yu, still in shock, remained oblivious to Xiao Wu's actions, merely staring blankly at the unfolding scene. In contrast, Mo Chen appeared remarkably composed, facing Xiao Wu's incoming kick with calm assurance. He swiftly extended his other free hand, seizing Xiao Wu's ankle with a grip as unyielding as a vice. Xiao Wu felt as though her foot had been ensnared by an overwhelming force, rendering her incapable of breaking free, no matter how hard she struggled. Do you see? Your kindness towards them goes unappreciated. S voice emerged, cold and deep, resonating slowly from his lips. He tightened his grip around Xiao Wu's ankle, and her face instantly turned ashen, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed, the sound of bone fracturing resonating in the air as her ankle succumbed to Mo Chen's forceful hold. In an instant, agony distorted Xiao Wu's features, and she emitted a heart-wrenching wail, her body thrashing in desperate struggle. Xiao Wu, if anything is to happen, come at me. Let her go. Lu Erlong's eyes blazed with fury as she witnessed the scene, her face contorted with rage as she bellowed. With her thunderous outcry, the flames that had been swirling around her became increasingly tempestuous, engulfing her entirely in a fiery inferno that surged towards Mo Chen. Without a hint of mercy, Mo Chen hurled Xiao Wu to the ground. The impact produced a dull thud, as if every bone in her body was on the verge of shattering. Yet, amidst the raging flames surrounding him, Mo Chen's countenance remained devoid of any emotional tremor. He slowly spread his arms, and to his astonishment, the once ordinary palms transformed instantaneously into 2 menacing dragon heads. These dragon heads opened their gaping maws, greedily consuming the surrounding flames. Humph! How long can your mere level 78 strength endure? Mo Chen's voice was cold and merciless, reminiscent of the endless sea of fire, sending chills down one's spine. At this moment, Xiao Wu was in agony, clutching her fractured ankle, her body curled up on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Tears streamed from her eyes like a deluge, saturating the earth beneath her. Mother, you must flee. Xiao Wu's voice was laced with sorrow, her sobs accompanied by desperate glances towards Lu Erlong, who was struggling valiantly, her face a mask of pain and despair. Xiao Wu, I will never allow him to harm you. Lu Erlong gritted her teeth, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. Yet she refused to yield, continuously amplifying her soul power output. Suddenly, Mo Chen stepped forward with a fierce intensity, his entire being resembling an imminent volcanic eruption, as the accumulated soul power surged forth like a tempest. Oh, a crimson dragon martial spirit born from the blue lightning tyrant dragon. How intriguing, Mo Chen smirked, a glimmer of mockery playing at the corners of his lips. As the draconic transformation began to fade, his originally short black hair gradually lengthened, cascading down his back like a waterfall. A golden mane billowed in the fiery expanse as he extended his hand, gently tugging at the air. In an instant, flames of gold, even more searing than the surrounding inferno, rained down from the sky like meteors, enveloping the space in a golden haze. Compared to the crimson fire of your martial spirit, allow me to introduce you to the divine fire of the sun. Mo Chen's voice resonated like a sentence from the depths of hell, cold and unyielding. The solar divine fire rained upon the fire dragon, and Lu Erlong immediately felt an indescribable searing heat engulf her. Her body twisted and writhed in desperation, striving to escape the terrifying flames. Yet these golden fires clung to her, as if alive, resisting all her efforts to break free. Even the incredibly fire-resistant Crimson Dragon found itself at a loss against the divine fire of the sun. The golden flames seemed to possess boundless power, continually eroding the body of the Crimson Dragon, eliciting anguished roars. On Mo Chen's forehead, the golden crow mark flickered slightly, as if in response to his summons. His fingers rested upon the mark on his forehead, and in an instant, a flicker of flame ignited at his fingertips, dancing and radiating a heart-stirring warmth. Observe closely what constitutes the true fire that can consume all. Mo Chen's tone remained indifferent. Some flames possess the power to smelt iron, while others are merely suited for kindling. As the spark at his fingertip gradually extinguished, the golden flame erupted violently, resembling a powder keg suddenly ignited. In the blink of an eye, the golden fire spread at an astonishing velocity, swiftly engulfing the entire form of the Crimson Dragon. A mournful roar of the dragon resounded, as it struggled amidst the sea of golden flames. The Crimson Dragon thrashed upon the ground, its body rampaging wildly, wherever it passed. Countless trees were uprooted by its terrifying force, sending splinters and leaves scattering through the air. Simultaneously, a bow and arrow materialized in Mo Chen's hand. Without hesitation, he drew the bow and knocked an arrow, aiming skyward. With a swift whoosh, the golden arrow shot forth, soaring directly into the heavens, disappearing from sight in an instant. Meanwhile, the fallen Xiaowu lay on the ground, devoid of any will to resist. Her entire being collapsed there, succumbing to unconsciousness. Nevertheless, Mo Chen showed no signs of mercy towards her. He strode towards Xiaowu, seizing her hair with a grip akin to that of lifting a chick. With a resounding slap, Mo Chen delivered a merciless blow to Xiaowu's face, the force of which jolted her from her stupor. Her eyes flew open, and upon beholding Mo Chen, she was momentarily frozen in shock. Her body began to tremble violently, clearly overwhelmed by fear. "Wake up, you dead rabbit." Mo Chen taunted with a smirk playing on his lips, softly uttering, "Are you ready to meet your doom?" Finally regaining her composure, Xiaowu widened her eyes in terror, pleading, "Let me go. What have you done to my mother?" Yet, before her words could fully escape her lips, Mo Chen struck her again with another heavy slap, leaving her seeing stars. He cast not a single glance at Xiaowu, carelessly discarding her to the side, and redirected his gaze towards Lu Erlong, who was currently being scorched by the divine flames of the sun. With a crisp snap of his fingers, the raging golden flames gradually subsided, ultimately vanishing entirely. However, in the instant the flames extinguished, Lu Erlong's figure emerged slowly from the inferno. Her garments had been reduced to mere ashes, scattered by the wind. She lay limply on the cold ground, devoid of life, resembling a puddle of mud. As time ticked away, the surrounding atmosphere grew eerily silent, save for the lingering warmth that had yet to dissipate. After an indeterminate period, a figure appeared in the clearing. Haji Dan approached with a grin, striding confidently while muttering, "What does my elder brother want with me?" Yet, as he stepped into the area, he immediately sensed the residual heat lingering in the air. He could not help but halt his steps, furrowing his brow as he murmured to himself, "The temperature is exceedingly high." At that moment, a voice called out from a short distance away, "Hajidan." Turning in the direction of the sound, he beheld Mo Chen standing nearby, with Lu Erlong and Xiaowu lying beside him. Mo Chen's gaze fixed upon Hajidan as he spoke slowly. "You should accompany Mu Yu in search of the soul beast required for the 5th soul ring, specifically the blood fiend scorpion. This matter should be within your grasp. I trust." Upon hearing Mo Chen's words, Hajidan's previously jovial demeanor vanished without a trace, replaced instead by an expression of utmost seriousness and gravity. He straightened his posture and nodded earnestly, saying, "I understand, brother. Leave such matters to me." With that, Hajidan turned to leave, accompanied by the hesitant Mu Yu. Swiftly vanishing from sight, Mo Chen watched Hajidan's retreating figure, breathing a slight sigh of relief. He draped a black robe over Lu Erlong, concealing her exposed form, and departed with the two of them. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. Within the dimly lit cell, the light was exceedingly faint, with only a few rays filtering through the narrow window, barely illuminating the oppressive space. A damp and decaying odor permeated the air, While the walls were adorned with moss and water stains, drops of water continually fell from the ceiling, creating a crisp and monotonous sound that echoed in the silence of the cell. Occasionally, the sound of a whip striking flesh would resonate, accompanied by anguished groans and the jarring clatter of blades colliding, intertwining to evoke a chilling atmosphere. Amidst this terrifying environment, one cell stood out conspicuously. Inside, Lu Erlong was tightly wrapped in a black robe, cradling the still unconscious Xiaowu in her arms. Lu Erlong's long hair cascaded messily over her shoulders, and she wore only the black robe, which barely covered her form. "Do not be afraid, my darling. Mother is here," Lu Erlong whispered softly, her voice tender and loving, yet tinged with despair and helplessness. At that moment, accompanied by a creaking sound, the door to the cell slowly opened. The friction of the door hinges was particularly jarring in the stillness. Mo Chen stepped into the cell, his figure appearing somewhat blurred in the dim light. Yet his icy gaze sent chills down one's spine. The instant Mo Chen entered, Lu Erlong sensed his presence. Her body trembled violently and without hesitation. She attempted to strike at him. However, the chains binding her limbs severely restricted her movements, rendering her unable to advance significantly. "You bastard, what have you done to me? Why do I possess no soul power at all?" Lu Erlong hissed through clenched teeth, her eyes ablaze with fury and hatred, wishing nothing more than to flay Mo Chen alive. Observing Lu Erlong's reaction, Mo Chen's lips curled into a faint, mocking smile. "Huh, as a vanquished foe, do you truly believe you have the right to inquire?" He stepped forward, gripping Lu Erlong's chin, compelling her to raise her head and meet his gaze. "You are nothing more than a prisoner now. What right do you have to converse with me as an equal?" A subtle smirk played upon Mo Chen's lips as he regarded Lu Erlong, then he slowly lifted his hand, seemingly gently patting her shoulder. However, the moment his hand made contact, Lu Erlong was suddenly overwhelmed by an insurmountable force. This power bore down on her like the weight of Mount Tai, rendering her unable to withstand it. With a resounding thud, her knees crashed to the ground, her entire body trembling violently from the sheer force. The ground beneath her knees cracked audibly, a distinct fissure appearing in the once solid surface. "Now this is the demeanor befitting a captive," Mo Chen observed, nodding with satisfaction as he casually patted Lu Erlong's cheek. Her face paled from the excruciating pain, blood trickling from her wounded knees, yet she grit her teeth, glaring at Mo Chen with fury. "You bastard, what have you done to me? Why has my soul power suddenly vanished?" There are numerous acupoints on the human body, and as one who frequently interacts with corpses, I can easily locate each one. Chapter 46, The Blissful Life of Lu Erlong and Xiaowu. "What do you wish to say?" Lu Erlong's body writhed violently, each movement causing the chains binding her limbs to rattle ominously. Her knees scraped against the cold ground, blood seeping from her wounds and staining the earth. Yet she seemed oblivious to the pain, her eyes locked onto Mo Chen, filled with resentment and defiance. "Desist in your futile struggles. Do you know where you are?" A hint of mockery laced Mo Chen's voice, finding amusement in Lu Erlong's resistance. Hearing this, Lu Erlong stiffened, clearly taken aback by his words. A fleeting look of confusion crossed her face as she shook her head apathetically. Noticing this, Mo Chen's lips curled into a chilling smile as he spoke slowly. "You are in a death cell near the Death Canyon. Even if your comrades from Shrek Academy sought to rescue you, they would never locate this place." Lu Erlong's face drained of color, as if plunging into an icy abyss. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Mo Chen. This revelation struck her like a heavy blow. She was well aware of the Death Canyon's location, known for its treacherous terrain and remote seclusion, serving as a training ground for the new generation of the Spirit Hall. No one would ever suspect the existence of a death cell there. "As the illegitimate daughter of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, you must be the daughter of Yu Luomian." Mo Chen's voice rang out once more, this time with a colder tone. Lu Erlong's pupils constricted sharply, a wave of terror surging within her. This secret was known only to her, Yu Xiaojiang, and Yu Luomian. How could Mo Chen possibly know? Mo Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, resembling a still pond. His voice was frigid and devoid of warmth as he slowly uttered, "Although Yu Luomian has not brought you back to the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, he still holds considerable regard for you as an illegitimate daughter. If you were to claim that I am exploiting the transaction between you and him, how do you think he would respond?" Upon hearing these words, Lu Erlong felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Her body trembled with fear and indignation. She raised her head to meet Mo Chen's gaze, her eyes filled with confusion, fury, and resentment. "What do you intend to do?" Lu Erlong's voice quivered slightly, her lips pale, clearly shaken by Mo Chen's words. A sinister smile crept onto Mo Chen's lips, his tone growing ever more chilling. "What a truly intimidating gaze you possess. However, I advise you not to entertain any nefarious thoughts. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the safety of your daughter." Lu Erlong's body quaked violently as her gaze involuntarily shifted to the unconscious Xiaowu. Observing Xiaowu's distorted and mangled ankle, her heart surged with pain and guilt. If only she could be stronger, perhaps she could have shielded Xiaowu from harm. Lu Erlong was engulfed by agony and rage, her chest heaving as if it might explode. Seemingly satisfied with Lu Erlong's reaction, Mo Chen uttered these final words and turned to stride unhesitatingly toward the cell door, leaving Lu Erlong rooted in despair and helplessness. Once outside the cell, Mo Chen, with a serious demeanor, addressed Nangong. "Keep a close watch on those two. They must not escape. When Old Ha returns, he will remain here to guard them. Ning Rongrong, leaning against the wall with a long sword in hand, displayed little emotion, merely nodding indifferently. Observing Ning Rongrong's response, Mo Chen chose not to elaborate further and swiftly departed from the cell. A day later, Mo Chen returned to Tiando City. However, he had scarcely a moment to rest before he hastened toward the palace. Upon entering the palace, he encountered Xiong. Given the presence of others, Mo Chen was compelled to adopt a respectful demeanor, bowing before Xiong. I have seen His Majesty. Mo Chen's voice was deep and resonant. Xiong raised a hand slightly, signaling Mo Chen to rise, and remarked, "No need for formalities. My minister has traveled a long way." Once the others had vacated the room, Mo Chen finally exhaled in relief. He plopped down onto the ground, as if all the strength had been drained from his body. I have just returned from the depths of the prison, and this journey has utterly exhausted me. Is it too much to ask for a moment's respite? Mo Chen complained. Upon witnessing this, Xiong reverted to her elegant demeanor, unable to suppress a smile. She approached Mo Chen and gently began to massage his shoulders, speaking softly. "Oh, I understand your toil, but the current circumstances truly do not permit you to rest." Hearing Qian Renshue's words, Mo Chen could not help but silently lament. He gazed at Qian Renshue's enigmatic smile, a sudden, ominous premonition swelling within him. What more is there to accomplish? Surely, you have firmly secured your throne. Mo Chen regarded Qian Renxue with confusion, unable to decipher her intentions. With a slight smile and a glimmer of cunning in her eyes, Qian Renxue remarked, "My dear royal brother, now that you have ascended to the status of a prince, why do you remain so restless, attempting to win over the ministers?" She let out a soft huff, continuing, "That fellow Xiong has harbored resentment towards me, constantly opposing me at every turn, and now he seeks to rally the ministers." Growing quite close to the heads of various academies, Mo Chen frowned, a hint of impatience in his voice as he replied, "Indeed, Xiong is quite the nuisance. If that is the case, we can simply eliminate him. Such tasks can be entrusted to anyone. Why should I be the one to take action?" Qian Renxue regarded Mo Chen with an inscrutable smile and slowly articulated, "Of course, I do not require your involvement. It is merely that I have only just secured my position on the throne, and I cannot bear the stain of committing fratricide." A realization struck Mo Chen, and he immediately understood her meaning. To eliminate him is a trivial matter, akin to a lullaby before sleep. Mo Chen stretched his neck, rising to his feet, preparing to leave. Wait. Qian Renxue quickly interjected, "Is there truly nothing in your mind beyond the act of killing?" Mo Chen appeared unfazed by her reaction. He merely cast her a casual glance and replied nonchalantly, "Of course not. I merely believe that dispatching him would be the simplest solution." His tone was remarkably calm, as if discussing something utterly mundane. Upon hearing Mo Chen's words, Qian Renxue found herself at a loss for words. She shook her head and said helplessly, "I recall that your subordinate possesses quite formidable interrogation techniques. That fellow named Ning Rongrong, while he may outwardly appear to be a paragon of virtue, is, in reality, more ruthless than anyone else." Mo Chen nodded in agreement with Qian Renshue's assessment. However, there was no trace of guilt or unease on his face. Instead, he seemed to regard the matter as entirely natural. Observing this, a chill surged within Qian Renxue. She fixed her gaze upon Mo Chen and continued, "That woman acquired a manual of punitive measures from Ning Rongrong. I glanced at it, and even I found its contents somewhat chilling." As she spoke, her voice quivered slightly, revealing the profound impact the manual had on her. Mo Chen was well aware of Ning Rongrong's character. After all, he was his third younger brother. Although he presented himself as the gentle and refined gentleman described by Qian Renxue, he harbored a ruthlessness unmatched by others. Meanwhile, within the royal residence, Xiong abruptly pushed away the girl beneath him as if jolted by an electric shock. His face, once contorted and ferocious, was now drenched in sweat. Just moments ago, the girl had been diligently attending to him, yet inexplicably, he had fallen into a rare slumber during the process. However, this brief respite had subjected him to a harrowing nightmare. In his dream, Xiong had turned against him, employing methods so cruel they were beyond comprehension. Even now, having awakened from the nightmare, remnants of fear and lingering unease clung to his heart. Xiong's gaze gradually shifted to the girl kneeling beneath him, and he observed her face, which was etched with terror, trembling uncontrollably. He curled his lips into a sinister smile, then waved his hand and called out loudly, "Bring me 2 more. Today, I shall showcase my prowess." Shortly thereafter, 2 young maidens appeared in the room. Xiong gazed at them, a glimmer of lewdness flashing in his eyes. And then he eagerly lunged forward. 3 seconds later, he exclaimed, "Ah, today I am indeed performing extraordinarily." Xiong adjusted his robes while surveying the 3 maidens sprawled upon the bed. A smirk played upon his lips, entirely oblivious to the disdain evident in their gazes. To Xiong, these 3 maidens were but mere commodities he had casually acquired from the slave market, possessing no status whatsoever. Thus, even though the maidens harbored contempt and disdain for the prince deep within, they dared not entertain any thoughts of defying his orders. In Xiong's mind, as long as he could successfully win over the court officials and gradually seize control of the military, coupled with the support he had garnered from several other academies, in due time, he might very well rival Xiong, or perhaps even ultimately triumph over him. Casting a glance at the portrait of his late uncle displayed in the room, Xue Ping sneered, "Uncle, you lacked ruthlessness. If Xue Qinghe can sit upon the throne, why not I?" However, at that very moment, Xue Ping remained blissfully unaware that Xue Qinghe had already set his sights upon him, considering him the next target. Just as Xue Ping reveled in his scheming, outside the palace, Missouri Chen had just departed when a hawk gracefully landed upon his shoulder. Observing this, Mo Chen extended his hand to retrieve the letter bound to the hawk's talon. The letter boldly proclaimed, in the 44th preliminary match, the captain and vice-captain of Dawn Academy have both reached the Soul King rank and successfully defeated Divine Wind Academy, advancing to the next round. Shrek Academy, in the loser's bracket, also triumphed over Elephant Armor Academy, securing their place in the next stage. After perusing the letter, Mo Chen reattached it to the hawk's leg. Matters were becoming intriguing. The tenacity of Shrek Academy was something Mo Chen had not anticipated. A playful smile crept upon his lips as Shrek Academy continually surpassed his expectations, rendering the competition increasingly captivating. He initially believed that the Shrek Academy would cease its progress after the Elephant Academy, yet he was taken aback by their remarkable resilience. It seemed necessary to witness the situation firsthand, he murmured softly. Meanwhile, Avalanche continued to indulge in his imperial dreams within the Princess Palace, utterly oblivious to the encroaching danger. In the depths of the death cell, Lu Erlong and Xiao Wu awaited their opportunity to escape. Within the confines of the cell, Ning Rongrong stared expressionlessly at the human skin in his hand, as if it were merely an ordinary piece of paper. However, when his gaze fell upon the flayed corpse before him, a subtle frown crossed his brow, indicating his dissatisfaction with the outcome. It appears that completely stripping the skin is quite a challenge, Ning Rongrong sighed softly, his voice echoing ominously in the silence of the cell. The other guards standing beside him were already pale with fear, trembling uncontrollably, their hands pressed tightly over their mouths, terrified that even the slightest sound might draw Ning Rongrong's attention. Unfazed, Ning Rongrong casually discarded the human skin aside and turned to leave the cell. He slowly traversed the dimly lit corridor, making his way towards the cell where Lu Erlong and Xiao Wu were confined. At this moment, Lu Erlong's mental state was utterly dismal. Her body trembled incessantly from pain, and her soul power was sealed, rendering her indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Xiao Wu's voice, weak and barely audible, was overshadowed by the grotesque swelling of her ankle, now resembling a steamed bun, an alarming sight indeed. Xiao Wu. Upon hearing her call, Lu Erlong's heart tightened suddenly. She hastily lowered her gaze to the frail Xiao Wu in her arms, her eyes brimming with guilt and anguish. "Mother, where are we?" Xiao Wu's pink irises scanned the surroundings, taking in the murky environment and the intense pain coursing through her body, instilling a sense of unease within her. This is the paradise of criminals, or you may as well call it hell. Ning Rongrong's expression remained impassive as he pushed open the cell door, his frigid gaze landing upon the mother and daughter tightly embracing each other. Startled by the sudden sound, Xiao Wu shuddered violently, her body trembling involuntarily. She fearfully lifted her head, locking eyes with Ning Rongrong, and in that moment, she seemed to witness the arrival of a demon. Instinctively, Xiao Wu attempted to rise, but the searing pain from her injured ankle caused her to lose her balance, collapsing onto the floor. "Do not act rashly. Your ankle has been twisted by my brother. If you wish to avoid rendering it completely useless, remain still." Ning Rongrong's voice was cold and merciless, lingering momentarily on Xiao Wu's ankle, relishing her suffering before swiftly returning his gaze. "Xiao Wu." Lu Erlong, in a fit of desperation, lunged forward to assist Xiao Wu. However, her own limbs were shackled by heavy chains, severely limiting her mobility. Unlike Lu Erlong, Xiao Wu was not bound by chains. Perhaps due to her twisted ankle and sealed soul power, she was incapable of escape. "What do you intend to do?" "Whatever punishment you wish to inflict upon me. Spare Xiao Wu." Lu Erlong's eyes widened with fury, glaring at Ning Rongrong, her anger seemingly on the verge of erupting. Ning Rongrong's lips curled into a chilling smirk as he beckoned, and a dozen bare-chested men entered the cell. With a mocking demeanor, he positioned a soul-guiding device in the center, his eyes fixed on Lu Erlong, a sinister smile lingering on his lips. "Through my thorough investigation," Ning Rongrong's voice betrayed a hint of triumph, "I discovered an intriguing fact. You have married your cousin, Yu Xiaojing." His words struck like a sharp sword, piercing directly into Lu Erlong's heart. In an instant, her complexion turned ashen, and though her gaze remained fixed on Ning Rongrong, a flicker of fear stirred within her at the sight of the dozen or so bare-chested, muscular men standing behind him. "What do you intend to do?" Lu Erlong's voice quivered, her heart brimming with unease. "Do not lay a hand on Xiaojing." Her desperate and helpless cry reverberated through the air. A more pronounced smile curled at the corners of Ning Rongrong's mouth, as he appeared thoroughly pleased with Lu Erlong's response. He placed his hand on the soul guide device beside him, responsible for recording. "Do you know how captives are typically interrogated on the battlefield?" Ning Rongrong suddenly mused aloud, his voice strikingly out of place in the tense atmosphere. However, he did not allow Lu Erlong a chance to respond, continuing. "There are indeed specialized methods for dealing with women. Physical harm may not be sufficient to shatter her spirit, but how many can endure the torment of the mind? The agony of the body and the violation of dignity?" Ning Rongrong's words resonated like whispers from a demon, swirling around Lu Erlong's ears, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. "If my brother is correct, your daughter has developed feelings for her own brother. Truly, it seems the entire family is repulsive." As Ning Rongrong spoke, His gaze abruptly shifted. Let me send a grand gift to your beloved. Chapter 47. Hajidan, obey my command and line up. What do you intend to do? Lu Erlong's face was filled with terror, her voice trembling as she widened her eyes, fixating on the naked men before her. Each man stood bare, muscles taut, exuding an aura of primal ferocity. Lu Erlong's heart raced, feeling as if an invisible hand had tightly grasped her heart and then hurled it into an abyss. A faint, mocking smile curled at the corners of Nangong's mouth. He nonchalantly waved his hand, and a burly man, bare-chested, stepped forward in response. This man was a mass of sinewy muscles, as if forged from steel, causing the ground to tremble slightly with each of his steps. However, just as Lu Erlong was engulfed in terror, a resounding voice echoed from outside the cell. Old 3. I have returned. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, there was a loud bang as the cell door was forcefully pushed open, and Haji Dan charged in without hesitation. Without uttering a word, he approached and enveloped Nangong in a warm embrace. Ha ha ha, my brother, you have truly led me astray this time. After releasing Nangong, Hajidan burst into laughter and playfully shoved him, incessantly grumbling. Though taken aback by Hajidan's sudden exuberance, Nangong had long since grown accustomed to his friend's boisterous demeanor. He helplessly shook his head and furrowed his brow, inquiring, what is the matter? Haji Dan, visibly agitated, replied, do you know? My elder brother tasked me with assisting a young child in acquiring the 5th soul ring, and insisted on locating the blood demon scorpion. After much difficulty, I finally discovered it, only to find a swarm. This has truly infuriated me. Yet, looking at you, you don't seem to be here to complain. Nangong spoke with a calm demeanor, gazing at Haji Dan with a hint of exasperation. Haji Dan chuckled, patting his bulging muscles, then turned his gaze towards the imprisoned Lu Erlong and the cornered, softly sobbing Xiaowu. Haha. My elder brother mentioned that I should come here to find beautiful women to vent my frustrations. Astute readers may notice that Haji Dan's appearance is modeled after Chang Yaojin from Honor of Kings. Nangong nodded indifferently, glancing at Lu Erlong and Xiaowu huddled together. Very well, I'll leave it to you, but ensure the soul communicator remains active, as I have a significant gift to send to Shrek Academy. With a somber expression, the smile at the corner of Nangong's mouth sent a slight chill, and after entrusting the situation to Haji Dan, he departed. Observing this, Haji Dan's lips curled into a subtle, greedy smile. He slowly advanced, and as he reached Lu Erlong, he suddenly extended his hand and grasped her chin, compelling her to raise her head and meet his gaze. Lu Erlong was taken aback by this unexpected action, her body trembling with fear. Her eyes widened in terror as she stared at Haji Dan, clutching Xiaowu tightly in her arms, anxious to shield her from any harm. Ah, what a beauty! Haji Dan remarked with a chilling laugh. My brother was absolutely right. It would indeed be a pity to kill such a lovely creature. His gaze roamed unreservedly across Lu Erlong's face, as if he sought to imprint every detail upon his memory. Lu Erlong trembled slightly in fear, her voice quavering. What do you intend to do? Haji Dan grinned widely, revealing a row of yellowed teeth, his smile emanating a chilling sense of dread. I, Haji Dan, detest waste above all. I ensure that not a single grain of rice in my bowl goes uneaten. You dare. Lu Erlong's voice suddenly escalated in pitch, a glimmer of resolve flashing in her eyes. If you so much as lay a finger on me or Xiaowu, I will not let you escape unscathed. Upon hearing her words, Haji Dan exhibited no trace of fear. On the contrary, his laughter grew even more pronounced. He released Lu Erlong's chin, and, pointing at her, turned to the imposing figures behind him. Mocking, she asked if I dare. What about you? A burly man, bare-chested and grinning obsequiously, replied, heh. As long as we have your command, second master, we dare anything. Despair and trepidation filled Lu Erlong's visage as her gaze fixated on Hajidan. Yet, Hajidan remained indifferent to her plight, casually tossing the 2 axes from his back to the hulking men behind him. All right, heed my orders, Hajidan declared with a wicked grin. Summon all the guards from the prison and have them line up outside. Upon hearing Hajidan's command, the robust men displayed sinister smiles. Without hesitation, they turned and exited the cell, swiftly forming a long line outside. Mom, I am so scared, Xiaowu trembled in fear, clinging tightly to Lu Erlong, as though this embrace could offer her a semblance of safety. Lu Erlong, filled with concern, gently stroked Xiaowu's hair, reassuring her, do not be afraid, dear. Mother is here. I will not allow them to touch you. Yet, despite Lu Erlong's earnest attempts to comfort Xiaowu, her own heart was equally laden with fear and unease. Although Haji Dan appeared simple and honest, lacking any malice, in truth, having lingered in Mo Chen's company for so long, his methods were profoundly cruel. Observing the scene, Haji Dan's lewd grin widened, and he abruptly stepped forward, seizing Xiaowu's hair with a fierce grip. With a violent tug, Xiaowu was yanked from Lu Erlong's embrace. Her body helplessly pulled away. Lu Erlong, frantic and desperate, struggled against her restraints, yearning to rescue Xiaowu. Yet, just as she began to move, Haji Dan suddenly raised his hand and struck her hard across the face. The blow was so severe that Lu Erlong felt darkness envelop her, her body crashing heavily to the ground. Ha ha ha, my soul saint, you just watch quietly. Haji Dan laughed triumphantly, his gaze fixated intently on Xiaowu. Terrified by this abrupt turn of events, Xiaowu trembled uncontrollably, her eyes brimming with fear and despair. She fought vigorously to escape Haji Dan's grasp. But the excruciating pain from her twisted ankle rendered her efforts futile. "Don't touch me," Xiwu cried, her voice quivering with anguish as her body shook in terror. "Mom, help me." However, Haji Dan disregarded Xiwu's pleas, extending his malevolent hand to ruthlessly tear her clothing apart. Xiwu's scream echoed throughout the room, a sound steeped in pain and despair. Upon hearing her agonizing cry, Lu Erlong's heart twisted in agony. She clawed desperately towards Xiwu, striving to protect her. But the chains binding her limbs felt impenetrable, halting her mere inches from her daughter. That half-meter distance, which she could normally traverse in a single step, now felt as expansive as the entire galaxy. "Let Xiaowu go. If you have any grievances, direct them at me." Lu Erlong's voice had turned hoarse, tears cascading down her cheeks like a torrential flood. Yet, no matter how Lu Erlong cried out or pleaded, Haji Dan remained unmoved. His attention was entirely focused on Xiaowu, rendering Lu Erlong's presence utterly inconsequential. Lu Erlong was engulfed in despair as she helplessly witnessed Xiaowu enduring torment at the hands of Haji Dan. Each of Xiaowu's anguish cries pierced her heart like a dagger. As time slipped away, Lu Erlong's shouts grew increasingly feeble, ultimately transforming into a hoarse whisper. Meanwhile, Xiaowu lay on the cold ground, resembling a soulless husk, her complexion as pale as parchment, devoid of even a scrap of clothing to shield her modesty. Her once vibrant eyes now appeared hollow and devoid of life, yet they remained fixed on Lu Erlong, reflecting a glimmer of plea and struggle. "Let Xiaowu go. If there's anything to be done, direct it at me." Lu Erlong managed to force out these words through parched lips, expending her final ounce of strength. Her body had already succumbed to exhaustion, leaving her incapable of any form of resistance. As Haji Dan approached her step by step, she could only await her impending fate with despair. "As you wish, I am coming for you," Haji Dan said, a lascivious grin spreading across his face as he unhesitatingly reached out and tore away Lu Erlong's black robe. As the garment fell away, her snow-white skin was laid bare, strikingly vivid against the dim confines of the cell. "Do not touch me. Let me go." Outside the cell, Nangong sat leisurely at a table, savoring a glass of exquisite wine. A faint smile lingered at the corners of his lips, seemingly indifferent to the turmoil unfolding within the confines of the cell. However, as anguished cries of despair emanated from the darkness, Nangong's smile transformed into a more sinister grimace. His eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a morbid sense of gratification. "What a wonderfully melodious sound it is," he murmured to himself, as if the tormenting wails were an exquisite delight beyond compare. His gaze slowly swept over the long line of prisoners outside the cell, observing the guards with an indescribable sense of exhilaration swelling within him. This prison was quite expansive, with a considerable number of guards, nearly totaling 150. They stood neatly outside the cell, forming a lengthy queue, each face etched with anxiety and anticipation. Time ticked away, and after approximately half an hour, Haji finally concluded his activities within the confines of the cell. He adjusted his somewhat disheveled attire and pushed open the cell door. Stepping outside, standing at the threshold, Haji stretched languidly, loosening his limbs, before gesturing to the next individual waiting outside to enter. Once that person had stepped inside, Haji ambled over to the table and plopped himself down leisurely. His gaze fell upon the peanuts on the table. Without a second thought, he reached out, seized a handful, and tossed them directly into his mouth, crunching away with enthusiasm. "Ha ha ha, what a delight!" Haji exclaimed, his voice echoing within the confines of the cell. As he chewed on peanuts, he casually seized the half bottle of wine from Nangong's hand and tilted his head back to drain it in one go. "So, second brother, what do you think of my little prison?" Nangong gazed at Haji Dan, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Indeed, it is quite a fine establishment," Haji Dan replied, nodding in satisfaction. "Most of the inmates here are death row convicts. Even if we were to eliminate them all, no one would raise an eyebrow." With that, he unceremoniously opened another bottle of wine and gulped it down voraciously. "And how does it feel to indulge in the mother-daughter cover meal?" Nangong suddenly shifted the conversation, locking his gaze onto Haji Dan's eyes. Taken aback by the question, Haji Dan initially hesitated before a peculiar smile crept upon his lips, giving Nangong a knowing glance as he replied, "It's simply ineffable." The two simultaneously turned their attention to the sounds emanating from the cell, exchanging a knowing look before instinctively making their way towards the prison's exterior. As they walked, Nangong remarked nonchalantly, "Elder brother has instructed that we must make those two wretches wish for neither life nor death. The usual tortures are dreadfully monotonous. After much contemplation, I have concluded that this method is most fitting, and it will also provide some respite for our brothers." As he spoke, he helplessly spread his hands, as if all of this were an unavoidable choice. Upon hearing this, Hajidan's lips curled into a subtle smile, revealing an expression that danced between amusement and mockery. Before he unflinchingly exposed him, "Stop pretending. What are you trying to conceal from me? Do you believe I am oblivious to your true nature? While you consistently present yourself as humble and gentle, beneath that facade lies a heart more sinister and malicious than anyone else's." With that, he casually pushed Nangong's shoulder, bemused by his pretense. Nangong, unfazed by Hajidan's accusations, simply replied, "And what of it? My elder brother once said that one must not lay a hand on the innocent. I have already exercised considerable restraint. These individuals are all death row inmates, guilty of heinous crimes and unworthy of sympathy. Besides, your abilities are quite remarkable. I merely contemplated a collective approach, yet you have orchestrated an entire queue. As he spoke, Ning Rongrong exhibited no remorse for his actions. Observing this, Hadjidun ceased the argument, stretching his limbs to ease the stiffness in his body before continuing to stride forward. It was invigorating. These two should be well taken care of. For the pent-up frustrations accumulated over the years could not be released so easily. Hadjidun patted Ning Rongrong on the back and exited with a hearty laugh. Ning Rongrong, rendered speechless, said nothing further and returned to the prison. Upon reaching the cell door, he intercepted the guard who was about to enter. With an expressionless gaze, he said, "I will take a look inside." With that, he pushed open the cell door and stepped inside. As he entered, a pungent odor assaulted him, causing him to furrow his brow. The stench, a noxious blend of decay, sweat, and other indescribable odors, was enough to induce nausea. Enduring the discomfort, Ning Rongrong fixed his eyes on Lu Erlong and Xiaowu within the cell. Both appeared utterly despondent, trembling uncontrollably. Ning Rongrong refrained from excessive conversation, merely ensuring that the hidden soul-guiding device was functioning properly before stepping back out. As he exited, another guard pushed the door open, and once again, unfamiliar sounds echoed within the room. Chapter 48, A Grand Gift for Shrek Academy. A collective viewing by Shrek Academy. Time seemed to freeze, rendering it nearly impossible to gauge how long had passed. Perhaps a day and a night, or 2 days and 2 nights. Ning Rongrong waited in silence until the last person emerged from the cell, trousers in hand. At last, Ning Rongrong took a deep breath and pushed open the heavy prison door once more, slowly entering. Upon crossing the threshold, an overwhelming sin of milk enveloped him, causing him to wrinkle his brow. With a swift and crisp snap of his fingers, the milk that had been spilled upon the floor instantaneously solidified into a thick layer of ice. The aroma of the milk was effectively obscured by the icy facade, and a chilling atmosphere enveloped the cell. At that moment, Lu Erlong and Xiaowu trembled uncontrollably, their eyes rolling back as if consciousness had slipped away from them. Compared to their state prior to entering, both had visibly gained weight, a clear indication of the torment they had endured. Ning Rongrong swiftly approached the spirit recording device, meticulously examining it to ensure that every image had been comprehensively captured before detaching it. As his gaze fell upon Xiaowu's shattered ankle, he resolved to enlist assistance for her treatment, realizing that with nothing else to occupy his time, he might as well derive amusement from their predicament. Stepping outside, Ning Rongrong handed the spirit device to an attendant and, with an impassive demeanor, instructed, "Deliver this to the chief." His voice was calm, betraying no hint of emotion. The guard, upon witnessing this, promptly accepted the device with a respectful demeanor, responding, "Certainly, Third Master. You can rest assured." Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Tindo City, the atmosphere within the Shrek Academy's tent was tinged with tension, as the venue for the second elimination match was situated within a military camp. "Teacher, Xiaowu and Erlong have been missing for half a month. I can wait no longer. I must go and find Xiaowu," Tang San exclaimed anxiously to Yu Xiaojiang. Having recuperated during this period, all the bandages on his body had been removed, yet he had not fully regained his strength, often feeling internal pain during strenuous activity. Yu Xiaojiang's brow was equally furrowed, sharing concerns for the disappearance of Xiaowu and Erlong. However, as the lead instructor of Shrek Academy, he had to consider the broader picture. "Xiao San, I understand your worry for Xiaowu, but our most pressing task at present is to prepare for the upcoming elimination matches," Yu Xiaojiang replied, taking a deep breath and speaking slowly. "The afternoon's match is crucial for Shrek Academy's advancement. We must not take it lightly." The rules of the elimination round had shifted from one-on-one duels to two-on-two battles. This alteration not only demanded a higher level of individual combat skills from the students, but also tested their synergy and teamwork. Within the main event tent, the atmosphere grew increasingly grave. Salas sat at the table, one hand supporting his forehead while the other fiddled with a gold spirit coin, his gaze fixed on the battle roster before him. He then pushed the document toward Mo Chen, inquiring, "General Mo, which side do you favor in the first elimination match between Shrek Academy and Balak Academy?" Mo Chen took the roster, glanced at it, and read aloud the new rules for the elimination matches. The format had transformed from 7 individual matches to 3 2-on-2 confrontations, employing a best-of-3 victory rule. He fell into silence for a moment, contemplating the unfolding circumstances, before slowly articulating, "I believe the Shrek Academy holds a greater advantage. Although one of their key players, Xiaowu, has yet to return, the overall spirit power level of Shrek Academy is relatively high." After speaking, Mo Chen rose to his feet, seemingly preparing to depart. He need not make an appearance in the upcoming elimination rounds, especially since the items sent from Ning Rongrong were about to arrive. Mo Chen strolled to the periphery of the military tent, where he spotted a figure waiting in the distance. He received a compact recording soul guide from that individual. This soul guide was exquisitely crafted, emanating a gentle glow, and as Mo Chen held it in his hands, he examined it with great care. He naturally understood the contents recorded within this soul guide device. This was a meticulously prepared gift for Shrek Academy. Contemplating this, a barely perceptible smile crept upon Mo Chen's lips. "Very well, you may leave," he instructed the individual with an expressionless demeanor. "Inform the second and third, and let them proceed with their tasks, as long as they do not harm anyone." After receiving the command, the person hurriedly departed, as if granted a reprieve. Mo Chen then tucked the recording soul guide device into his bosom and turned towards the private tent of Xueqinghe. In no time, Mo Chen arrived at the entrance of Xueqinghe's tent. He lifted the curtain and stepped inside. Within the tent, Xueqinghe sat at the desk, engrossed in a multitude of documents. Upon hearing the noise, he raised his head and, upon realizing it was Mo Chen, displayed a fleeting expression of surprise that swiftly gave way to composure. With a smile, he inquired, "Minister Mo, what brings you here today? Do not feign ignorance. It is just the two of us here. If you continue to pretend, I shall have to impose a punishment next time," Mo Chen replied, the corners of his mouth lifting in a half-smile as he forcefully placed the soul-guiding device on the table, producing a resounding thud. Xueqinghe's attention was drawn to the abrupt sound, and he curiously turned his gaze toward the small square box on the desk, softly asking, "What is this?" Mo Chen raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile playing on his lips as he answered, "A grand gift prepared for me by the third brother. Would you like to take a look?" Despite his words, he did not extend the small box to Xueqinghe, for although he had yet to behold its contents himself, he could surmise its nature. He certainly did not wish for his beloved to behold such filth, lest it tarnish her eyes. Qian Renxue's gaze was firmly fixed upon the small box, her curiosity intensifying as she yearned to uncover its contents. However, Mo Chen's demeanor caused her to hesitate, uncertain whether she should take the initiative to open the box. At that moment, she suddenly sensed Mo Chen approach her, his deep, magnetic voice whispering in her ear. Qian Renxue's body jolted, her face betraying disbelief as she exclaimed, "What?" Her reaction was so intense that the small box nearly slipped from her grasp in her shock. Although she had not truly seen the contents of the box, merely hearing Mo Chen's words filled her with an inexplicable sense of nausea, as if something revolting churned within her stomach. Indeed, he was someone whose insidious nature could be acknowledged by that woman. Qian Renxue sighed with relief, patting her chest before handing the box back to Mo Chen. "What do you intend to do with it?" This item could certainly be deemed a bomb for Shrek Academy. Mo Chen's lips curled into a sly smile as he accepted the small box, casually fiddling with it. Since it was a surprise meticulously prepared for Shrek, it was only fitting that it be delivered into their hands. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was time for the first round of the afternoon eliminations. Just as Mo Chen had anticipated, even without Xiao Wu's participation, Shrek Academy triumphed over their opponents with ease. As night descended, the camp of Shrek Academy lay in serene silence. Suddenly, a red box lay abandoned on the ground, as if waiting for something. "What is this?" Ma Hongju noticed the red box as he passed by. His curiosity piqued as he picked it up and examined it closely, mumbling to himself. At that moment, Yu Xiaojiang happened to peek out from the tent and immediately recognized the object in Ma Hongjuan's hand, his expression turning grave. "A recording soul guide?" Yu Xiaojiang furrowed his brow, eyeing the soul guide in Ma Hongjuan's possession with skepticism as he scrutinized it closely. How could there be a soul guide here? Did someone accidentally leave it behind? He murmured to himself, pondering as he carried the small box into the tent. Once inside, Yu Xiaojiang promptly shared his discovery with Flinder and Zhao Wujia, among others. Soon, everyone from Shrek Academy had gathered within the tent, their gazes fixated on the soul guide placed in the center of the table, the atmosphere thick with tension. Yu Xiaojiang took a deep breath and began. "As you can see, this is a recording soul guide, and it is evident that it has stored some content. Since the little monsters do not have a match tomorrow, should we take a look at what lies within?" As he spoke, his hand unconsciously reached for the button on the soul guide. Flinder, observing this, adjusted his glasses, his keen eyes revealing a glimmer of curiosity. "It wouldn't hurt to take a look. Perhaps we might uncover the owner's identity," he said with a slight smile. The previously noisy environment fell into an immediate hush. Even the conversing Tai Long and Ma Hongjun ceased their chatter, rendering the atmosphere eerily silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Moments later, the projection vividly displayed the scene on the screen before them. Initially, the screen was engulfed in darkness, an abyss seemingly without end. However, amidst the shadows, the faint sound of dripping water gradually emerged, subtle yet striking in the stillness. As the dripping persisted, the image brightened, revealing a rugged, muscular man with a dark complexion. Every onlooker was momentarily taken aback by the abruptness of the scene, collectively holding their breath, their eyes glued to the screen, fearful of missing any detail. At that moment, Haji Dan in the projection seemed to notice the camera's angle was amiss and slightly adjusted it. Yet, in that instant, everyone from Shrek Academy felt as though they had been struck by lightning, frozen in disbelief. For in the frame that emerged after Haji Dan's adjustment were none other than Lu Erlong and Xiao Wu, the very individuals they had been desperately seeking. How could this be? Tang San's eyes widened in shock, his pupils trembling with disbelief as he stared at the image on the screen. And as Haji Dan finished his line, he reached out his wicked hand toward Xiao Wu. "No, Xiao Wu." Tang San's mind went blank, his reason wholly consumed by rage in that moment. Without a moment's hesitation, he brandished his Haotian hammer, intent on shattering the soul-guiding device to thwart Haji Dan's nefarious actions against Xiao Wu. However, just as Tang San was about to strike, Zhao Wujia firmly grasped his wrist. "Xiao San, remain calm." Zhao Wujia's voice resonated with a deep and commanding tone. "We all understand your thoughts and share in your outrage. Yet this is merely a soul-guiding device. Even if you were to destroy it, nothing would change. It may be more prudent to observe, for perhaps we might uncover a clue." At that moment, Tang San's eyes were bloodshot, as if they could ignite into flames, and his body trembled slightly. Completely engulfed in a frenzied state, he fixated intensely on the screen depicting the humiliating plight of Xiao Wu. His heart wrenched as if the entire world had crumbled in that moment. The girl he had cherished like a sister since childhood was now subjected to such disgrace. Zhu Zhiqing, her face slightly flushed with embarrassment, turned her gaze away, while Jiangzhu also diverted her attention, unwilling to witness the unfolding horror. Meanwhile, Tang San remained transfixed, his eyes unblinking as he watched the tormentor continue, with a line of onlookers gradually entering the scene. Suddenly, Tang San's countenance darkened as he surveyed everyone in the tent. Those who had witnessed Xiao Wu's humiliation would all pay the price. A chill ran down the spines of Dai Mubai and the others as they sensed the cold, murderous intent radiating from Tang San. Yu Xiaojiang clenched his fists, struggling to contain the seething anger within him as he beheld the suffering of his beloved. For someone like Yu Xiaojiang, who had lived a life of mediocrity, it felt akin to a stinging slap across his face. Given Tang San's icy demeanor and the palpable aura of vengeance he exuded, Dai Mubai and the others tactfully averted their eyes. Ma Hongjun also turned away. But the shifting of his gaze betrayed his true feelings. At that moment, Tailong was drenched in sweat. His grandfather's profound respect for Tang San weighed heavily on him. As he recognized Tang San's vulnerability, even if Tang San were to threaten him, his grandfather would likely remain silent. The fear that gripped Tailong intensified at the thought. Everyone on the Douluo continent was aware that the Titan of the Li family was a devoted follower of Tang Hao, who could command Titan to act against his own kin without a moment's hesitation. In Titan's eyes, Tang Hao held a position of unparalleled esteem. Chapter 49, The Ongoing Competition. A fatal contest, the 16th match of the elimination rounds, featured Shrek Academy against Dawn Academy. In the first bout, Dai Mubai and Oscar faced off against Mu Yuxia and Mu Wuwu. Ever since witnessing those harrowing images, Tang San appeared to have lost his very essence. He seemed utterly despondent. Originally, he was to team up with Oscar, but in light of his dismal state, it became necessary to substitute him with Dai Mubai. Dawn Academy, having triumphed over the planned academy in prior matches, approached Shrek Academy with renewed vigor. For Shrek Academy, this contest was not merely a battle but a quest for retribution. Their prior encounter in the preliminary rounds had resulted in a disheartening defeat, an enduring agony that had transformed Dawn Academy into a living nightmare for them. Dai Mubai, a level 44 attack-type Soul Master, stepped onto the arena, his 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings swirling around him, exuding a formidable aura of soul power. Following him, Oscar, a level 42 support-type Soul Master, also entered, showcasing a similar configuration of 2 yellow and 2 purple rings, emblematic of his capabilities as a support Soul Master. From the ranks of Dawn Academy, Miyu advanced, twirling her Starfall Spear. Muyu, a level 52 attack-type Soul King. Finally, Xiaomu Wu approached. Xiaomu Wu, a level 52 control-type Soul King. Her presence cast a heavy pall over the atmosphere of the arena. Dai Mubai's expression darkened as he bored his gaze into Muyu, fury igniting in his eyes, a fire born from the bitter taste of defeat she had inflicted upon him in their previous encounter. With the commencement of the match, the 2 primary attackers engaged in a fierce clash, unleashing a torrent of violence. Meanwhile, Xiaomu Wu nonchalantly seated herself upon the arena floor, resting her chin on her hand as she leisurely observed the battle. In stark contrast to Xiaomu Wu's relaxed demeanor, Oscar was far from at ease. With Dai Mubai's soul power lagging, he knew that indulging in mere observation would yield no favorable outcome. His sausage support might provide Dai Mubai with a glimmer of opportunity. A 2-on-1 scenario could potentially turn the tide. At that moment, Miyu thrust her spear forward with the grace of a dragon emerging from the sea, launching an attack at Dai Mubai. Caught off guard, he was sent soaring by the strike. Expecting Miyu to pursue relentlessly, he was surprised when, in midair, he suddenly produced a blue sausage from his hand. Without hesitation, he consumed it, and in an instant, translucent blue wings sprouted from his back, allowing him to hover effortlessly above the ground. White Tiger Light Wave. With a fierce shout, Dai Mubai unleashed a barrage of white rays from his mouth, aimed directly at Miyu below. Unfazed by the onslaught, Miyu remained composed. She braced herself against the ground and executed a swift backflip, evading the attack with ease. However, Dai Mubai's assault did not relent. As Miyu landed, a streak of light erupted from her right hand, summoning a meteor shield to protect her from Dai Mubai's White Tiger Light Wave. Mirror reflection. Miyu called out, and her shield mirrored Dai Mubai's attack, sending it hurtling back. Dai Mubai, airborne and taken aback by this unexpected counter, swiftly maneuvered to evade the reflected strike. Meanwhile, the wings on his back dissipated like mist. Upon landing, Dai Mubai unhesitatingly consumed another sausage. As it coursed through him, the myriad of small wounds on his body healed at an astonishing rate, vanishing before one's eyes. Third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Dai Mubai bellowed, his soul power erupting dramatically. His muscles expanded instantaneously, transforming his already robust physique into a formidable presence. In an instant, his hands transformed into sharp tiger claws, exuding a fierce momentum, as he lunged at Miyu like a formidable white tiger. Your attack is too slow, Miyu calmly remarked in the face of Dai Mubai's ferocious assault. With remarkable agility, she deftly wielded her spear, its tip tracing elegant silver arcs through the air, successfully parrying Dai Mubai's onslaught. The crisp sound of their clash reverberated throughout the space. After exchanging blows for dozens of rounds, both Mu Yu and Dai Mubai momentarily paused. However, this brief cessation did not linger for long. Mu Yu quickly regained her composure and launched another offensive, forcing Dai Mubai back several steps. "Allow me to demonstrate my first soul skill," Mu Yu said, a confident smile gracing her lips. Beneath her feet, the first yellow soul ring began to emit a faint glow. "First soul skill, dream of the hidden kill," she declared softly, as the falling star spear in her hand suddenly burst forth with a subtle golden radiance. Though not blinding, this light emanated an air of mystery and danger. At that moment, a red dot appeared on Dai Mubai's chest, as though he had been locked on, although he was uncertain of the implications. The pressure from the red dot tightened his heart. After all, this was the first time Mu Yu had utilized a soul skill in the competition, and no one knew the extent of its power. Feeling the ominous aura closing in, Dai Mubai sensed an impending threat. Yet, before he could fully react, he felt a sharp pain in his jaw as an immense force struck him suddenly. His body was propelled backward uncontrollably, as if stripped of weight, soaring straight into the air. In that suspended moment, Dai Mubai suddenly perceived fluctuations of figures emerging from all directions. These phantoms, akin to wraiths, wielded long spears, relentlessly thrusting toward him. At that moment, Dai Mubai felt akin to a living target, utterly unable to evade the torrential downpour of attacks. Each thrust of the spear inflicted excruciating pain, causing his body to tremble incessantly in midair. The white tiger's protective shield. A faint white aura swiftly enveloped Dai Mubai. Yet, this seemingly indomitable barrier merely flickered briefly before shattering like fragile foam under a single spear strike. As the shield disintegrated, Dai Mubai's form was laid bare in the air, stripped of its last vestige of protection. "Ah!" Dai Mubai's anguished cries echoed through the air, a lament steeped in torment and despair. As dozens of spears rained down like a tempest, his body quaked helplessly. Each strike felt like a heavy hammer, mercilessly battering him, inflicting one grievous wound after another. Finally, after enduring this relentless onslaught, Dai Mubai lay limp in midair, his body grievously battered, blood streaming from his wounds and cascading below. Directly above him, the 8 avatars, once accumulating energy, suddenly converged at that moment. Mu Yu's figure gradually emerged from the radiant light. Grasped firmly in her hand was the long spear, its concentrated power so formidable that the surrounding air trembled violently in response. With great effort, Dai Mubai lifted his head, gazing toward the figure that was becoming increasingly distinct. His brow furrowed tightly, and a look of anguish and unwillingness surfaced upon his visage. At that moment, his body had been ravaged by excruciating pain to the brink of unconsciousness. He could only fixate his weak yet resentful gaze upon Mu Yu above him, watching the power gradually coalesce within her spear. "It is over." Mu Yu's voice rang clear and cold, as if pronouncing Dai Mubai's death sentence. As her words fell, she thrust the spear forward with unhesitating ferocity. In an instant, a blinding light cleaved through the void, hurtling directly towards Dai Mubai's form. The light pierced through his body in the blink of an eye. "Dilata!" Oscar's eyes widened in terror. Disbelief etched across his face as he stared intently at Dai Mubai, helplessly witnessing the light penetrate his body. Everyone in the observation seats collectively held their breath, as if time itself had come to a standstill. They were all acutely aware that should a student perish during the match, the opponent would be declared the unequivocal loser. As Dai Mubai's body thudded heavily to the ground, the atmosphere turned palpably grave. Meanwhile, Mu Yu, standing beside Xiamu Wu, appeared disturbingly composed. She gently tossed her hair and drove her spear into the ground with a sharp clang. "It is over." Mu Yu's tone was calm and indifferent, mirroring the brutal conclusion devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Lying on the ground, Dai Mubai continuously spat blood, his complexion as pale as paper, the wounds upon him enough to send shivers down one's spine. Seeing this, Oscar was frantic, hastily shoving a sausage into Dai Mubai's mouth. "Dilata, you must hold on," Oscar cried desperately, tears welling in his eyes. However, Dai Mubai's condition deteriorated further, his body trembling uncontrollably, blood continuing to pour forth like a spring. Witnessing Dai Mubai's tragic state, Oscar was filled with rage and helplessness. "You." Oscar whirled around, his eyes brimming with resentment and fury, fixating on Xiamu Wu and Mu Yu. Unfazed by Oscar's glare, Xiamu Wu smirked slightly, her lips curling in a disdainful smile as she taunted. "Humph. Lacking strength and still making a fool of yourself." Dai Mubai, summoning his remaining strength, managed to pull himself up with Oscar's support. Though the previous assault had inflicted severe damage, it had avoided any vital areas. At this moment, he was merely battered, and if he had to say it, he could still participate in the ongoing battle. He forced the healing sausage into his mouth, and the wounds that had been pierced began to gradually heal. While he could not fully recover, at least it would alleviate some of the suffering he endured. "The battle is not yet over. Ultimate victory shall undoubtedly belong to Shrek." Dai Mubai's voice was weak. Were it not for Oscar's assistance at his side, he would likely struggle to maintain the strength to stand. "In the first round, we concede." Yu Xiaojiang stepped forward, proclaiming loudly. Hearing this, Oscar and Dai Mubai turned in unison to look at Yu Xiaojiang. Mu Yu and her companion scoffed at this display, clearly disdainful of Shrek's actions. Once Dai Mubai and Oscar exited the arena, the second match continued with Mu Yu and her partner facing Shrek's Zhu Shiqing and Tai Long. As Dai Mubai collapsed unconscious the moment he stepped off the stage, blood continued to flow from his wounds. Zhu Shiqing, a level 41 agility-type Soul Master. Tailong, a level 39 strength-type Soul Master. As the two ascended the stage, the referee announced the official commencement of the match. Ma Hongjun, initially eager to participate, was advised by Yu Xiaojiang that, based on the current situation, their next opponents would most likely be from the planned academy. Given that Ma Hongjun was Shrek's secret weapon, he regrettably had to remain a bystander in this match. At the very instant the match commenced, all eyes were drawn to Tailong. He resembled a ferocious beast, unhesitatingly striking the ground with both fists, producing a deep, resonant sound. No one understood his intentions, nor could anyone fathom the purpose behind his frenzied assault on the ground. With each movement, a formidable surge of soul power erupted from him like a volcanic explosion. As the mighty gorilla spirit behind him was awakened by the surge of soul power, it materialized slowly like a colossal beast. The already robust muscles expanded more than double under the enhancement of the spirit, brimming with explosive strength. Simultaneously, Zhu Zhuqing's figure darted across the arena with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, she appeared behind Xiamu Wu, her dual claws striking like the scythe of death, mercilessly aiming for Xiamu Wu's back. However, Mu Yu's response was equally swift. With remarkable agility, she deftly thrust her spear, sending Zhu Zhuqing soaring into the air. Zhu Zhuqing's body traced an arc in the sky, then dissipated like smoke carried away by the wind. Not far away, she lay quietly on the ground, her form melding seamlessly with the earth beneath her. Utilizing her shadow clone technique, her eyes remained fixed on Xiamu Wu, resembling a poised cheetah ready to pounce. At that moment, Tyrone, having amassed power for a considerable time, let out a thunderous roar, akin to a frenzied bull. He transformed into a projectile, hurtling directly towards Xiamu Wu. Titan's fist. Tyrone's roar echoed throughout the arena, his fist exuding unparalleled power, akin to a moving mountain, crashing down upon Xiamu Wu. Yet, faced with this unstoppable punch, Xiamu Wu remained unperturbed. She swiftly wielded her ink brush, her entire being surging forward like an arrow released from a bow, leaving a deep ink mark in her wake. The ink brush seemed to come alive, spinning rapidly in the air. Suddenly, it shot forth, aimed directly at the distant Zhu Zhuqing. Instantly, Zhu Zhuqing felt an overwhelming pressure crashing down upon her, her expression turning grave. The ground beneath her transformed into a pitch-black expanse, resembling a pool of ink, with countless streams of ink surging forth, binding her feet in place. With a crisp sound, time appeared to freeze in that moment. Tyrone's body was pierced by a long spear, his eyes widening in disbelief, his face a canvas of incredulity. He fixed his gaze intently upon Mu Yu, his eyes gradually shifting to the spear that had pierced his own heart. The reality that he could lose his life in this grand competition struck him with a chilling clarity. Suddenly, Talon spat out a mouthful of blood, his body collapsing to the ground as if bereft of all support, devoid of any trace of life. The entire scene fell into an eerie silence, as if everyone had been ensnared by a spell, standing motionless with wide eyes, astonished at the sight of Talon sprawled on the ground. Xiamu Wu and Zhu Zhuqing also ceased their actions, their faces etched with shock. They exchanged a glance before both turning their attention to Talon. Witnessing the competition, officials hastily approached to assess his condition. As time ticked by, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense until the officials finally confirmed Talon's demise and solemnly announced, "Participant from Shrek Academy, Talon, has died." This news struck the attendees like a heavy hammer, crashing down upon each of them with an undeniable weight. All eyes were drawn to the lifeless form of Talon, lying on the ground, utterly devoid of vitality. Zhao Wuji's eyes widened in disbelief, his face contorted with fury, unable to accept the grim reality before him. He leapt onto the arena in a fit of rage, pointing at Mu Yu, his voice trembling with fury. "The competition has stated that friendship comes first, and competition second. Why does Dawn Academy resort to such ruthless measures?" His roar reverberated throughout the arena, allowing everyone to feel the depth of his anger and sorrow. Zhao Wuji's body trembled slightly with rage, and his breathing became rapid. As he helplessly watched his student Talon being carried away, an uncontrollable fury filled his heart. Suddenly, the 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings emerged around him, emanating a powerful wave of soul energy. "Dawn Academy, you must grant me justice." Zhao Wuji's voice thundered. His body suddenly lunged forward, delivering a fierce punch aimed at Mu Yu. However, at that moment, Mu Yu appeared to be lost in the shock of the impending violence, entirely oblivious to the encroaching danger. Her gaze was vacant, and she showed no reaction to Zhao Wuji's assault. Just as Zhao Wuji's fist was about to strike Mu Yu, the leading instructor from Dawn Academy, Yamato, leaped onto the stage. In an instant, the fabric of Yamato's upper garment tore apart, revealing his explosive musculature. Terrifying patterns adorned his body, and the intricate lines etched across his muscles were enough to instill fear. Without hesitation, Yamato bravely absorbed Zhao Wuji's wrathful blow. Although Yamato was at a disadvantage in this confrontation, he could never stand idly by while someone threatened his students. "Your Excellency, the immovable king," he began. "It is common for injuries to occur during competitions." Yet before Yamato could finish his statement, Zhao Wuji ruthlessly interrupted him. "Nonsense!" Zhao Wuji bellowed in a fit of rage. "The injuries you speak of are a result of your student killing ours." His voice was deafening, as if it could overturn the entire arena. Zhao Wuji was known for his fierce protectiveness, treating his students as precious treasures. His intervention was entirely a result of his inability to contain his rage any longer. Just as the stalemate between Shantu and Zhao Wujie persisted, atop the central viewing platform, Mo Chen slowly rose to his feet. His movements, though unhurried, exuded an intangible authority. In this tense moment, Mo Chen decisively intervened, employing formidable strength to forcibly separate the two individuals. After all, this is still a competitive arena. And I deeply regret the occurrence of any casualties. Mo Chen furrowed his brow slightly, revealing a hint of displeasure. However, the rules of the arena are beyond question. His words, though tranquil, carried an undeniable force that commanded attention. Should any of you dare to disrupt the established order, I would not hesitate to elucidate the essence of such decorum. Mo Chen's voice was calm, seemingly devoid of any disturbance. Yet it harbored an authority that was impossible to overlook. His gaze swept over each individual present, although it lingered not on any one person, an imperceptible pressure enveloped all, leaving them acutely aware. Under the scrutiny of Mo Chen, the two individuals who had previously been locked in fierce dispute gradually fell silent. Once both had fully composed themselves, Mo Chen slowly began to speak. I hereby declare that in the 12th round of the elimination match, the Dawn Academy has committed a foul, resulting in a victory for the Shrek Academy. As for subsequent measures, we shall await further notification. Mo Chen's voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly throughout the entire venue. His words resonated like a decree, leaving no room for dissent. Upon finishing, Mo Chen stood quietly, awaiting the reactions from both parties. He certainly possesses enough strength to suppress this matter directly. However, given the multitude of onlookers, he must handle the situation with greater decorum. Although Zhao Wujie felt a twinge of resentment, he understood that before Mo Chen, he had no room for negotiation. Thus, with a resigned sigh, he chose silence. In contrast, Shantu displayed wisdom, promptly cupping his fist in salute towards Mo Chen and expressing, "Thank you, General Mo, for your timely intervention. We at Dawn Academy are profoundly grateful." Mo Chen nodded slightly and continued, "In a moment, I would like each of your academies to send a representative to meet with me, and I shall convey the details of my decision." With that, he turned and departed. Master Muyu and Xiao Mu lowered their heads, their bodies trembling slightly, akin to two errant children awaiting reprimand. Mo Chen regarded them with an impassive expression, his voice eerily calm. "How does it feel to have taken a life with your own hands?" Muyu's lips moved as if to articulate a response, yet no sound emerged. Her hands were clenched tightly, nails nearly embedding themselves into her palms, betraying her inner turmoil and unease. After all, she had just ended a life herself for the first time. The fear and anxiety she felt were indescribable. Though she had previously witnessed Mo Chen's nonchalance in the act of killing, she realized, when faced with the necessity herself, that she could not confront the reality with such equanimity. Mo Chen seemed to perceive Muyu's inner conflict. He sighed and gently ruffled her hair, saying, "Fear is a human instinct, while courage is humanity's anthem." His gaze fell upon Muyu as he continued, "There is no need for you to apologize for this matter. If you lack the courage to take a life, then I fear your journey may reach its end here." At that moment, the entrance of the tent was slowly drawn open, and a figure stepped inside. Upon entering the tent, Shantu first paid his respects to Mo Chen, then stated, "Greetings, General Mo." Shortly thereafter, another individual entered, none other than Yu Xiaojiang, the leading instructor from Shrek Academy. He also offered a salute to Mo Chen, saying, "I have met General Mo." Despite the resentment and dissatisfaction that filled Yu Xiaojiang's heart towards Mo Chen, he dared not overstep his bounds at this crucial moment. The leading teacher from Shrek Academy appeared to be in a rather foul mood. Had something happened? Feel free to speak, as perhaps we can assist in a resolution. Mo Chen remarked with a smile that was more enigmatic than genuine. Yu Xiaojiang felt a pang of anxiety, as the images from the previous night's events flashed through his mind. "Thank you, General Mo. This is a private matter concerning Shrek Academy." Mo Chen did not press further, as he was well aware of the true circumstances. Turning to Shantu, he spoke in a measured tone, after extensive discussions with His Majesty. "It has been decided that Dawn Academy will be disqualified from this competition due to serious violations, and they will be barred from participating in any competitions for the next decade. Does Dawn Academy have any objections to this decision?" Upon hearing this, Shantu felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders, as if he had been granted a reprieve. He trembled with excitement and quickly expressed his gratitude, saying, "I am willing. I am willing. Thank you, General Mo." However, Yu Xiaojiang, standing nearby, wore a sullen expression, clearly displeased with the outcome of the judgment. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deeply into his palms. Yet he lacked the courage to stand up and speak a word for his students. It is important to note that Yu Xiaojiang had always been a timid individual. Years ago, on his wedding night, he abandoned his wife, allowing her to bear the brunt of the rumors and judgment from the outside world all alone. Now, confronted with such an unjust verdict, he found himself even more incapable of defending his students. After both Yu Xiaojiang and Shantu had departed, Mo Chen suddenly turned around and addressed the two individuals behind him. "Soon, then you will take you to a certain place where you shall remain and broaden your horizons. When we meet again, I sincerely hope that you will no longer be mere decorative figures who lack the courage even to take a life." The place Mo Chen referred to was undoubtedly the prison cell. In his perspective, that was the only environment capable of forging one's mindset and will. Once he had finished speaking, Mo Chen stepped out of the tent, leaving Muyu and Xiao Mu exchanging glances in silence. Mo Chen then made his way directly to Xueqing's tent, and upon entering, he found Xueqing sprawled across the table, soundly asleep. Seeing this, Mo Chen smiled gently, approached, and pulled a blanket over Xueqing. However, just as he covered Xueqing with the blanket, a faint golden light suddenly emanated from his body. In the blink of an eye, the golden glow gradually receded, and the figure that had been resting on the table slowly transformed back into Qian Renxue. Honestly, not a shred of vigilance, Mo Chen remarked, gazing at the sleeping Qian Renxue with a shake of his head, his eyes betraying a hint of affection. He extended his hand and gently prodded Qian Renxue's exquisitely sculpted cheek, savoring the soft sensation that elicited a subtle smile at the corner of his lips. After confirming that no one else was around, Mo Chen lifted Qian Renxue and made his way towards the nearby bed. After all, sleeping with one's head on the table could hardly be deemed comfortable. If one must sleep, it is only fitting to do so properly. Once he had tucked Qian Renxue in and bestowed a gentle kiss upon her forehead, he returned to the table where she had previously rested. Mo Chen slowly seated himself, his gaze falling upon the documents that Qian Renxue had yet to attend to. He extended his hand to sift through the documents, the sheets emitting a faint rustling sound. However, after merely a few turns, Mo Chen felt a wave of overwhelming pressure. The characters and charts on these papers appeared to him as an indecipherable script. They were both tedious and monotonous, utterly devoid of any allure. Mo Chen had barely been seated for half an hour. Yet he already felt as if he were perched on needles. He suppressed the urge to curse, took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and resolutely began to tackle the tasks at hand. Meanwhile, in another location, Uncle Danyu was flying towards the Death Valley with two companions. Uncle Danyu, where's Master sending us? Asked Xiamu Wu, her gaze fixed intently on Danyu, her eyes brimming with curiosity and anticipation. Danyu glanced at Xiamu Wu and replied, the boss only instructed me to take you to the death row. As for the other matters, my second brother will inform you later. Although Xiamu Wu felt a lingering doubt, she refrained from asking further questions. Her attention was swiftly drawn to the water dragon beneath them. Gazing at the majestic form of the dragon and its shimmering scales, Xiamu Wu's eyes sparkled with astonishment and admiration. Dragons, as a martial soul, were exceedingly rare, and to encounter one capable of complete draconic transformation was nothing short of extraordinary. After a trek of several hours, the trio finally arrived at the death row. Ning Rongrong had already been informed of their arrival and had come to greet them at the entrance. Third brother, you arrived just in time. You are a military doctor, and we have someone here in urgent need of your assistance. Without a moment's delay, Ning Rongrong pulled Danyu into the cell, completely oblivious to the two girls behind him. As soon as Danyu stepped into the cell, a strong, acrid smell assaulted his senses, nearly blinding him. The pungent odor, mingled with a scent reminiscent of heather, quickly revealed its source to Danyu. However, when his gaze fell upon the unconscious and trembling figure of Xiao Wu in the cell, all discomfort faded from his mind. Ning Rongrong pointed to Xiao Wu's feet and said, the little rabbit's foot was crushed by the eldest brother, and since no one here understands treatment, it has been left unattended until now. Danyu hurriedly approached, crouched down, and examined Xiao Wu's severely swollen ankle with great care. He extended his finger and gently touched the swollen and heated ankle. In that instant, the girl, who had been in a state of unconsciousness, was suddenly struck by a wave of excruciating pain. This pain surged through her body like a jolt of electricity, instantly awakening her foggy mind. As she slowly opened her eyes, her vision gradually became clear, revealing the figure before her. Unexpectedly, upon seeing the other person, she knelt down instinctively, as if losing her sense of self, and began to undress Danyu. Her voice was somewhat garbled, as though her throat were obstructed, allowing only faint murmurs to escape. Meanwhile, as she moved, milk began to flow out. Ning Rongrong frowned slightly. Over the past few days, he had altered their diet significantly to ensure they could withstand such intense work. The results, however, were indeed promising. Both of them had been fully developed, and at times, they would even compete for a single sausage. Although they had been played with by many, Ning Rongrong still did not wish for his fourth brother to partake. Can the fourth brother handle it? He mused, stepping forward to tug at the girl's hair to pull her away. Observing the grotesquely twisted ankle, Danyu nodded and said, it's manageable, but during this time, do not be too harsh. The elder brother stated that their survival holds greater value than their demise. After speaking, two azure dragon horns emerged on Danyu's forehead, and as he raised his finger, a stream of water enveloped the girl's entire body. This water flowed into her, beginning to cleanse her physique, while her already swollen and distorted ankle gradually returned to normal. Chapter 51. Returning to the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, is it treatable? Ning Rongrong leaned against the side, his eyes fixed intently on the girl encased in the water. Danyu stood beside the water sphere, his hands skillfully guiding the flow, allowing it to traverse her meridian slowly. With each passing moment, Ning Rongrong's anxiety intensified. Finally, Danyu spoke softly, it's not a significant issue. Ning Rongrong breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this toy had not been damaged. As Danyu continued, the water lingered around the girl's ankle, the very spot where it had been twisted, and the formerly swollen joint gradually returned to its original state. All done, Danyu announced, and the water dissipated like mist, exposing her body once more to the air. Ning Rongrong pointed to the other unconscious figure, Lu Erlong, and remarked, please treat that woman as well. Danyu glanced over at Lu Erlong. He approached Lu Erlong and commenced his healing as well. Before long, Lu Erlong's injuries were successfully mended. Dan Yu rose to his feet, dusted off his hands, and remarked to Nan Gong, "While enjoying yourselves is all well and good, it would be wise to exercise some restraint. Should either of them become pregnant, it would only lead to complications." He inhaled the fetid air of the cell, wrinkling his brow, and beckoned a few individuals to escort Lu Erlong and Xiao to a cell equipped with a bed. After all, this particular cell lacked such furnishings. And during their leisure, they were often left to recline upon the cold, hard floor. Old Fourth, why not linger here for a few more days? Although this may be a death row, it is still quite entertaining, Nan Gong remarked with an air of nonchalance, suggesting that, in his eyes, a death row was not a place of dread but rather a whimsical playground. Then Yu shook his head in response. "No, I have other matters to attend to. I have come solely to deliver the two young ladies here." Upon witnessing this, Nan Gong nodded in acknowledgement and refrained from further insistence. He was well aware of Dan Yu's character. Once a decision was made, it was exceedingly difficult to alter. Before long, Nan Gong sought out Mu Yu and Xiamu Wu. He led them through a dimly lit corridor, arriving before a cell where an interrogation was taking place. A nauseating stench permeated the air within the prison, causing Mu Yu and Xiamu Wu to furrow their brows in distaste. However, Nan Gong appeared unfazed by the grim surroundings. He glanced at the death row inmates and remarked, "So, the boss summoned you merely to accustom you to the act of killing." Mu Yu and Xiamu Wu exchanged tense glances, then nodded in acknowledgement. Despite Nan Gong's seemingly genteel demeanor, they could not shake the chilling aura that emanated from him. Observing their reaction, a faint, inscrutable smile curved his lips. He spoke, "I understand." Subsequently, he gestured to the attendants nearby, instructing them to bring forth the condemned prisoner. The unfortunate soul had evidently endured considerable torment, his body marred with numerous wounds and in a state of unconsciousness. The attendants secured the prisoner to a frame and then stepped aside. With a stoic expression, Nan Gong gazed at the prisoner, and suddenly, without hesitation, he seized a basin of cold water and poured it over the prisoner's body. The icy water cascaded down, eliciting an involuntary shiver from the onlookers. This abrupt and chilling stimulus roused the previously unconscious prisoner from his stupor. His eyes suddenly flew open, the pupils constricting in an instant, and an expression of profound terror etched itself upon his face. As his gaze fell upon Nan Gong, that fear surged within him like an overwhelming tide, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. "Third Master, I truly erred. I shall never dare again. I implore you, grant me a swift end." The voice of the condemned prisoner quivered with a sob, saturated with despair and entreaty. He appeared to have relinquished all hope of survival, yearning only for an expeditious end to his torment. Nan Gong regarded the condemned man with an expressionless demeanor. His gaze was devoid of warmth, rendering the individual before him akin to a lifeless object bereft of value. "Do you know the nature of his crime?" Nan Gong abruptly turned to direct his gaze toward the two women standing nearby, speaking slowly. The women exchanged glances, each discerning a flicker of confusion in the other's eyes. They shook their heads, indicating their ignorance. Nan Gong inhaled deeply and continued, "He is a grand soul master who, after imbibing some liquor, trespassed into the abode of newlyweds with two accomplices. In the presence of the husband, he shamelessly violated his wife, despite the fact that the woman was already 3 months pregnant." As he spoke, Nan Gong's voice dipped slightly, yet his fury became increasingly palpable. Moreover, afterward, he compelled the husband to prepare a meal for them and, before departing, ruthlessly slaughtered the entire family that should have been basking in happiness. With his words hanging in the air, a profound silence enveloped the space. The women's faces instantly drained of color, their eyes widened in horror, brimming with indignation directed at the condemned man, as if their rage threatened to erupt. "Third Master, I truly realize my errors. I implore you, show mercy this once. I assure you, I shall never transgress again." The condemned man cried out in terror, his voice echoing hauntingly in the desolate cell, rendering his plea exceedingly pitiful. Yet, his supplications did not elicit any sympathy from Nan Gong. Rather, they incited a sense of irritation within him. Nan Gong, with an impassive countenance, gazed at the weeping man before him, his heart unperturbed. Suddenly, without warning, Nan Gong struck. A flash of cold light glimmered in his hand, and a streak of crimson sliced through the air by the condemned man's mouth. In an instant, the man's shrieks were abruptly silenced, replaced by an eerie stillness. Nan Gong had severed the man's tongue, a brutal spectacle that left the two women in stunned disbelief. They had never anticipated Nan Gong would act with such resolute decisiveness and cruelty. They stared at him, their expressions frozen, as blood spattered upon his white garments, the vivid red starkly contrasting against the fabric. Nan Gong seemed utterly indifferent to their reaction. A chilling smile crept upon his lips. "I have promised. I shall instill in you a yearning for death, and a despair for the next moment." Nan Gong's voice was calm and devoid of emotion. Yet, his words echoed like the whispers of a demon, deeply etching themselves into the heart of the condemned. At that moment, the man's eyes were filled with terror and hopelessness. He yearned to resist, yet his limbs were tightly bound, rendering him utterly immobile. He wished to plead for mercy, but his tongue had been severed, leaving him only capable of producing a series of indistinct whimpers. Even more grievous was the fact that the martial spirit he had once taken pride in had been obliterated by Nan Gong's cruel machinations. With the annihilation of his martial spirit, his soul power would vanish completely, condemning him to a life of impotence. forever barred from the path of cultivation. Allow me to demonstrate, Ning Rongrong said emotionlessly. He slowly picked up a dagger and held it over the flames, the fire licking at the blade until it glowed a fierce red, radiating an intense heat. Ning Rongrong gazed at the dagger until it was searing hot, then without hesitation, he plunged the freshly heated blade into the condemned man's lower body. A chilling wail escaped the lips of the prisoner, his body convulsing violently. Yet, bereft of his tongue, he could only emit this spine-chilling moan instead of a proper scream. As time slipped by, half an hour passed. Miyu and Xiaomu appeared as pale as sheets, trembling uncontrollably, akin to leaves caught in a tempest. Ultimately, they could no longer endure the horrific scene and, in a frenzy, dashed out of the cell, racing to the wash basin where they began to retch uncontrollably. The ghastly spectacle they had witnessed in the cell struck like a heavy hammer upon their hearts, leaving them profoundly shaken. Over 3,000 cuts, the condemned could only watch helplessly as his body was reduced to fragments, witnessing his life ebb away in agony. Although the prisoner was not deserving of sympathy, such a gruesome display still evoked a sense of discomfort in the two women. Meanwhile, at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the elimination round had drawn to a close, signifying that Ning Fengji could temporarily return home. Upon his arrival, he made his way directly to Ning Rongrong's chamber. As he pushed open the door, the sight before him tore at his heartstrings. Ning Rongrong lay in bed, devoid of vitality, resembling a soulless shell. Her countenance was haggard, her gaze vacant, as if the entire world were indifferent to her plight. With a heavy heart, Ning Fengji regarded his daughter. Yet he understood the rarity of this opportunity. He had exerted immense effort to persuade Mo Chen to visit the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Thus, he was determined to find a way to reunite the two. Rongrong, Mo Chen will arrive shortly. You should tidy yourself up. Ning Fengji said softly before gently closing the door, leaving Ning Rongrong alone in the room. Just as he shut the door, Ning Rongrong, who had been feigning sleep, suddenly sat upright. The emptiness in her eyes was gradually replaced with a flicker of hope. She walked slowly to the mirror, gazing at the pale and weary reflection staring back at her, and felt a pang of sorrow. She instinctively lowered her head, as if unable to confront the reality of her appearance. Once, she had been so beautiful, yet now, looking at herself in the mirror, her figure was emaciated, her hair disheveled, and she appeared as though she had aged a decade. Time was of the essence. Ning Rongrong swiftly began to prepare herself. At that moment, in a tavern within Seven Treasure City, a voice filled with a hint of sorrow emerged. Are you really going to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Qian Renxue's voice, partially obscured by a veil, fluttered lightly, revealing her sparkling eyes as they fixed upon Mo Chen. Mo Chen smiled faintly, lifting his cup to take a sip. I have no choice. The conditions offered by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School are simply too enticing for me to decline. Besides, it's merely a visit. It shouldn't pose any significant issue. Clearly dissatisfied with this response, Qian Renxue crossed her arms, pouting in frustration. Humph. I know precisely what that old fox is scheming. He undoubtedly wishes to rekindle your old flame with Ning Rongrong and draw you into their fold at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Amused by her reaction, Mo Chen reached out to ruffle Qian Renxue's hair, teasingly saying, Oh dear, whose vinegar pot has been overturned? Why are you so sour? Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she shot him an indignant glare. Who was jealous? I'm simply stating facts. Mo Chen, charmed by her adorable demeanor, continued with a tone of affection. Even if he truly harbored such intentions, do you believe I would still be drawn to Ning Rongrong? In my heart, you are the only one who holds significance. Upon hearing his words, Qian Renxue's blush gradually faded, though a trace of concern lingered as she pressed. Really? You mustn't deceive me. More genuine than gold. Besides, Ning Rongrong lacks both beauty and substance. Why would I be interested in her? Qian Renxue, momentarily stunned, abruptly rose to her feet, grasping Mo Chen's hand firmly, her tone resolute. Then I shall accompany you. Mo Chen, taken aback by her unexpected response, stared at her in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief pause for reflection, he nodded and replied, Very well. It's a good idea to go together. After all, there will be food to share. With their plans set, they departed the tavern and unwittingly made their way to the foot of Seven Treasure Mountain. Gazing at the long staircase before them, Mo Chen inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly to calm the tumult within. 3 years have passed. At last, I returned to this place, he mused. Everything felt so familiar. Yet he was no longer the person he once was. Qian Renxue, perceptive to his emotional shift, tightened her grip on his hand. Let us go. As your fiancée, we shall face whatever comes together. Qian Renxue's lips curled into a playful smile as she mischievously winked at Mo Chen, her lively demeanor captivating all who beheld her. The disciple tasked with guarding the entrance recognized Mo Chen and, without hesitation, allowed them to enter the sect. Within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji had specifically brought the sword-bone Douluo to greet them personally. At last, amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, Mo Chen's figure emerged into view. Seeing this, Ning Fengji's face lit up with joy, and he was eager to step forward. However, just as he began to move, his gaze was suddenly drawn to Qian Renxue, who lingered half a step behind Mo Chen. With her graceful figure and elegant demeanor, she resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens. Ning Fengji's footsteps seemed to freeze in place as he stood agape, utterly astonished by Qian Renxue's presence. unable to trust his own eyes. Not only Ning Fingji, but even Ning Rongrong, who had meticulously adorned herself for the occasion, found herself dumbfounded, gazing at Qian Renxue in a state of shock. Although the distance was considerable, the vague outline was enough for Ning Rongrong to ascertain that the woman beside Mo Chen was indeed the same one she had encountered at Mo Chen's estate. In that instant, a wave of intense self-doubt washed over her, leaving Ning Rongrong despondent. Her own pride in her appearance seemed trivial in comparison to Qian Renxue's ethereal beauty. What deepened her sense of loss was the sight of Mo Chen and Qian Renxue holding hands as they arrived, an undeniable declaration of their closeness to all who witnessed. Ning Zhongzhu, sword Douluo, bone Douluo, Mo Chen uttered with an air of indifference, his voice calm and devoid of emotion. Ning Fingji was momentarily taken aback, sensing the distance in Mo Chen's words. Yet, he did not display any displeasure. Instead, he swiftly adjusted his demeanor, approaching with a warm smile and grasping Mo Chen's hand firmly. "Ah, we are all family here. There is no need to stand on ceremony. You can continue to call me Uncle Ning, just as before." Ning Fingji's smile was as inviting as a gentle spring breeze, difficult to resist. The absolute goodwill he exhibited made Mo Chen feel somewhat embarrassed to continue his aloof demeanor. After all, one shouldn't strike a smiling face, confronted with such warmth. Mo Chen could not possibly maintain a cold response. "Those were bygone days. In my youthful ignorance, I hope Master Ning will not take offense." A faint smile graced Mo Chen's lips, and his tone softened slightly. Observing this, Ning Fingji felt a sense of relief and then turned his gaze toward Qian Renxue, who stood beside Mo Chen, his eyes flickering with curiosity as he inquired, "May I ask who this young lady is?" Although Ning Fingji noticed the entwined hands of Mo Chen and Qian Renxue, he feigned ignorance. "Master Ning, allow me to introduce her. This is my fiancée. You may call her Xiaoxue," Mo Chen said with a smile, gently pulling Qian Renxue forward. Qian Renxue slowly lifted her head, her beautiful eyes locking onto Ning Fingji's, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she softly addressed him, "Master Ning." Her voice was melodious and enchanting, akin to a celestial melody. Yet it carried an imperceptible chill that did not feel jarring but instead lent her an air of nobility and elegance. Ning Fingji was evidently taken aback by Qian Renxue's presence. He fell silent for a moment, inadvertently glancing at his daughter Ning Rongrong, who stood behind him, lost in thought. Observing her slightly despondent expression, a sigh of sympathy escaped Ning Fingji's heart. After a brief pause, Ning Fingji regained his composure and managed to force a smile, remarking, "I never imagined that after such a long time, you would already have a fiancée." Mo Chen, sensing the subtle shift in Ning Fingji's demeanor, maintained his smile and replied with an easy tone, "Master Ning, one cannot remain stagnant while others move forward. I too seek a place to belong, do I not?" As he spoke, he gave Qian Renxue's hand a gentle squeeze. Ning Fingji noted this gesture, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Yet he endeavored to keep his smile as natural as possible and continued, "Might I inquire about Miss Xiaoxue's family background?" However, before he could finish, Mo Chen interjected, "Master Ning, Xiaoxue comes from humble beginnings. It would be best not to pursue this topic further." Mo Chen's expression turned serious, his brow furrowed, clearly displeased with Ning Fingji's inquiry. Seeing this, Ning Fingji quickly waved his hand, replying with a smile, "It seems I have been inconsiderate. In that case, let us not linger here any longer. Shall we proceed inside?" With that, he turned and led the group towards the sect. Just then, Ning Rongrong, who had remained silent, suddenly stepped forward. Her body trembled slightly, struggling to contain her emotions, and her once bright eyes were now blurred with tears. "Mo Chen." Ning Rongrong finally called out his name, her voice slightly hoarse, tinged with an unmistakable hint of sorrow. Hearing her, Mo Chen paused and turned to face her, feigning ignorance as he asked, "What is it?" "Miss Ning?" Taking a deep breath, Ning Rongrong endeavored to steady her voice, saying, "I wish to speak with you privately, just the two of us." Mo Chen hesitated for a moment, instinctively glancing at Qian Renxue. Sensing his uncertainty, Qian Renxue offered a reassuring smile and a comforting look. With her support, Mo Chen felt a measure of relief. He nodded, releasing Qian Renxue's hand as he followed Ning Rongrong to a quieter spot. Ning Fingji stood rooted in place, watching the two figures recede into the distance, a sense of helplessness stirring within him. He opened his mouth as if to utter something, yet ultimately no sound emerged. "Miss Xiaoxue, may I inquire about a few matters?" Meanwhile, by the brook within the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, Ning Rongrong guided Mo Chen to this tranquil spot. The sunlight filtered through the dense bamboo forest, casting dappled shadows upon them, creating a mosaic of light and shade. Mo Chen casually perched himself on a stone, exuding a sense of languor. He casually picked up a small stone and tossed it into the crystalline stream, creating a delicate splash of water. Ning Rongrong stood nearby, her gaze fixed intently on Mo Chen, eager to uncover the true thoughts that lay within his heart. Summoning her courage, she spoke up, "Mo Chen, I wish to inquire about certain matters, and I hope you can respond to me truthfully." Mo Chen turned his head, glanced at Ning Rongrong, and then directed his gaze back towards the tranquil stream. His face bore little expression as he calmly said, "Miss Ning, please feel free to speak your mind." Ning Rongrong took a deep breath, as if resolutely steeling herself, and directly inquired, "Is the girl named Xiaoxue truly your fiancée?" Mo Chen did not respond. His gaze remained quietly fixed upon the surface of the water. He gazed at the fish leaping from the surface of the water in that fleeting moment. They seemed to liberate themselves from the constraints of their aquatic realm, soaring freely through the air, only to plummet back into the depths. Once again ensnared by the water's force, Ning Rongrong lowered her head, her hands tightly gripping the hem of her dress, her fingers turning pale from the exertion. She endeavored to suppress her tears, yet no matter how hard she tried, she ultimately could not restrain the deluge that cascaded down her cheeks like a breached dam. Are you still blaming me? I have truly erred, her voice trembled, and she dared not meet Mo Chen's gaze, fearful of seeing indifference and reproach reflected in his eyes. Mo Chen's tone remained flat, akin to the serene surface of the water, devoid of any disturbance. Do you not already possess the answer within you? What? Has that sausage vendor abandoned you? Ning Rongrong's body quivered violently. She wished to explain, but found her throat constricted, silencing her voice. She opened her mouth, but only a faint whimper escaped. There is no elixir of regret awaiting you in this world, nor will anyone stand idly by, waiting for your return. You are no longer that fragile child in need of protection. You must take responsibility for your choices and bear the consequences. Mo Chen's words pierced through Ning Rongrong's heart like a sharp blade. Clenching the hem of her dress, she heard Mo Chen's response, yet her heart brimmed with resentment. She recognized the truth in his words, yet she could not accept such an outcome. I regret it, Mo Chen. I truly regret it. Ning Rongrong sank to the ground. As if all strength had been siphoned from her body, trembling uncontrollably. Tears flowed from her eyes like a torrent, her cries echoing desolately in the emptiness around her. Mo Chen stood there silently, utterly motionless. His gaze fell upon Ning Rongrong, devoid of any fluctuation, akin to a stagnant pond. No matter how she wept and lamented, no trace of emotion stirred within him. Once, Ning Rongrong was regarded by him as an extraordinary treasure. Even a single tear from her would pierce his heart with profound sorrow. However, as time transformed their world, he now regarded her with indifference. Lacking both affection and aversion, merely the cold detachment one might reserve for a stranger. Ning Rongrong's cries persisted for an extended period, until it seemed her tears had all but dried up, leaving her unable to shed another drop. Slowly, she lifted her head, her swollen eyes seeking Mo Chen's, only to discover him steadfastly seated, showing no inclination to offer her solace. Do you no longer cherish me? Did you not vow to love me for eternity? Why have you turned so cold? Her voice, rendered hoarse from prolonged weeping, strained to shout, as if she sought to expel every ounce of anguish and bitterness from her heart. Each cry resonated within the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, moving all who heard it. At that moment, Ning Fingji and others within the clan's residence also caught wind of Ning Rongrong's cries. Yet, they could only lower their heads in silent sighs, feeling utterly powerless to provide her with any tangible assistance. Ning Fingji took a deep breath, striving to quell his own unease, then composed himself. Attempting to adopt a gentler expression, he gazed upon the enchanting Qian Renxue before him and gently remarked, Miss Xiaoxiwei, for reasons unbeknownst to me, I am overwhelmed by a sense of familiarity with you, as though we have crossed paths at another time. Qian Renxue offered a faint smile, her expression reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, soft and warm. She replied, Master Ning, you jest. I am merely a woman of an ordinary family, who leads a life of seclusion. How could I possibly have had any interactions with someone of your esteemed stature? Ning Fingji shook his head, seemingly unconvinced by Qian Renxue's assertion. He continued, the aura you exude is far beyond that of an ordinary family. You seem more akin to a scion of a noble lineage, with elegance and grace evident in your every gesture. Qian Renxue felt a stirring within. She was well aware of her status, and the spirit hall was indeed among the elite of noble families. You flatter me, Sect Master Ning. I have merely been nurtured by the academy since childhood and have learned a few manners, she replied, maintaining a calm demeanor in response to Ning Fingji's inquiry. Mo Chen slowly rose from the stone, his movements appearing somewhat sluggish. Ning Rongrong, upon witnessing this, felt a pang of anxiety and hastened forward, wishing to throw herself into Mo Chen's embrace. Yet, just as she was about to touch him, a formidable barrier abruptly emerged, resembling an impenetrable wall that repelled her. Despite her struggles and efforts, she was unable to breach this invisible shield. Do not waste your strength. Mo Chen's voice was calm and indifferent. With your current spirit power at level 43, it is utterly impossible for you to enter. After saying this, he turned and walked toward the sect master's residence. Ning Rongrong stood frozen, watching Mo Chen's retreating figure, tears streaming down her face like a torrent. With a choked voice, she cried out, Do you truly despise me so? What must I do for you to forgive me? However, Mo Chen's footsteps did not falter in response to her pleas. He continued onward, unperturbed. Despair filled Ning Rongrong's heart as she struggled to accept Mo Chen's callousness. In her overwhelming anguish, her expression suddenly turned fierce. In a swift motion, she drew a dagger from her sleeve and pressed it against her neck without hesitation. In that moment, the temperature around them seemed to plummet. Ning Rongrong's actions took everyone by surprise, including Mo Chen, who halted in his tracks. Just as she brandished the knife, Mo Chen's figure vanished from sight. Moments later, a sharp sound echoed as he reappeared before her. Before she could react, Mo Chen's hand struck her face with great force, sending the dagger flying from her grasp. Clearly dazed by the blow, Ning Rongrong took a while to regain her senses. You claimed you did not wish to concern yourself with me, so why do you intervene? She sobbed, wiping her tears with her sleeve while casting a pitiful gaze at Mo Chen. Seeing her desolate expression stirred a complex emotion within Mo Chen. Yet he merely expressionlessly withdrew his hand. You do not value your own life. If Sect Master Ning were to learn of this, or if your two beloved grandfathers were to find out, what would they think? His voice was frigid, devoid of warmth. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong's mind raced. Her impulsive act of drawing the knife had not considered the dire consequences. After receiving Mo Chen's slap, clarity began to dawn on her. And she realized the folly and recklessness of her previous actions. I only wish for your forgiveness. Ning Rongrong's voice trembled as she lowered her head, unable to meet Mo Chen's gaze. So you believe that death is the path to my forgiveness? Mo Chen's tone remained icy. If that is truly the case, then I forgive you. With those words, he did not spare her another glance and resolutely departed, leaving Ning Rongrong standing alone, filled with regret and guilt. Chapter 53. Qian Renxue's gift. After exiting the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Rongrong stood in a corner, quietly observing as Mo Chen and Qian Renxue gradually receded into the distance. A whirlwind of emotion surged within her, leaving her deeply conflicted. Once, Oscar held a significant place in her heart, but that position had now been supplanted by Mo Chen. Yet, she now regretted her earlier decision to break off their engagement. If time could rewind, she would undoubtedly choose to be with Mo Chen without hesitation, rather than impulsively abandoning him. Her gaze remained fixed on Mo Chen's silhouette, wishing fervently for him to pause and glance back at her, even if just for a fleeting moment, to sense a semblance of his lingering affection. Standing nearby, Ning Fingji silently observed his daughter, acutely aware of the turmoil and remorse she harbored. As a father, he found himself at a loss for words to comfort her, ultimately sighing heavily in silence. At that moment, Ning Rongrong, who had been silent, suddenly seemed resolute. She lifted her head with determination and declared, No. I cannot simply give up. I must seek him out. I must earn his forgiveness. Meanwhile, at the foot of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Mo Chen came to a gradual halt, casting a glance back at the towering peak. This place held a multitude of memories for him, filled with laughter, tears, and past love. Yet, he buried it all deep within, turning away to continue forward, leaving behind the remnants of his former life. What did Ning Rongrong say to you? Qian Renxue inquired curiously, holding Mo Chen's hand. She had noticed his momentary hesitation and was eager to know if Ning Rongrong had conveyed anything significant. Are you truly curious? Mo Chen's lips quirked into a playful smile as he regarded Qian Renxue. Initially filled with intrigue, Qian Renxue felt a twinge of unease at his ambiguous expression, leading her to doubt whether he had anything serious to share. Nevertheless, her curiosity ultimately triumphed over her hesitations. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she gazed directly into Mo Chen's eyes and asserted, I wish to know. Mo Chen appeared to have anticipated her response, smiling softly as he gently clasped her hand, applying a slight pressure. A warmth radiated from his touch, quickening her heartbeat involuntarily. Ning Rongrong mentioned that she could bear me a child. Mo Chen's voice was low and tender, his gaze fixed on Qian Renxue's face, observing her every subtle reaction. Qian Renxue's expression stiffened, her eyes widening in disbelief at his words. This revelation caught her completely off guard. So, can my dear Snow also bear me a child? Mo Chen remarked with mischief, playfully caressing her abdomen. She managed a faint, resigned smile, casting a bewildered glance at him. What on earth is this guy thinking? She attempted to free herself from Mo Chen's firm grip, but his strength was evidently far superior to hers, no matter how hard she struggled. She could not escape his hold. After a few futile attempts, Qian Renxue realized that her efforts were in vain, and with a resigned sigh, she ceased her resistance. Can you think of something better? Didn't you say Ning Rongrong was willing to have children with you? Then go find Ning Rongrong, Qian Renxue huffed, her lips pouting in displeasure. There was a hint of resentment in her voice, yet the slight upward curve of her mouth revealed that she was not truly angry. At that moment, with their hands tightly intertwined, Qian Renxue could not turn away from him as she usually would, so she merely turned her head, striving to conceal her expression from Mo Chen's gaze. However, how could Mo Chen not understand Qian Renxue? He saw through her feelings at a glance, observing her sulky demeanor. An amusing thought surged within him. Oh dear, is my little Schwer feeling jealous? Mo Chen teased, adopting a playful tone. Qian Renxue's cheeks instantly flushed with a rosy hue, and she shot him a reproachful glare, pouting, you really are something. Despite her words, her tone was noticeably softer than before. Seeing this, Mo Chen's smile widened, and he gently squeezed Qian Renxue's hand, offering reassurance. All right, don't be upset. I was merely joking. Qian Renxue rolled her eyes at him, retorting, who was upset? Yet, her hand remained entwined with Mo Chen's, their fingers interlocking tightly. Thus, the two of them departed from the 7-treasure glazed tile school's gate, conversing and laughing as they made their way toward the Heaven-Do Imperial City. Along the journey, they discussed a myriad of intriguing topics, their laughter resonating in the air. Only upon returning to the bustling Heaven-Do City did Mo Chen slightly temper his demeanor, for in such a vibrant city, they needed to be mindful of their actions and words. Standing amidst the lively streets of Heaven-Do City, their eyes were drawn to the sights before them. And before they knew it, they had arrived at the former site of Mo Chen's residence. Gazing at the newly erected mansion that had risen from the ruins of the past, a complex wave of emotion surged within Mo Chen's heart. He gazed upon the newly transformed edifice, memories surging like a tidal wave within him. Surprised, perhaps? Suddenly, the voice of Qian Renxue resonated from behind Mo Chen. Like a playful child, she cheekily peeked out from behind him, her face alight with a cheerful smile. "This is a reconstruction I meticulously crafted just for you," she declared. A hint of pride lacing her tone as she chuckled softly, clearly pleased with her creation. Mo Chen slowly turned around, his gaze settling upon Qian Renxue. He observed that every blade of grass and every piece of wood in this mansion, even the home decor, was meticulously arranged according to his previous preferences. Each detail felt so familiar, as if time had never passed. Mo Chen took a deep breath, striving to calm the tumult within his heart. Yet, as he gazed upon the mansion once more, an enduring sense of wistfulness lingered in his mind. He turned his head to gaze once more at Qian Renxue, only to find her looking at him with a pair of expectant eyes, her entire demeanor radiating the unspoken desire for him to praise her. A subtle smile graced the corners of Mo Chen's lips, revealing a hint of warmth. Without a hint of hesitation, he reached out and gently flicked the forehead of Qian Renxue. "Ouch!" she exclaimed, immediately covering her forehead, her face displaying a look of deep grievance. As if that light flick had truly pained her. "What was that for?" "Ouch," Qian Renxue murmured, her expression filled with indignation. While her heart was a tumult of mixed emotions, despite her efforts to restore his residence to its former glory, she had anticipated praise and admiration, only to receive no commendation whatsoever, and instead, a flick from him. The more she pondered, the more aggrieved she felt, causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. She blinked her large eyes, looking at Mo Chen with a pitiful gaze that evoked sympathy from anyone who beheld her. Mo Chen, of course, saw through Qian Renxue's thoughts and immediately recognized her inner turmoil. Observing her pitiful demeanor, he couldn't help but chuckle, though more than that, he felt a surge of tenderness for her. Thus, a gentle smile graced his lips as he softly said, "My little Shuej is truly wonderful." Upon hearing his praise, Qian Renxue's eyes sparkled, her earlier grievance swiftly replaced by joy. A radiant smile bloomed on her face, reminiscent of flowers blossoming in the spring. After bestowing her with a compliment, Mo Chen did not hesitate for a moment. He stepped forward and embraced her tightly. The suddenness of the hug startled Qian Renxue, but she quickly regained her composure, allowing herself to relax in the warmth of Mo Chen's embrace. "Thank you. It feels so good to have you," Mo Chen murmured. A warm current surged through Qian Renxue's heart, leaving her momentarily dazed, completely unprepared for how effortlessly her goal had been achieved. She felt the strength of Mo Chen's embrace, a comforting force that made it seem as though the entire world consisted only of the two of them. After lingering in Mo Chen's embrace for a while, Qian Renxue finally came back to her senses. She gradually opened her arms and gently hugged Mo Chen, savoring his warmth and heartbeat. After a long moment, Mo Chen released Qian Renxue, taking her hand as they walked to the front of the residence. Gazing at the estate before him, Mo Chen was astonished to discover that the layout was identical to its previous state. Even the number of flowers planted in the corners matched perfectly. At that moment, someone slowly emerged from the side of the residence. Mo Chen focused his gaze and was taken aback, unable to close his mouth in shock. "Uncle Chen," he exclaimed, never expecting to encounter his former steward here. "Master, is that really you?" Uncle Chen replied, equally excited, hastening forward with eyes gleaming with uncontainable joy. "This steward has been with you for a full 8 years. Apart from him, it would be hard to find anyone else worthy of your regard," Qian Renxue remarked with a playful smirk, her lips curving into a teasing smile. Mo Chen, hearing this, couldn't help but smile awkwardly. He was well aware of Uncle Chen's abilities and loyalty but was unprepared for Qian Renxue's playful banter. "Master, I have gathered all the household servants from before. Everything is just as it was. You need not worry," Uncle Chen stated promptly, his tone reflecting concern for Mo Chen. It was then that Uncle Chen seemed to notice Qian Renxue's presence, stepping forward respectfully to inquire, "Madam, do you have any particular preferences or dislikes regarding food?" "The master does not favor sweets, so we usually do not prepare desserts at home." Qian Renxue smiled at Mo Chen, a glint of mischief flickering in her eyes as she expressed surprise at his dietary habits. "I never would have guessed that you had foods you disliked," she said with a teasing tone. Mo Chen appeared quite composed, smiling gently as he replied, "That's quite normal. Everyone has different tastes. Just as I am not particularly fond of sweets." He shrugged, treating it as a trivial matter, openly acknowledging it without concern. However, Qian Renxue was evidently not inclined to let the matter rest. Her mischievous smile grew more pronounced as she continued, "Uncle Chen, unlike some people, I'm not picky at all. A bit of dessert will suffice." Her gaze was fixed on Mo Chen, and her smile carried a hint of playful revenge. Mo Chen understood that Qian Renxue was seizing the opportunity for a bit of payback, recalling how he had playfully flicked her forehead earlier at the entrance. Nevertheless, Mo Chen brushed aside her provocation with a nod to Uncle Chen, taking Qian Renxue's hand as they entered the residence. "Come now, don't be upset. You will certainly see sweets around the house often from now on," Qian Renxue teased as they walked, her heart brimming with delight at the thought of Mo Chen's reaction. "Seeing them is one thing. During my time at the border, I've eaten all sorts of things when starving, even rats and insects," Mo Chen remarked nonchalantly, treating such experiences as mundane as daily meals and sleep. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue felt a shiver down her spine. Those repulsive items, in Mo Chen's words, were described as if they were rare delicacies. Time flew by swiftly, and before long, nightfall quietly descended. Mo Chen sat at the head of the dining table. But when his gaze fell upon the long table set before him, he found himself in a predicament. The table was laden with various dishes, each one encrusted with a thick layer of white sugar, which was nothing short of torment for someone who did not particularly enjoy sweets. After a moment of hesitation, Mo Chen finally gritted his teeth and steeled himself to pick up a piece of smashed cucumber placed before him. He gazed at the thick layer of white sugar adorning the cucumber, a surge of indescribable emotions welling up within him. At that moment, Qian Renxue was observing him with an expression of eager anticipation, seemingly awaiting his assessment of the dish. Taking a deep breath, Mo Chen placed the piece of smashed cucumber into his mouth. Instantly, a cloyingly sweet flavor enveloped his palate, catching him off guard. Although this taste was somewhat overwhelming for Mo Chen, he endured the discomfort, adhering to the principle of not wasting food, and managed to finish the piece. After dinner, still feeling slightly anxious from the excessive sweetness, Mo Chen felt as though he were being scorched by flames, his throat parched. He consumed an entire bucket of water before finally feeling somewhat relieved. Breathing heavily, he turned to glance at Qian Renxue beside him, only to find her wearing a mischievous grin, her expression laced with a hint of cunning. Anger surged within Mo Chen, and he glared at Qian Renxue. Yet, she evaded his grasp with the agility of a nimble cat. Frustrated, Mo Chen pursued her relentlessly, and the two engaged in a playful chase back to the bedroom. Just when Mo Chen believed he could finally capture Qian Renxue, she abruptly halted and adopted an unusually serious demeanor. Surprised, Mo Chen stared at her, puzzled by this sudden shift in behavior. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Qian Renshue's next action left him utterly speechless. Slowly, she began to peel away her resplendent golden gown, each movement imbued with an irresistible allure. As the dress cascaded to the floor, Qian Renshue's porcelain skin gradually revealed itself to Mo Chen, until the final piece of clothing gently fell away. Her body trembled slightly, her cheeks flushed like the evening sky, her beautiful eyes betraying a mix of nervousness and shyness, yet predominantly radiating determination. Is what you said during the day still valid? Qian Renshue's voice was as soft as a breeze, yet carried an undeniable force. Mo Chen felt his throat grow dry, swallowing hard as he recalled her earlier statement about bearing him a child. Resolutely, he nodded and stepped forward to embrace Qian Renxue, who melted into his arms. Chapter 54, Transition Chapter. This section holds no significant content and merely serves as a bridge to the forthcoming narrative. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room. Mo Chen slowly opened his eyes, feeling somewhat dazed. He placed a hand on his forehead, attempting to shake off the remnants of sleep. His gaze was unfocused, staring vacantly at the ceiling. At that moment, Qian Renxue began to awaken beside him. Like a lazy kitten, she nuzzled against Mo Chen, expressing her affection. Sensing her movements, Mo Chen's body quivered slightly, pulling him back from his daze. He lowered his gaze towards Qian Renxue, observing how her long hair cascaded down onto the pillow like a waterfall, with gently curling strands shimmering in the sunlight, exuding a faint golden glow. Qian Renshue's cheeks, flushed from slumber, resembled ripe apples, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. A wave of intoxicating thought surged within Mo Chen as he tenderly caressed Qian Renshue's silken hair, relishing the smooth sensation. It appeared that Qian Renxue reveled in Mo Chen's gentle touch, emitting a soft sigh of contentment as her body nestled closer to him. Mo Chen, captivated by the sight of Qian Renshue's tightly shut eyes and serene countenance, felt a stirring in his heart. He extended his finger and gently tapped the plump cheek of Qian Renxue. Her skin, as delicate as silk, seemed to yield slightly under the touch of Mo Chen's fingertip, evoking a subtle elasticity. This gentle contact caused Qian Renxue to furrow her brow slightly, as if expressing her discontent at being disturbed. After a moment, her breathing steadied, clearly having slipped back into the realm of dreams. Mo Chen gazed at her quietly, his heart brimming with affection and indulgence. Just as he believed that Qian Renxue would remain in her peaceful slumber, her eyes suddenly flew open. A hint of confusion lingered in her golden brown irises, a clear indication that she was momentarily disoriented by her abrupt awakening. However, the instant her gaze met Mo Chen's, that confusion was swiftly replaced by a smile. The corners of Qian Renshue's mouth curled into an adorable arc, and without uttering a word, she opened her mouth and playfully bit Mo Chen's finger. Oh. Mo Chen was completely taken aback by Qian Renshue's unexpected reaction, staring at her in surprise. Qian Renshue's teeth grazed his finger softly, lacking any force, almost as if she were teasing him. The sensation of her gentle bite sent an unusual thrill coursing through Mo Chen's heart. He gazed at Qian Renxue, and his affection for her deepened. Qian Renxue appeared to be quite intrigued by Mo Chen's fingers, as she persistently licked and teased them with her tongue. Mo Chen did not withdraw his hand. Instead, he quietly observed Qian Renxue, savoring her subtle movements and relishing the warmth and sweetness of the moment. Have you seen enough? Qian Renxue slowly opened her eyes. Her vacant gaze fell upon Mo Chen, devoid of any emotional resonance. Yet, in the face of Qian Renshue's icy indifference, Mo Chen showed no sign of retreat. His gaze was equally resolute, unabashedly locking eyes with Qian Renxue, tinged with a hint of provocation. I can't get enough. Mo Chen replied succinctly, without a trace of hesitation. Upon hearing his words, Qian Renshue's complexion flushed slightly, a delicate rosy hue blooming on her lamb fat-like skin. reminiscent of the soft glow of dusk illuminating the snow-capped mountains. She bit her lip, seemingly attempting to mask her embarrassment, yet her subtly trembling lips betrayed her true feelings. Qian Renxue feigned a look of disdain, releasing Mo Chen's fingers before swiftly sitting up. However, as she did so, the quilt slipped away, revealing her snow-white skin. Sunlight streamed through the window, draping her in a golden veil, further accentuating the purity of her complexion. Mo Chen remained transfixed, his gaze anchored to the enchanting scene before him, with no intention of diverting his attention. His breath quickened slightly, and his throat involuntarily rolled. Yet his body remained as if pinned to the bed, utterly motionless. Qian Renxue had long since grown accustomed to Mo Chen's gaze. She felt no embarrassment or unease at the exposure of her form. On the contrary, she seemed to revel in the sensation of being observed by Mo Chen. Her movements became languid, intentionally or unintentionally showcasing her delicate figure, each gesture imbued with allure. Only after she donned her garments did she gently turn her head and, with a playful pout, chid Mo Chen, "What are you staring at? Didn't you see enough last night?" Her voice carried a hint of shyness, yet predominantly bore a tone of playful reproach for Mo Chen's impertinence. Despite her cheeks blushing like ripe apples, an inexplicable sense of pride surged within her. The thought that her beauty could captivate Mo Chen's attention filled her with satisfaction and confidence. "What plans do you have for today?" Qian Renxue had just fastened her last piece of clothing when Mo Chen, now dressed, softly inquired from behind her. Turning around with a smile, she replied, "Indeed. I can no longer accompany you today. As the Emperor of the Tiando Empire, I've been missing for so many days. If I do not make an appearance soon, the empire might descend into chaos." She shrugged helplessly, a touch of exasperation evident in her demeanor. Just as she prepared to turn away, Mo Chen suddenly pulled her into his embrace. Taken by surprise, Qian Renxue stumbled into his arms, momentarily astonished. However, instead of resisting, she surrendered to the warmth and tranquility of the moment, leaning into Mo Chen's embrace. Mo Chen's hand caressed her flat abdomen gently, and he spoke softly. "After my efforts last night, we should be expecting something, shouldn't we?" A blush instantly crept onto Qian Renxue's face as she shot him a coy glance, reproaching him. "It's not that simple. My grandfather mentioned that the stronger one is, the harder it is to conceive." Mo Chen nodded in agreement, acknowledging Qian Daoliu's wisdom. After all, if it weren't for the difficulty of having children with great strength, Qian Daolu would not have had only one child, Qian Xuanjie. The final should be next, right? Mo Chen murmured softly. Unbeknownst to him, his chin had come to rest on Qian Renxue's shoulder, tilting slightly as he inhaled the faint fragrance of her hair. This scent, like a refreshing spring, was soothing and invigorating, bringing Mo Chen a sense of serene delight. His breath softened, the warm exhalation brushing against Qian Renxue's ear, invoking a delicate tickling sensation. A slight tremor coursed through her body, and in that fleeting moment, a subtle flush grazed her cheeks. She could sense Mo Chen's proximity. His warm breath seemed to whisper secrets into her ear, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. Indeed, after the elimination rounds, it is time for the finals. Qian Renxue's voice fell to a hushed tone, as she endeavored to mask the turmoil within her. Gradually, she acclimated to Mo Chen's breath, beginning to savor the tranquility of their shared moments. "I cannot accompany you to the finals, but rest assured, I shall send Xuebing in my stead. Under appropriate circumstances, I might just take care of him as well." Qian Renxue's tone was lighthearted, yet when she mentioned Xuebing, a glint of mischief flickered in Mo Chen's eyes. Qian Renxue comfortably narrowed her eyes, preparing to relish the serene moment, when suddenly an unusual sensation stirred at her chest. She gasped, eyes wide, discovering that Mo Chen's hand had inexplicably found its way to her bosom, gently kneading the soft flesh. "Ah!" she exclaimed, hastily extricating herself from his embrace. Her cheeks flared crimson, and she glared at Mo Chen in indignation. Could you not behave more appropriately? However, Mo Chen, in that instant, appeared devoid of the imposing aura characteristic of the Grand General of the Tiando Empire. A playful grin adorned his face, resembling a child reveling in a newfound toy, joyfully toying with his precious possession. Ahem, ahem. Mo Chen coughed awkwardly, a sheepish smile gracing his lips, incessantly muttering, "I simply could not help myself. Truly, I could not." Qian Renxue regarded him with wary eyes. Mo Chen, feeling the weight of her gaze, became slightly flustered, offering a sheepish smile before being unceremoniously ejected from the room under her fierce scrutiny. Sighing, Mo Chen stood outside the door, casting a reluctant glance back at the firmly shut portal, still relishing the lingering sensation from earlier. "Indeed, it is exceptionally soft," he murmured to himself, a look of bliss crossing his features. Shaking his head, he seemed to strive to dispel those distracting thoughts from his mind. He took a deep breath and then stepped towards the small pavilion in the backyard of the estate. This quaint pavilion was nestled in a corner of the courtyard, surrounded by a crystal-clear pond where several goldfish leisurely swam about. Mo Chen entered the pavilion and chose a spot to sit. His gaze fixated on the pond as he watched the fish glide gracefully through the water, gradually calming his once restless heart. At that moment, Uncle Chen approached, slightly bowing his head as he softly remarked, "Sir, breakfast is ready." Mo Chen came back to his senses, nodded, and replied, "Yes, I am aware. I will be stepping out shortly. If Xueru needs anything, please attend to her." His voice had returned to its normal state, free from the earlier chaos and embarrassment. "I understand, my lord," Uncle Chen replied, still bowing his head, before turning to depart, leaving Mo Chen seated alone in the tranquil pavilion. Once he exited the estate, Mo Chen swiftly slipped into the corner of an alley. As he entered the narrow passage, he did not halt his pace but continued forward, all the while casting furtive glances behind him to gauge the movements in his wake. Upon confirming that the individual trailing him had also entered the alley, a subtle smile graced the corners of his lips. Mo Chen's pace quickened, navigating the constricted alley with effortless grace. His pace quickened, and the footsteps behind him drew ever closer, clearly indicating that the pursuer was striving to overtake him. At last, Mo Chen arrived at the dead end of the alley, a cul-de-sac with no path ahead. He halted his steps, slowly turning around, and spoke to the darkness behind him, "Come out." However, as moments ticked by, the alley remained eerily silent, devoid of any movement. Mo Chen's patience began to wear thin. He inhaled deeply and exhaled forcefully. Just as he was about to speak again, a black chain materialized in his hand. This chain was entirely obsidian, glimmering with a faint luminescence. Mo Chen gripped the chain tightly and yanked it with vigor. With a sudden clatter, a figure cloaked in black was forcibly dragged from the shadows. The individual, clearly taken aback by such a turn of events, lost their balance and fell heavily to the ground, producing a muffled grunt. Mo Chen regarded the person sprawled before him, his brow furrowed and a flicker of displeasure crossing his gaze. "Why did you follow me?" His voice was low and stern. The fallen figure scrambled to their feet, swiftly shedding the black cloak to reveal a slightly bashful visage. Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed, likely due to the embarrassment of her recent tumble. Steadying herself, she looked at Mo Chen and said, "Mo Chen, I came to bring you something." Her voice was melodious, tinged with urgency. As she spoke, Ning Rongrong began to enumerate the exquisite equipment adorning her. "This is the hidden arrow given to me by Sango. This is the Zhuge crossbow. And here is the heavenly claw." She gestured proudly to her gear, her face alight with pride. Mo Chen's brows knitted together. The Sangu she mentioned could undoubtedly only refer to Tang San. "You sneaked out of your home without your family knowing? So you sat outside the estate all night for these trivial matters?" A hint of dissatisfaction was palpable in his tone. Confronted by his reprimand, Ning Rongrong faltered, clearly unprepared for such a stern critique from him. Yet, she stifled the tears threatening to spill from her eyes, refusing to let them flow. After a brief silence, she slowly retrieved a wooden box from her bosom, placing it carefully before Mo Chen. "This is the item you gave me when you left last time. I've kept it with me ever since." Her voice trembled slightly, and despite her efforts to sound casual, her forced smile was heart-wrenching. Particularly, the tears glistening at the corners of her eyes seemed poised to cascade down at the slightest provocation. Mo Chen gazed at the wooden box now returned to him. It contained precious herbs he had collected from the borderlands, including a rare 30,000-year-old head soul bone. "You know, I will not reclaim what I have given away," he said, his expression indifferent as he looked at Ning Rongrong. In that moment, her heart felt as though it had been gripped by an invisible hand, causing her immense pain that left her nearly breathless. Nevertheless, she endured the inner turmoil, forcing a smile more grotesque than tears, desperately striving to keep her composure. "It's all right. I merely wish for your protection while I absorb this soul bone." Her voice quivered slightly, her fist clenched tightly, nails digging into her palms in an attempt to assuage her anxious heart with pain. Her gaze remained fixed on Mo Chen, fearful of missing any subtle shift in his expression, while silently hoping he would not refuse her. Yet, Mo Chen's eyes remained as still as a placid lake, betraying no hint of emotion. He gazed quietly at Ning Rongrong, neither affirming nor denying, yet his indifferent demeanor only heightened her anxiety. She was uncertain how Mo Chen would respond, fearing he might refuse without hesitation, given how estranged their relationship had become. Simultaneously, she dreaded the possibility of his acquiescence, for she questioned whether she could face him with the same composure as before. Just as Ning Rongrong wrestled with her inner turmoil, Mo Chen's voice resonated once more. "There is no need. If you wish to absorb this spirit bone, assistance will come to protect you." As soon as his words fell, a figure descended from the sky, landing gracefully before Ning Rongrong. "Rongrong!" The sword Douluo exclaimed, his face etched with concern. He hurried forward to carefully examine Ning Rongrong's body, fearful that she had sustained any harm. "Why did you run away from home? Do you have any idea how worried Fingxi and the others are about you?" Sword Douluo scolded, his brow furrowed and his expression filled with anger. Ning Rongrong hung her head, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing, her lips moving yet no sound escaping. Her heart was a tumult of conflict and guilt, leaving her at a loss for how to respond to Sword Douluo's inquiry. Xiao Cheng, Sword Douluo seemed to realize that his tone had been somewhat harsh. He turned, his face displaying a sense of shame as he looked at Mo Chen, seeking to offer an explanation. However, Mo Chen waved his hand, interrupting Sword Douluo. "No need for explanations. As Miss Ning stated earlier, everyone has the right to pursue their own happiness. Yet, once a choice is made, one should not linger in indecision." His voice was calm and resolute, devoid of any hesitation. After speaking, Mo Chen turned and departed, vanishing in an instant from the sight of Sword Douluo and Ning Rongrong. Sword Douluo gazed in the direction where Mo Chen had disappeared, letting out a helpless sigh. He turned his head and gazed at the remorseful Ning Rongrong, feeling his anger gradually dissipate. "Let us go home, Rongrong," Qian Douluo said softly, extending his hand to pull her along. However, Ning Rongrong suddenly broke free from his grasp, lifting her tear-filled eyes to him. No, Grandfather Jian, I will not return. I must seek out Mo Chen. Let us first go home. Fengji and the others are quite worried about you. Please, accompany your grandfather home, Jin Douluo said. His expression filled with concern for Ning Rongrong. He initially intended to forcibly take her away, but upon witnessing her despair as if the very heavens had fallen, he felt an overwhelming reluctance in his heart. No, Grandfather Jian, I cannot just leave like this. If I walk away now, I will truly lose all possibility with him. Ning Rongrong's tears streamed forth like a relentless flood, her body trembling violently from profound sorrow, on the verge of collapse. But, Rongrong, he is already betrothed. That is an unalterable truth. We must learn to let go and not cling too tightly, Jin Douluo continued to implore gently, hoping to guide Ning Rongrong out of her anguish. Yet, it appeared that Ning Rongrong had completely shut herself off from his words. Abruptly, she covered her ears and crouched on the ground, curling up and crying in heart-wrenching despair. Witnessing her agonizing state, Jin Douluo felt a profound ache and helplessness within his heart. He truly did not know how to console the heartbroken child, so he could only stand silently by, patiently awaiting the culmination of Ning Rongrong's emotional outpouring. Meanwhile, Mo Chen hastened into the residence and made his way directly to the chamber. Upon entering, he inhaled deeply and proceeded to recount the recent events that transpired outside the estate to Qian Renxue. After listening, a look of incredulity crossed her face. Her understanding of Ning Rongrong was profound. She recognized her to be an exceedingly proud, unreasonable individual, brimming with the temperament of a young lady. It was utterly unfathomable to her that someone of such disposition would spend an entire night outside for Mo Chen. Qian Renxue gazed intently at Mo Chen, observing his silence as if he were deep in contemplation. Suddenly, a thought seemed to strike her, prompting her to lean in closer to Mo Chen. At that moment, one of Qian Renxue's hands unconsciously found its way to Mo Chen's waist. Clearly startled by her action, Mo Chen's Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed. He could sense the gradual tightening of Qian Renxue's delicate hand, which clutched the vulnerable part of his waist, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Qian Renxue's eyes narrowed slightly, emitting a faint aura of danger. Her voice was low and tinged with inquiry. What are you thinking? Surely, it cannot be about rekindling old flames with Ning Rongrong? How could that be? Mo Chen replied incredulously, with such a stunningly beautiful wife by my side. Why would I ever contemplate that young lady? With that, he unhesitatingly pulled Qian Renxue tightly into his embrace. As time swiftly flowed by, days passed in the blink of an eye. Before the Tiando Imperial Palace, a lavishly adorned carriage stood, drawing particular attention. Minister Mo, as you journey to Wuhuan City, please be cautious not to offend the Pope, Xuechinga said with a smile, firmly grasping Mo Chen's hand and earnestly advising him. Your Majesty, rest assured, I am well aware of the gravity of the situation, Mo Chen promptly replied, bowing respectfully. However, at that moment, Xuebang, seated inside the carriage, observed everything unfold. His fists clenched subconsciously, a tide of indignation surging within him. The once fourth prince of the Heaven Do Empire had transformed into the avalanche prince of the same realm. Yet, this seemingly noble metamorphosis only distanced him further from the throne. Nevertheless, Avalanche did not relent. The ambitions and desires within him burned with an ever-increasing intensity, akin to a consuming flame. After bidding farewell to Xuechinga, Mo Chen ascended the carriage. However, upon entering, he did not pay homage to the prince but instead settled into silence, closing his eyes in contemplation. As time ticked by, the carriage slowly rolled out of the gates of Heavendo City. Throughout the journey, Mo Chen refrained from initiating any conversation with Avalanche, who sat in the carriage, his emotions in a state of profound complexity. As a prince, he naturally possesses his own pride and dignity, making it rather challenging for him to take the initiative to engage in conversation with a subject. However, at the same time, Xuebing is acutely aware that Mo Chen is not merely an ordinary subject. He is a titled Douluo, his formidable strength evoking a sense of dread. Should he succeed in winning over Mo Chen, he could potentially upend Xuechinga's throne and ascend to that supreme seat of power. Contemplating this, a powerful desire surged within Xuebing's heart. He began to ponder in silence how he might persuade Mo Chen to align with him. Wealth, status, and beauty, elements that captivate the average individual, would likely hold little allure for someone of Mo Chen's caliber, who had long since acquired such trifles. As Xuebing wrestled with his thoughts, a sudden epiphany illuminated his mind. Mo Chen's previous rapport with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School seemed remarkably favorable. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was the wealthiest sect on the continent and stood among the top 3 schools. Its leader, Ning Fengji, was a man of great virtue and reputation. If he could orchestrate a union between Mo Chen and Ning Rongrong, not only could he win Mo Chen's favor, but he could also harness the power of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. The more Xuebing contemplated, the more feasible this scheme appeared, and a flawless plan began to crystallize in his mind. The carriage sped along the road, its wheels thundering. However, as it entered a canyon, it came to an abrupt halt. Mo Chen, intrigued, leaned out of the carriage window to gaze upward into the canyon. There, he beheld massive boulders plummeting like raindrops, cascading from the heavens as if a waterfall had burst forth. Each boulder was colossal and heavy, striking the ground with tremendous force. Mo Chen's brow furrowed deeply. He swiftly raised a hand, In an instant, a sturdy shield enveloped the carriage like a veil of violet gossamer. The boulders crashed down, impacting the shield with a dull thud. Yet this protective barrier remained as solid as rock, successfully thwarting every stone that sought to breach its defenses. What was happening? The voice of Xiong Ba echoed beside Mo Chen. He curiously leaned forward, his gaze falling upon the distant convoy that had descended into chaos. Mo Chen's voice was calm and indifferent. It seems that someone is ambushing the convoy. His tone betrayed not a trace of surprise or anxiety. Xiong Ba's face was etched with concern as he gazed at the chaotic convoy in the distance, a flutter of unease stirring within him. General Mo, shall we intervene? He asked hesitantly. Mo Chen slowly opened his eyes, casting a fleeting glance at Xiong Ba before closing them once more, his expression one of utter indifference. Does His Highness wish to assist them? His voice remained calm, yet it bore an almost imperceptible hint of derision. Xiong Ba found himself momentarily at a loss for words. As merely a sole sovereign, he was hardly capable of overcoming even those students, let alone extending help to them. These are the subjects of our Tiando Empire. General Mo, but before he could finish, a piercing glance from Mo Chen silenced him, forcing the latter half of his sentence back down his throat. At that moment, not far away, a man clad in resplendent golden attire, his countenance alluring, spoke in a voice that dripped with an effeminate softness, Lord Diala. I previously made it clear that you are not permitted to take action. The man referred to as Lord Diala, dressed entirely in black, appeared somewhat disheartened. They had come this time to execute an assassination plan, but who could have imagined that he would repeatedly be stabbed in the back by his own teammates? Meanwhile, Douluo gazed intently at Mu Bai, who was suspended in midair, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. You actually consumed the rare herb, the heavenly chrysanthemum. Douluo's gaze was firmly fixed on Mu Bai. He could distinctly sense the aura emanating from him, one strikingly similar to his own martial spirit, the heavenly chrysanthemum. This revelation filled Douluo with exhilaration. Young man, if you are willing to take me as your master, I can spare your life. Douluo regarded Mu Bai with a broad smile, his eyes brimming with admiration and anticipation. Upon hearing this, Mu Bai's heart jolted. He had not anticipated such a proposition from Douluo. In an instant, a flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. With Long Gong and Shipa already defeated, he saw no glimmer of hope for survival in the current predicament. If he did not acquiesce to Douluo's demands, it was likely that he and his comrades would meet their demise. Just as Mu Bai wavered, he suddenly noticed Tang San beside him. Tang San was immobilized by Douluo's overwhelming soul pressure, a visage of agony and helplessness etched across his face. Witnessing Tang San's plight stirred a deep sense of humiliation within Mu Bai. Tang San, too, bore a look of disgrace, recalling the helplessness he felt against Mo Chen. Similarly suppressed by a formidable adversary, utterly powerless to retaliate. Mu Bai inhaled deeply, steadied his mind, and slowly raised his head to meet Douluo's gaze. I can agree to your terms, but you must release my companions. Though Mu Bai's voice was somewhat subdued, it resonated with unwavering determination. Douluo appeared taken aback by Mu Bai's response. He mockingly withdrew his gaze from Mu Bai and shifted it to Tang San behind him. Do you truly believe you have the right to bargain with me? Douluo's voice dripped with displeasure. Kill them, and I can still find a way for you to become my disciple. As he spoke, Douluo emitted a sinister laugh, its sound jarring and unsettling amidst the chaos, sending chills down one's spine. Sixth soul skill, golden petals in the sky. With the utterance of Douluo's words, his entire being erupted with soul power, and countless chrysanthemum petals cascaded like a flurry of snowflakes, swiftly coalescing in midair into razor-sharp blades, hurtling towards Tang San with lethal intent. Douluo's face was alight with mockery and cruelty. He seemed to envision Tang San being torn to shreds by these petals, a smirk of satisfaction creeping onto his lips. Little San, their brother. The members of Shrek were engulfed by worry and fear at this sight, calling out Tang San's name in unison. Desperate to rush forward to protect him, yet utterly immobilized by Douluo's terrifying soul pressure, Tang San slowly closed his eyes. Aware that he was powerless against this overwhelming soul skill, resigned to silently await his demise. Yet, just as he was about to be engulfed by the petals, an image of Xiao Wu being humiliated flashed through his mind, piercing his heart deeply. No, I cannot perish like this. Tang San's heart roared in defiance. Igniting a fierce will to survive, his body, which had seemingly surrendered, suddenly erupted with immense strength. At that moment, an almost imperceptible sword aura manifested in the air. Though faint, it brimmed with boundless killing intent. However, before this sword aura could reach Tang San, an ear-splitting dragon's roar echoed through the valley. Eternal Purgatory. Chapter 56. The Strike Fifth Soul Skill, Dominance of the Four Directions. Several azure spirit swords descended like shooting stars, imbued with a fierce sword energy and immense pressure, sweeping downwards like a blue tempest. Yet, just as this terrifying assault was about to hit the ground, a colossal dragon's tail suddenly swept across from one side of the canyon, deflecting all attacks away. Sword path, dust heart. Douluo's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the scattered spirit swords in disbelief. No. Douluo's gaze was fixated on the point of impact, where Mo Chen stood nonchalantly, untouched by a speck of dust. Mo Chen's eyes were calm and profound, a faint smile gracing his lips. Noticing the look in Mo Chen's eyes, Douluo's heart stirred. He instantly grasped Mo Chen's intent. Douluo swiftly adjusted his expression, feigning a furious demeanor. and pointed at Mo Chen, bellowing, "Who dares to approach?" Lurking in the shadows like a coward. Douluo's voice reverberated through the canyon, tinged with anger and provocation. After all, the news of Mo Chen joining the Spirit Hall had yet to spread. Aside from the higher-ups of the Spirit Hall, few were aware. Since Mo Chen wished to remain concealed, Douluo chose not to press further. At that moment, a beam of sword light surged forth. Arriving in the blink of an eye, the sword Douluo, soaring through the air, immediately spotted the standoff between Douluo and Mo Chen, landing unhesitatingly beside Mo Chen. With these two Douluo-level powerhouses by his side, Tang San felt a significant reduction in pressure. The previous overwhelming sensation that had nearly suffocated him finally began to alleviate. With Lander's support, he managed to steady himself, avoiding a fall to the ground. Meanwhile, the poisoned Douluo, having sustained grave injuries while protecting the imperial palace, remained incapacitated and unable to provide assistance. Observing this, the chrysanthemum Douluo's expression darkened further. He glared at the sword Douluo and Mo Chen, accusing them vehemently. "Sword Daochenchin, General Mo, do you two also wish to involve yourselves in this turmoil?" In response to the chrysanthemum Douluo's inquiry, the sword Douluo's demeanor was as cold as ice. The seven-killing sword in his hand trembled slightly, emitting a resonant hum. He swung his long sword and declared with icy resolve, "These are all subjects of the Heaven-Do Empire. How could I stand idly by while you drive them to their demise?" Upon finishing, the sword Douluo turned his gaze toward Mo Chen, awaiting his reply. Sensing the subdued aura emanating from Mo Chen, a tempest of emotion surged within the sword Douluo. His eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Level 97. This level of soul power resonated in his ears like thunder, complicating his feelings immensely. Mo Chen, whom he had watched grow, had transformed from a once innocent child into a figure of maturity and composure. Yet, he never anticipated that Mo Chen's soul power would now surpass his own. At that moment, the long-awaited avalanche finally arrived at the scene. He stood before the Shrek Academy team, feigning composure and exuding an air of righteous authority. However, just as Shui Ping was about to speak, a brilliant array of colors suddenly erupted from the cliffs of the canyon, shining like the most resplendent stars in the night sky. This kaleidoscopic glow swiftly traversed the space, piercing directly into the bodies of Mo Chen and Qian Douluo. The moment the light entered their forms, both Mo Chen and Qian Douluo trembled violently. Their combined aura surged relentlessly, escalating to an intimidating level before finally stabilizing. From a distance, Douluo observed this spectacle, a flicker of trepidation igniting within his heart. He could have directly eliminated the target. Yet his selfishness led to the failure of the mission. Just as Douluo was about to order a retreat, a spectre-like figure suddenly appeared beside him. This apparition emerged silently, like a ghost. Old Ghost. Douluo recognized the newcomer and felt a wave of relief wash over him. The hoarse voice of Ghost Douluo echoed, "I will hold them off. You must swiftly deal with the target, so we can return to indulge in wine and feasting." Such grandiose words, truly believing you can impede us. Qian Douluo's expression remained composed, his voice resonating like a great bell, reverberating throughout the vast canyon. In his grasp, the seven-killing sword seemed to sense its master's fierce intent, trembling incessantly, its resonant clang echoing throughout the canyon. However, the expression on Ghost Douluo's face grew increasingly grave as he fixed his gaze intently upon Mo Chen, silently contemplating. Although he harbored no fear of Mo Chen after all, they were both elders of the Spirit Hall, he understood that a confrontation was unlikely. Yet, the sword Douluo was notorious for his ruthlessness. Similarly, Douluo bore a look of solemnity as he regarded Ghost Douluo, speaking in a low tone, "Old Ghost, with just the two of us. It seems we truly cannot contend with them today." His words revealed a hint of helplessness, clearly indicating that the current situation is far from optimistic. Gue Douluo snorted coldly, casting a glare at Douluo, and then spoke, "Who said I am the only one who has arrived?" As his words fell, a piercing bird call suddenly echoed through the sky. The crowd looked up, and there soared a colossal flamingo, its wings stretching several dozen meters, ablaze with fierce flames. As the flamingo passed, countless fiery feathers rained down like droplets of rain. These feathers seemed imbued with life, whirling rapidly in the air before descending to the ground. Its soul skill, boiling blood. At that moment, an enchanting female voice resonated through the heavens. With the sound, the fiery feathers erupted violently upon touching the ground. The flames blossomed like vibrant flowers in the canyon, creating a sea of raging fire. This inferno swiftly spread, engulfing the already terrified convoy. The vehicles burned amidst the flames, emitting crackling sounds as if they were moaning in agony. Spirit Douluo. Sword Douluo suddenly swung his seven-kill sword, deflecting the falling feathers. Despite their multitude, the seven-kill sword danced in the air with a life of its own, skillfully batting away the feathers. "Leave the Ghost Douluo and Spirit Douluo to me. You handle the chrysanthemum Douluo." Mo Chen's voice resonated like a bell in the valley. No sooner had he spoken than he stepped forward, enveloped instantly in a layer of blazing golden flames, resembling a demonic deity from the depths of hell. Sword Douluo nodded slightly, his seven-kill sword tracing an arc in the air as it lunged towards chrysanthemum Douluo. Upon witnessing this, chrysanthemum Douluo halted abruptly. The soul skill he had prepared stifled back. With a thunderous clang, chrysanthemum Douluo's body was struck as if by a heavy hammer, involuntarily recoiling. The ferocity of sword Douluo's attack was overwhelming. Even with all his might to block, he could not fully withstand it. Seizing the advantage, Sword Douluo wielded his 7-kill sword with rapid motions, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that poured down upon Chrysanthemum Douluo like a torrential downpour. Faced with such a dense and fierce assault, Chrysanthemum Douluo found himself momentarily flustered. Though his speed was remarkably swift, he could only flee in disarray before the overwhelming onslaught of blades, utterly devoid of any means to retaliate. The blades descended upon the canyon walls with relentless ferocity, cleaving through the rock as if it were mere vegetables, scattering shards of stone and clouds of dust in their wake. The mountainsides were marred with deep gashes, and the colossal boulders that fell were instantaneously reduced to powder beneath the merciless slicing. This cannot continue, he thought with growing alarm. His forehead began to glisten with cold sweat. If he continued to passively endure the onslaught, he would inevitably be engulfed by the Sword Douluo's relentless assault. At that moment, a radiant golden light suddenly enveloped the body of the Chrysanthemum Douluo, resembling a golden shield that encased him tightly. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed his 5th spirit skill, the Gathering of Cold Blossoms. Instantly, a chilling aura emanated from his being, swiftly coalescing into a massive blade resembling a chrysanthemum. Without hesitation, the chrysanthemum blade surged fiercely toward the Sword Douluo, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. However, in the face of such a ferocious attack from the Chrysanthemum Douluo, the Sword Douluo remained remarkably composed. He swiftly raised the 7-slaughter sword high above his head, directing it toward the heavens, reciting incantations, 6th soul skill. In an instant, the sky erupted with a dazzling radiance, as tens of thousands of spirit swords streaked across the firmament like meteors, densely suspended in the air, completely obscuring the heavens. These spirit swords shimmered with a cold light, each emanating a sharp sword aura that conveyed an overwhelming sense of pressure. All swords returned to their origin. The Sword Douluo bellowed, sweeping the 7-slaughter sword fiercely toward the Chrysanthemum Douluo. With this motion, the myriad spirit swords seemed to respond to an unseen summons, cascading down like torrential rain upon the Chrysanthemum Douluo. A cacophony of clashing sounds erupted as the massive blade of the Chrysanthemum Douluo collided with the rain of spirit swords, sparking a myriad of glimmering fragments. Under the relentless assault of the spirit swords, the Chrysanthemum Douluo appeared to struggle, laboriously fending off wave after wave of strikes. Yet, the Sword Douluo was undeterred. A slight smile graced his lips as he softly uttered, "Let the rain fall even harder." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the descending spirit swords accelerated, crashing down upon the Chrysanthemum Douluo with the ferocity of a tempest. With a sharp crack, the blade of the chrysanthemum shattered into countless shards that flew in every direction. In that very moment, the multitude of spirit swords surged toward the Chrysanthemum Douluo with unrelenting force. Alarmed, the Chrysanthemum Douluo contemplated fleeing to evade this ferocious onslaught. However, just as he prepared to act, the entire gorge was violently shaken as if gripped by an invisible hand, causing a sudden, intense tremor. This unexpected jolt caught the Chrysanthemum Douluo off guard, disrupting his balance and shattering his escape plan. Simultaneously, the once menacing swarm of spirit swords lost their trajectory due to the violent disturbance, veering off course. Not only that, but this powerful impact also obliterated the Sword Douluo's subsequent assault, granting the Chrysanthemum Douluo a temporary reprieve. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. Just as the Chrysanthemum Douluo felt a surge of relief for narrowly escaping disaster, an immense force descended from above, crashing down upon him. He felt as though a mountain had pressed down upon his body, instantly robbing him of control, and he plummeted toward the ground like a kite severed from its string. Meanwhile, the Ghost Douluo and the Spirit Kite Douluo were not spared from this chaos either. They were likewise struck down from the skies by this formidable force, landing on the ground in a state of utter disarray. At that moment, a dazzling torrent of golden divine flames cascaded from above, resembling a golden deluge that transformed the entire realm into a resplendent hue of gold. "What is happening?" The Golden Douluo exclaimed in terror, utterly unprepared for such an occurrence. "I was careless. I never anticipated his strength to be so formidable," the Ghost Douluo remarked, his voice hoarse, clearly startled by the sudden turn of events. Although the battle between him and Mo Chen was merely a ruse, these divine flames were not to be trifled with. Moreover, the Ghost Douluo's martial soul was inherently restrained by fire, let alone the divine flames of the sun. At this moment, the Ghost Douluo felt as though his martial soul was on the verge of incineration, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness washing over him. Meanwhile, Mo Chen, enveloped in the raging inferno above, appeared as if a deity of fire had descended, his entire being shrouded in divine flames, grasping a golden longbow that radiated blinding light. His gaze was indifferent yet piercing, akin to a cold star, as he coldly surveyed the crowd below, their presence seemingly insignificant, like mere ants. "The plan has already failed. We cannot falter here. The mountains remain unchanged, and the waters will flow eternally. We shall see how this unfolds." The Ghost Douluo clenched his teeth, speaking with bitter resolve. He was acutely aware that the plan had already faltered. Without hesitation, he grasped the hands of both Ju Douluo and Ling Yuan Douluo, turning swiftly to flee into the distance. Rest assured, a subtle smile graced Mo Chen's lips, revealing a hint of tranquility. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of all present. As he spoke, the bowstring of the longbow in his hand trembled violently, emitting a resonant hum. Suddenly, a golden arrow shot forth with remarkable speed, its tip ablaze with divine golden flames, warping the air in its wake. The formidable power of this arrow was unmistakable. Invisible ripples began to radiate outward, reminiscent of water waves. The terrifying fluctuations of soul power induced an involuntary chill. What a dreadful fluctuation of soul power! Exclaimed the sword Douluo in astonishment. He could feel the immense energy contained within the arrow, secretly sweating for Douluo and the others. At that moment, Mo Chen once again drew the bowstring taut, and with a sharp twang, a piercing sound akin to a phoenix's cry erupted. The sound resonated as if a phoenix from the heavens was heralding its presence, deafening in its intensity. Accompanied by the phoenix's call, a ferocious wind surged forth, swirling countless sparks and forming a colossal wall of flames that surged towards Douluo and his companions. Chapter 57, The Unveiling of Bibi Dong. The beginning of Tang San's Day of Reckoning. What? Qian Douluo's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the scene before him. He could distinctly perceive the surrounding soul power being abruptly drained by an overwhelming force, rendering it thin and insubstantial. At that moment, as the longbow in Mo Chen's hand vanished, a colossal golden mushroom cloud suddenly ascended in the distance. This mushroom cloud resembled the detonation of a nuclear bomb, unleashing boundless energy and generating a cataclysmic wave of air. The ferocious gust swept outwards with wild abandon. The tempest ravaged both sides of the canyon, as countless rock faces seemed to be violently torn away by an invisible hand, flaking off in disarray. Caught off guard, even formidable beings like the sword Douluo were nearly swept away by this furious wind. He hastily summoned all his soul power to steady himself. Yet the ferocity of the gale was astonishing, causing his feet to slide uncontrollably across the ground. Simultaneously, countless carts within the canyon were tossed about by the tempest. Some even overturned entirely. A massive stone descended like a cannonball, crashing upon the head of the avalanche, resulting in a muffled thud that plunged the avalanche into darkness, rendering it unconscious. The trees along both banks were uprooted by the relentless wind. However, Mo Chen stood firm, his spear anchored to the ground like a stabilizing pillar. In an instant, a deafening dragon's roar erupted from the spear, reverberating like thunder from the heavens. The roar clashed with the violent hurricane, each force struggling for dominance. The wind sliced through the air like a blade, stinging the skin as if it sought to tear flesh from bone. Yet, within the eye of the storm, Mo Chen's silhouette appeared majestic, akin to an immovable mountain. At last, the tempest began to wane, gradually subsiding into tranquility. As the winds dissipated, a vast pit, 100 meters deep, emerged from beneath the mushroom cloud that had obscured it. At the bottom of the pit, wisps of golden flames danced like phantoms. Mo Chen cast a casual glance at the avalanche, now lifeless on the ground, before continuing on his path unaffected, following the fury of the storm. Only a solitary cart remained intact amidst the wreckage of many. The others had been swept away by the tempest, scattered far and wide. Fortunately, Mo Chen's timely intervention had shielded most from the storm's wrath, mitigating the potential casualties. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away, Ghost Douluo suddenly expelled a mouthful of blood. The wounds on his body, left by the searing divine fire, remained grotesque and terrifying, evoking a sense of dread that was hard to bear. "Old ghost," Douluo exclaimed, his face etched with concern. Coughing, Ghost Douluo valiantly suppressed the pain and managed to utter a few words through gritted teeth. "It's not a big issue." However, his clenched jaws and the beads of sweat on his forehead betrayed him, revealing that the damage inflicted on his martial soul by the divine fire was far from trivial. It shouldn't be this severe. Why did it strike so ruthlessly? Ling Douluo gasped in disbelief, clutching her ample bosom, her delicate brows furrowed, and a hint of anguish crossing her features. Observing her distress, Ghost Douluo swiftly retrieved a pouch-like item from his bosom and handed it to Ling Douluo, saying, "This is a storage soul guide given to me by Mo Chen. It contains items of interest to His Holiness the Pope." Ling Douluo accepted the soul guide. Her curiosity piqued as she examined it closely. Upon glimpsing its contents, her eyes widened in shock and astonishment. Douluo, noticing her reaction, hurriedly leaned in to take a closer look. He too was taken aback by what he beheld. There lay the lonely skull of Tang Hao within the soul guide, his death a pitiful sight, eyes wide open and unable to close. Moreover, 5 pieces of soul bones, emanating a faint glow, had also fallen out of the storage guide. These were the ancestral soul bones of the Haotian sect. Ghost Douluo gazed at the 5 soul bones, a flicker of greed passing through his eyes. Though he quickly masked it, Douluo took a deep breath, steadied himself, and then meticulously searched the soul guide once more, ultimately extracting a slip of paper. He unfolded the note and read aloud, "These 5 soul bones are your compensation. You may allocate them as you see fit." The voice of the spirit kite Douluo revealed an unrestrained greed, her gaze fixed upon the 5 soul bones before her like a ravenous wolf. Although spirit kite Douluo had already reached level 92, she possessed not a single soul bone. In contrast, among the 3 of them, only the ghost Douluo owned a left leg bone. Upon hearing spirit kite Douluo's words, the chrysanthemum Douluo felt a constriction in his throat, struggling to swallow a lump of saliva. His gaze was equally filled with greed, fixated intently on the 5 soul bones, his heart yearning to possess them entirely. Should they truly allocate them amongst themselves? The voice of the Q Douluo trembled slightly, evidently wrestling with intense inner turmoil. However, the ghost Douluo appeared to be in a state of indecision. Despite his fervent desire for these soul bones, the thought of Bibi Dong lingered in his mind. Murmuring to himself, the ghost Douluo furrowed his brow tightly, engulfed in hesitation. Observing this, the Ling Yuan Douluo hastily urged, Elder Ghost, Elder Mo has already declared that this is our compensation. Even if the Pope investigates, we possess sufficient grounds for explanation. After all, this is the reward we rightfully deserve. Her words provided a modicum of reassurance to the ghost Douluo, yet he remained somewhat doubtful. Elder Ghost, should you continue to waver, it is likely that you will never transcend in this lifetime, Ling Yuan Douluo continued, her voice tinged with urgency. The ghost Douluo fell silent for a moment before slowly nodding in agreement. I shall take the trunk bone. You may have the 2 arm bones and the leg bone. With his decision made, he promptly seized the trunk bone and turned aside, immersing himself in the absorption process. In the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. Deprived of their carriage, the academies attending the finals had no choice but to traverse on foot to the Spirit City. The journey was arduous, with everyone appearing utterly fatigued. Resembling a throng of displaced refugees flooding into the Spirit City. Logically, they should have arrived at the Spirit City a fortnight prior. However, the destruction of their carriage had delayed their progress, and it was only on the eve of the competition that they finally reached their destination. At this moment, the avalanche lay discarded like a lifeless dog, callously tossed aside by Mo Chen. Mo Chen cast a cold glance at him before motioning expressionlessly. Upon seeing this, then you promptly entered the room? I appreciate your efforts. Take him to the dungeon. He is a prince of the Tiando Empire, as long as he remains alive. Feel free to do as you wish with him, Mo Chen instructed indifferently. Dan Yu nodded in acknowledgement, and in an instant, his body enveloped avalanche like flowing water. In the blink of an eye, they both vanished from the room. As night descended, shrouded in profound silence, Mo Chen appeared alone and stealthily within the Pope's palace. He gazed expressionlessly at Bibi Dong, who sat above him, and spoke softly. The 3 of them should have returned by now. Bibi Dong, who had been resting with her eyes closed, gradually opened them, her gaze settling upon Mo Chen. Her eyes, initially as tranquil as still water, flickered with a barely perceptible hint of approval upon seeing him. You have done well. Bibi Dong's voice rang clear and gentle, imbued with a touch of coldness. To have slain Tang Hao, you indeed possess some skill. Her words conveyed a sense of recognition and admiration for Mo Chen. However, he remained unmoved by this praise. He furrowed his brow slightly, a trace of displeasure appearing on his face. He gazed directly into Bibi Dong's eyes and said bluntly, It seems you have misunderstood. I am not your subordinate. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong fell silent for a moment. Her previously joyful demeanor was suddenly shrouded by a dark cloud, turning somber. Although I am unclear about what has transpired with your body, Mo Chen continued, with your level 97 strength, you can only exhibit the capabilities of a level 92. Making you no match for me. As soon as Mo Chen's words fell, Bibi Dong's body trembled violently, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. Her expression darkened, filled with shock and disbelief. What do you know? She stared intently at Mo Chen. Unfazed by Bibi Dong's imposing aura, Mo Chen calmly replied, I can sense an exceptionally powerful aura of resentment within you. It is likely the key to your diminished strength. With that, a blazing sunfire erupted around Mo Chen, enveloping him completely. The searing flames, accompanied by the rapid beating of his heart, radiated a chilling aura. As Bibi Dong felt the divine fire burning around Mo Chen, her previously restless energy began to ebb away, as if washed over by a tranquil stream. She took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, releasing all her agitation with that breath. You have also caught the attention of the divine, Bibi Dong murmured, her voice tinged with an indescribable sense of relief. She gracefully approached Mo Chen, extending her delicate fingers to gently toy with the hem of his garment, her movements soft and elegant. Since we are both chosen by the divine, I shall not conceal anything from you. A slight smile graced Bibi Dong's lips. Yet it conveyed a chilling coldness rather than warmth. As her words hung in the air, the entire hall of the Pope felt enveloped by an invisible force. The once bright light dimming instantaneously, a frigid aura creeping in from all directions, transforming the space into a frozen chamber. I am the chosen heir of the Rakshasa god. If I can pass the 9 divine tests, I will transcend the 100-level limitation and become a deity revered by all. Bibi Dong's voice echoed in the icy atmosphere, infused with an irresistible authority. Her arms lifted slightly, as if offering her utmost reverence to the ethereal Rakshasa god, a sight that stirred deep emotions in onlookers. However, Mo Chen stood nearby, feeling a twinge of discontent at her fervent display. He furrowed his brow, observing Bibi Dong's devout demeanor, a strange sensation bubbling within him. I have disclosed to you the divine position I inherit. What about you? Which deity do you serve? Bibi Dong's gaze fixed on Mo Chen, her star-like eyes piercing into him. I have never claimed to be an heir of any deity, Mo Chen replied, his voice calm and steady. These flames are merely a manifestation of the sun, imbued with a hint of divinity, but that does not imply I am a divine heir. If this has led to some misunderstanding, I sincerely apologize. Bibi Dong was taken aback. She had never anticipated that such a simple probe would result in her revealing her secrets so easily. Realization dawned upon her, she might have been toyed with by him, igniting an unnameable fury within her. Moreover, the humiliation of being outmaneuvered by someone she deemed simple-minded was overwhelming. Yet, despite her anger, Bibi Dong recognized that Given her current inability to utilize her full strength, she was not Mo Chen's opponent in either power or combat skills. Thus, though her heart simmered with resentment, she could only watch as Mo Chen turned to leave. "I do not require a deity," Mo Chen declared, his words succinct and resolute, carrying an undeniable finality. Without hesitation, he turned and strode toward the exit. If this world truly needs a deity, his voice resonated in the vast hall of the Pope. Then let this light illuminate the realm. No sooner had he spoken than a resounding crash echoed, the heavy doors of the hall slammed shut. At that moment, only Bibi Dong remained inside. She stood there, staring at the closed doors, her heart a tumult of emotions. Bibi Dong spent a sleepless night, her thoughts swirling, until the following day's championship opening ceremony, when she finally managed to compose herself. In the Seoul Master Plaza, sunlight poured down in resplendence. Dressed in resplendent papal robes and wielding the papal scepter, Bibi Dong appeared as if a deity had descended. Her beauty and authority commanded awe, drawing the gaze of all present, enveloping the space in solemnity. The instant Bibi Dong made her entrance, the assembled academies and competitors seemed struck by an unseen force. Kneeling in unison and proclaiming, "We pay our respects to your holiness." However, amidst the sea of reverence, one figure stood out starkly. Tang San stood motionless, gazing at Bibi Dong, who was worshipped by thousands, an indescribable sensation stirring within him. His distinct demeanor caught the attention of several onlookers. In this setting, all were expected to kneel before the Pope as a sign of respect, yet Tang San remained standing, seemingly oblivious to the inappropriateness of his actions. Outrageous. Suddenly, a furious cardinal pointed at Tang San, scolding him sharply. "Why do you not kneel before the Pope?" His voice resonated throughout the square, imbued with palpable anger. In the face of the cardinal's inquiries, Tang San displayed not an ounce of reluctance. He straightened his posture and boldly replied, "I kneel to the heavens, the earth, and my parents. Having never received the grace of the Spirit Hall, why should I kneel to the Pope?" Though his voice was not loud, it resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. Upon uttering these words, Tang San instantly captured the attention of all those gathered. In Tang San's heart, he believed that the Spirit Hall's role in awakening his martial spirit was merely a duty, not a favor. Likewise, the subsidies were entitlements for every spirit master, and thus also not a boon. The cardinal, witnessing this, seemed poised to speak further, but Bibi Dong immediately raised her hand to silence him. Her gaze fell upon Tang San, a flicker of appreciation gleaming in her eyes as she spoke softly. "Very well. You are Tang San, correct? You exhibit remarkable talent, even surpassing my expectations. Truly, you are worthy of being his disciple, and your achievements reflect the value of his teachings." Having said this, Bibi Dong smiled slightly and gestured for those who had been kneeling to rise. The crowd, feeling as if released from a great sentence, stood up, though some still bore pale faces, evidently not yet fully recovered from their earlier terror. Suddenly, a spherical object shrouded in a black curtain appeared in Bibi Dong's hand, which she held aloft for all to see. "Ladies and gentlemen, before the official commencement of today's competition, I have an important announcement to make." Her voice, though not loud, penetrated the silence, reaching every ear. Tang Hao, who once brought immense disgrace to our Spirit Hall, has now met his rightful end. As her words hung in the air, gasps of shock erupted from the audience. Almost everyone present had heard of Tang Hao, the youngest titled Douluo on the continent, whose formidable strength and commanding presence rendered him unmatched. Despite having lost the title in recent years to Mo Chen, Tang Hao's prowess remained formidable. Bibi Dong observed the astonished expressions of the crowd, a satisfied smile playing on her lips. She then handed the spherical object to the Platinum Cardinal. The Platinum Cardinal respectfully accepted the object and slowly unveiled the black cloth. At that moment, Tang Hao's severed head was revealed to all. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence as the audience was rendered speechless by the shocking sight. Despite their prior suspicions, witnessing such a display left them utterly astounded. Tang San, in particular, felt as though struck by lightning. His pupils constricted sharply, his face a mask of disbelief. He gazed vacantly at the severed head, as if his very soul had departed, utterly incapable of accepting this harrowing reality. Chapter 58, Tang San's Discovery. Yu Xiaojing hastened forward, firmly gripping Tang San's shoulder with one hand. Yet, in that moment, Tang San was wholly consumed by rage. His eyes burned crimson as he fixated on the scene before him, watching as the figure placed Tang Hao's head in the palm of the angelic statue. That was his father, the one he cherished above all else. A profound sense of humiliation surged within him, and Tang San felt his dignity trampled upon mercilessly. His hatred for the Spirit Hall reaching an unprecedented zenith. He longed to rush forward immediately to rend the disciples of the Spirit Hall to pieces. Seeking to alleviate the fury that consumed him, his mentor, Tang San, spoke with a voice trembling from profound rage, his body shaking uncontrollably. Yu Xiaojing could sense the turmoil and indignation within Tang San's heart. Yet, in the face of overwhelming circumstances on hostile ground, they were compelled to endure in silence. He firmly grasped Tang San's shoulder and spoke softly, "Xiao San, remain composed." Above them, Bibi Dong observed everything, taking in the reactions of all present. Tang San believed his disguise to be flawless, yet to the ever-watchful Bibi Dong, his concealment was riddled with flaws. A subtle smile graced the corner of Bibi Dong's lips, barely perceptible. Before the competition commences, I have one final statement to make to everyone. Bibi Dong's voice rang clear and resonant, echoing across the plaza. All attention was drawn towards her, as the crowd awaited her forthcoming words. Friendship first, competition second. She continued slowly. I hope the tragedies of the qualifying rounds do not repeat in the upcoming matches. Her words carried a faint warning, tightening the hearts of those present. After pausing briefly, Bibi Dong discreetly glanced at Mo Chen, who stood at the rear. Mo Chen sensed her gaze and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Satisfied with his understanding, Bibi Dong resumed. Now, let General Mo, the adjudicator of this grand competition, explain the rules. As the Pope mentioned, the rules of this millennium-old competition are not immutable, and the changes in this edition mark a new beginning, Mo Chen declared, his voice deep and resonant. The 5 advancing academies are the Wuhuan Academy, the Tiando Royal Academy, the Xingluo Royal Academy, the Shinkong Academy, and lastly, the Shrek Academy. In the upcoming matches, the one-on-one duels will be abolished, replaced by 7-on-7 team battles. Except for the first match, where one academy will receive a bye, the remaining 4 will vie for the 2 coveted advancement spots. Furthermore, the 2 qualifying students will compete against the academy that received a bye based on the points accumulated during the qualifying rounds. Additionally, as the Wuhuan, Tiando, and Xingluo Royal Academies have secured their advancement without points, the final tally will be based on the number of students remaining in the arena. During the competition, the use of any weapons other than soul weapons is strictly prohibited, along with any food except that created by food-type soul masters. Now, I declare the drawing begins. As Mo Chen's voice echoed, a massive black screen slowly descended. The names of the 5 academies flickered and scrolled across the screen, dazzling the spectators. All gazes were magnetically drawn to the names swirling above. As time passed, the scrolling gradually slowed, ultimately coming to a halt. Mo Chen's voice thundered in the ears of the crowd. Match 1. Shinkong Academy versus Wuhuan Academy. An uproar erupted among the crowd, with some expressing excitement, others disappointment, while many anxiously awaited the results of the next match. After a brief pause, Mo Chen continued. Match 2. Tiando Royal Academy versus Shrek Academy. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's heart tightened, and his complexion paled. Yet, just as despair threatened to engulf him, Mo Chen's next words brought him immense relief. The Xingluo Royal Academy receives a bye. It felt as though a tremendous weight had been lifted from Dai Mubai's heart as he exhaled deeply. He has yet to summon the courage to face his elder brother. Thus resorting to this means to slightly alleviate his anxiety. After all, at this moment, Shrek Academy finds itself in a transitional phase, grappling with low morale. The unfortunate fates of Xiao Wu and Lu Erlong, along with Ta Long's demise in the promotion match, have dealt a severe blow to the institution. The crowd that once gathered in the square quickly dispersed, creating space for the impending competition. The 7 members of Kamikaze Academy stood solemnly in the arena, clad in identical uniforms, their postures as upright as 7 towering pines. In stark contrast, the competitors from Wuhuan Academy were conspicuously absent. Since Shrek Academy had not previously encountered Blaze Academy in their matches, Kamikaze Academy opted not to ally with them this time. Seconds ticked away, each moment stretching interminably, inducing a palpable sense of anticipation. Whispers began to ripple through the audience, speculating whether Wuhuan Academy might forfeit for some reason. Just as everyone assumed Wuhuan Academy would be absent from this contest, 3 figures slowly ascended the stage. As they reached the center, all eyes were irresistibly drawn to them. Hulaina of Wuhuan Academy, a rank 51 control system Soul King, possessed a voice that was both melodious and laced with a hint of allure. The captain of Wuhuan Academy, Xie, a rank 52 assault system Soul King, spoke with a deep, powerful voice tinged with a chill. Yin, a rank 51 assault system Soul King, resembled a blazing flame, fervent and impassioned. Upon taking the stage, the trio unabashedly declared their soul power levels, an unmistakable display of intimidation directed at Kamikaze Academy. In that instant, the weight of expectation bore heavily upon Kamikaze Academy. Standing at the forefront of his team, Feng Xiaodian furrowed his brow slightly, the relaxed demeanor once concealed beneath his mask gradually giving way to a more serious expression. He could sense the immense pressure emanating from the Soul Master Academy, as if a colossal mountain were pressing down upon him, rendering him breathless. Feng Xiaodian, the captain of the Xinfeng Academy, a level 45 assault-type battle spirit master, spoke with a grave expression. Beside him, the other members of Xinfeng Academy also reported their soul power levels. However, aside from Feng Xiaodian, the highest among them was merely level 41. It was undeniably a contest marked by a stark disparity in strength, a fact understood by all present. As anticipated, the moment Mo Chen announced the commencement of the match, a dense crimson fog enveloped the arena, blurring visibility. Immediately, Yan's fists collided with a thunderous crack, and in an instant, his body seemed ignited, flames erupting from him, sending waves of scorching heat throughout the venue. Faced with such a formidable opponent, the other members of Xinfeng Academy found themselves powerless. Within 5 minutes, They were all defeated and lying on the ground, leaving only Feng Xiaotian struggling to persevere. In the midst of the fog, Feng Xiaotian deftly evaded the incoming strikes. His vision hindered by the crimson mist, making his situation increasingly dire, just as he focused intently on fending off the assaults. A voice tinged with mockery suddenly whispered in his ear, "Little handsome, why do you always hide your face? Shall we introduce ourselves, dear?" The voice, androgynous in tone, sent a shiver down his spine. Feng Xiaotian's heart raced as he fixed his gaze ahead, refusing to show any signs of weakness. Finally, from within the fog, a tall figure adorned with a mask emerged. The enchanting presence wielded a crescent blade, and the glint of red light flickering beneath the mask exuded an aura of danger. Upon witnessing this, Feng Xiaotian felt a tightening in his chest and immediately summoned the soul power within him, revealing a pair of translucent blue wings that appeared behind him. These wings, as clear as sapphires, emanated a soft glow. As he flapped his wings, a powerful gale surged outward, attempting to disperse the crimson fog. Yet, the enchantress moved swifter. With a mere flick of her crescent blade, she vanished from sight, reappearing beside Feng Xiaotian with ghostly speed, leaving no time for him to react. Without hesitation, the enchantress swung her blade down with fierce momentum. In response, Feng Xiaotian's wings gleamed with a metallic sheen as they clashed against the crescent blade, producing a series of sharp metallic sounds. "Little handsome, stop struggling. Be a good soul beneath my blade, will you?" The enchantress's voice echoed in the wind, laced with a hint of mockery and cruelty. Despite Feng Xiaotian's display of exceptional combat prowess, the disparity in their soul power levels was insurmountable. Confronted with such a relentless assault, he found it impossible to retaliate effectively. At that moment, his teammates had all succumbed to their incapacitation. Although Feng Xiaotian possessed his unique technique, the Gale Demon Wolf's 36 cuts, the absence of cover from his teammates rendered it impossible for him to find an opportunity to execute it. Moreover, lurking beyond the fog was another adversary, Yin, watching intently. In the face of such dire circumstances, Feng Xiaotian realized that the match was beyond their grasp. As time wore on, his stamina waned, forced to retreat repeatedly from the enchantress's relentless strikes. Ultimately, after being pressed back once more by her crescent blade, he sighed in resignation and chose to concede. Shinfeng Academy surrenders. Though his voice was barely a whisper, it resonated clearly in the hushed arena. The instant his words fell, a gust of wind swept through, dispersing the crimson fog. Once the mist cleared, Mo Chen appeared before Feng Xiaotian, effortlessly blocking the enchantress's descending blade with a wave of his arm. The match concluded, with the first contest going to the Soul Master Academy. Feng Xiaotian stood there, momentarily dazed. Having been engulfed in the fog, he had lost all sense of time. Now that the match had ended, he realized that less than 10 minutes had passed since it began. With a sigh, he assisted his incapacitated teammates off the stage. Soon, the second match commenced, pitting Shrek Academy against the Tiando Royal Academy. "Tang-san, last time we lost to you. But this time we come with the determination to redeem our honor." Yu Tianheng's voice echoed across the Soul Master Plaza, his gaze fixed intently on the currently sullen Tang-san. Observing this, Dai Mubai stepped forward, asserting, "We triumphed last time, and we can do so again." However, just as both sides prepared to commence the match, an unexpected event unfolded. A colossal water dragon roared through the sky, its form shimmering with silver light under the sun, exuding an imposing presence. After spiraling in midair, it transformed into a humanoid figure, landing beside Mo Chen. This sudden turn of events left everyone, especially Tang-san, in astonishment. His gaze was captivated by the insignia hanging at the waist of that individual. In an instant, as he caught sight of it, Tang-san's complexion turned as pale as parchment, and his body involuntarily trembled. For a fleeting moment, it felt as though his mind had been detonated. With a myriad of memories and images frantically flashing through his consciousness, he widened his eyes in sheer terror, as if he had witnessed something profoundly horrifying. Immediately thereafter, Tang-san seemed to lose his sanity, abruptly turning and sprinting wildly towards the outside. His speed was astonishingly swift, leaving no time for anyone to react. Upon witnessing this, Yu Xiaojing hurriedly attempted to intercept Tang-san, yet Tang-san disregarded his obstruction entirely, unhesitatingly knocking Yu Xiaojing to the ground before continuing to dash out of the soul arena without a backward glance. This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard, particularly the members of Shrek Academy. They exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a mixture of confusion and bewilderment. The prospect of someone fleeing before the competition had even commenced was unprecedented since the inception of the tournament. "Continue the match. I shall investigate the matter concerning Tang-san," Yu Xiaojing said, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, feeling a sense of unease in his heart. He could not fathom why Tang-san had abruptly departed from the arena. Upon receiving permission, Yu Xiaojing hurriedly pursued him. Naturally, Mo Chen, who had just concluded his conversation with Danyu, also noticed the peculiar occurrence. A faint smirk of disdain graced his lips, for he perceived Tang-san merely as a coward, a sight he had witnessed all too frequently. Yu Xiaojing sprinted with fervor, finally halting before the door of the resting area. He gasped for breath, leaning against the door with one hand on his waist, inhaling deeply. Tang-san, what on earth are you doing? The competition is about to begin, and you suddenly decide to run away? Yu Xiaojing's voice was stern, tinged with annoyance. Such an act of cowardice brought shame to someone of his stature. After regaining some composure, he cast his gaze into the room. There, he beheld Tang-san frantically rummaging through various items, as if possessed. He pulled out item after item, carelessly tossing them aside, leaving the entire room in disarray. Yu Xiaojing furrowed his brow, watching Tang-san's frantic actions, his heart laden with increasing concern. He entered the room, intending to halt Tang-san. But it appeared that Tang-san was entirely oblivious to his presence, continuing his search with unwavering focus. At last, amidst a heap of clutter, Tang-san discovered the sole guiding device that captured images. He grasped it as if it were a lifeline, holding it tightly in his hand. Then, he swiftly activated the sole recording device, and the figure of Haji Dan reappeared on the screen. Yu Xiaojing leaned closer to observe Haji Dan's image. He watched as Haji Dan gradually removed his clothing, revealing a token hanging from his waist. With a thunderous sound, Tang-san's tears began to fall incessantly. Trembling as he pointed at the token on the screen, "Teacher, the token that the person beside Mo Chen wore is identical to that of this man. Is this truly the case?" Yu Xiaojing exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment, gripping Tang-san's shoulders tightly. Though his body was being shaken fervently by Yu Xiaojing, Tang-san's gaze remained fixed on the individual depicted on the screen. "Teacher, I am certain that the token worn by the person beside Mo Chen is exactly the same as the one on the man in the image." Tang-san's voice quavered. His eyes reddening as tears swirled within, yet he steadfastly refrained from letting them fall. Following Tang-san's, Yu Xiaojing beheld the token at Haji Dan's waist, clearly visible on the screen. How could this be possible? Yu Xiaojing murmured, his complexion turning as pale as a sheet, as if his very soul had been drained. Staring blankly at the scene of Lu Erlong's humiliation depicted on the screen. "No, I must seek him out for clarification." Yu Xiaojing suddenly regained his focus. With that, he turned to leave. However, at that very moment, Tang-san's voice resounded once more. "Teacher, if I cannot protect Xiaowu, then my life holds no meaning." Tang-san's words struck Yu Xiaojing's heart like a heavy hammer. He halted his steps, slowly turning around to gaze at the student before him, whose face was streaked with tears. "Regarding my father, the spirit hall not only took his life but also humiliated him. I shall repay this humiliation 100-fold. Tang-san's voice trembled, and a sudden flash of crimson light flickered in his violet pupils. At that moment, an overwhelming aura of resentment emanated from Tang-san, so potent that it felt almost tangible, sending chills down one's spine. With Tang-san's absence, the Shrek Academy naturally lost to the Heaven Do Royal Academy, ultimately resulting in the Spirit Hall claiming the championship. One night, within the worship hall, Xiao Shui could return. Qian Daolu knelt before the statue of the angel god, his hands clasped in prayer at his chest, his head bowed slightly as he spoke in an exceedingly reverent tone. Mo Chen leaned casually against a nearby pillar, his body slightly reclined, arms hanging loosely by his sides, exuding an air of leisure. Upon hearing Qian Daoliu's words, he slowly began to speak. "The current situation in the Heaven Do Empire has stabilized. As long as we methodically replace the officials in the Heaven Do court with our own, it won't be long before we can completely seize control of the empire." Qian Daolu gradually rose to his feet, his gaze resting on Mo Chen, admiration unmistakably gleaming in his eyes. "At merely 22 years of age, you have already attained a soul power level of 97. Such talent I have never witnessed before." A slight smile graced Mo Chen's lips, revealing a smirk as he looked at Qian Daolu and bluntly remarked, "Old man, you must have summoned me back for more than just this, correct?" Initially taken aback, Qian Daolu soon erupted into hearty laughter, shaking his head at Mo Chen's frankness. "Indeed, nothing escapes your notice. Sometimes I wonder how someone so young could possess such cunning. When I was your age, I was merely a soul sage, convinced that I was the greatest talent on this continent, unmatched by anyone. However, your emergence has utterly reshaped my understanding of genius." After a pause, seemingly lost in reminiscence, he continued, "Xiao Shui is entrusted to you. You should understand that she is the inheritor of the angel god. To initiate the 9 trials of the angel, I must serve as the angel god's representative for the sacrificial offering." Mo Chen listened attentively to Qian Daoliu's words, slowly closing his eyes and gently nodding in acknowledgement. He comprehended the meaning behind Qian Daoliu's words and refrained from interfering with his decisions. Observing this, Qian Daolu continued, "With your exceptional talent and formidable strength, you may indeed discover your own divine inheritance. At that time, you will be able to step into the realm of divinity alongside Xiao Shui." Mo Chen remained with his eyes tightly shut. After a moment of silence, he slowly opened them and said, "Recently, I have been rather occupied. For some reason, my Zhulong martial spirit has been urging me to venture into the Douluo forest. It seems to possess a profound yearning for something within it. So I intend to spare some time in the coming days to visit the Douluo forest." Upon hearing Mo Chen's words, Qian Daolu was momentarily taken aback, a hint of surprise flashing across his face, but he swiftly regained his composure and nodded mechanically. "Are you going to see Xiao Shui before you leave?" Qian Daoliu's voice carried a note of concern. Mo Chen hesitated briefly, then shook his head. "No, although I long to see her. The restlessness of my martial spirit makes it quite uncomfortable for me. He embraced his chest with both hands, quietly gazing at the myriad of flowing paths. The myriad paths understood and nodded knowingly. I comprehend. I shall keep a watchful eye on the 7 treasures glazed sect. I, too, have remained in silence for far too long. It is time for me to venture out and explore. He gazed at the receding silhouette of Mo Chen, a wave of emotion swelling within him. As Mo Chen turned to depart, his figure gradually blurred at the entrance of the worship hall. Suddenly, his body shuddered violently, as if a formidable force surged within him. In the next moment, he swiftly transformed into a colossal black dragon, soaring into the distance. Meanwhile, within the confines of Shrek Academy, the departure of Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang rendered the already tranquil campus even more desolate. Flender sat alone, slumped in his chair, a deep sigh escaping his lips, filled with helplessness and melancholy. The golden iron triangle, once resplendent, now left him solitary. Flender's gaze drifted to the night sky outside the window, where countless stars twinkled, reminiscent of the fluctuating memories within his heart. Ere long, rest assured, I will find a way to rescue you, Flender murmured, his voice echoing in the stillness of the room. Zhao Wujie gently pushed open the door, cautiously carrying a steaming bowl of meat soup, placing it on the table before Flender. Dean, please eat something, Zhao Wujie's voice conveyed a hint of concern. Although the little monsters have all departed, we must rally ourselves. Flender sat at the table, his demeanor appearing somewhat forlorn and dejected. He slightly lifted his head to gaze at Zhao Wujie, his eyes revealing an indescribable weariness and helplessness. Wujie, do you think we have truly grown old? Flanders murmured. Ever since the competition, I have felt utterly drained. He adjusted the glasses perched on the bridge of his nose, seemingly striving to project a more vibrant persona. Yet, those spectacles appeared to have lost their former brilliance, failing to conceal the fatigue etched upon his face. Zhao Wujie settled into the chair opposite Flander, fully cognizant of the turmoil that plagued Flander's heart, for he too found himself ensnared in a similar predicament. Director, I am aware of your concerns regarding Deputy Director Erlong, Zhao Wujie sighed. However, we currently possess no leads, not even a hint of her whereabouts. Aside from our mounting anxiety, we are utterly powerless. Flander silently nodded, his brow furrowed tightly, as waves of anxiety surged within him. Since that fateful day, Xiaogang and Tang San had seemingly vanished without a trace, leaving not even a word of farewell. Flander's voice bore a tinge of melancholy as he remarked. They departed so abruptly, leaving me with an unsettling feeling. Observing Flander's despondent demeanor, a wave of poignant sorrow washed over Zhao Wujie's heart. He sighed and comforted. Dean, do not worry too much. With the master present, there shall undoubtedly be no issues. Perhaps by the next time we meet, he will bring us delightful surprises. However, Flander appeared unmoved by Zhao Wuji's words, remaining silently gazing at the night sky outside, as if the endless darkness could consume all his pain and sorrow. Meanwhile, within the clan of the power in Tiando City, Tang San was recounting everything he had witnessed during the competition to Titan. Upon hearing the news of Tang Hao's passing, Titan was struck as if by lightning, utterly unable to believe his ears. The voice of Master Titan trembled as he slowly knelt down, tears cascading from his wrinkled visage like a flood unleashed from a dam. I have failed to avenge you, my lord. I bear the guilt. Titan's heart was laden with self-reproach and remorse, feeling he had not fulfilled his duty to protect Tang Hao. Young master, please rest assured. I swear by my martial soul that I shall dedicate my life to ensure your safety. Titan raised his head, his gaze resolute as he looked at Tang San. Though the tears continued to flow unabated, not a single tear was shed for his deceased grandson. In Titan's heart, Tang Hao existed as a divine being. His passing was undoubtedly a profound blow to Titan, rendering him momentarily unable to come to terms with such a harsh reality. Elder Titan, I implore you to accompany me to Spirit City, so that we may reclaim my father's head, Tang San said, suppressing the tidal wave of sorrow within him. His expression grave. Without hesitation, Titan replied, very well. His voice resonated with strength, devoid of any hesitation. Although he was acutely aware of the myriad experts in the Spirit Hall, he would harbor no reservations for the sake of Tang Hao. On the outskirts of the Stardow Forest, an aura of tranquility enveloped the surroundings. As Mo Chen had just arrived, he suddenly sensed a subtle tremor emanating from the ground beneath him. Though faint, this vibration piqued his alertness. Almost immediately, hundreds of black and red bovine spirit beasts, seemingly gripped by an overwhelming fright, began to scatter in a frenzy. Their hooves thundered like a tempest, deafening to the ears. Is this a beast tide? Mo Chen pondered inwardly, yet he swiftly shook his head, dismissing the notion. The behavior of these bovine spirit beasts was far too peculiar, unlike a typical beast tide. Mo Chen furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze fixated on the distance. There, a colossal black tiger with wings approached slowly. This tiger, entirely enveloped in darkness, exuded a chilling aura. The name Dark Demon Evil God Tiger flashed through Mo Chen's mind in an instant. He was exceedingly familiar with this tiger, having been driven to the brink of despair by it on numerous occasions when he was merely at level 60. However, his purpose for being here today was not to hunt the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger, and thus he had no intention of slaying it in this place. The moment Mo Chen's figure came into the tiger's line of sight, An overwhelming hostility surged from the beast. Get away! Mo Chen's roar resonated like a mighty bell, deafening in its intensity, followed closely by an earth-shattering dragon's roar. This roar clashed violently with the tiger's growl, causing the very air around them to tremble with the force of their confrontation. Ultimately, the dragon's cry prevailed, subduing the tiger's roar and instilling an unprecedented fear within the dark demon evil god tiger. Realizing the imminent danger, the tiger did not hesitate to turn and flee from this terrifying presence. The subtle aura of dragon energy emanating from Mo Chen rendered him an imposing figure. This aura not only facilitated his passage but also instilled trepidation in the weaker spirit beasts, compelling them to steer clear. Even the more formidable spirit beasts, upon sensing the regal dragon energy surrounding him, could not help but regard him with caution, refraining from provoking him. Thus, Mo Chen traversed effortlessly into the core region. The spirit beasts here possessed a significantly greater age than those on the periphery. Just as Mo Chen was about to proceed, the ground suddenly began to tremble violently. This unexpected tremor heightened his alertness, prompting him to halt and observe intently. Not far away, a colossal figure, akin to a mountain, crashed down onto the ground. This figure was entirely black, resembling a moving dark peak, exuding an unparalleled sense of oppression. The giant ape's body was extraordinarily massive, seemingly encased in a layer of unyielding rock, with each muscle radiating immense strength. Its lantern-like eyes were fixed intently on Mo Chen, revealing a fierce and hostile intent. The forest monarch, the Titan giant ape. Mo Chen gazed at the distant Titan giant ape and spoke slowly. The Titan giant ape had evidently noticed Mo Chen's presence. It opened its mouth and issued a deep growl, warning, "Human, retreat at once." This voice echoed like thunder through the forest, causing the leaves to rustle ominously. Yet, in the face of the Titan giant ape's warning, Mo Chen did not waver. His eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of cold light flashing within them. In an instant, he transformed into a colossal dragon, casting an imposing gaze upon the Titan giant ape. The draconic lineage naturally exerts a suppressive effect on soul beasts. And even the forest king, the Titan giant ape, could not help but feel a tinge of fear when confronted with the overwhelming presence of Mo Chen in his dragon form. Its body trembled slightly, and the previously fierce gaze became laden with hesitation. Just as the atmosphere thickened with tension, the once tranquil lake's surface suddenly rippled as if disturbed. Then, a long and deep sigh resonated from the depths of the lake. A gigantic creature with the head of an ox and the body of a serpent slowly emerged from the water. "Enter, human," boomed the voice of the Tianqing Nopong, echoing across the lake's surface. "Someone wishes to see you." Mo Chen felt a shiver run down his spine. He understood that his target lay at the lake's bottom. It would be preferable to resolve matters peacefully, but should conflict arise, he was more than prepared to face it, truly befitting of the forest emperor. The creature displayed remarkable resolve. A smile tugged at the corners of Mo Chen's mouth, his admiration evident. Without further ado, he flashed forward towards the lake's surface. In the blink of an eye, he stood before the Tianqing Nopong. The creature wasted no time. Its massive form swiftly coiled, forming a dark vortex on the lake's surface. As Mo Chen plunged into the lake, darkness enveloped him, as if he had entered an entirely unfamiliar realm. After a brief period of disorientation, Mo Chen found himself descending deeper into the lake's depths. The surrounding waters grew increasingly dense, as if a tremendous force was tugging at him. Nevertheless, Mo Chen remained undeterred by this force. The overwhelming vitality he sensed only heightened his curiosity about what lay at the lake's bottom. As he ventured further, the previously pitch-black space suddenly erupted with light, as if torn apart, revealing a brilliant golden radiance. Within this luminous glow, a massive golden eye slowly opened, coldly observing Mo Chen's every move. Chapter 60, Meeting Guyuna, Forming an Alliance. The water trembled. Mo Chen whispered softly. He found himself immersed in the lake, the gentle waters enveloping his form. Yet, he keenly sensed that the lake was undergoing subtle transformations. The once placid surface now trembled slightly, as if stirred by an invisible force. As time progressed, the temperature of the water gradually rose, and Mo Chen could even feel the warmth permeating through his scales, seeping into his very being. This sensation was both alien and familiar, instilling a sense of caution within him. Just as he pondered the cause of this peculiar phenomenon, a brilliant light suddenly flashed before him. The radiance instantaneously tore through the darkness, illuminating everything in its vicinity. He beheld, not far off, a pair of enormous eyes fixated upon him. Those eyes blazed like fire, exuding an indescribable air of authority and oppression. In the face of this unforeseen turn of events, Mo Chen's body instinctively reacted. His ebony dragon form began to swell rapidly, its scales shimmering with a frosty luster, and its horns grew ever sharper. He opened his mouth and emitted a low growl as a warning. However, the enormous eyes did not flinch in the face of this display from Mo Chen. Instead, they appeared even more ferocious. Just as Mo Chen was poised to launch an attack, a powerful force suddenly enveloped him, and in the blink of an eye, his surroundings transformed into another realm. When Mo Chen regained clarity of his environment, he found that he had reverted to his human form. He glanced around and discovered that he was in a spacious and luminous place, where the surrounding walls emanated a soft glow, imparting a sense of tranquility and mystery. As Mo Chen was observing his surroundings, a figure gradually emerged from the shadows. It was a man clad in a dusty yellow robe, his presence understated, making it difficult to discern his true strength. The man approached Mo Chen, scrutinizing him from head to toe, and then spoke. You are the one whom the master wishes to meet. Mo Chen gazed at the man before him, sensing the powerful aura that enveloped him, causing his heart to tighten involuntarily. He took a deep breath, steadied himself, and then spoke. You are remarkably strong, stronger than anyone I have ever encountered. The man smiled faintly, seemingly indifferent to Mo Chen's assessment. He continued, as a human, you should not have arrived here. But the Lord has seen in you the key to the revival of the soul beasts, thus you have been brought here through the resonance of bloodlines. Who are you? And who is the Lord you speak of? Mo Chen's face was filled with skepticism, his brow furrowed deeply. In response to Mo Chen's inquiries, the man paused momentarily, awaiting some form of permission. After a brief interval, as if receiving an instruction, he continued, I am the golden-eyed Black Dragon King. You may call me Emperor Tian. Upon hearing this, Mo Chen shook his head in contemplation. Emperor Tian? I have never heard that name before. Subsequently, Mo Chen's gaze returned to Emperor Tian, pressing further. So, who exactly is the Lord you refer to? Emperor Tian's expression grew increasingly respectful. He took a deep breath and slowly replied, the Lord is the Silver Dragon King, the sovereign of all soul beasts, and the progenitor of the dragon clan is known by your kind. Mo Chen nodded slightly, yet the questions in his heart remained unresolved. At that moment, Emperor Tian suddenly turned and gestured for Mo Chen to follow him. Mo Chen hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to proceed in his wake. They traversed a bright and spacious corridor, and at its end, the space opened up dramatically. Before Mo Chen's eyes lay a colossal silver dragon, its entire form radiating a shimmering silver hue, weakly sprawled across the vast expanse. Its immense body resembled a mountain, adorned with a pair of broad wings. My lord, I have brought him back, Tian stated respectfully as he approached the silver dragon. Upon hearing Tian's voice, the dragon slowly opened its eyes. Those were eyes of a menacing crimson hue, fixated intently on Mo Chen. Under such scrutiny, Mo Chen felt a sudden chill ascend his spine, as if the very blood within him had crystallized in an instant. This was not a suppression born of blood ties, but rather an overwhelming disparity in strength that imposed itself upon him. The gaze of the Silver Dragon King glimmered with surprise as she regarded the human before her. Pondering silently, the purity of this human's dragon bloodline was astonishingly high, not only comparable to her own, but hinting at a potential superiority. This revelation left Garuda somewhat shaken, reinforcing her convictions about her earlier speculations. Greetings, human, Garuda's voice emerged, somewhat frail, resonating through the air with a tinge of pain. I am the Silver Dragon King. You may call me Garuda. Upon hearing her introduction, Mo Chen politely replied. Mo Chen. Following the immense form of Garuda, Mo Chen's gaze landed on her back, where a grotesque wound was starkly visible. The wound emitted a faint crimson glow, seemingly imbued with a peculiar power that rendered Garuda's injury incapable of healing. You are gravely injured, Mo Chen remarked, his brow furrowing. Garuda, upon hearing this, slowly lifted her head to gaze at her own back. The ghastly wound mocked her vulnerability, each breath inflicting a surge of pain. Even this slight motion felt akin to bearing an insurmountable burden. I shall recover shortly, Garuda replied, forcing herself to speak calmly despite the agony. She did not wish to exhibit even the slightest sign of weakness before Mo Chen, for she had significant matters to discuss with him. To appear at a disadvantage from the outset would likely render the ensuing negotiations even more precarious. However, it seemed that Mo Chen was not entirely convinced by her words. He spoke softly, you are utterly incapable of recovery. A pang of anxiety gripped Garuda's heart. Yet her expression remained unchanged. She clenched her teeth tightly, determined not to reveal any vulnerabilities. Mo Chen continued. The aura of the wounds upon you bears a striking resemblance to that of that woman. It must be divine power. Garuda's complexion shifted slightly, but she quickly regained her composure and replied coolly, even if it is divine power, what of it? I have my own methods of recovery. A subtle smirk played at the corners of Mo Chen's mouth, revealing a semblance of a smile. It is no wonder you cannot mend yourself, despite your formidable strength. The wounds you carry render you devoid of any true combat capability. His words struck like a sharp sword, piercing directly at Garuda's vulnerabilities. Garuda's body trembled involuntarily. She had not anticipated that Mo Chen would so boldly expose the truth she had concealed. What is it that you seek from me? Mo Chen's expression remained impassive as he regarded Garuda, his steps instinctively retreating a pace, his gaze shifting to the imposing figure of Tian behind him. Although Garuda appeared somewhat weakened and posed no immediate threat, Mo Chen was acutely aware that Tian alone was already beyond his capacity to contend with. Moreover, several other pairs of watchful eyes were fixed upon him, each filled with intent. Garuda took a deep breath, striving to calm the turmoil within, then slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, enduring her physical discomfort. She lifted her head with great effort. I wish for you to bear the mantle of the dragon god and lead the soul beast clan towards revival. Her voice, though subdued, resonated with an undeniable conviction that could not be overlooked. Mo Chen's brow furrowed slightly, clearly taken aback by Garuda's request. He crossed his arms defiantly, meeting Garuda's gaze without a trace of fear, and replied, the position of the dragon god? Why should I acquiesce to you? I am but a human. Why should I lead the soul beast clan towards revival? Garuda's eyes remained fixed intently on Mo Chen. She did not respond immediately but fell into silence for a moment before slowly speaking. You are the hope the Soul Beast clan has awaited for millennia. We firmly believe that you possess the ability to lead our kind to resurgence. At that moment, Tian, standing behind Garuda, stepped forward. His voice deep and resonant. Mo Chen, do not reject so decisively. This is not only the aspiration of our revered leader, but also the collective hope of our entire Soul Beast clan. You carry the blood of dragons within you. You are our kin, and you bear both the responsibility and the capacity to undertake this momentous task. However, in the face of their entreaties, Mo Chen merely shook his head gently, his stance unwavering. I have no interest in the plans you speak of. I have my own life and my own aspirations. As for the position of Dragon God, I harbor no desire whatsoever for it. Moreover, I am human, not a soul beast. We are not of the same kind. Despite not being a match for Tian, Mo Chen's demeanor was equally imposing. Tian paused, glancing at Garuda before continuing. Indeed, you are human. But if you were to inherit the position of Dragon God, our Soul Beast clan would submit to you. At that point, even the divine realm would heed your command. I have no interest in being a ruler. If I were to ascend to divinity, I would not wish to inherit your so-called Dragon God, Mo Chen stated plainly, leaving Tian momentarily speechless. If this Dragon God you speak of is so powerful, then why did he fail? Regardless of the reasons, whether voluntary or otherwise. A failure remains a failure. Tian had long anticipated Mo Chen's resolute refusal. You are the hope the Soul Beast clan has awaited for millennia. We have no alternative. We are even willing to allow Qian Wu to become your second martial soul. Tian spoke solemnly. We can no longer afford to wait. Those in the divine realm have already taken notice of our subtle maneuvers. Thus, we must place all our hopes upon you. In this moment, despite his immense power, Tian found himself compelled to bow before Mo Chen in light of the existential threat facing his race. My resolve will not waver. I will not accept the position of Dragon God. Even if I were to become a deity, I would rely solely on my own strength to achieve that goal. Mo Chen's voice was firm and resonant, radiating an aura of unwavering confidence. Garuda gazed at Mo Chen, each word he uttered infused with self-assurance, as if he held all the reins of fate in his grasp. His physique radiated an unparalleled aura of confidence, compelling onlookers to take notice. You dare to forge a divine position of your own? A flicker of surprise danced in Garuda's eyes as she gently inquired. Mo Chen's lips curled into a subtle yet assured smile. Indeed, I intend to create a divine position for myself. While inherited divine positions possess great power, their limitations are inherently fixed. Only a divinely crafted position, born from one's own will, can achieve true supremacy. His words were imbued with unwavering confidence, devoid of any hesitation or doubt, reflecting an absolute trust in his own abilities. At that moment, Mo Chen resembled a gambler who had staked everything on a single bet, placing all his chips on himself. Yet, it is only those who dare to take a leap of faith that stand a chance of reaping the greatest rewards. Are you aware of the arduous journey of creating one's own divine position? It demands not only extraordinary talent but also the support of faith. Garuda continued her explanation. The former sea god and angel god attained their divine statuses through the faith of the ocean and the land, respectively. The effort and time invested in this endeavor cannot be encapsulated in mere words. Garuda shook her head slowly, skeptical about the path of self-creation of divinity. If the faith of the ocean and land could forge two primary gods, what if I could gather the faith of the entire Douluo continent? Mo Chen remained resolute. Even though he bore the semblance of an incorrigible gambler, he believed he would remain undefeated. If that is the case, perhaps you truly can. A glimmer of light began to shine in Garuda's eyes. She had never considered that Mo Chen harbored aspirations to collect the faith of the entire Douluo continent, which was why she initially intended for him to inherit the position of the Dragon God, fulfill the Dragon God's trials, absorb the essence of the Dragon God, and achieve divinity. Mo Chen paused for a moment, mentally calculating his next steps. Of course, I need your assistance as the leader of the Spirit Beasts. I shall entrust you with the faith of the Spirit Beast clan, and I will notify you when I am ready to act. Garuda contemplated in silence for a moment before nodding slowly. Very well, as long as you can revive the Spirit Beast clan, I can assist you in gathering their faith. However, you must ensure that you lead the Spirit Beast clan to glory in the future, with unwavering determination. Mo Chen replied, I have made my decision and will give it my all. Tian stood by, observing as the two forged their agreement. Although doubts lingered in his heart, he chose to trust Mo Chen. What are your plans next? Tian inquired. Mo Chen pondered for a moment. I will first return to the human realm to lay the groundwork, and when the time is ripe, I shall begin to gather faith. During this period, you must refrain from acting rashly to avoid attracting the attention of the divine realm. Garuda and Tian exchanged glances, both indicating their agreement. I know you have an heir of the angel god by your side. As an ally, I feel compelled to warn you. In the final moments, Garuda spoke up. The trial of the angel god was altered by the sea god, aiming to undermine the faith of the angel god on the continent. How do you know this? Mo Chen asked. I was once a part of the dragon god, and thus my sensitivity to divine power is acute. Moreover, should you require the hunting of spirit beasts, simply let me know. Chapter 61, The Current of the Avalanche. A reunion with Xiao Wu, the once tranquil lake of life, now roiled violently. Waves surged and splashed. The titan great ape stood at the lake's edge, gazing intently at the tumultuous waters, filled with perplexity and concern. Turning to the nearby sky-blue bull python, it queried, "Brother, do you think that person might have perished within?" The massive form of the sky-blue bull python stirred slightly, exhaling a plume of white vapor from its enormous nostrils, forming a cloud of mist. Its azure blue eyes fixated intently on the churning lake surface. After a moment, the sky-blue bull python replied, "I cannot say. The affairs of those great figures are beyond our simple conjecture." Just as the two forest overlords continued their unfounded speculations, suddenly, the lake's surface erupted as if detonated, and a colossal black dragon surged forth from the depths. It spiraled gracefully through the air before descending slowly to the ground, transforming into a human form amidst a flash of black light. Upon landing, Mo Chen stretched his limbs, attuning himself to the changes within his body. He instinctively glanced at the surface of the lake and murmured, "I see, it is the sea god, is it? I shall remember you." However, this action did not escape the notice of the Titan great ape and the azure bull python. They perceived the unusual gaze that Mo Chen cast their way, while also sensing the formidable aura emanating from him. Aware of their scrutiny, Mo Chen defiantly met their gaze. Just as he turned to leave, the Titan great ape suddenly blocked his path like a towering mountain. "Human, wait," rumbled the deep, resonant voice of the Titan great ape. Mo Chen halted, frowning slightly as he fixed his gaze upon the massive creature before him, and asked with a hint of annoyance, "Do you have business with me as well?" The Titan great ape seemed hesitant, wavering as its colossal form quivered slightly. Ultimately, it steeled itself and spoke, "Human, I have a favor to ask of you. Stop calling me human. My name is Mo Chen. Now, what is it that you seek?" Mo Chen's curiosity was piqued, and he regarded the Titan great ape with keen interest, awaiting its further words. However, the next statement from the Titan great ape caused Mo Chen's expression to darken instantly. "Mo Chen, if you encounter a girl named Xiaowu in the human world, could you refrain from harming her?" The Titan great ape's tone bore a tinge of pleading. "If you require soul rings or spirit bones, I can offer you mine." With that, the Titan great ape slowly lowered its massive head, adopting an immensely devout and beseeching posture before Mo Chen. Mo Chen's brow furrowed tightly. "Xiaowu." He repeated the name in his mind, rapidly recollecting details about her. After a brief moment, he finally remembered the girl he had imprisoned in a death cell. "Is the Xiaowu you speak of the one dressed in pink with rabbit ears?" Mo Chen inquired, narrowing his eyes at the Titan great ape. Upon hearing this, the Titan great ape eagerly nodded, its eyes reflecting urgency and anticipation, fearful that Mo Chen might forget. Yes, that is her." Its voice trembled slightly. Seeing this, a faint smile crept onto Mo Chen's lips. However, this seemingly mocking smile held no other connotation in the eyes of the two simple-minded spirit beasts. "Xiaowu's strength is not formidable. If you can spare her, I am willing to offer my soul ring and spirit bones to you," declared the Titan great ape, its voice resolute and unwavering. The azure bull python quickly echoed, "I too am willing, as long as you do not harm Xiaowu. I will gladly offer my soul ring and spirit bones." Observing their steadfast resolve and the deep concern they harbored for Xiaowu, Mo Chen couldn't help but find the situation amusing. Although he had not previously realized that Xiaowu was a 10,000-year soul beast in the process of transformation, he now recalled that she must possess some treasure that concealed her aura, allowing even titled Douluo to remain oblivious to her true identity. It was evident that any item capable of evading the scrutiny of a titled Douluo would be incredibly precious. "I understand. I will not harm her. But I hope you both remember the words you have spoken today." As soon as he finished speaking, his right hand began to transform. The once normal palm was suddenly covered in a layer of black scales, with nails sharpening into vicious claws, resembling those of a dragon. With effortless ease, Mo Chen used his fully draconic hand to carve a black rift in the air. This rift resembled a torn space, distorting the surrounding atmosphere due to the overwhelming force. Subsequently, Mo Chen's entire body was drawn into the rift. The Titan great ape and the azure bull python exchanged worried glances as they observed Mo Chen's departure. "Brother, will Xiaowu truly be safe?" The Titan great ape finally voiced its anxiety, its tone laden with apprehension. The azure bull python remained silent for a moment before slowly shaking its head. "I do not know, but since he has made a promise, we can only choose to trust him." However, despite its words, the azure bull python felt little confidence. After all, it had been nearly 4 months since Xiaowu had communicated with them, and this silence had instilled a sense of foreboding within their hearts. "Sigh." The Titan great ape lamented, its worry deepening. The azure bull python, noticing its distress, offered solace, "Do not fret too much. Perhaps Xiaowu has merely encountered some minor troubles and is temporarily unable to contact us." With that, the azure bull python ceased speaking, diving headlong into the lake of life. Meanwhile, Mo Chen was racing toward the death cell beside the death canyon. Above the death canyon, the sky appeared to tear open violently, and a dark figure slowly emerged from the space. Mo Chen stood at the canyon's edge, marveling at his now draconic hands. Reflecting, "The power of the Emperor Heaven, intertwined with my inherent spatial abilities, enables such long-distance spatial travel." Nevertheless, Mo Chen did not linger on this thought. Swiftly descending before the death cell, a pungent smell of blood permeated the air, inducing nausea. Just as Mo Chen prepared to approach the death cell, Haji Dan, reclining on a rocking chair by the entrance, suddenly jolted awake as if struck by lightning. As he opened his eyes, he beheld Mo Chen standing a short distance away. Instantly, a broad grin spread across his face, revealing a set of large, yellowed teeth, and he dashed towards Mo Chen with a beaming smile. "Big brother is here," Hadjidon exclaimed joyfully, his voice echoing throughout the desolate Death Valley, creating a somewhat jarring resonance. Observing Hadjidon's exuberance, Mo Chen couldn't help but chuckle. He stepped forward and gently patted Hadjidon on the shoulder, inquiring, "What has you so excited?" Hadjidon chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head as he replied, "Big brother, I've made a breakthrough." His tone was imbued with an unmistakable excitement. Mo Chen felt the fluctuations of soul power emanating from Hadjidon, and could not help but be somewhat astonished. Compared to their last encounter, Hadjidon's soul power had remarkably increased by more than 5 levels. "Oh?" Mo Chen inquired curiously. "How did you achieve this breakthrough?" Hadjidon chuckled sheepishly, rubbing his belly, and explained, "Brother, you have no idea. Ever since I arrived here, the shackles that bound me seem to have been suddenly shattered, and the stagnation of my soul power over the years has finally been overcome. It is great that you have broken through. Keep up the good work and strive for an early breakthrough to Soul Douluo," Mo Chen said with a smile, patting Hadjidon's shoulder in a casual tone. Hadjidon nodded earnestly in response. Observing this, Mo Chen's lips curled into a slight smile as he continued, "By the way, how are my 2 disciples doing lately?" Hadjidon returned to his senses and hurriedly replied, "Brother, you must be referring to Mu Yu and Xiamu Wu, right? Rest assured, they are no longer mere ornamental figures. Especially Xiamu Wu. Do not be fooled by her usual docile demeanor, for once she encounters blood, she becomes even more frenzied than the third." At this point, Hadjidon involuntarily shivered, recalling the frenzied visage of Ning Rongrong upon seeing blood, which sent a chill down his spine. Mo Chen, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of surprise. His impression of Xiamu Wu had lingered on that of a quiet young girl, and he had not anticipated such a wild side to her character. Just as the two continued their conversation outside the death cell, the heavy door of the cell was suddenly pushed open from within. As the door creaked ajar, a faint scent of blood wafted forth. Moments later, Ning Rongrong's figure appeared at the threshold. His hands were still stained with traces of blood, evidently indicating that he had just taken a life. Ning Rongrong nonchalantly wiped his hands and casually discarded a handkerchief to the side, calling out to Mo Chen, "Elder brother." Mo Chen, observing Ning Rongrong, instantly grasped the gravity of his recent actions, a hint of mockery lacing his voice. "Just finished a murder? Merely a death row inmate. Killing him is hardly regrettable." Ning Rongrong replied with an air of indifference. Mo Chen then spoke slowly, "The lives of the others in the death cell are inconsequential. Yet those few I specifically instructed you not to harm must remain untouched." With that, he led the 2 of them into the death cell. Upon entering, Mo Chen was met with a familiar voice that echoed jarringly within the grim confines, brimming with despair and defiance. "Let me out. I am a prince of the Tiando Empire. How dare you wretched beings treat me this way?" Following the direction of the voice, Mo Chen beheld a figure within a cell, a disheveled man, covered in blood and grime, clad in tattered prison garb, prostrate on the floor. This man was Xue Bing, who, at that moment, resembled a madman, ceaselessly wailing, "I am a Tiando prince. You bastards dare to treat me like this." His cries reverberated in the death cell, sounding particularly mournful. Despite the cell door being ajar, he was bound tightly by a thick chain, rendering any escape impossible. Mo Chen approached the cell, standing before Xue Bing. The latter, amidst his cries, abruptly halted upon hearing the heavy footsteps, his body trembling slightly. He laboriously lifted his head, and the moment his gaze met that of General Mo Chen, a glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes. "General Mo, please save me." The sound of an avalanche was tinged with a sob, as though grasping at the last thread of salvation. "They have captured me here, mercilessly beating me day after day. Hurry and rescue me, and I shall repay you tenfold." Avalanche yearned to cling to Mo Chen's leg, his hands flailing in the air, desperate to seize that fleeting sliver of hope. However, to his astonishment, Mo Chen slowly took a step back, maintaining a deliberate distance. Avalanche was bewildered, struggling to comprehend why Mo Chen would act in such a manner. Yet, when Mo Chen's voice resonated, Avalanche's world shattered in an instant. "Do you still not understand?" Mo Chen's tone was deep and indifferent, as if emanating from the depths of the abyss. "Did you truly believe that while you were by my side, others would dare to abduct you? Your presence here is solely due to me." Avalanche's complexion turned ashen, his lips quivered, yearning to utter something. Yet no sound escaped his mouth. His body seemed to lose all support as he gradually sank to the ground. "No, it cannot be," he murmured, unable to accept this grim reality. He repeated the word impossible time and again, yet his voice gradually dwindled, ultimately engulfed entirely by despair. He longed to weep bitterly, yet not a single tear remained to fall. His heart was consumed by an endless abyss of fear and despair, leaving him at a loss on how to confront the harsh reality that surrounded him. He longed to unleash a torrent of curses, yet his throat throbbed painfully as if gripped by an unseen hand. "I am the Prince of Tiando. You are a general of my Tiando Empire. Why must you do this?" His voice echoed in a desperate howl, yet Mo Chen had long ceased to heed him, turning away as he exited the cell. The moment Mo Chen stepped out, several guards retrieved the whip steeped in a pool of blood and proceeded into the cell. The sounds of lashes and anguish cries once again reverberated throughout the grim prison. As he made his way to the cell where Xiaowu and Lu Erlong were confined, a nauseating stench assailed him the instant he opened the door, even causing discomfort to Mo Chen. Observing the milk that was scattered across the floor, he summoned one of the guards and instructed, "Clean this up and bring that one named Xiaowu to me." Having given his command, Mo Chen turned to leave as several guards armed with buckets and mops entered the room. After a brief interlude, the guards completed their task, thoroughly cleansing Xiaowu, before finally carrying her into the cell where Mo Chen awaited. Upon seeing the unconscious Xiaowu, he doused her with a basin of cold water. Startled awake by the icy splash, Xiaowu instinctively crawled towards Mo Chen, kneeling in an eager attempt to unfasten his garments. Chapter 62, Taking Away the Heartbreak Red. The salivating cat witnessing Xiaowu's brazen demeanor stirred a profound sense of revulsion within Mo Chen. He furrowed his brow, mercilessly kicking Xiaowu aside. The fallen Xiaowu trembled slightly on the ground, clearly bewildered and disoriented. However, after a brief moment, she seemed to suddenly realize something, and a hint of a wanton smile crept upon her lips. Subsequently, she began to actively unfasten her garments, her movements swift and practiced, devoid of any sense of shame. As she disrobed, Xiaowu continuously swayed her waist, her posture imbued with seduction and allure. Her gaze became hazy, completely lost to herself, immersed in a state of indulgence. "Heh, Xiaowu, do you still remember who you are?" Mo Chen observed her lascivious demeanor with an impassive expression, coldly uttering the words. In response, Xiaowu slowly raised her head, her vacant eyes fixed on Mo Chen, saliva uncontrollably trickling from the corner of her mouth. She resembled a lovesick maiden, completely unresponsive to Mo Chen's words. Enough, enough, Mo Chen sighed helplessly at the sight. He extended his hand, gently touching Xiaowu's forehead. In that instant, a powerful surge of energy flooded into her mind, forcibly awakening her memories from the Shrek Academy. Her previously numb eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of agony. Her body trembled violently as she clutched her head tightly, as if countless fine needles were piercing her brain. Large beads of sweat cascaded down her forehead, soaking her garments. What am I doing? Xiaowu finally regained consciousness, incredulously staring at her disheveled appearance, breaking down in tears. The brain is a remarkably intricate organ. It instinctively selects to forget certain events as a means of self-preservation. This is a defensive mechanism, allowing us to mitigate our suffering when we endure experiences that are too painful or unbearable. However, this forgetfulness does not equate to true disappearance, rather. It is buried deep within the subconscious. Once these memories are forcibly awakened, it is akin to opening Pandora's box, resulting in profound harm to oneself. Xiaowu exemplified this phenomenon. Unable to accept her current state, she chose to forget her past memories to reconcile with her present. Yet, Mo Chen insisted on compelling her to recall her life in the academy. This undoubtedly poured salt into her wounds, inflicting immense psychological trauma. Xiaowu's body could not withstand such torment. She suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, a wave of intense nausea overwhelming her, causing her body to convulse violently. What have you done to me? Why are you doing this? Xiaowu's voice was filled with despair and anguish, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. Nevertheless, her bodily reactions could not be concealed. Indeed, Xiaowu was in heat, despite the turmoil of pain, anger, and despair within her. Her fully developed body rendered her incapable of asserting control over herself. Compared to Mo Chen's demeanor towards her, she had previously endured even harsher environments. Yet this time, her body was utterly beyond her control. Your third brother has been searching for you all this time. Oh, by the way, I also encountered the Titan giant ape in the Douluo forest. Mo Chen sat calmly in his chair, his expression impassive as he observed the trembling Xiaowu, who was convulsing on the cold ground, and spoke leisurely. Xiaowu lay on the icy floor, her body quaking violently from overwhelming fear and pain. Her breath was rapid and erratic, the exhaustion of her mind intertwining with the agony of her body, making her feel as though she were being torn into fragments. 100,000-year transformed soul beast, tell me, how did you evade the scrutiny of the title Douluo? Mo Chen's voice was like a chilling spring from the depths of the underworld, piercing straight through Xiaowu's eardrums. Struggling, she lifted her head, her eyes filled with pain and hatred fixed intently on Mo Chen. Her lips trembled faintly, as if she sought to articulate something, yet ultimately no sound emerged. Such terrifying eyes, even without words, I can surmise quite a bit, Mo Chen remarked, a chilling smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He rose gradually to his feet, each step toward Xiaowu echoing upon her heart, quickening its rhythm with every movement. When Mo Chen reached her, he abruptly extended his hand, seizing Xiaowu's rabbit ears as one might lift a chick. Her body was yanked upward, her feet leaving the ground as she flailed helplessly in midair. The sharp pain radiating from her ears compelled Xiaowu to emit a muffled whimper. Yet her resistance felt utterly futile. No matter how she struggled, she could not break free from Mo Chen's grasp, nor could she reach his body. With an impassive expression, Mo Chen reached out and pulled open her collar. As the fabric parted, Xiaowu's fair skin and elegant neck were unveiled before him. Suddenly, Mo Chen's gaze was captivated by a slender red thread encircling her neck. So delicate was the thread that it was nearly imperceptible at a glance. Adorning this thread was a striking red flower, its petals vibrant and seemingly aflame, exuding a subtle fragrance from its center. Mo Chen stared intently at the flower, taken aback by the potent aura it emanated. Without the slightest hesitation, he extended his hand and pulled forcefully, causing the red thread to snap with a resounding sound. The instant the thread broke, the crimson blossom was liberated from its confines, cascading into the hands of Mo Chen. Mo Chen cradled the flower in his palm. Examining it with meticulous attention, he discovered that the petals of this flower possessed a texture so delicate that they seemed almost fragile, while the stamen emitted a faint, shimmering glow. Stripped of the flower's cover, Mo Chen instantly sensed the aura emanating from Xiao Wu, a presence linked to the soul beast of 100,000 years. Gazing at the flower, Mo Chen began to reminisce about its origins. It was not until he recalled a tome he had perused in the Spirit Hall's library, which contained illustrations of celestial herbs, that he realized the flower in his hand bore an exact resemblance to one depicted therein. A sudden shock coursed through him as he immediately recognized that this flower was anything but ordinary. He could not help but exclaim, "The heartache of longing is crimson?" A hint of astonishment lingered in Mo Chen's voice. As he regarded the flower in his hand, he could not help but marvel at its exquisite beauty. Truly, it was the king of ethereal treasures, capable of evading even the scrutiny of a tidal Douluo. Mo Chen held the heartbreak red in high esteem, and with a casual flick, he discarded Xiao Wu like refuse. Her body arced gracefully through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. "Return it to me," Xiao Wu exclaimed in desperation, her heart racing as she disregarded her physical pain and struggled to rise and reclaim the heartbreak red from Mo Chen's grasp. However, the moment her gaze met his icy demeanor, a chill surged up her spine, causing her to tremble involuntarily. The courage she had mustered dissipated in an instant, leaving no trace behind. "I am somewhat familiar with the heartbreak red. It can only bloom with the blood of one who harbors true love. I never anticipated it would manifest in your presence," Mo Chen remarked, captivated by the resplendent flower before him. Xiao Wu lay on the ground, her complexion as pale as parchment, her body quaking from excruciating pain. Upon hearing Mo Chen's words, despair flickered in her eyes, mingled with a deep yearning for the flower and a simmering rage towards him. "Return it to me." She exerted every ounce of strength, trying to rise. This flower symbolized her emotional bond with her third brother, representing the purest part of her heart. Yet, the agonizing pain rendered her immobile, leaving her to helplessly witness Mo Chen seizing the flower. "Do you truly believe you are worthy of this flower in your current state?" Mo Chen smirked with a hint of derision. "However, I have promised those two from the Douluo forest that I would not take your life." With that, he turned and exited the cell, beckoning the two individuals outside to carry Xiao Wu away. Once outside, she continued to hurl curses at him. "You will meet a terrible end." Her voice resonated with fury and despair. Mo Chen paid her vitriol no mind. One must never show leniency towards those destined to be adversaries. It was essential not only to dismantle them physically but also to shatter their spirit entirely. "Third brother, keep an eye on her. Remember, everything remains the same. As long as she lives, anything is permissible," Mo Chen instructed as he patted Nanggong's shoulder. He then extended his sharp dragon claws and with a gentle sweep, tore through the fabric of space beside him. As the rift in space opened, Mo Chen stepped through, vanishing in an instant. Since mastering the ability to traverse dimensions, he found his journeys considerably more effortless. Although this spatial traversal possessed certain limitations, allowing him only to reach places he had previously visited, it sufficed to save him considerable time. Mo Chen emerged from the space, instantly returning to his residence. Feeling a sense of fatigue enveloping his body, he unhesitatingly collapsed onto the soft bed, closed his eyes, and soon succumbed to slumber. Time flowed quietly. And as the night passed, the morning sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room. In the midst of his deep sleep, Mo Chen was suddenly struck by a wave of breathlessness, as if something were obstructing his nose. He groggily opened his eyes, his vision gradually sharpening, and to his astonishment, he discovered Qian Renxue standing by the bedside, a mischievous grin adorning her face as she playfully pinched his nose. Still in the haze of slumber, Mo Chen's mind was shrouded in confusion, his thoughts sluggish. Upon seeing Qian Renxue before him, he instinctively reached out, pulling her into his embrace without a second thought. Qian Renxue was utterly unprepared for such an audacious move. Caught off guard, she lost her balance and tumbled onto Mo Chen's bed. Only then did she begin to regain her senses, realizing that she was tightly held in his arms. Just as she contemplated struggling to rise, she sensed that Mo Chen's grip around her arms had subtly tightened. With a resigned smile, she thought to herself how domineering this fellow truly was. However, given the circumstances, she felt it imprudent to attempt to escape, so she obediently closed her eyes, resembling a docile kitten, and quietly nestled into Mo Chen's embrace, soon drifting into slumber. Time slipped by, the sun ascended higher in the sky, and rays of light filtered through the window, casting a mosaic of shadows across the room. At last, when the sun reached its zenith, Mo Chen slowly opened his eyes from his dreams. His consciousness remained somewhat hazy, as if he were burdened by an unseen weight that felt rather heavy. Mo Chen blinked in confusion, striving to awaken his senses, and as he focused, he discovered that Qian Renxue was peacefully asleep upon him. At that moment, Mo Chen's mind momentarily short-circuited, racing back to the events of the previous night. He distinctly recalled that he had slept alone. How had his wife found her way onto him by morning? The more he pondered, the more perplexed he became, his mind brimming with questions. Just then, he felt a damp sensation on his chest. Lowering his gaze, he noticed the corners of Qian Renxue's mouth curling upward, revealing a blissful smile, and the source of the dampness was none other than the drool escaping her lips. Mo Chen couldn't help but chuckle softly as he extended his hand to gently tousle Qian Renxue's silky golden hair, savoring this moment of tranquility and warmth. In her slumber, Qian Renxue sensed a gentle caress upon her head, a sensation that filled her with comfort, prompting her to slowly open her eyes. As her vision cleared and she beheld Mo Chen tenderly stroking her head, a wave of warmth surged within her, causing her body to soften instinctively. Qian Renxue obediently nuzzled against his palm, resembling a docile kitten relishing her master's affection. Time drifted by languidly, and Qian Renxue became wholly immersed in this tender atmosphere, momentarily forgetting everything else. However, after a considerable while, she abruptly realized that her behavior was somewhat inappropriate, and her face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. Hastily, she scrambled off Mo Chen, anxiously wiping the remnants of drool from her lips, and bowed her head, unable to meet his gaze. Mo Chen, observing Qian Renxue's bashful demeanor, couldn't help but find the situation amusing. He deliberately reached out to touch the area on his chest that had been dampened by Qian Renxue's saliva, then looked at her and teased, "Oh dear, why is my chest so wet? It must be from some mischievous little kitten." His tone carried a hint of mockery, causing Qian Renxue's cheeks to flush a deeper shade of red. She felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, yet was at a loss for how to respond. Observing Mo Chen's triumphant and infuriating demeanor, a surge of unbridled frustration ignited within her. She longed to rush forward and deliver a few sharp slaps to him. Ahem, yes. It must have been some cat's doing. I just arrived, so it certainly couldn't have been me. Qian Renxue fanned herself with one hand, attempting to cool her burning cheeks. Her averted gaze betrayed her inner turmoil. Chapter 63, The Path of Learning. Tang San's decision. My grandfather has asked me to return. Qian Renxue's voice was low and tinged with sadness, her gaze cast downward, unable to meet Mo Chen's eyes. Yet, the uncontainable sense of reluctance in her eyes flowed forth like a clear spring. Mo Chen gazed quietly at Qian Renxue, his expression gentle and profound, responding softly, "I know. He spoke to me about it." A faint shadow of sorrow flickered across Qian Renxue's brow as she knitted her eyebrows together, her heart filled with conflict and turmoil. She did not wish to part from Mo Chen, yet she also did not want to disappoint her grandfather. This predicament plunged her into profound anguish. Mo Chen gently enveloped Qian Renxue in his embrace, affectionately nuzzling her forehead with his chin, savoring her warmth and presence. Qian Renxue leaned quietly against him, relishing this moment of tranquility and solace. After a while, Mo Chen softly inquired, "When will you return?" Qian Renxue hesitated for a moment before finally responding, "I will go back this afternoon." Mo Chen fell silent, his gaze drifting to the blazing sun outside the window, the sunlight fierce and blinding. He took a deep breath, ultimately exhaling with a sigh before saying, "I understand. Upon my return, I shall accept the legacy of the celestial being with peace of mind. The matters outside will be handled by me." Upon hearing Mo Chen's words, Qian Renxue silently nodded in agreement. After lunch, Mo Chen personally escorted Qian Renxue back to the worship hall. At the moment of parting, neither spoke excessively, they merely gazed at each other, wishing to etch the other's image deeply into their minds. Although it was not a farewell of life and death, the acceptance of the divine legacy was not something that could be easily interrupted. Thus, Mo Chen had prepared himself for a prolonged separation from her. Turning away, his steps felt somewhat heavy. Meanwhile, Qian Renxue stood rooted to the spot, watching Mo Chen's silhouette fade into the distance until it vanished from her sight. Mo Chen arrived at the entrance of Yuxian in Tiando City, pausing to gaze at the familiar door, a wave of complex emotion surging within him. At this moment, Mo Chen had once again donned the guise of Mo Zhu, for undertaking his subsequent actions under this identity would certainly alleviate many unnecessary complications. He took a deep breath and pushed open the door. The moment it swung ajar, the figure of Mo Chen emerged into the side of the crowd, instantly captivating everyone's attention. Within the moon pavilion, the melodious strains of the guqin flowed like a gentle stream, the enchanting notes seemingly capable of penetrating the very soul, entrancing all who listened. Mo Chen's previously restless spirit gradually found tranquility under the tender caress of the music. The entire pavilion was enveloped in this exquisite melody, as if time itself had come to a standstill. An air of elegance and nobility wafted through like a spring breeze, refreshing the spirit. Mo Chen stood quietly, closing his eyes to fully immerse himself in the beauty of the music. His heart swayed with the ebb and flow of the music, as if he were intertwined with the melody itself. At last, the notes gently descended, akin to a shooting star traversing the night sky, leaving behind a profound tranquility. In this serene ambience, Tang Yuehua, adorned in an elegant blue gown, resembled a blooming azure flower, exuding an air of freshness and refinement. Her hair was elegantly secured with a delicate blue hairpin, accentuating her noble grace. With a light and graceful gait, Tang Yuehua approached Mo Chen. "Mr. Mo Zhu." "It has been a long time," she softly uttered, inclining her body slightly. Her voice was like a celestial melody, crisp and delightful. Yet, Mo Chen could discern a flicker of unspoken emotions in Tang Yuehua's eyes, a profound sorrow, an exhaustion difficult to articulate, and an inexplicable resentment. He also observed that Tang Yuehua was not in the best of spirits at that moment. Tang Xianzhu, you appear somewhat unsettled. Have you encountered some troubles? Mo Chen inquired with a smile, his tone laced with a hint of concern. Yet, this concern was not genuine, merely a habitual facade. Tang Yuehua, oblivious to Mo Chen's true intentions, offered an apologetic explanation. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Mo Zhu. A sudden family emergency has arisen, and regrettably, I will be unable to instruct you today. However, rest assured, I have arranged for another to take over my responsibilities, and shortly, a dedicated teacher will escort you for your studies. With that, Tang Yuehua did not even await Mo Chen's response before hastily departing. This action astonished the other students present, for they had always perceived Tang Yuehua as a graceful and cultured individual. Such an impolite display was indeed out of character. Nevertheless, despite their curiosity, none dared to voice their inquiries, as Tang Yuehua held a prominent position in Tiando City, and no one wished to invite unnecessary trouble upon themselves through indiscretion. Mo Chen watched Tang Yuehua's retreating figure, the corners of his mouth subtly lifting into an almost imperceptible smile. He was acutely aware that the so-called personal matters of Tang Yuehua were merely an excuse. The true reason was likely known only to her. Nevertheless, Mo Chen did not dwell excessively on this issue. He silently followed the other teachers into the classroom. Upon entering, he spotted a petite and graceful woman approaching him with a warm smile. Mr. Mo Zhu, greetings. I am Ning Rongrong, the head of the Spirit Hall in Heavendo City. Her voice was melodious, akin to a lark taking flight. Mo Chen promptly responded with a smile. Hello, Head Ning Rongrong. It is a pleasure to meet you. However, as the head of the Spirit Hall here, what brings you to Yuxian to teach? A look of curiosity crossed his face as he inquired. Upon hearing Mo Chen's question, Ning Rongrong momentarily paused, but quickly regained her composure, as if such inquiries were commonplace for her. Mr. Mo Zhu, although I hold the position of head of the Spirit Hall in Heavendo City, I am also a teacher sent by the Spirit Hall for etiquette exchanges. Mo Chen nodded thoughtfully, indicating his understanding. Observing his reaction, Ning Rongrong took a brief pause and continued, Mr. Mo Zhu, please refrain from addressing me as head. You may simply call me Ning Rongrong. Very well, I understand. Ning Rongrong, Mo Chen replied readily. Ning Rongrong nodded in satisfaction before changing the subject. The Lord of the Pavilion has instructed that your studies shall begin with etiquette. However, considering you are also a member of the Spirit Hall, I have decided to teach you the art of the guqin first. As she spoke, she gestured towards the exquisite cello beside her. Mo Chen's gaze fell upon the instrument, a wave of curiosity swelling within him. The strings of the guqin differ from those of a bow. They require a gentler touch and a more deliberate sensitivity to their vibrations, Ning Rongrong patiently instructed. Mo Chen listened intently to her explanation before positioning himself beside the cello and slowly taking a seat. His slender fingers brushed against the strings, yet in that moment, a discordant cacophony erupted, piercing the air like thunder. The sound seemed capable of shattering eardrums, startling even Ning Rongrong, who, despite her preparedness, instinctively covered her ears. The noise was excruciatingly sharp, akin to nails scraping a chalkboard, sending shivers through one's very being. Mo Chen, equally startled, abruptly halted his movements. Staring at the trembling strings, a wave of inexplicable frustration washing over him. Ahem, Mr. Mo Zhu, as a novice, it is essential to cultivate patience, Ning Rongrong composed herself. Taking a deep breath before seated herself beside the cello. With a delicate touch, she plucked the strings, a stark contrast to Mo Chen's earlier clumsiness. As she played gently, a melodious sound filled the air, transforming the once jarring noise into a heavenly melody that soothed the soul. Mo Chen's body swayed rhythmically to the music, his gaze fixed intently on Ning Rongrong's fingers and her overall demeanor, fearful of missing any detail. As the piece concluded, Ning Rongrong slowly opened her eyes, a hint of a smile illuminating her deep, tranquil gaze. Rising gracefully, she relinquished her position to Mo Chen and inquired with a smile, Mr. Mo Zhu, did you grasp the essence of that piece? Mo Chen felt a twinge of uncertainty, yet he steeled himself to respond. Meanwhile, in the Douluo Empire, Douluo V suddenly thrust aside the maidservants attending to him, an overwhelming surge of uncontrollable rage consuming him, his eyes bloodshot and his chest heaving violently. His visage contorted with extreme fury, the veins on his forehead bulging ominously, presenting an extraordinarily grotesque appearance. In the preceding match, Miu had inflicted upon him grievous injuries that remained unhealed, leaving him utterly at a disadvantage against his elder brother, Davis, rendered powerless to retaliate, compounding his misfortune. The impending struggle for the throne loomed just a fortnight away, and in his current state, he possessed no semblance of hope for victory. Moreover, he found himself confined within his residence, unable to escape, forced to watch the slow passage of time with unblinking eyes. The despair and rage within Douluo V surged forth like a volcanic eruption as he grappled with the unbearable reality of his circumstances. In a fit of rage, he violently hurled the teacup against the wall, producing a resounding crash as it shattered into countless fragments. Yet, this act did little to soothe his turbulent emotions. Instead, it only exacerbated his agitation. The indifference displayed by Zhu Xing in recent days felt akin to boiling oil poured upon his heart, intensifying his restless fury. While Dai Mubai was still engulfed in his inner turmoil, a sudden, crisp sound emanated from above. His senses instantly heightened, and he sprang to his feet, hastily donning his clothing, prepared to dash out of the courtyard. However, just as he was about to rise, a familiar voice pierced the air beside him. Dai Lao. It's me. As the voice reached him, Tang San's figure appeared like a specter, slipping through the window and landing gracefully within the room. Upon recognizing Tang San, Dai Mubai's taut nerves relaxed, and his body sank back into the chair as if deflated. Xiao San? What brings you here? Dai Mubai inquired, his expression laced with suspicion, struggling to comprehend why Tang San would appear in his chamber at such a moment. Where were you during the tournament? Do you have any idea how devastating our loss was? His voice brimming with anger and frustration, he initially contemplated unleashing a barrage of curses. But the thought of countless watchful eyes beyond the estate compelled him to swallow the profanities that threatened to escape his lips. Tang San regarded Dai Mubai with a solemn expression and spoke slowly. Dai Lao, let us set those matters aside for now. I have come specifically to assist you. This only deepened the doubts swirling in Dai Mubai's mind. The struggle for the throne could not rely on external aid, and he could only depend on his own strength to overcome his elder brother. Should he falter, he would face the grim fate of losing his soul power, relegated to a life akin to that of a caged bird under constant surveillance. Zhu Shiqing, too, would be destined for a far more tragic outcome. And how do you intend to assist me? I can scarcely leave this courtyard, let alone contend for the throne, Dai Mubai replied despondently. A sly smile crept across Tang San's lips as he leisurely produced a black-purple needle from his robe, placing it carefully upon the table. This is the Yama's decree. Tang San intoned, his voice low and devoid of warmth. Even a tidal Douluo struck by this poison would undoubtedly meet their end. His words revealed an unmistakable confidence. Dai Mubai's gaze was captivated by the black-silver needle, his eyes fixated upon it. His heart raced uncontrollably, and he understood the implications of such a reaction. Boss Dai. Tang San's voice echoed once more, this time laced with a hint of seduction. I could poison him, eliminating your elder brother, thereby ensuring the throne of the Star Luo Empire is undoubtedly yours. His tone was rife with calculation and conspiracy, sending a shiver down one's spine. A sudden thought struck Dai Mubai, and he couldn't help but envision himself ascending to the throne. However, as his gaze shifted from the ominous edict to the half-bottle of purple potion in Tang San's hand, he shook his head in denial, striving to keep his voice steady. Poisoning is absolutely out of the question. If my elder brother were to perish at this moment, it is likely that suspicion would swiftly fall upon me in the court. He took a deep breath and continued, I cannot take this risk. I lack the strength to confront the potential accusations and doubts. Upon finishing his words, Dai Mubai cast another glance at the black-silver needle lying silently on the table, emanating a chilling aura. In half a month, I shall find an opportunity to use it to eliminate my elder brother, and at that time, I will ascend to the throne without hindrance. Moreover, employing treacherous tactics during the competition is permissible. A sinister smile crept across Dai Mubai's face. Unbeknownst to them, their conspiracy was overheard by Zhu Shiqing, who stood outside the door. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the door before her. Although Dai Mubai was under house arrest, Zhu Shiqing was not. After all, her talent surpassed that of her sister, Zhu Tianyan, and should Dai Mubai fail, she might find herself in Davis's harem. Despite her reluctance to succumb to fate, she could not bring herself to resort to such nefarious means to secure victory. Chapter 64. A clash of titans. Zhu Shiqing hesitated outside, pacing indecisively. Her hand rose and fell several times, yet she lacked the courage to knock on the door. Ultimately, she turned and left. Under the night sky, the moonlight cascaded like water upon the earth, casting her solitary figure into stark relief. She walked in silence, as if the entire world were disconnected from her existence, with only the endless loneliness trailing closely behind her. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. On this day, Dai Mubai finally emerged from his chamber. The sunlight stung his eyes, causing him to squint. Having been deprived of sunlight for so long, his body seemed to struggle to adjust to the brightness. After reuniting with Zhu Shiqing, they were led by a contingent of soldiers into the arena of the Xinglua Imperial Palace. This arena resembled a colossal stage, surrounded by towering stands, with a wide expanse in the center. As they entered the arena, Dai Mubai immediately sensed a solemn atmosphere enveloping them. The Emperor of Xinglua sat majestically on the throne, his imposing figure radiating authority, while his sharp tiger-like eyes conveyed an unmistakable intimidation. On the spectator platform, officials of both civil and military ranks took their seats in orderly fashion, their gazes fixed upon the stage. The Crown Prince Davis and Zhu Tianyan stood there, awaiting the arrival of Dai Mubai and Zhu Shiqing. The entire arena, though filled to capacity, was eerily silent, not a single sound breaking the stillness. No one dared to utter a word before the emperor spoke, as if the very air had solidified. Dai Mubai took a deep breath, striving to calm the tumult within his heart, and slowly extended his hand toward Zhu Shiqing. She regarded his outstretched hand, hesitated for a moment, and finally, with a cold scoff, placed her hand upon his. Together, they ascended the stage, and upon taking their positions, Davis's gaze immediately fell upon Dai Mubai. A subtle smirk played upon his lips, revealing a disdainful expression as he mercilessly mocked. Oh, I was under the impression that you would flee like a coward this time. I never expected you to possess the audacity to stand here. Bai's face instantly flushed crimson, a wave of shame flooding his heart. He clenched his teeth, yearning to retort, yet his throat felt as if it were obstructed by some unseen force, rendering him voiceless. At that moment, Zhu Zhiyun spoke. Her words equally merciless. My dear sister, your talents are truly remarkable, yet you have chosen to align yourself with such a feeble and inept individual. It is indeed a lamentable choice. Alas, you are left to resign yourself to fate. In the face of Davis and Zhu Zhiyun's biting mockery, Zhu Zhiqing remained resolutely silent. Her gaze fixed upon Bai, awaiting his response. However, Bai merely lowered his head, unable to meet her eyes, utterly devoid of the courage to speak. Observing this, Davis let out a light chuckle, shook his head, and then stepped forward, making his way to the center of the arena. He shouted loudly, Davis, the Soul King of the 51st level assault system. As soon as his words fell, 5 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, spiraled around him, exuding an aura unique to a Soul King that surged towards Bai. Upon witnessing the 5 soul rings beside Davis, Bai's pupils constricted sharply, an overwhelming sense of dread flooding his heart, causing him to involuntarily take a small step back. The formidable presence emanating from those 5 soul rings made his heartbeat accelerate instantaneously. His throat felt somewhat parched, and a fine sheen of sweat began to beat upon his forehead, while his previously steady breath turned increasingly rapid. At that moment, an unsettling sensation washed over him, causing Bai to feel his legs weaken, and his entire body began to tremble slightly. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhiyun gracefully approached, her voluptuous figure swaying with each step, exuding an enchanting allure. Zhu Zhiyun, a level 48 agility-based battle spirit soul master, possessed a voice that was both crisp and melodious, reminiscent of a nightingale soaring from its nest. Shortly thereafter, Zhu Zhiqing boldly stood before Bai. Although her soul power level did not match Zhu Zhiyun's, her cool demeanor and resolute gaze rendered her presence impossible to overlook. Zhu Zhiqing, a level 43 agility-based battle spirit soul master, spoke with a calm yet subtly determined tone. Bai gazed vacantly at Zhu Zhiqing's silhouette, instinctively pressing his hand to his chest, where a faint ache pulsed within. He clenched his teeth, striving to suppress the fears and anxieties within, as he stepped closer to Zhu Zhiqing, one cautious step at a time. Bai, a level 45 assault system soul master. At this moment, all 4 had completed their martial spirit manifestation. Davis looked down with disdain at the 4 rings of soul beneath Bai's feet, a smirk of derision curling at the corners of his mouth as he taunted, Ha ha ha, it has been 3 months already, and you, a worthless fool, have shown no progress whatsoever. My dear brother, if you concede now, perhaps you might still receive some favorable treatment later. Yet, in the face of Davis's mockery, Bai remained unfazed. His gaze was fixed intently on Davis, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes, before he bellowed, enough with the idle chatter. Let your abilities speak for themselves. No sooner had the words left his lips than Bai's body surged forth, his hands transforming into claws as he lunged directly at Davis. A worthy challenge. Observing this, Davis let out a cold snort, refusing to back down. He unleashed a deafening roar akin to that of a tiger, and in an instant, he transformed his hands into claws, colliding with Bai. At that moment, a resounding crash echoed through the arena, and neither combatant gained any upper hand. They exchanged blows in a relentless back and forth, neither able to secure an advantage. Simultaneously, 2 figures darted across the stage like twin bolts of purple lightning, their agility a testament to their prowess as agile attack-type soul masters. In that fleeting moment, their speed reached its zenith, rendering their movements nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. The clash of fists and feet resonated like thunder, with neither able to claim victory. However, as time elapsed, Bai's movements gradually grew sluggish, his breath quickened, and signs of fatigue became evident. Just then, Davis suddenly tore through the fabric of Bai's shirt at the chest. In an instant, a ghastly scar appeared before Davis's eyes. Upon witnessing this, a cold smirk crept across Davis's lips, and without hesitation, he unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks upon the scar on Bai's chest. Unprepared for such an abrupt onslaught, Bai could only hastily attempt to defend himself. Yet, Davis's assault came like a tempest, swiftly breaching Bai's defenses. White Tiger's radiant light wave. Both Bai and Davis bellowed simultaneously, unleashing beams of white light that collided with ferocity, akin to 2 roaring white tigers. In that instant, brilliance erupted forth. However, after a brief stalemate, it became evident that Davis held the upper hand, his White Tiger's radiant light wave gradually overpowering Bai's attack. As Davis's assault bore down upon him, Bai's pupils constricted in alarm. Without a moment to ponder, he crouched low, narrowly evading disaster in a rather awkward manner. Yet, his peril was far from over. Before he could regain his composure, Davis leapt into the air, delivering a brutal knee strike to Bai's chin. Bai was engulfed in darkness as the world spun around him, rendering him momentarily devoid of control over his own body. His body flew out like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily at the edge of the arena. With a dull thud, Bai's form collided with the unyielding platform, producing a sharp sound of impact. A trickle of crimson blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, the vivid hue starkly contrasting against the white ground. Dai Mubai lay on the arena, his gaze vacantly fixed above, his consciousness not yet fully restored. A relentless buzzing echoed in his head, and his body ached as though it had been shattered into pieces. Mubai. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhu Zhuqing's heart tightened suddenly, her complexion paling instantly. The previously impenetrable defense she had maintained now exhibited a momentary vulnerability. Yet it was precisely this fleeting lapse that Zhu Zhuqing's sister, Zhu Zhuyun, astutely seized upon. A glimmer of cunning flickered in her eyes as she ruthlessly capitalized on the opportunity, swiftly advancing towards Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuyun's nails gleamed with a chilling light, slicing through the air with remarkable speed as they grazed Zhu Zhuqing's left leg, leaving behind a deep gash in an instant. A sharp pain radiated through Zhu Zhuqing's left leg, causing her body to tremble violently, her once proud agility severely hampered in that moment. "Oh, my dear sister, why follow him?" Zhu Zhuyun remarked, a hint of mockery curling at the corners of her mouth as she observed Zhu Zhuqing's agony, gently wiping the blood from her nails. "Yu Qing. I am sorry." Dai Mubai struggled to rise from the ground, one hand pressed firmly against his chest, feeling as if a conflagration raged within, inflicting unbearable torment upon him. His steps were somewhat unsteady, and his body swayed precariously, appearing exceedingly frail. Zhu Zhuqing gritted her teeth, enduring the pain in her legs, fully aware that their current predicament was highly disadvantageous. Nevertheless, she did not surrender. Instead, she fixed her gaze intently on Zhu Zhuyun, a flicker of determination shining in her eyes. It was time to resort to that final move. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Zhuqing spoke softly. Dai Mubai nodded, comprehending the significance of her words. That was their ultimate trump card, their sole glimmer of hope. The two clasped hands. In that instant, a tremendous surge of soul power erupted from them like a roaring tide, flowing forth unceasingly. This soul power seemed boundless, continuously expanding outward until a colossal white tiger materialized on the arena. This magnificent beast was massive, its muscles rippling with strength, exuding an overwhelming aura. Its fur gleamed like freshly fallen snow, shimmering with a subtle silver sheen, while its eyes, ablaze like burning flames, conveyed an air of infinite majesty and lethal intent. "Zhuyun. Let us join forces," Davis remarked with a slight smile. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuyun wasted no time and leaped into Davis's embrace. In that fleeting moment, two beams of light intertwined, merging seamlessly. The radiance intensified, ultimately coalescing into another imposing white tiger upon the stage. The two white tigers faced each other. Fierce expressions etched upon their faces, locked in an unwavering stare. Their presence seemed destined for a fierce contest for dominion over this territory, epitomizing the adage that a mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. The palpable tension in the air was vividly palpable, suddenly accompanied by two thunderous roars. The two white tigers lunged at one another. Their speed was akin to lightning, and in the blink of an eye, they collided with a resounding crash. At the moment of impact, the tigers bared their enormous fangs, ferociously tearing and striking at each other. Each assault bore tremendous force, causing the entire arena to tremble slightly. Due to Davis's superior soul power, their white tiger held an edge in both size and speed, gradually putting Zhu Zhuqing and her companions at a disadvantage. Just as the standoff reached a critical point, the two white tigers abruptly created distance between them. Low growls emanated from their throats as they gathered strength. Then, with another earth-shattering roar, golden beams erupted from their mouths, shooting forth with astonishing velocity. These beams collided in the air, akin to meteors streaking across the night sky. The tremendous recoil slammed into the two white tigers, forcing them to stagger backward. Even the once impregnable arena seemed vulnerable against this terrifying force. Deep gouges resembling grotesque wounds marring its surface. As Davis's side began to falter, the once unstoppable beam finally struck the white tiger like a cannonball. In that moment, a heart-wrenching roar echoed throughout the arena, filled with agony and defiance, akin to the final cry of the white tiger in its last moments of life. Struck by this lethal blow, the white tiger's body appeared to lose all vitality, becoming translucent before gradually dissipating into the air. Simultaneously, Zhu Zhuqing suffered severe backlash from this overwhelming force. Her body trembled violently before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Dai Mubai fared little better. His legs seemingly devoid of support as he involuntarily sank to his knees, his body trembling slightly. His gaze was filled with resentment and despair. Fixated intently on the white tiger that loomed over him, the figure of the white tiger gradually blurred in his vision, ultimately vanishing completely. As the body of the white tiger slowly dissipated, the brilliant light receded swiftly, akin to the ebbing tide, restoring tranquility to the arena. In this serenity, only the sound of Davis's footsteps resonated distinctly as he approached Dai Mubai. A mocking smile lingered on his face as he coldly regarded Dai Mubai, who was half kneeling on the ground, and slowly uttered, "You have lost. Is that so?" Dai Mubai replied, a hint of self-mockery in his tone. At this moment, the distance between him and Davis was a mere meter. A slender silver needle swiftly materialized in his hand, and he abruptly thrust it towards Davis. What? The turn of events was so sudden that Davis intended to retreat, yet he only felt a slight sting at his neck, realizing the needle had already penetrated his skin. Chapter 65. Dai Mubai becomes the crown prince. Farewell, Ning Rongrong. What have you done? Davis exclaimed in disbelief, clutching his neck and staggering backward. Upon witnessing this, Zhu Zhiyun was taken aback and hurried forward to support Davis, her face etched with concern. Simultaneously, her gaze turned into a sharp glare directed at the kneeling Dai Mubai. However, Dai Mubai remained impervious to Zhu Zhiyun's fury, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips as he slowly remarked, "Hee hee." I mentioned that true prowess is revealed in action. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, Davis trembled with rage, attempting to retaliate once more, only to be seized by an excruciating pain as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping his heart, rendering him nearly breathless. Soon after, the venom rapidly coursed through his body, every inch of his skin feeling as though it were being scorched by fire, the searing agony nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Davis could no longer withstand the excruciating torment, emitting a piercing howl. His body trembled uncontrollably, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. Observing this, Dai Mubai slowly rose from the ground, his face devoid of any compassion, revealing only unrestrained arrogance and triumph. He gazed upon the anguished Davis, bursting into a raucous laughter that echoed hauntingly in the desolate expanse, rendering it particularly jarring. Despicable! Davis spat through gritted teeth, acutely aware of his life ebbing away. Moment by moment, he had intended to exert every ounce of strength to drag Davis down with him. However, as he took a step forward, he suddenly felt as though all the energy had been sapped from his legs, and he collapsed onto the ground. I cannot die. I cannot die. Davis's lips trembled slightly, his body entirely losing control as the poison ravaged through him, mercilessly consuming his life. Despite his utmost efforts to rise again, each attempt proved futile, as if he were burdened by an insurmountable weight, rendering him immobile. Zhu Zhiyun stood by, her heart racing with anxiety. She watched helplessly as Davis struggled in agony. Unable to assist him. What have you done to this? Zhu Zhiyun exclaimed furiously, her finger pointed accusingly at Dai Mubai, her eyes filled with rage and resentment. A faint, chilling smile crept onto Dai Mubai's lips. He watched as Davis's body gradually disintegrated, the skin peeling away inch by inch, yet not a single drop of blood emerged. This bizarre spectacle sent chills down the spine, enveloping the entire scene in an eerie silence, with every onlooker transfixed by the unfolding events upon the stage. After a while, Davis's form ultimately vanished, leaving not even a fragment of bone behind. Before Zhu Zhiyun, he was eroded by toxicity until he vanished without a trace. I have won. Dai Mubai's voice reverberated through the still air, laced with a hint of mockery and disdain. Zhu Zhiyun's eyes widened in disbelief. She could not accept this grim reality. How could Davis perish so easily? Her heart brimmed with sorrow and rage, an overwhelming desire to exact vengeance upon Dai Mubai for Davis's untimely demise. Yet, just as Zhu Zhiyun prepared to strike, an unexpected figure appeared behind her. Before she could react, that person struck her head with a swift blow, plunging her into darkness as she lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Emperor Xinglua, Dai Tianfeng, stood upon the stage, his expression grave, his eyes revealing an ineffable complexity of emotion. He fixed his gaze intently on his young son, Dai Mubai, before gradually diverting his attention to the spot where Davis had just been. It lay desolate, enveloped in silence, prompting him to exhale a deep sigh, laden with an overwhelming sense of helplessness and regret.